As dawn approached, a faint mist enveloped the quaint village nestled within the valley, casting a shroud of mystery over the scene. The golden rays of sunlight pierced through the layers of fog, illuminating the village and evoking an ethereal atmosphere. However, this mystique was soon shattered by a group of cloaked figures clad in black. They tread silently upon the branches of trees, swiftly navigating the forest that surrounded the village, their movements betraying not a whisper. Among them were men and women of various ages, from middle-aged individuals to teenagers, all bearing a distinctive iron band etched with four flowing grooves upon their foreheads. Their cold visages betraying a ruthless demeanor. As they neared the village entrance, the leader of the group halted, raising his right hand to signal the others to stop, establishing his authority over the band. Village of Heaven, is it? The legendary hidden village formed by the descendants of fallen celestial beings, renowned for its formidable warriors. Yet, after all these years, not even a single elite shinobi remained. What a disgrace to the ninja world. Very well, today I shall assist you in returning to the embrace of the divine, allowing you knave novices to comprehend the brutal reality of the ninja realm. Teams 1 and 2, scour the village for every scroll of ninjutsu. Teams 3 and 4, follow me and eliminate every ninja and civilian without exception, the man declared. Coldly, understood, came the unified response from the group. The tranquil village exuded a morbid stillness, as the life forces within it faded beneath the encroaching footsteps of the invaders. A symphony of fate, forged in death, began to rise with the swirling clouds above, transitioning from a somber prelude into a foreboding crescendo. At last, someone sensed the ominous atmosphere and cried out in desperation. Who are you? Must our village of heaven remain subjugated under your dominion? The moment we leave your sight, we face annihilation. We have no desire to partake in the conflicts of the ninja world. Can you not grant us even a sliver of mercy? Lamented an elderly man, his white hair a testament to his years, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation. You have truly fallen, even forsaking the very symbol of a ninja, the forehead protector. It is a disgrace to the ninja world. Were it not for Lord Mizukage's orders, I would have no desire to slay you. Come now, let me witness your prowess. The man scoffed disdainfully. Wretched fiends, it seems you leave us no path to survival. Yamada Ichiro, I entrust the fate of Kamui to you. The bloodline of the divine must be preserved through him. He is our village's hope. Ensure he reaches Konoha, seeking the protection of the third Hokage. If we cannot escape the ninja world, let us align with the most powerful village, for therein lies our chance for a secure existence. The elders spoke with profound sorrow. Rest assured, Master. I, Yamada Ichiro, pledge my life to deliver the young lords safely to Konoha. A red-haired man emerged from behind the elder, swiftly vanishing as he departed to fulfill his mission. I never anticipated that within this diminutive village of ninjas resided an individual with such formidable stealth abilities. Although your strength is lacking, merely that of an elite chunin, the fact that you evaded my search is commendable. You are indeed an interesting little mouse. Thus, I shall swiftly eliminate you. You great rat. Incho Shinmao Zi Hayucho Wusu Insu In Si Cho Shinmao. Water release, great waterfall technique, the man cackled, deftly executing intricate hand signs. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged skyward, a cascading deluge racing toward the elder, engulfing him in an instant. Well, dying so quickly is quite a waste of my considerable chakra. It is time to pursue the little mouse. Trash is simply trash. It can never become a hunter. Cough, cough. It is impossible to pass. Fallen black wings, crimson abyss, God King, northern heaven. I offer life as a tribute, presenting the soul at the spectral gate. Secret technique, divine descent. The ancient voice resonated with authority as a sphere of purple-black light erupted from the water. Mysterious black. Flesh wings unfurled from the elder's back. His skin transformed to a deep violet, a formidable eye opening upon his forehead, pulsating with electric sparks of darkness, revealing profound mysteries that pierced through all existence. Beneath him, a fiery black hound with two-winged flesh wings emerged, its mouth clutching a golden disc. Is this the fabled fallen deity? Treading upon the realms, wielding wind and thunder, send forth the celestial hound. Chakra has surged to a level akin to that of a typical cage-level ninja. I feel an instinctive urge to retreat, yet as a ninja, one must uphold the conviction of inevitable death. Those who fail to grasp the coldness of death cannot be deemed true ninjas. That I surmise that this technique demands a significant toll on your body, and I wonder how long you can maintain it. It cannot be for long. Cho Shun Mao Zi Hai Yu Cho Wu Yu Zin Su In Si Cho Wei. Si Hai Wei Zi Run. Shen Yu Cho Wu Wei In Si Zi. Shen Mao Hai Chun Wei Zi Cho Shun Yu Ren Zi Hai Yu Yu. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. Technique. The man turned in astonishment, his hands weaving rapidly through hand signs, summoning a massive dragon of water that surged toward the elder. Yet, the water dragon passed through the elder's form, as though he were non-existent, despite the undeniable reality of his imposing presence. Humph. Those who are insignificant and ignorant cannot comprehend the existence of the divine. Fallenness is a means to harness greater power. The attainment of strength brings forth illumination, the eternal kingdom. The world knows only of the descent of the gods, yet they fail to understand this is the divine will, much like your ignorance of the might of celestial ninjutsu. In this final moment, I have summoned this technique, sacrificing life and soul. Though I may lose my existence, executing this technique is the pinnacle of happiness in my life. I must thank you, young man, for this. I shall spare your life. The so-called divine descent offers life and soul. Gaining mastery over perception, the 5 attributes of ninjutsu, and the powers of time and space, but only for a fleeting 30 seconds, after which it would vanish from existence, leaving no trace behind. The elder's voice resonated, though his lips remained sealed, as if the very cosmos were speaking. How is that possible? You must be deceiving me. Time and space are realms even the legendary sage of 6 paths could not entirely mastered. Soot and Water Dragon Bullet, Soot and Water Chaos Wave. The man exclaimed, agitation evident in his voice as he unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu. Youth, your mindset appears unstable, a grave taboo among ninjas. Allow me to reveal to you the essence of time. Obliteration, in an instant. The man felt his life force ebbing away, wrinkles emerging on his face as the surrounding flora underwent a cycle from withered yellow to vibrant green. The sheer potency was staggering, leaving him devoid of any will to resist. What overwhelming strength could extinguish the very spirit of defiance? Cough, cough. You feel the might of the divine now, do you? Though I yearn for your demise, to avenge my village, those who have not endured the anguish of war cannot hope to survive in this world. Thus, I shall leave you, a lingering threat, to constantly urge my grandson to train diligently. May you fulfill this purpose-time, mastery-great retrospective technique. Upon uttering these words, the elder pointed at the man, and a surge of life energy flowed from his hands. The man's astonishment, he realized the vitality he had lost was being restored, and even enhanced beyond his former state. He now possessed the life force of a quasi-Shadao-level ninja, with the potential to ascend to elite Jnin in a mere 2 to 3 years. Lastly, I ask your name, ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? The elder's vitality waned, and he spoke with his last strength. Zabuza Momochi of the Hidden Mist Village. Old man, while you have spared my life, do not expect my gratitude. However, I shall fulfill your dying wish. I will become the source of hatred for your grandson and incessantly remind him to grow stronger. The man replied, his expression devoid of emotion. The elder finally revealed a satisfied smile before fading away in a gentle breeze. The man turned and swiftly made his way forward. The world of ninjas is one of relentless slaughter and hatred. None can break this curse, and survival is the only uncertain reality. By the turbulent riverbank, an ordinary man clad in a plaid shirt held a lily, leaning against a railing as the breeze carried the sweet scent of flowers. He awaited someone's arrival. Last, a young girl clad in a laced jumpsuit approached, a stark contrast to the man before her. Xiaonan, happy birthday! The man exclaimed joyfully, nervously extending the lily toward her. To his dismay, the girl disdainfully swatted the flower away, saying, Ishui, I have no feelings for you. My heart belongs to Xiaohan. Please do not disturb me any further. You are commendable, excelling in your studies and displaying great kindness, however. In this world, mere academic prowess is insufficient. Perhaps the fruits of decades of toil may be effortlessly possessed by others from birth. I consider myself a rather pragmatic individual, hence.so. You have chosen Xiaohan? Perhaps I'm not sufficiently exceptional, or perhaps my lack of wealth plays a role. Xiaohan, with his ability, could undoubtedly provide you with a life devoid of sorrow, and his character is not lacking in virtue. Thus, I find solace in wishing you both happiness. The boy spoke with a pallid countenance, then turned, taking slow, deliberate steps away into the distance, tears of sorrow streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He dared not glance back, for he wished to conceal his despondent visage from her. I am sorry. I am bound by my own constraints. My life does not solely belong to me, as I have family to care for, Xiaonan whispered, her voice barely audible, her eyes swelling with tears. Regrettably, the boy did not look back for a final glimpse. Had he done so, he would have discerned that Xionan's earlier expression was but a fad, a mere illusion of strength in the face of life's inexorable realities. As the boy succumbed to his sorrow, an enormous truck approached headlong. The driver, initially oblivious, only realized the impending collision at the last moment. In that instant, a heart-wrenching cry echoed, and blood stained the heavens as the world spun in chaos. Ishui. The girl sprinted frantically towards the place where the boy had fallen, while the truck driver accelerated, speeding away into the distance. Upon reaching the boy's side, her tear-streaked face, still damp with sorrow, was drenched anew as she rasped, Why, Ishui? Please wake up, and I promise to grant you anything. Cough. Cough, Shonan, I know you still love me. If blame is to be placed, let it be on me for lacking the strength to care for you. I have long been aware of your family's plight. Your sister's illness demands a fortune. I harbor such hatred for the heavens, for the earth, for myself. Perhaps death would be a relief, sparing me from enduring this agony. Even in death, my heart bears a profound scar. Xiaohan is a good man. Forget me. Let this love dissipate with my passing. Lastly, could you grant me one request? Ishui, if there is a next life. Stop, Xiaonan. We cannot ascertain if a next life exists. My final wish in this life is to receive your first kiss. Would you grant me this? The boy gazed at her with eyes full of hope. I agree. I will reserve my purest self for you, hoping you won't feel lonely in paradise. The girl gently pressed her lips against his. As the sun set, the boy and girl were enveloped in a world of swirling leaves and drifting clouds. Meanwhile, a red-haired man cradled a young boy who gradually awoke. The man hurriedly said, Young Master Ishui, are you well? We will soon arrive in Konoha. You will be safe there. The little boy furrowed his brows, pondering, Wasn't I dead? How am I alive again? The man spoke in Japanese, a language he had learned to understand in his quest to watch Naruto. Konoha, could this truly be the world of Naruto? That would be wonderful, for he was quite fond of it, and he had met Xiaonan through Naruto. Regrettably, Xiaonan could not join him, but here he could start anew. Are we headed to Konoha? Ishui inquired. Yes, young Master Ishui. The people of the mist have invaded the village. Your grandfather, our master, has sent me to bring you to Konoha to preserve the bloodline of Shinmu. We must hurry. Your grandfather may have already perished at their hands, the man said anxiously. Is that so? Ishui's brow furrowed. It seemed his parents were likely gone in this life. And now, his only relative, his grandfather, had been killed by the mist. Once again, he found himself an orphan. In his previous life, he had been bereft of familial love, and now it appeared to be the same. Was he truly a cursed soul? A deep-seated hatred began to brew within him. Suddenly, Ishui felt as if his forehead might crack open. An immense pain washed over him, rendering his face pale. Gradually, this pain intensified, transcending mere physical suffering to invade his very soul. The overwhelming agony compelled Ishui to groan audibly. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, colliding with Ishui's forehead. Strangely, his forehead began to ripple like water, and a fissure emerged, gradually revealing a white eyeball. Astonishingly, an eye had manifested upon Ishui's forehead. This, indeed, was the eye of heaven. He had been fortunate enough to behold its awakening. The heavens had not forsaken the fallen divine clan. The crimson-haired man wept tears of joy, as Ishui felt the pain in his forehead slowly dissipate. He was astonished to discover the presence of an additional eye. Had he become the second son of God? At that moment, Fragments of information surged in his mind. Remnants of the memories of the body's original owner and explanations following the eye's opening. This body he now inhabited was named Shinto Shui, a descendant of the legendary fallen deities, possessing the bloodline limit known as the Eye of Heaven. The lineage of the fallen deities had existed long before the emergence of the ninja world, being an ancient clan whose formidable members could effortlessly rend mountains, stir the seas, and reshape the very earth. Ultimately, only the fallen divine clan remained, yet none had succeeded in awakening their eyes until Shui, through the strength of his transcendent soul and lingering resentment, managed to manifest the heavenly eye. The Eye of Heaven, as it is called, possesses immense power, surpassing the three great ocular techniques of the Naruto universe. It comprises 7 levels of evolution: white, flame, frost, dust, wind, thunder, and black. The initial realm, white, is somewhat akin to the Byakugan, yet it possesses 2 additional capabilities. Firstly, it creates a domain centered around the user, sealing the opponent's ninjutsu and half of their chakra. The duration and range of this ability increase with the quality of chakra. However, this function has a limitation. A genin can only use it once per day, a chunin twice, and so forth, exponentially increasing with rank. Secondly, chakra regeneration occurs automatically, albeit in minimal amounts, yet this ability could become formidable as one's strength grows. As for the remaining 6 realms, Shui could not yet fathom their depths, only knowing that they grew increasingly powerful. Humph, it seems your joy is somewhat premature, little mouse. You fled quite swiftly, forcing me to pursue you for an extended duration. However, your life shall soon meet its end. Tremble, and remember my name. Zabuza Momochi, Zabuza sneered. Not good, young master. You must continue down this path. Ahead lies the perimeter of Konoha's defenses. If you encounter the ninjas of Konoha, you will be saved. The enemy is too powerful. I fear I can no longer protect you. Take care, and you must strive to become an exceptional ninja, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Eye of Heaven. Yamamoto Ichiro exclaimed, forcefully shoving Shinto Shui, who is Shui, forward, before drawing a shuriken and lunging at Zabuza. Zabuza, I shall remember you. With a pair of silver eyes, Shui cast a faint glance at Zaibujan, whose third eye had already closed due to a depletion of chakra. He dared not reveal even a hint of hatred in his gaze, for such a display would only intensify the enemy's desire to eliminate him. This was the unfortunate consequence of lacking strength. In his past life, no matter how hard he strove, he could not rise above the common masses. However, in this life, with effort, he could earn the respect of others. Everything no longer felt so ephemeral. Thus, he resolved to start anew, determined not to squander the opportunity of his reincarnation. Shui was merely a name of the past. From now on, he would be known solely as Shunwu Shui, leaving the identity of Shui behind. In the forest, a flock of birds took flight, startled by an unexpected disturbance. A young boy, his face flushed, burst forth, panting heavily yet propelled by a fierce will to run. Suddenly, a cold snicker echoed from behind, tightening the boy's heart. This boy was Shunwu Shui. Realizing that his pursuer was closing in, he understood escape was futile and chose to halt. Zaibujan pondered whether the boy had resigned himself to his fate or was too frightened to flee, prompting him to inquire, "Why do you no longer run?" "Run? Is it even possible to escape? Since I cannot flee, it is better to face the impending storm with calmness. This might prolong my life." Courage and strength are not synonymous. Even in the absence of adequate power, one must possess the courage to fight. Should one lose all bravery, death becomes merely a matter of time. Shunwu Shui replied calmly, as if confronting not a formidable adversary, but rather a familiar acquaintance. Courage? How laughable. Weakness is weakness. One who does not comprehend the might of the powerful merely offers futile resistance, Zaibujan scoffed. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the strength of the weak. White sealing domain. With that, a vertical eye opened upon Shunwu Shui's forehead, its iris a stark white. An intense wave of energy emanated from it, enveloping both Zaibujan and Shunwu Shui within a luminous barrier spanning 5 meters. What is this? Zaibujan exclaimed, astonished to find his ninjutsu sealed, along with half of his chakra. As an elite J-nin, he was taken aback that his opponent, who was not even a J-nin, could wield such power. It must be that third eye, he surmised. This is the Eye of Heaven's technique, capable of sealing an enemy's jutsu and half of their chakra, regardless of rank. Even an S-rank ninja would be affected. So, does the strength of the weak instill fear in you? Shunwu Shui stated calmly, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. With his chakra, he could only sustain this technique for 30 more seconds. His Byakugan had already detected a ninja approaching from the direction of the country, but they would require at least 40 seconds to arrive. With the exception of a basic shadow clone technique, he was not versed in any other jutsu seals, after all. Who pays attention to such details when watching Naruto? He never anticipated that he would find himself in the world of Naruto. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Historically, few ninjas have awakened their eyes at such a young age. Your talent is truly exceptional. However, one must assume that your ocular technique is not without limitations, and your chakra cannot sustain it for long. Though I am unable to utilize my ninjutsu as an elite jonin, my taijutsu is not something your frail form can withstand. What good is your genius in the face of this reality? Zabuza Momochi remarked. As expected of the legendary demon of the mist, Zabuza, his keen perception is commendable. Yet, do you truly believe my ocular technique is so simplistic? Where has your other half of chakra vanished? Kamui questioned with a chilling smile. Ah, I see now. You have disrupted the flow of chakra within your adversary's meridians. As long as there is chakra in motion, collisions will occur, and once they reach a critical mass, compression will ensue, ultimately leading to the rupture of the meridians. Externally, the damage may be imperceptible, but in reality, the opponent would be rendered incapable of fighting back. Zabuza expressed his admiration. In the stillness of the forest, two figures stood in opposition, one large and one small, with the occasional bird fluttering by. Humph. Your chakra is nearly depleted. Surrender, do not continue to struggle. Before absolute power, all your efforts are futile, Zabuza declared. Is that so? You will be disappointed. Even the most insignificant life will expend its last breath to survive, Kamui retorted through gritted teeth as he realized his chakra was almost exhausted. Hoping that the leaf ninja would arrive soon. With a sharp sound, Kamui's complexion turned pale, his domain dissipated, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Haha. It's over for you, kid. Zabuza laughed heartily, raising his blade to strike Kamui, but as he advanced, he sensed a murderous intent and quickly employed the water clone technique. Shuriken flew towards Zabuza, who transformed into a puddle, evading the unknown assailant's attack. Who dares to strike at me? Do you wish to meet your end? Zabuza emerged from behind a tree, seething with anger. It must be a leaf ninja. This brat has gotten lucky. My mission is nearly complete. That old man's request was rather meddlesome. Given this boy's character, he may one day become a formidable ninja, perhaps even surpassing me, but that matters little. A leaf jonin Kakashi Hitaki emerged from the nearby forest. You are a ninja from the Mist Village, are you not? This area is under the jurisdiction of the leaf. I ask that you leave immediately, or I will be forced to detain you. Kakashi Hitaki. Zabuza's eyes narrowed. This opponent would be troublesome. Although he had just slain the red-haired man, he himself sustained some injuries, which, while not apparent now, would pose a problem with time. Moreover, his chakra reserves were dwindling. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall take my leave. However, I shall remember you, Kakashi, the copy ninja of the leaf. I am Zabuza Momochi, and I believe our paths will cross again one day. As Zabuza ceased to speak, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Hey, kid, who are you? Do you not realize how perilous it was just now? What brings you here? Kakashi inquired, a smile gracing his lips as his right eye narrowed, scrutinizing the boy, who possessed an enigmatic bloodline limit. Zabuza's presence was evidently for him. I am Kamizuki Ichigo, the heir of the long-lost village of the heavens. I wish to join Konoha. Ichigo said, his voice tinged with anxiety, the acceptance of his plea still uncertain. The village of the heavens, is it? Very well. I shall escort you to meet the third Hokage, Kakashi replied, his brow furrowing in contemplation. This may prove to be a challenging endeavor. While having a bloodline limit join our ranks is advantageous, the village's higher-ups. Well, let us see. Ichigo nodded in response, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Indeed, the political landscape within Konoha was exceedingly intricate, and managing the Hokage's office would not be an easy task. Upon reaching the grand gates of Konoha, Kakashi exchanged a few words with the gatekeeping ninjas before leading Ichigo to the Hokage's office. Please, come in. Kakashi and the child from the village of the heavens, I have been informed of your arrival. A voice, both authoritative and amiable, resonated from within the room. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied as they entered the office. Ichigo's grip tightened, taking in the side of the third Hokage, a frail, elderly man whose eyes sparkled with vitality. The experience of witnessing him in person far surpassed that of watching it in an animated series. What is your name, boy from the village of the heavens? The third Hokage inquired, his heart stirring with anticipation at the sight of the legendary heavens eye making an appearance. This boy possessed remarkable talent. If he could be cultivated as a force for Konoha, it would be most fortuitous. I am Kamizuki Ichigo, Hokage-sama. My grandfather urged me on his deathbed to join Konoha, and I implore you to accept me, Ichigo earnestly expressed. I see. That is quite acceptable. Konoha warmly welcomes talented ninjas such as yourself. However, prior to your admission, we must conduct a brief assessment. Do not worry, we merely wish to ascertain that you harbor no ill intentions toward our village. The third Hokage chuckled. Recognizing that the maneuver by the Mist Village had been poorly executed, yet Konoha was now blessed with an exceptionally gifted ninja. That is reasonable, I can comprehend, Ichigo acknowledged. It was likely that they intended to allow Yama from the intelligence department to examine his memories. Very well, then. Please share with us a tale of the fabled Heaven's Eye. I have a profound interest in such mysterious bloodline limits, the third Hokage remarked, nodding in approval. Recognizing the boy's intelligence and the unintentional admiration he displayed for Konoha. In discussing the Eye of Heaven, one must delve into ancient times. The Eye of Heaven is said to be the creation of a powerful celestial deity who, in pursuit of greater strength, amalgamated all divine powers into a singular entity, resulting in an eye imbued with boundless potential. Its essence, however, absorbed the powers from the legendary realm of demons. In the aftermath of ancient epics, the divine lineage dwindled, leaving only a trace of bloodline from this deity among mortals, namely the descendants of the fallen god. Nonetheless, historical records from Heavenly Village indicate that very few possess the capability to awaken this eye. I am fortunate to be among them. While I have been aware of the formidable nature of the Eye of Heaven since my youth, its true power became evident upon awakening it. In essence, the Eye of Heaven encompasses 7 tiers of evolution: white, flame, frost, dust, wind, thunder, and black. The initial tier, white, bears resemblance to the Byakugan, yet possesses 2 additional functionalities. The first allows the user to create a domain centered around themselves, sealing their opponent's jutsu and half of their chakra. The duration and range of this ability increase with the quality of chakra, albeit with the limitation that a genin can utilize it once a day, a chunin twice, and so forth in a geometric progression. The second function is automatic chakra regeneration, which, though modest in recovery at first, can become formidable with the enhancement of one's power. As for the subsequent tiers, I am uncertain. This is rather troublesome, the third Hokage remarked, furrowing his brow. Kakashi was equally taken aback. Could the first tier truly be comparable to the Byakugan? Given the Hyuga clan's reverence for the Byakugan, it would be inconceivable for someone outside the clan to possess it. Kakashi, please summon Hyuga Hizashi, the third instructed. Kakashi nodded and vanished. Do you know why the third Hokage summoned me? Hizashi inquired, somewhat perplexed, as there seemed to be no significant events occurring. I shall be brief, Kakashi replied. The Hyuga clan has a long history and should be familiar with the Eye of Heaven. Indeed, there are records in our clan's archives, and an ancestor once encountered a bearer of the awakened Eye of Heaven. However, it is said that the clan of Heaven has since concealed themselves, Hizashi recounted. Recent intelligence from the hidden mist indicates that they have discovered and obliterated Heavenly Village. But a surviving child has fled to our village, and this child has awakened the Eye of Heaven. Truly? How old is he now? Hizashi asked excitedly. Approximately 6 or 7 years. Kakashi replied, astonished by Hizashi's uncharacteristic display of emotion. Kakashi, I shall not hold back. According to our ancestor who interacted with the Eye of Heaven, its power derives from the soul. Only those with formidable souls can awaken it. The crux of the Eye of Heaven's might lies in its evolution. It not only augments the eye itself, but also enhances other bloodlines, allowing them to ascend to greater heights. However, only those in close communion with the Eye of Heaven can achieve this, as it involves a transformation of the soul. Should any treachery exist in one's heart, their soul would be consumed by the other, Hizashi elaborated. Kakashi fell silent, and Hinata Hizashi remained quiet as well. The two soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Come in, came the authoritative voice of the third Hokage. Kakashi and Hizashi entered the office. Lord Third, I am already aware of the details. I wish to have a discussion with this young member of the Celestial Clan, Hizashi spoke first. The third nodded. You must be Kamisato Ichigo, young man. Firstly, I express my sympathy for your circumstances. You are likely aware of the Hyuga clan's emphasis on the Byakugan. The first stage of your celestial eye bears similarities to the Byakugan. I have a proposal that would be mutually beneficial. Hizashi turned to Ichigo, who leaned against the wall. Please, clan leader Hizashi, go ahead. Ichigo replied with an expressionless demeanor, but I hope it does not involve the sealing of a caged bird. If so, I would rather not join Konoha. You are of similar age to my daughter Hinata. How do you feel about marrying into the Hyuga clan? I will assist you in fending off any adverse factors, Hizashi suggested. This cannot be so simple, can it? Clan leader Hizashi, if you have other requirements, please state them. I find it hard to believe the Hyuga clan would engage in such a loss-making deal, Ichizui thought, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Hinata, the enchanting maiden, was indeed one of his favorite anime characters, the epitome of cuteness. Yet, Hizashi's astuteness suggested he would not engage in a venture that would lead to both loss of resources and personnel. I knew it. Well, you seem unaware that the Celestial Eye can enhance other bloodline limits. However, its optimization operates on a soul level, requiring a bond of intimacy for success. This conclusion was reached by one of my ancestors through communication with a member of the Celestial clan, Hizashi explained, though he felt a sense of trepidation within. What if Ichizui refused? From one perspective, he was seizing an opportunity. That sounds agreeable. I have no objections, though I wonder what Lord Third thinks, Ichizui responded readily. Yet he still needed to gauge the Third's disposition, as he was indeed the leader of Konoha. Haha, no problem. I can confidently entrust Ichizui to you, Hizashi. Take him to find Kaichi. Although Ichizui is trustworthy, there are still formalities to observe to avoid the grumblings of the elders, the third Hokage remarked. Considering how the Hyuga clan had gained a significant advantage by aligning the Celestial Eye with their lineage. Understood, Lord Third. I shall take Ichizui with me immediately. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Hizashi replied with a beaming smile, though he felt a surge of excitement within. The Hyuga bloodline would grow stronger. Surpassing the Uchiha was no longer a distant dream. As they exited the Hokage building, Ichizui, following Hizashi, felt quite pleased. Arriving in the world of Hokage had already secured him a charming companion. Moreover, with Hinata and Naruto yet to meet him, he could gradually make his advances. Just the thought of Hinata's adorable visage sent his heart racing. Upon reaching the intelligence division, Yamamoto Kaichi awaited their arrival. This is a place of tranquility, follow me. Fear not, resist not, it shall soon be over, said Yamamoto Hachi. Go on, Ishui. My rapport with Hachi is commendable, and I am well acquainted with his character. It will be over swiftly, replied Hizashi. Ishui followed Yamamoto Hachi to a serene secret chamber, guarded vigilantly by two middle-ranking ninjas from Konoha, confirming the security's robustness. Hachi gestured for Ishui to take a seat on a stool, to close his eyes, and to relax his mind. Ishui complied. Seeing that Ishui showed no signs of resistance brought Hachi immense delight, indicating that Ishui truly trusted Konoha. He placed his hand upon Ishui's forehead and commenced his exploration. Upon exiting the intelligence department, Ishui felt a slight pressure in his head. Although Hachi was meticulous in examining his memories, the process inherently involved some mental strain, albeit minimal. As Hizashi navigated through the myriad alleys of Konoha, he eventually led Ishui to the grand faade of an opulent mansion. Indeed, it belonged to the leader of a prominent clan, exuding wealth. Upon entering the mansion, Hizashi escorted Ishui to a private room and instructed a servant to summon Hinata. Ishui felt a twinge of anxiety. He was about to meet the beautiful Hinata, and anticipation bubbled within him. Observing Ishui's trembling form, Hizashi smiled gently. Perhaps due to the grandeur of the residence being a new experience for the young boy. After all, it was not common for children of his age to encounter such magnificence in Konoha. Despite wealth not being the foremost priority for ninjas, immense fortune symbolized status. As Ishui and Hizashi were lost in thought, the door to the room swung open. Father, hello. Is there something you need? Hinata asked timidly, standing at the threshold. Yes. Allow me to introduce you. This is the younger scion of the Kamizuki clan. He has now joined our Hyuga family and shall be your future husband. Ishui possesses the formidable Eye of Heaven Kekkei Genkai, which is already awakened. He can facilitate the evolution of your bloodline, allowing for a spiritual resonance that may enhance your abilities. I hope you can achieve this resonance with Ishui before you become a genin, thereby evolving your Byakugan, Hizashi stated, his expression tinged with concern. His daughter was inherently timid, and her progress in ninjutsu was dismal. She could be considered a liability. Were she not his daughter, she might have been dismissed long ago. Especially since she was destined to inherit the clan leadership. Without formidable strength, how could she command respect among the clan members? He hoped that Kamizuki Ishui could catalyze her bloodline's evolution. Yes, Hinata stammered. Now, take the time to familiarize yourselves with one another. I have matters to attend to. Also, in 2 days, the Ninja Academy will begin recruiting new students. You both should attend together and strive to achieve spiritual resonance. Hizashi instructed before closing the door and departing. Hello. I am Kamizuki Ishui. I hope we can have a pleasant relationship moving forward. As Shun Waishui gazed upon the enchanting girl before him, clad in a pink jacket and adorned with a bashful expression, his heart swelled with delight. She was truly the epitome of youthful charm, a paragon of cuteness. "Hello, I am Hinata Hyuga. Please take care of me, dear husband," she timidly uttered. Though still young, Hinata was already aware that this individual would become her husband. Her inherently timid nature left her with no inclination to oppose her father's wishes. "Please, Hinata. Just call me Waishui. I am quite easy to get along with. Although I am uncertain about the phenomenon of soul resonance, I feel that once my eyes undergo further evolution, everything will be fine. For now, let us simply foster our relationship as companions. The notion of husband can wait. At this moment, we are merely allies," Waishui spoke earnestly. It was clear that if he pressured Hinata into accepting him too soon, she might develop an aversion toward him. After all, love must be cultivated. A marriage devoid of affection cannot be blissful. He hoped to earn Hinata's complete acceptance, both physically and emotionally. But what about my father?" Hinata mused, beginning to find this boy less disagreeable. He seemed genuinely kind. "Do not worry. We shall act as expected in public. And I promise to assist you in evolving your Byakugan before you graduate from the Ninja Academy. Privately, we are simply companions. There is no need for you to alter your behavior. Just be yourself," Waishui reassured her, extending his left hand with a friendly smile. Hinata nodded happily and reached out her right hand to clasp his. Waishui felt a sweetness akin to sipping a refreshing drink. They had taken their first step toward friendship. After all, Hinata was nominally his wife, and any potential rivals would have to reckon with the strength of the Hyuga clan. As for Naruto, that fool would be better off facing Sakura's punches. He resolved to keep Hinata safe, declaring, "If you dare approach, I'll make you regret it. You may possess the protagonist's aura, but I have the advantage of reincarnation. Let us see who truly reigns supreme." Could you please let go of my hand?" Hinata, blushing, inquired shyly. "What are you doing, Waishui-kun? It hurts. Is holding hands really that enjoyable?" "Oh, my bad. Come on. To celebrate our newfound camaraderie, I shall treat you to ramen. I've heard that Ichiraka ramen in Konoha is delectable, and I wish to try it today," Waishui said, scratching his head and feigning innocence. "But don't we need to inform my father?" Hinata asked. "No need for that. There are no villains in the village. And such a trivial matter does not warrant discussion. Besides, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. Though I have yet to master ninjutsu, I have already learned to refine my chakra, making me significantly stronger than the average person." "Very well then." Thus, the two stepped out of the Hyuga household side by side. As they walked, Waishui's curiosity led him to gaze around, but midway through, he suddenly realized he had no idea where Ichiraku Ramen was located. Hinata, do you know where Ichiraku Ramen is?" "I'm afraid I don't know the way." Haha, he awkwardly inquired. I rarely venture out and am unfamiliar with the paths. I had thought you might know," Hinata remarked, puzzled. Just then, a flock of crows flew overhead, seemingly mocking them. "Never mind, let us inquire someone for directions. There is a flower shop nearby. We could ask the owner there," Ishizui suggested, and thus, Hinata's hand led them into the quaint flower shop. Inside, a young girl was tending to the blooms. Her russet hair was styled in a small braid cascading down her back, while her long bangs obscured half her face. This appearance unmistakably resembled that of Ino Yamanaka, the daughter of the mountain hermit, one of the 12 young warriors. Despite the slight differences from her anime portrayal, she still exuded an air of youthful beauty. "Hello, are you two here to buy flowers?" Ino asked, curiously observing the pair. The girl with pale eyes seemed to belong to the Hyuga clan, and the absence of the caged birthmark on her forehead indicated she was from the main family. It was reasonable to deduce that she was Hinata Hyuga. The boy beside her, however, intrigued her. A vertical red line adorned his forehead, resembling a drawing, yet it pulsated as if it could split apart at any moment. It reminded her of an eye, yes, quite similar to an eye. She had never heard of anyone possessing an eye on their forehead, which might be akin to a bloodline limit. Nevertheless, this boy was undeniably handsome, far surpassing Shikamaru and Choji in looks. "No, not at all. We wish to inquire about the location of Ichiraka Ramen. Could you assist us?" Ishizui requested. "Oh, Ichiraka Ramen? It should be at XXX. Handsome. May I ask your name and where you reside? Do you have a girlfriend?" Ino bombarded him with questions. "Oh, thank you. I am Ishizui Kanu. We might be classmates. In 2 days, we are to attend the Ninja Academy, and you must be part of this year's cohort as well. I look forward to seeing you again, beautiful." Ishizui replied, before pulling Hinata out of the flower shop. He was aware that in the realm of Naruto, Ino and Sakura were notorious for their infatuations. However, while Sakura was more devoted, Ino's affections were rather expansive, embodying the classic sentiment, "This world is filled with love. I adore all handsome men." Hinata felt taken aback by the girl's boldness, thinking to herself that she would be utterly mortified in such a situation. Was this how other girls behaved? If so, this world was indeed quite wild. Alas, such was the burden of noble families. While girls from ordinary households would be playing joyfully with friends, the offspring of prestigious clans were compelled to present their perfection in public. Sasuke was one such individual, constantly showcasing his genius to earn the praise and recognition of his father and brother, maintaining a perpetually cool demeanor, concealing his true emotions from outsiders. Before long, Ishizui and Hinata arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. Upon entering, they spotted a golden-haired boy, with a few whiskers adorning his face, rapidly devouring a bowl of ramen. Ishizui couldn't help but think, isn't that the legendary protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki? His luck is simply extraordinary, his charisma ever-present. "Boss, 2 large bowls of ramen. Feel free to prepare them as you wish," he said, addressing the ramen chef with a casual demeanor. "Certainly, coming right up. You must be new here. I've not seen you before. And you, I presume, are the esteemed young lady from the Hyuga clan? Shofu, prepare 2 bowls of our special ramen. And make sure to add extra." The chef replied with enthusiasm. "Hello, I am Kamizuki Izui, a new addition to Konoha. My village was destroyed by the Mist Ninja, and on the recommendation of my late grandfather, I joined Konoha." He introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Hyuga Hinata. I look forward to your guidance," she chimed in. "Oh, how tragic. But fret not, my dear child. Upon arriving in Konoha, you have found a second home. Today, the ramen is on me, so do not hesitate. Perhaps one day, I shall rely on you to protect our village," the chef said warmly. "Thank you so much. I will cherish Konoha as my own family and do my utmost to protect it, though my current strength is minimal. I vow to become the mightiest ninja in the world," Izui declared earnestly. "Of course, Konoha must be safeguarded. After all, my beloved is here," he added with conviction. "Humph. I shall be the strongest. I will become Hokage, and I shall keep my word." At that moment, Naruto, having overheard Izui's words, felt a surge of excitement. His own dream was to become Hokage and earn the recognition of everyone in the village. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. True strength cannot be attained through mere words. It demands relentless effort. There are no innate geniuses, only those who toil diligently. Progress is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they regress. However, your courage earns my respect. Pray, share your name with me. I shall remember it." Izui responded with a smile, extending his hand in friendship. "Why you hello? I am Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to your guidance," Naruto exclaimed, hastily extending both hands, tears streaming down his face. This was the first person to acknowledge his existence. At last, someone recognized him. Soon, there would be a second, a third, a fourth. One day, everyone in the village would accept him. Ah, the vibrant spirit of friendship. "Indeed, I am growing old. Tomorrow belongs to the youth," an elderly voice resonated. It was the 3rd Hokage. "Good day. Would you care for a bowl of ramen?" The chef asked respectfully. "Of course. I wish to gather with the younger folk. Also, prepare another bowl for Naruto, and add it to my tab," he chuckled. "Izui, how quickly you have bonded with Hinata. Such a spirited age you are in. You must be getting accustomed to Konoha. I heard your words just now, and it brings me great comfort. Once you enter Konoha, this is your home. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them. Do not keep them bottled up," Sarutobi reflected, observing the 2 youths before him. He pondered whether they might become Konoha's steadfast shield, safeguarding the village, sensing the flame of Konoha's spirit within them. "Ah, it is the 3rd Hokage. I am indeed getting accustomed here. The people of Konoha are quite amiable. I am confident I will quickly integrate into this great family of Konoha." With a sincere expression on his face, Isue harbored a profound disdain within. Certainly having engaged in covert observation, this was blatant surveillance. Yet, it was of little consequence. Even Naruto, a steadfast guardian of the Leaf Village, was subjected to scrutiny, let alone an outsider like himself. Hinata, blushing, politely greeted the 3rd Hokage, seemingly marking her with Isue's label henceforth. Today marked the enrollment day at the Konoha Ninja Academy, where numerous parents had already brought their children for the initiation ceremony. Hyuga Hizashi accompanied Hinata and Isue to the academy, greeted warmly by passers-by, indicating his good rapport within the community. "Ah, Hizashi, you've come too. This must be your daughter Hinata, quite unlike you." It's hard to imagine such a stoic man could have a shy daughter. And this must be Aisue, the reputed wielder of the Eye of Heaven. I wonder how his ocular prowess compares to the three great bloodline limits. A hefty man clad in food-themed attire approached Hisashi with a plump child beside him. Ah, this must be your son Choji. He doesn't seem to resemble you much either. Come, Hinata, Aisue, allow me to introduce you to the head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza. A renowned member of the famed trio known as Ino Shikacho, Hisashi said to Aisue and Hinata. Hello, Uncle Choza. I am Kamino Aisue. I look forward to your guidance. Choji. It's nice to meet you. We might just become classmates today. I hope we can be friends. Aisue smiled, waving at Choji. Hi, I'm Akimichi Choji. Pleased to meet you, Choji replied shyly. Aisue's amiable demeanor was refreshing. He didn't mind Choji's size and even expressed a desire for friendship, aside from Shikamaru. He was the first to extend such kindness. Pleased to meet you. I am Hyuga Hinata. I hope for your guidance. Hinata blushed as she bowed respectfully to Choza. All right. It's time for enrollment to commence. Let us not delay. Ninjas must act with precision and timeliness. Children, head to class while we elders find a place to converse. It's rare for us to gather, Nara Shikaku remarked, accompanied by Yamanka and Oichi and their respective children. Shikamaru displayed a hint of impatience, yet greeted Choji with a smile. Wow, you're the handsome guy from that day? Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino, Ino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, class is about to begin. Let us hurry to the classroom. Hinata, come on. Aisue urged, tugging Hinata along. Mindful of her father's presence. Wait for me. Ino called as she dashed after them. Let us go, Shikamaru. We should grab good seats. Preferably at the back. Much more comfortable there, Shikamaru sighed, expressing his annoyance at the situation. Ah, how splendid it would be to simply sleep at home. Being a ninja is such a hassle. Indeed, Choji agreed enthusiastically. The remaining adults stood in a daze, bemused by the current generation. Were they all like this? Not a single one appeared normal. Sigh, they lamented, unable to keep pace with the times, feeling rather antiquated. As Yushue entered the classroom, he discovered that several individuals were already present. Among them were Uzumaki Naruto, brimming with excitement, Uchiha Sasuke, exuding an air of cool detachment, his head held high without concern for potential neck strain, Aburame Shino, enigmatic and masked, Inuzuka Kiba, with a dog perched atop his head, Haruno Sakura, appearing rather ordinary, yet not yet lost in infatuation, and a few others whose identities remained obscure, likely possessing no notable characteristics, rendering them mere background figures in the world of Naruto. Yushue took a seat at the front and center with Hinata, citing his reluctance to move further back. Upon spotting Yushue, Naruto waved enthusiastically at him. Shortly thereafter, Ino and her friends arrived, selecting their seats. With everyone present, a palpable silence enveloped the room, as it was their inaugural day of school and familiarity was lacking. Once all were settled, Irika Yumino entered, clutching a textbook. His heart surged with excitement as he surveyed the students before him. However, upon encountering Naruto's face adorned with whisker-like markings, he experienced a wave of complex emotions, quickly masked by professionalism. Clearing his throat, he addressed the class. Greetings, students. I am Irika Yumino, your teacher. I will now call your names. When I do, please stand and respond with present so that everyone may become acquainted. Let us begin. Uzumaki Naruto. Present. Naruto exclaimed with fervor, his enthusiasm evident. Meanwhile, whispers about the demon fox circulated among several students, and aside from the steadfast trio and Yushue, most displayed indifference. Silence. Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika intervened, despite his own disdain for Naruto, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a teacher's composure. Present, Sasuke replied coolly, drawing the attention of several girls, who noted Ino's swift change of allegiance. Haruno Sakura. Present, Sakura responded, her confidence wavering. Kenna Yushue. Present, Yushue beamed warmly, captivating a multitude of female admirers, prompting yet another shift in Ino's affections. Aburame Shino. Present, he stated, his demeanor as aloof as ever. Inuzuka Kiba. Present. Kiba declared, his enthusiasm evident, alongside his companion, Akamaru, whose bark garnered much attention, overshadowing Kiba momentarily. Hinata Hyuga. Present. Hinata murmured shyly. Nara Shikamaru. Present. Shikamaru replied, his eyelids already drooping in fatigue. Yamanaka Ino. Present. Ino, surprisingly bashful, responded. Akimichi Choji. Present. Choji exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Upon completing the roll call, Irika wore a resigned expression, acknowledging that each student bore their own quirks, demon fox. Stoic demeanor, lovesick, scatterbrained, masked, dog lover. Well then, as this is the first day, the remaining time is yours to explore freely. But do not wander too far. I will inform you when it is time to dismiss, Irika concluded before stepping outside. Let us go, Hinata. Let us venture outside to practice shuriken techniques. You have already begun to refine your chakra, correct? Yesterday, I prepared 2 weighted sandbags, one weighing 10 kilograms for myself, and one weighing 5 kilograms for you. From today onward, we must acclimate ourselves to these burdens, as they will prove invaluable in the early stages, particularly for a ninja like you who focuses solely on taijutsu. Do not question my intentions. I would never harm you, for we are friends. With that, Shui tossed Hinata a small bag adorned with daisies, while he secured a larger pack upon his back. The fabric of the sandbags closely resembled that of Aishue's attire, making them nearly indistinguishable at first glance. This was a temporary solution, as he lacked the ability to craft gravity seals. Perhaps he would procure some from the ninja tool shop in due time. Wow, how beautiful. Could you spare one for me, Aishue-kun? I would love to have one. Suddenly chimed in from behind. Alas, I have none left. This is a training tool, which you can craft yourself, a mere sandbag for weighted practice, Aisui replied. TCH. What a childish trinket, Sasuke scoffed from the side. Are you not a child yourself, Uchiha's second son? Moreover, every formidable ninja begins as a novice. Without understanding the nature of weakness, one cannot aspire to greatness. There are no true geniuses in this world. Only those with a resilient heart may rise to become formidable. Has your powerful lineage blinded you to humility? You are a far cry from your illustrious brother, Aisui retorted without mercy. You. Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of blue and red, nearly on the verge of tears, still just a child at heart. Come, Hinata. This individual knows not the essence of companionship. Let him ponder that alone. It is vital to recognize that while you may look down upon others, they too may harbor disdain for you. Aisui shook his head and led Hinata out of the classroom. Soon, everyone had exited. Ino and Sakura, 2 infatuated girls, had taken to playing together, while Kiba, Shino, Choji, and Shikamaru congregated, leaving Sasuke to wallow in solitude within the classroom. Time passed swiftly, and it was soon time for lunch. Irika informed everyone to return home for a meal, with the afternoon's lesson centered on an introductory understanding of the ninja world. Sasuke returned home, his mood somber. Uchiha Fugaku remained oblivious to Sasuke's inner turmoil, preoccupied with the strength of the Uchiha clan. His eldest son had successfully infiltrated the Umbu, and the security of Konoha was under the command of their family, with the Uchiha's influence steadily expanding. Perhaps one day, the village of Konoha would be within their grasp. Ah, Sasuke's back. How does it feel to be at the Ninja Academy? Itachi remarked affectionately upon entering the house and noticing Sasuke's sullen demeanor. Nothing much, just. Sasuke quietly recounted the events of that morning. Oh, it seems there are indeed some prodigies in your class. Without understanding the essence of weakness, one cannot hope to become powerful, a truly classic statement. To grasp this notion signifies that he possesses the potential of a strong individual. His name is Kaminari Aisui, correct? He is also a ninja with a unique bloodline limit. I've heard he has already awakened his eyes. Indeed, Sasuke, his words hold truth. Perhaps he may become your friend. Much like the bond one share with Shui. If you wish to surpass him, you must exert yourself. Let us proceed. Today we shall intensify our training, striving to become formidable ninjas. Itachi gently ruffled Sasuke's hair as he spoke. Yes, Sasuke replied, his eyes brimming with admiration as he gazed upon his elder brother. For nearly 2 years, Issue has resided in the enchanting world of Naruto, gradually assimilating into its wonders. Yet, a profound fear lingers within him, the dread that a formidable ninja might inadvertently extinguish his life, leading to an unfortunate demise. Strength is paramount. Only immense power can safeguard oneself and all that one cherishes. His advantage lies in his understanding of the world's dynamics and his own formidable lineage. As a traveler from another realm, Issue has not squandered his identity. In his first year at the Ninja Academy, he achieved an unprecedented tie for first place alongside Sasuke, earning the admiration of the villagers as a prodigy of the present-day Konoha. The emergence of talents from both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans sparked interest. And though Issue entered the Hyuga clan through his marriage to one of its daughters, he is regarded as one of their own. Few are aware of his past life. Under the watchful eye of Hokage, the villagers only know him as a war orphan whose potential was recognized by the head of the Hyuga clan, leading to his acceptance into their fold. With the support of the Hyuga clan, the troubles surrounding Issue dissipated. His unique ocular bloodline, the Eye of Heaven, never appeared in the original narrative. Had it not been for the immense spiritual force from his soul's journey, which awakened his eyes in a moment of profound sorrow, this bloodline might have faded into obscurity. Without his transmigration, the formidable Shinin Ishue may have met his end at the hands of Zabuza, thus erasing this powerful lineage from the Naruto universe. This thought ignited a resolute determination within Ishue. He must become a powerful ninja. In the secluded mountains behind the Hyuga clan, Ishue and Hinata diligently train in physical techniques. Since their enrollment at the Ninja Academy, they have committed themselves to practice after school, a regimen they have maintained for nearly 2 years, resulting in significant improvement. Ishue has become adept at the first level of his ocular awakening. His physical prowess has greatly enhanced, and his accuracy with shuriken has notably increased. As for ninjutsu, aside from the body replacement technique and the rope escape technique, he has refrained from learning additional jutsu, believing that depth of skill is more valuable than breadth. Sometimes, a simple body replacement technique, when executed with precision, can yield remarkable results. Encouraged by Ishue, Hinata has blossomed in confidence. Over the past 2 years, her growth has astonished her. Previously mired in self-doubt and timidity, she saw little progress. However, under Ishue's careful guidance and well-structured training, her strength has been steadily rising, revealing the secrets of the world to her. She has successfully awakened her own bloodline limit, Byakugan. All right, let us return early today, Ishue suggested, furrowing his brow. I need to refine chakra for 3 hours tonight. Lately, I have felt a sense of unease, as if something significant is about to transpire. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Let us hope nothing dreadful occurs. Could it be that the intensive training is taking a toll on your body? Perhaps you should rest for a few days, Ishue-kun, Hinata replied anxiously. No worries, perhaps I was overthinking it. There's no need for concern, Hinata. As long as I can savor the rice balls made by our beautiful Hinata, all my troubles will dissipate like mist. Ishue spoke gently. Suddenly, 2 blushes appeared on Hinata's face, her temperature steadily rising. Ishue felt a headache coming on again. This was truly vexing. Upon returning home, Ishue and Hinata encountered Hinata Azashi, who had just arrived. Uncle, they both exclaimed hurriedly. Yes, I have heard that you two have been training diligently. That is commendable. I am quite pleased. Hinata has successfully awakened her Byakugan. Indeed, allowing Ishue to join our Hyuga clan was a wise decision. If you require anything in the future, be it ninja tools, jutsu, or any uncertainties, do not hesitate to approach me. We must strengthen our spiritual resonance, Hizashi said, appearing quite pleased. The higher-ups of Konoha had decided to eliminate the arrogant Uchiha clan, and the operation would commence tomorrow evening. The Hyuga clan would soon become the most prominent family in Konoha, and his daughter was finally proving herself. The bloodline of the Heavenly clan would merge with that of the Hyuga, restoring the former glory of their clan. Yes, uncle, Ishue and Hinata responded in unison. After Hizashi walked away, Ishue let out a heavy sigh of relief. The pressure was immense. He glanced at Hinata, who also looked exhausted. Hinata, your father is rather intimidating. It's the first time I've seen him smile. It seems someone is in for a rough time, Ishue remarked, struggling to accept the sight of the usually stoic man smiling. Indeed, I have never seen father smile either. It's quite frightening. I thought I had done something wrong, but fortunately that was not the case, Hinata admitted, her small hands patting her chest as if she had encountered a demon. It seemed that Hinata, the lovely young lady, had endured strict discipline. The night passed in silence, and Ishue and Hinata fell asleep with sweet dreams. Note, there is nothing sinister. They simply slept in separate rooms, and even if there was a desire for mischief, it could not be acted upon. The next morning, Ishue and Hinata rose early. After sharing a simple yet warm breakfast, both felt content. Ishue was satisfied with Hinata's company, while Hinata was grateful to have a companion, no longer the lonely heiress. The joy of childhood was rekindled in her heart with Isue's presence, providing her with someone to confide in. Ishue, Hinata, please do not wander after school. Return home directly and avoid playing with anyone. Konoha has been somewhat unsafe lately. Hizashi instructed the two as they prepared to leave. Yes, uncle, they both nodded. At that moment, Isue's heart was no longer calm. Could that event be approaching? The Uchiha clan was destined to face calamity. The tragic fates of Sasuke, Itachi, and the Uchiha were inevitable, marked by a curse. Under the schemes of formidable rogue ninjas like Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and the Akatsuki, along with the dark machinations of Danzo, Konoha was beset by internal and external strife. The once tranquil village of Konoha would soon be plunged into turmoil. Upon exiting the gates of the Hyuga clan, Izui and Hinata hastened toward the ninja academy. Today, I shall impart the techniques of chakra extraction. It is well known that the human body is composed of approximately 130 trillion cells, and the source of the jutsu and jinjutsu wielded by ninjas emanates from these very cells. While the might of a ninja is not solely determined by the quantity of chakra one possesses, the amount of chakra does undeniably influence the dynamics of battle. Without sufficient chakra, one cannot unleash ninjutsu or jinjutsu. When both sides are relatively evenly matched in terms of skill, the quantity of chakra can sway the tides of combat. Let us delve into the intricacies of chakra extraction techniques. Irika spoke earnestly, for in his eyes, these children in the classroom represented the future of Konoha. Although Naruto's identity reminded him of his parents who perished in battle, a burden he found difficult to bear, he understood that Naruto was not to blame. Naruto resembled his younger self, often engaging in peculiar antics to capture others' attention. He worked diligently, albeit often lacking in cunning. In the afternoon, the lesson focused on the geography of the Naruto world. Izui listened with rapt attention, as these were insights seldom encountered in manga or anime. TCH, such ignorance. Sasuke scoffed inwardly, observing Izui's earnest engagement. Our esteemed Sasuke had long been aware of such matters. He finally recognized his own advantage. The poor child still finds time to compare himself. Your proud Uchiha clan is on the brink of annihilation. May Amida Buddha guide your departed parents to peace. And let it be said, take refuge in my Buddha. Hiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto had once again skipped class, inciting Irika's ire and creating a delightful chaos. The vibrant Konoha retained its charm, embodying the spirit of fire. No matter the trials endured, Konoha remained filled with warmth and laughter. After school, Izui and Hinata hurried home, neglecting to train in the back mountains. The demise of the Uchiha clan had begun. A thick scent of blood wafted from the Uchiha territory, spreading far and wide. Itachi's cold visage bore the weight of profound sorrow and helplessness as he watched his beloved younger brother rush home in haste. A pang of anguish striking his heart. Stimulated by the scent of blood, a panicked and terrified Sasuke returned home, his gaze falling upon his parents sprawled on the floor. Why? He gasped. What are you doing, brother? Sasuke's voice quivered with fear. Why would you attack me? Aren't you the brother who cherishes me the most? Oh, foolish little brother. Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi coldly replied, ensnaring Sasuke within the illusory world of his own design. Why? Sasuke implored as he awakened from the Genjutsu, seeking an explanation from his brother. To test one's capacity. To test capacity. That is all this for that. 2. This is of great significance. What is this? Do not jest. Sasuke's assault was ruthlessly thwarted by Itachi, prompting Sasuke to flee in a state of terror, gasping, how frightening. I am afraid. Please do not kill me. Itachi pursued him and coldly positioned himself before Sasuke. This cannot be real. My brother would never act this way. It is because I have been performing as the brother you wished for, to ascertain your potential. You are the rival through whom I gauge my own worth, harboring the possibility of surpassing me, loathing and resenting me. This is why I have spared your life. For my own sake. Like me, you too possess the potential to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, but there are prerequisites. To take the life of your dearest friend. How could this be? Is this truly how it must be? Suddenly, Sasuke recalled the death of Itachi's beloved friend, Shui. Could it be? Indeed, this is how I acquired these eyes. In the depths of the Nakano Shrine, beneath the 7th straw mat from the right, lies the secret of the Uchiha clan, chronicling the purpose of their ocular techniques, revealing its true secret, the real secret. If you can awaken your eyes, then there would be 3 of us capable of wielding the Manjiki Sharingan, making your survival meaningful. However, at this moment, you are unworthy of my killing you. My foolish brother, if you wish to end my life, then harbor your hatred and resentment, live in your wretchedness, continue to evade, seek ways to survive. And when the day comes that you too possess these eyes, then come find me. Has the Uchiha clan's annihilation truly begun? It seems that Sasuke and I share a semblance of understanding. We both endured the tragedy of our clan's demise. He yearns to slay his elder brother, while I seek to eliminate Zabuza. This is the cycle of hatred in the world of shinobi, an unending loop of vengeance born from relentless slaughter. Even I cannot quell the desire for retribution. Had it not been for Uchiha Ibido and Uchiha Madara igniting the Great Ninja War, uniting the shinobi of the 5 great nations and the samurai of the Land of Iron, the ninja world would still be engulfed in chaos. What role do I play in this world? Gazing out at the dimming sky, a sense of bewilderment flickered in my eyes. What thoughts occupy Isue's mind? Hinata, feeling a tad parched, stepped out of her room to fetch some warm water, only to find Isue's door slightly ajar. Peering through the gap, she caught sight of Isue's perplexed expression and entered, voicing her concerns. In Hinata's imagination, Isue was a genius, someone who could overcome any challenge. "Oh, it's you. You startled me." "It's nothing. I am merely feeling a bit lost in this world," Isue replied, initially taken aback and instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Upon recognizing Hinata, his tension dissipated. Feeling lost. Everyone experiences such moments. Sometimes, I ponder why ninjas engage in endless conflict. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? I often find myself envious of children from ordinary families. They seem to revel in joyous freedom, unburdened by the constraints of etiquette, frolicking freely with their peers. However, ever since the arrival of Ichigo-kun, my inner confusion has dissipated. Ichigo-kun has bestowed upon me a sense of confidence, and I have come to regard him as my companion. Each day brings progress, banishing my bewilderment. In times of difficulty, I am assured that with Ichigo-kun's support, I can surmount any challenge, even in his absence. I shall persistently strive toward victory, for Ichigo-kun has given me the greatest gift of all, faith in a profound bond. Hinata settled beside Ichigo, her gaze resolute. Indeed. What is there to be confused about? In this world, where fate has snatched away my past life and love, I have also garnered a sincere affection worth fighting to protect. What is left for me to be uncertain about? Although there are many formidable figures around me, it does not preclude the possibility that I might one day surpass them. With the invaluable bonds of friendship and shared experiences, what is there that cannot be overcome? Ichigo murmured softly, gazing at Hinata, his eyes aglow with light. Previously, Ichigo viewed Hinata merely as a stepping stone in his quest to conquer the beauties of the Hokage world. Yet now, the dynamics have shifted. True love is founded upon profound feelings, and it is evident that both he and Hinata have developed a connection. Though brief, it is immensely significant. Hinata is no longer just a figure of beauty in Ichigo's imagination. She has become a beloved partner, someone with whom he can share the trials of life and death. The reality of the Hokage world has truly enveloped Ichigo, where every life pulses with vibrant blood and fervent emotions. Ichigo-kun, I wish to hear your story, Hinata said. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Amusingly enough, I still know not the origins of Ichigo-kun, for my father merely stated that you are my husband. I have refrained from asking out of fear. Yet, through our time together, I have gradually come to understand Ichigo-kun. He is a good person. If Ichigo-kun were indeed to become my husband, I would be able to accept it. Ichigo-kun, I am truly delighted. For in my heart, Hinata, you are someone I wish to protect. As for my origins, since you wish to know, I shall oblige. My village is known as the Village of Heaven, descendants of the fallen celestial deities. We possess the bloodline of the heavens. And those who awaken this lineage can unlock the bloodline limit known as the Eye of Heaven throughout the ages. Scarcely more than 10 individuals have awakened the Eye of Heaven, and the essential condition for such an awakening is a powerful soul. For most, the soul is a fragile entity. Only those with an innate strength of spirit or a formidable obsession may have the opportunity to unleash it. In comparison to the formidable challenge of awakening, the power unleashed thereafter is immensely formidable. Take, for instance, my current state. The first stage of my awakening is potent enough to surpass the Byakugan, augmenting it with 2 additional abilities. The first is the capacity to create a domain centered around myself, sealing my opponent's ninjutsu and half of their chakra. The duration and range of this ability increase with the enhancement of chakra quality. However, this function bears a significant limitation. A Genin can utilize it only once a day. A Chunin twice, with the frequency doubling for each subsequent rank. The second ability is the automatic regeneration of chakra, though the recovery rate is modest. It becomes increasingly formidable as one's strength escalates. Just envision the terror of a scenario where you and your adversary possess equal chakra reserves. Yet when your opponent's chakra is entirely depleted, you still retain a considerable amount. I surmise that upon reaching the level of a Kage, the consumption of chakra will correspond with its regeneration, thus allowing me to triumph over my foes in terms of chakra volume. Despite my successful awakening, the cost was the lives of everyone in my village, including my sole relative, my grandfather. At this juncture, a hint of bitterness surfaced on my face as I uttered. It can be said that I am the last remnant of the celestial bloodline in this world, and the perpetrator is none other than the ninja of the Mist Village. Led by one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki. We, being weak, lacked the means to defend ourselves, which is why we sought refuge in Konoha. fortuitously aligning ourselves with the Hyuga clan. At last, my life found security under the protection of Konoha and the Hyuga, but I firmly believe that one day I shall safeguard both Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Moreover, I have my most cherished companion here, you, Hinata, so please accept my vow of protection. It is my fault for stirring memories of sorrow, Hinata replied earnestly, but friendship is a bond shared between two, and we must protect it together. Although my power is minuscule, I will strive to improve. Indeed, one of the 12 guardians of Konoha, I place my faith in Hinata and in myself. Endeavoring to have this world acknowledge the existence of Kamizuki Mizu. Encouraged by their mutual resolve, the two felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, exchanging smiles before lying down to sleep. However, they overlooked a minor detail at the fact that they were sharing a bed. Yet, the allure of dreams lulled them into oblivion, rendering such trivialities inconsequential. Yes, trivial matters. The newly forged bond of friendship allowed them to forget everything else, placing each other in the most cherished corner of their hearts, with no regard for anything else. The night passed in silence, perhaps signaling that tomorrow Konoha would no longer be tranquil. How fragrant, how soft. Perhaps it is the taste of jelly. The jelly in my dreams is truly delightful. In the realm of dreams, a figure named Ishui cradled the colossal jelly, exuding an enticing aroma that was sweet and honeyed, soft yet slippery. Unable to resist, Ishui opened wide and took a bite. Snap! Awakening from her slumber, Hinata beheld Ishui, lost in blissful dreams, licking her face affectionately like a playful pig. It seemed that this had been going on for quite a while. She had mistaken the sensation for raindrops. Ishui's arms were wrapped around her petite waist, leaving Hinata utterly flustered. Just last night, she had praised him, and now he had become a source of embarrassment. Hinata pushed him gently, but her feeble strength was no match for the formidable wolf. As she gathered her resolve to break free, she noticed Ishui's mouth opening wide to bite down once more, prompting her to instinctively unleash the Hyuga secret technique, 8 trigrams palms. Poor Ishui met with the wall in a rather passionate kiss, landing on his rear end. Oh. The consequences were evident. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the room. Hinata realized her blunder, yet her little lowly pride shielded her from remorse. Which duck is quacking? Who is slaughtering ducks so early in the morning? Grumbled the Hyuga clan leader, roused from his dreams. The third Hokage of Konoha, already plagued by severe insomnia, found sleep utterly elusive after this ruckus, though perhaps this is an exaggeration. Ouch! Who was it that disrupted the splendid dream of the illustrious Ishui? My dream. Ah, it's you, Hinata. What with the drool on your face? Ah, I'm so embarrassed. I dreamt I was eating ice cream. It was all my fault. Punish me as you wish, my princess. Whatever attack you unleash, I shall not retaliate, nor will I utter a word in defense. Ishui, awakened and painfully aware of his blunder, felt utterly humiliated. I thought Ishui-kun was a gentleman, but I never expected this. Hinata, realizing she was in Ishui's room, felt her pride swell. Fine, I concede. No, I confess. Lady Hinata, please punish me. Ishui, completely defeated, secretly reveled in the situation, for the fragrance of the young girl was indeed exquisite. Well then, during our training sessions from now on, you must not retaliate. I shall be the only one to strike you, unless I permit you to fight back. Hinata declared resolutely. Prepare for my retribution, and by the way, this drool on my face is quite unpleasant. I must wash it at least 5 times today, or perhaps 10. Very well, my beloved princess. Your devoted knight shall obey, but I beg you to be gentle. Ishui replied with a pained expression, only to realize later that he was in his own chamber. Though he had erred, after having breakfast, he and Hinata stepped out of the house. Strangely, the streets were nearly deserted. Even those present wore ashen faces. In that instant, Ishui comprehended that the Uchiha clan had become a relic of the past. Did you hear? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha alive. As soon as they entered the classroom, Ishui and Hinata overheard the hushed whispers of their classmates, each engrossed in discussions about the Uchiha massacre. It had only been a single night since the tragedy. Yet the news had spread to such an extent that it seemed no one was unaware. Ino and Sakura bore expressions filled with concern. Indeed, Sasuke, the Avenger, was quite unfortunate. Even as class commenced, Sasuke had not yet arrived, presumably still at the hospital in Konoha. From that moment forward, he embarked on a path of vengeance. As for me, I too shall follow a similar path, yet I possess more than just familial grudges to protect. I shall not allow darkness to obscure my vision, nor shall hatred consume my conscience, for I have discovered something of utmost importance. With it, I am invincible, even against formidable foes like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the Akatsuki. Soon, the morning slipped away, and Issue resolved to visit Sasuke, feeling a kinship with him due to their shared plight. Yet, Sasuke had been misled, with hatred and darkness ever at his side, causing him to struggle against the shadows within. Hinata, I wish to check on Sasuke. After all, he is my classmate. And I care about him. And moreover, he and I. Issue spoke to Hinata, casting his gaze towards the horizon where the dawn's light painted the sky, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. All right, but do return early. Shall we have lunch together? Hinata, sensing the boy's subtle melancholy, inquired with concern. I won't be long. Just inform your father that I am stepping out for a brief visit. No need to worry. It's merely a simple checkup, Issue replied, regaining his composure. Okay, then I shall head back now. You, Hinata began. But her words trailed off as Issue had already departed, leaving her with a resolute silhouette. Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen to go, please. Issue called out before even entering Ichiraku ramen. He felt that sending flowers to Sasuke paled in comparison to offering him ramen, no matter how beautiful the flowers. They would not satiate hunger. Coming right up. Oh, it's you, Issue. Why not stay and eat here before leaving? The ramen chef inquired. Oh, a friend is unwell and cannot come. I believe Ichiraku ramen might aid in his recovery, so I'm bringing it to share with him, Issue replied with a smile. Ah, the bonds of youth truly are commendable. This meal is on the house, so make sure to visit often. Honestly, my Ichiraku ramen is the most renowned in Konoha. Let me tell you, the ramen chef began his enthusiastic promotion once more. How embarrassing, yet it would be impolite to refuse such kindness. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my friend. I shall encourage him to frequent this place in the future. Thank you for your generous support. Aisui remarked with a smile. Sasuke, you should indulge in ramen more often. As the steaming bowl of ramen arrived, he urged, hurry along, don't let your friend go hungry. Thank you, uncle, farewell. Upon arriving at Konoha Hospital, Aisui inquired about Sasuke's room from a nurse and proceeded directly to the door. Upon entering, he found Sasuke sitting on the bed, lost in thought, utterly unaware of Aishue's presence. Ah, our genius seems oblivious to my arrival. It appears my stealth skills have improved. Aisui said calmly, devoid of any jest. Are you here to mock me? Very well, you've won. Please leave, Sasuke replied, lifting his pale face, his eyes devoid of light. Shrouded in darkness. TCH, can't handle such a minor setback? What, do you wish to strike me? In your current state, you wouldn't even stand a chance against a small animal. Come on, you fool. Aisui taunted. Curse you, die. Sasuke, in a fit of rage, attempted to punch Aisui but stumbled over the bedclothes and fell to the ground, sitting despondently against the bed, his gaze helplessly fixed on the ceiling. Here. I brought you some Ichiraku ramen. Eat up. Fill your belly and get back on your feet. Strive to train hard and progress step by step towards your goals. As long as one is alive, anything is possible. Once life is extinguished, all becomes meaningless. Sasuke, you are a genius, but even geniuses need sustenance and must labor diligently. In this relentless journey, if you do not advance, others will surpass you. So rise up, my talented comrade. Aisui cheerfully offered a bowl of ramen to Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes gradually regained some spark, yet his innate pride prevented him from accepting Aishue's gift. Take it and eat quickly. You need strength to train. If you refuse, I shall consume it myself. I truly wonder why I even bother bringing you food. Am I out of my mind? Aisui insisted, forcefully placing the ramen into Sasuke's hands. Why? Sasuke finally accepted the offering but questioned it nonetheless. Why? Because, like you, I too have suffered great loss. You may not know that I also lost my family and was compelled to seek refuge in Konoha for protection. My enemies are from the Mist Village, including one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Yet, I am but a mere lowly ninja. However, we must not let hatred cloud our judgment. We must utilize every resource available to gain strength. Yet, amidst this pursuit, we must not be consumed by vengeance. If that happens, Aishue's final words lingered, unspoken. He understood that Sasuke would eventually receive guidance from his brother, and he could not dictate Sasuke's life. It would be wiser to focus on his own concerns for Hinata. Being a counselor is not a role one can assume lightly. Failing in such a capacity could breed resentment, and he was no saint to shoulder every burden. Well, do not take pleasure in this. I will not express my gratitude. Sasuke gazed at Ichijui, feeling a diminished sense of enmity within him. Was their fate truly so similar? Yet, it seemed his own was more tragic, for his nemesis was none other than his beloved brother. Why? Allah, spare me your gratitude. Nonsense. I wouldn't bother thanking you. It's merely that you appear somewhat tolerable. Do you think of yourself as the boss? Humph. You're just a kid, understand? Upon hearing this, Ichigo promptly splattered Sasuke's face with noodles. You're the child, you fool. Stop splattering. I'm not eating. Give me that. I'm starving. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Ichigo. Was this what friendship entailed? According to his brother, no. That man's words. If he were to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have to slay his most cherished friend. No, he could never accept that. He was determined to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan through his own strength. Get lost. I forsook my own happiness to deliver food to you. My dear Hinata must be heartbroken dining alone without me. I shall transform my sorrow into strength. Eat, eat, eat. Who dares to compete with me? I'll fight them to the death. Ichigo shouted. How could I be so compassionate, abandoning my beloved Hinata merely to bring food to this avenger? I'm truly a fool. Humph. Self-proclaimed I. Do you fancy yourself a grand elder? Besides, I didn't ask you to bring me food. It was your overzealous meddling, Sasuke retorted. Irritation evident on his brow. What? Arrogant Sasuke. I despise being called worthless. I shall end you. Upon hearing the term worthless, Ichigo furiously overturned his empty ramen bowl onto Sasuke's head, splattering broth all over him, causing Ichigo to erupt in laughter. You, I can do the same. Sasuke swallowed the last bite of noodles and retaliated in kind, drenching Ichigo. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After their merriment subsided, the two leaned against the bed, catching their breath, each placing a hand on the other's shoulder, cherishing their hard-won friendship. By the way, I find you less intolerable now. Back when I first joined school, I truly looked down upon you. You made me lose face in front of everyone, which was infuriating. However, now, you have become a companion I can acknowledge, Sasuke remarked, exhaling deeply. I feel the same. Initially, I thought I was a fool for delivering food to you. But now it seems you are worthy of my service. You should frequent Ichiraka Ramen more often. This bowl was a gift from Uncle Ichiraka to help you recover swiftly. The villagers of Konoha are truly kind. Konoha is a wonderful place. Nevertheless, Sasuke, as a friend, I offer you this sincere advice. Do not let hatred consume you. You are an intelligent individual and understand my meaning. Regardless of what the future holds, I will support your decisions, for the path is your own. Ichigo spoke solemnly. Sasuke fell silent. Indeed, the path was his own. That man, he would undoubtedly bring him to an end, even if all right. Rest well. I'm off to school now. Focus on your recovery. Ishue strode out of the hospital without looking back, his footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Upon exiting the hospital's gates, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a cat-faced ninja darting past, a mere observer. How trivial. His recent conversation with Sasuke was nothing more than a simple exchange of friendly greetings. Devoid of any fear, the third Hokage still harbored his penchant for eavesdropping. Gazing at the four faces carved into the Hokage rock, he pondered the notion of heroism. Perhaps one day he too might be regarded as a hero. Yet, he doubted his likeness would ever grace that stone. Though he aspired to be a hero in the hearts of others. Months passed, and peace returned to Konoha. The impact of the Uchiha clan's demise had gradually faded. Although some could not resist mentioning it, yet no one delved too deeply. The news of the Uchiha massacre had rippled through the ninja world, causing quite a stir. It was unimaginable that the formidable Uchiha clan would meet such a fate. Meanwhile, the other four great nations beyond the Land of Fire reveled in Konoha's misfortune. Following the fourth Hokage's fall in the Uchiha incident, Konoha's strength had significantly waned, with only the third Hokage remaining, a mere relic of the past. Nevertheless, the four great ninja villages still dared not underestimate Konoha, for its legacy lingered. Sasuke had long returned to the ninja academy, diligently training each day. Externally, he appeared remarkably calm, yet who could fathom the hatred swelling within him, growing with the passage of time? However, for now, he was not blinded by that hatred. As for what the future held, that was left to fate. Having spent nearly 2 years at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Ishue had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, not merely skills, but also life experiences, immersing himself in the ninja lifestyle and educational journey, as if he had returned to a previous life, attending classes with his peers, which, of course, included occasional truancy and internet browsing. As the new year approached, Ishue would soon turn 8 in this body. In his previous life, an 8-year-old child was typically indulged by their parents, yet in the realm of ninjas, children were compelled to undertake rigorous training and studies. Those endowed with talent and diligence had already attained commendable strength, albeit still feeble. At this tender age, it was commendable. They would become the pillars and heroes of the village in the future, while those lacking talent and indulging in frivolity were destined to become mere cannon fodder. Shui was both gifted and industrious, having already achieved the strength of a genin. In his previous life, merely observing animated characters leaping through the jungle had struck him as otherworldly, yet now, possessing even greater strength than mere acrobatics, he found it utterly marvelous. While others practiced the shadow clone technique for mastery, Shui did it purely for enjoyment. Indeed, it was quite entertaining. The shadow clone technique, not to be confused with the basic clone technique, which only creates afterimages, allowed him to conjure an identical version of himself. Together, they could engage in combat, discuss beautiful women, and explore ninja techniques, a remarkably practical jutsu. The art of transformation is indeed more entertaining, for instance, when one finds another unappealing. Such as Sasuke, we can entirely morph into a loathsome version of him. You command him to venture left, and he dares not move right. You urge him to ascend a mountain of blades, and he hesitates to descend into a sea of flames. You instruct him to bark like a dog, yet he refrains from braying like a donkey. While I perceive this method as somewhat cathartic, it is, in essence, self-destructive and may lead to psychological issues over time. However, Naruto's marvelous and potent S-rank seductive transformation technique is also quite enjoyable to contemplate in one's idle moments. The substitution technique, an essential and somewhat risky ninjutsu, is a fundamental skill that must be mastered. When an enemy has painstakingly charged an attack, a mere flick of the wrist to execute a simple substitution technique can entirely thwart their plans. It is indeed a classic ninjutsu and one of the most frequently employed by ninjas. Recently, Shui has found his chakra in a state of stagnation. No matter how he attempts to refine it, he cannot attain the previously substantial sense of progress. Consequently, he has shifted his focus toward the precise control of chakra. The quintessential techniques from the original text, such as climbing trees and treading water, have become his primary modes of practice. To prevent others from observing his training, Shui has been troubled for quite some time, realizing that practicing outside the village necessitates registration. Thus, he must seek the assistance of Uncle Hayashi Hyuga. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Hayashi Hyuga furrowed his brow as he gazed at the door. Upon its opening, he saw Shui standing nervously outside, and his frown immediately relaxed. In a warm tone, he greeted, Shui, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Why linger at the door? It's quite all right. I can stand. I merely have a small request that I hope won't trouble you. Shui replied respectfully. Although he found this uncle somewhat pretentious, he acknowledged that over the past 2 years since joining the Hyuga family, Uncle Hayashi had been quite decent, albeit a bit expressionless. He had been diligent in teaching Shui regarding various training issues, and in summary, Uncle Hayashi is a good man. Why the formality? We are family. Just state your concerns. I shall assist you in any way I can, Hayashi replied, recognizing that Shui's solemn demeanor indicated an issue of significance. However, he was aware that there were matters even he, Hayashi, could not resolve. While not boasting, few challenges have truly stymied him, as his consistent low profile does not equate to submissiveness. Then I shall speak plainly. Recently, I have felt that I possess the strength of a genin. Yet my chakra training has reached a bottleneck. Therefore, I wish to venture to the nearby forest to practice precise chakra control, as it is in such tranquil surroundings that I can swiftly master the techniques of chakra refinement. The only concern is the matter of leaving the village. Shui spoke slowly, occasionally glancing at Uncle Hayashi's expression. Well, that is permissible. Seeking a quiet environment for training is indeed a valid means of enhancing one's strength. The beasts in the forest can serve to hone your ninjutsu. However, do not stray too far. Should any issues arise, you must be able to return swiftly. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Hizashi contemplated the unexpected prowess of Izui, who had surprisingly reached the level of a lower ninja and seemingly hit a plateau, not far from attaining the rank of an upper ninja. Although he lacked the innate genius of Kakashi and Itachi, such a level of skill in peacetime was commendable. Hizashi produced a blank sheet of paper and inscribed the characters for Hyuga Hizashi before handing it to Izui. Gratefully, Izui accepted the note and, under Hizashi's warm farewell, departed. The utility of Hizashi's note was evident. At the village gate, the guards, Zidi and Shinkai, upon seeing Hizashi's name on the paper, promptly allowed Izui to pass, also offering him friendly advice to be cautious of the wild beasts in the forest and not to stray too far. After exiting the village, Izui walked for 300 or 400 meters before pausing by a small lake, surrounded by a clear patch of land, an ideal training ground. Without hesitation, he began his practice of tree climbing. Initially, he stumbled and fell after only a few steps, the pain excruciating, but after several attempts, he gradually found his rhythm. Displaying a commendable aptitude, The environment of the Hokage world was indeed splendid. Training under such conditions proved beneficial, as the fresh air invigorated the spirit and sparked creativity. In a previous life, Japan placed significant emphasis on forest conservation, making private logging illegal. This commitment resulted in Japan boasting a forest coverage rate of over 70. During geography lessons in school, teachers often reminded us of the importance of preserving trees, drawing parallels between the lush forests depicted in anime and the real landscapes of Japan, which, while perhaps not as exaggerated, were still remarkably verdant. Returning to the subject at hand, the principle of tree climbing was straightforward. It involved precise chakra control, evenly distributed across the feet to create grip. While the concept was simple, the execution demanded constant regulation of chakra flow within the body and its external output. A moment of excitement could easily disrupt this balance, resulting in a fall, an experience Izui had come to know well. At times, as Izui climbed, an overwhelming exhilaration would seize him, leading to a careless tumble from a height of approximately 20 meters. The sight was nothing short of tragic. Even with a body reinforced by chakra, a fall from such a height was far from pleasant. A word of caution for those with a fear of heights: do not attempt to emulate such feats without the experience of falling, for the terror of the height alone could be overwhelming. Time flew swiftly, and Izui soon mastered the art of tree climbing. However, as dusk approached, he realized it was time to return. Lingering any longer would risk being locked out of the village gates. Just then, an unsettling chill enveloped him. Could there be an enemy nearby? In a flurry of motion, he rolled to the side, widening his eyes in astonishment as several shurikens appeared beside him. Strangely, the enemies attacking from all around had yet to reveal themselves, suggesting that he was up against an exceptionally skilled ninja. The trajectory of the shurikens indicated that the adversary was positioned directly behind him, showcasing an impressive ability to remain concealed. These thoughts flickered through his mind in an instant. There was no time for deeper contemplation, lest he fall prey to the enemy's stratagem. Among the ninjas of Konohagakure, despite Danzo's somewhat petty nature, Hinata Hisashi's presence provided a certain assurance. The Hyuga clan maintained strong connections with the upper echelons of Konoha, including figures like Tsubaki, Mido, and the third Hokage. Even if Danzo harbored ulterior motives, he had to consider the potential repercussions of antagonizing the Hyuga clan, especially since Hisashi was one of their own, a fact well known to all. The threat could potentially stem from a rogue ninja or an adversarial nation. Although Konohagakure had reconnaissance ninjas stationed around, it was improbable to ensure that not a single enemy slipped through undetected. In a moment of urgency, he activated his third eye, the heavenly eye, without turning his head. Instead, he peered backward through its gaze and soon spotted a ninja adorned with a forehead protector marked by a distinctive symbol, positioned beneath the third tree from the back. This ninja bore a line across their forehead protector, revealing them as a rogue from the Grass Village. The Grass Village had been a significant battleground during the Third Shinobi World War, with Uchiha Obito meeting his end there, though unbeknownst to many. He survived and instigated the Fourth Shinobi War. The ninjas from the Grass Village were adept at studying foreign jutsu and skillfully maneuvering through diplomatic channels among powerful nations, allowing them to gauge the shifting tides of conflict for self-preservation. They were also proficient in deciphering the jutsu of other ninja villages. Swiftly, he executed hand seals, performing the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and launching shurikens with remarkable speed, 3 seals per second. Amidst a cloud of smoke, 2 shurikens hurtled towards the enemy. Just as they were about to collide with the trunk of a tree, a petite figure emerged from behind it. TCH, just a rookie, he scoffed, dismissing the tension he had felt moments before. Just a kid, and yet I was on edge. Their aim is atrocious. Oh, but it seems this little one possesses a bloodline limit. The petite figure, upon observing the shurikens lodged in the tree, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her muscles still taut, but lacking the previous caution. It appeared she was a woman, her voice pleasant, and likely her appearance was equally appealing. Given her curvaceous figure, he would have normally engaged in playful banter. However, at that moment, his singular intent was to eliminate this woman swiftly. Feigning fear, he trembled visibly, his face paling, fingers quaking as he searched for a weapon to wield. As Ishue gradually discerned the essence of the woman before him, he noted her cascading chestnut locks and captivating green eyes, which intermittently reflected the earlier panic of their owner, now replaced by a sense of ease. Her delicate, oval face was adorned with charming dimples, and her long, slender fingers were elegantly showcased in a form-fitting black attire that accentuated her alluring curves. Neither a fraction more nor less could be tolerated without losing the perfection of her form. Were it not for her affiliation with the enemy, she would undoubtedly be the ideal lover for any man. The woman, perceiving Ishue's trepidation, let her guard down entirely and approached him with a playful smile. However, she remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger lurking behind her. As the enchanting rebel approached Ishue, one of the shuriken embedded in the tree trunk behind her transformed into Ishue himself, standing vertically upon the tree. It turned out that one of the two shuriken he had thrown was a result of his transformation technique, while the Ishue remaining in place was merely a shadow clone. After 2 years of honing his shuriken skills, Ishue's accuracy had become remarkably precise. Any deviation was intentional, designed to lower the enemy's defenses. Indeed, individuals are most vulnerable when basking in their triumph. Initially, Ishue had merely intended to test the waters. If the stratagem failed, it would signify that the enemy possessed considerable combat experience. Nevertheless, even the most seasoned ninja would find it challenging to detect such a ruse at first glance. Cautious ninjas, however, would be less susceptible to deception, given that the duration of transformation techniques is inherently limited. This beautiful woman could be considered a novice. It was perplexing how she had traversed the borders of the Land of Fire. Had the vigilant ninjas been so careless as to permit such a significant figure entry? Perhaps the supply of enchanting women in Konoha was dwindling, prompting an initiative to nurture and guide her. Imagine the third Hokage, adorned with flowers and a visage of youthful exuberance, professing his affection to her, inviting her to join the esteemed ranks of Konoha's beautiful cadre, proclaiming the boundless love that flourishes under the will of fire. It is indeed a common adage that beauty does not equate to intellect. Ishue, captivated, cast a glance at her generous bosom, exclaiming in admiration at her stunning 30-40 figure, an alluring sight that stirred the waters of his imagination. With each step she took, the waves of beauty danced, mesmerizing the beholder and evoking a sense of languor. In that moment, Ishue's heart softened. Such a perfect creature was destined for demise within the next heartbeat. Perhaps it would be prudent to capture her instead, as killing her and abandoning her in the wilderness would risk exposure to the Hokage. Better to take her back and present her to the elderly Hokage, who knows? He might be pleased and reward Ishue with a grand prize. Without hesitation, a sailor swiftly formed a seal and pressed it against the ground, invoking the technique of earth release, lightning strike. Ayu, the beautiful woman, upon being attacked, instantly transformed into a misty vapor. It was at this moment that she realized she had fallen into the trap laid by this mischievous boy. Although her strength was formidable, she had feigned incompetence, which made this little rascal exceedingly cunning. The lightning-infused assault from the earth struck her, rendering her temporarily paralyzed, a paralysis that could prove fatal. Indeed, witnessing the effectiveness of his ninjutsu, the sailor immediately launched an assault, delivering a powerful punch to the woman's slender waist. The overwhelming pain caused her abdomen to churn violently, but that was just the beginning. He then swept his foot from above down onto her shoulder, causing her to collapse to the ground. Her chest was the first to meet the earth, bouncing slightly, followed by her lips engaging in a passionate kiss with the ground. Alas, the recipient was not him, the sailor mused. Yet, this was not the end. Fearing that the woman might retaliate, he clumsily employed a technique to manipulate her joints on both shoulders multiple times. Yes, you read that correctly, multiple times. Although he had amassed considerable knowledge about human anatomy, he had lacked a practical subject for experimentation. Now, he finally gained the experience he sought. Feeling unsatisfied, he contemplated further manipulation but thought better of it, considering she was a beauty after all. Ah, you little rascal, you're going to pay for this. I will extract your tendons, skin you alive, drink your blood, and feed your bones to the dogs. Let me go? I am a formidable ninja. Release me at once, or you shall face my wrath. The beauty exclaimed. Oh, dear lady, your confidence is rather misplaced. The world may have created you, but it has not taught you the distinction between reality and illusion. You are a loser, your life hanging by a thread in another's grasp. How brazen you are, displaying such audacity when you are, in fact, quite foolish. TCH. Who do you think you are? I am not just anyone. Remember the name Kaminari Izui. From this moment forth, you are my captive. By the way, what is your name? Oh, buxom beauty. The sailor crouched down and playfully slapped the boisterous woman twice. What? What do you mean captive? How dare you? What do you intend to do? I am the daughter of the Fire Lord, Yeshiachiya. You cannot treat me this way. Release me at once, or I will have the third Hokage expel you from Konoha. The woman finally exhibited a hint of fear. TCH, you are the daughter of the Fire Nation's Lord? How amusing. If you are indeed the Lord's daughter, then I must be his father. You cannot even concoct a decent lie. The rogue ninja symbol on your forehead belongs to the grass village. Even if you were the daughter of a lord, it would merely be the lord of the grass village, and who knows if such a small nation even has a lord. Your claim to the Fire Nation's lord is laughably far-fetched. You are quite endearing, little girl. A burst of laughter escaped, as I pondered whether this woman had indeed been rendered foolish by my actions. Even at this moment, she remained obstinate. Yet, her name was rather melodious, Chia. According to the legendary interpretations of Japanese names, could it be that she was born beneath the seventh leaf? How mischievous of me to think so. That name was given to me by one of my subordinates, a warrior. I merely found it amusing and decided to wear it. My intention was merely to play at being a ninja. You scoundrel. Though I have studied ninjutsu, I never sought to harm you. I simply wish to enact the legendary battles of ninjas. Please, release me, and I vow never to transgress again. Chie gazed at the imp before her, regret gnawing at her heart. Who would have thought that after so long studying ninjutsu, she would be unable to overcome such a mischievous child? Her father's subordinates had claimed that she had already attained the rank of CH Nin, an elite within the ninja realm. Perhaps it was her moment of inattention that allowed this child to gain the upper hand. Just one more attempt, and I shall surely bring him down. The moment you release me, I will ensure you taste my prowess. Ha! This genius ninja maiden shall make you kneel before me in supplication. Foolish child. I imagine you are contemplating how you will strike me down once I am released, forcing me to beg for mercy, torturing me to demonstrate your prowess as a genius beauty. I shrugged dismissively. Humph, such tricks may work on children, but I am not so easily deceived. I will kill you. Again and again, I shall slay you 100 times. Chia's expression shifted dramatically, astonished that he had discerned her thoughts. Was it true that this genius beauty would ultimately succumb to the demon's feet? I must not be given the chance, should I regain my opportunity. I will ensure this imp knows my strength. How utterly infuriating. Enough. We must return, lest the gates of Konoha close upon us. Upon our return, I shall present you to Lord Hokage. Perhaps I shall even receive a reward. Just think of the wealth that awaits. Not only are you a rogue ninja, but you also possess a certain charm. You will undoubtedly be of great value. The rewards shall be plentiful. With such funds, I can buy many delightful things for Hinata, adorable clothes, comfortable shoes, and a lovely pink butterfly to adorn her silky hair. Moreover, winter approaches, so I shall procure for her a pair of charming rabbit gloves. And I continued to mutter to myself, utterly oblivious to the enchanting beauty beside me. With one arm draped around her waist, I hoisted her up and began my trek towards the gates of Konoha. How infuriating. You, little rascal. Do you not understand the importance of respecting a lady? I am not an object. My arm aches terribly. I curse you to choke on your food, to sputter on your drink, to trip while walking, and to drown while bathing. The face of Chie flushed crimson with indignation. How utterly unreasonable. To be treated as mere merchandise by this wretched brat and sold to the Hokage, only for him to squander his earnings on gifts for a girl who has yet to mature. Good heavens, I am a beauty. You must honor my feelings. Why must this be? I will seek vengeance. Am I not about to see the third Hokage? Surely he will recognize me, and then, I advise you to conserve your strength. Once we arrive in Konoha, you shall need to defend yourself. However, I suggest you abandon all hope. Cry out all you wish. Perhaps this will be the last sigh of your life. Alas, poor child, why did you not master the art of ninjutsu before venturing into this world? As a mere rogue ninja with such feeble skills, you dare to swagger around Konoha? Fortuitously, you encountered me. Had you faced a slightly stronger ninja, you would have been fortunate to escape with your life. A single fire technique, and you would be nothing more than charred meat. With a sigh, Yushui remarked, playfully striking the lady's rear twice. Remarkable elasticity, indeed. You scoundrel. I will end your life. TCH, if words could kill. I would have perished countless times already, yet here I stand, alive and well. Save your strength. What of you? Stop shaking. You are quite heavy. You are exhausting me. I am carrying you back. You are enjoying this. Do you understand? You are effectively riding in a free carriage. Carrying the beauty, Ishue's pace was brisk, and in no time, they reached the gates of Konoha. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha regarded Ishue with curiosity. How is it that you returned with a beauty after only a brief absence? We have stood here for ages, unable to find a single female to converse with. It appears you have returned with a captive. Truly, the world has declined. This is. Noara Jinkin inquired, voicing the collective curiosity. This is a rogue ninja from the grass village whom I encountered near the village. She attempted to attack me but was thwarted and captured instead. I suspected she had ulterior motives, so I brought her back to present to the Hokage. Ishue spoke nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. The reaction of Konoha's citizens was far from calm. This individual is indeed a prodigy. Just 2 years into ninja school, and he has already bested a foreign rogue ninja. An undeniable genius. It appears she is unscathed. How utterly astonishing. Could you not display a bit more gravitas? Do you think rogue ninjas are mere trifles? This is utterly astonishing. Ziddy, close the gate. Come, Ishue, I shall escort you to meet the third Hokage. As an esteemed ninja, Jekken quickly regained composure, instructing Ziddy to shut the gate, and swiftly led Ishue towards the Hokage's office. Come in. I am already aware of the situation, the Hokage greeted, acknowledging both Ishue and Jekken. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage's office, Ishue was immediately met with the aged voice of the third Hokage emanating from within. Once again, he found himself in the midst of a rather shameless act of eavesdropping. Is there no limit to your audacity? There exists a saying about ignoring impropriety. Yet your lack of civic virtue is truly appalling. With a creak, Ishue and Zuankian stepped inside. Zuankian stood respectfully to the side, while Ishue gently placed the slumbering woman from his shoulder onto the floor. To his astonishment, this exquisite beauty was fast asleep. Good heavens! How could she possibly be so careless as to doze off at such a moment? In a fit of irritation, Ishue playfully kicked her on her well-rounded backside. Ah! Who dares disturb Lady Chiye? I shall have your head. The 3 men in the room were taken aback. How could one possibly sleep at such a critical time? Truly. You are remarkable. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. Enough of your shouting. Before you stands the illustrious third Hokage of Konoha. Continue your insolence, and you shall face the consequences, Ishue warned, delivering another playful kick. Ah, you little brat. I will slay you. Young man, you ought to be mindful of your surroundings. Now, speak. What is your purpose in infiltrating Konoha? The third Hokage's imposing aura surged, his authoritative voice carrying an immense weight that was nearly unbearable, especially for the center of this intensity, Chiya. Zuankian held the third Hokage in even greater esteem. Surprised to witness such regal presence in the elderly man, indeed, the old blade had not dulled. Ishue was internally astonished, this renowned elder of the ninja world, celebrated as a master of ninjutsu, indeed possessed formidable prowess. Though he may no longer be at the peak of his strength, he still retained a significant portion of his former prowess. In the original narrative, he single-handedly faced off against Orochimaru in the reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. While the reanimated vessels may have lacked strength, the combat instincts of the 2 former Hokage remained intact. Only their chakra reserves were diminished. Under these circumstances, the third Hokage could contend with the combined might of 3 adversaries, ultimately sealing away the 2 shadows and Orochimaru. It is clear that the third Hokage was undoubtedly a powerful figure among the ranks of shinobi. Ah, woo-woo, Hokage Grandpa, I am little Chiya. You held me as a child. Chiya finally found a glimmer of hope. At last, someone recognized her identity. She would no longer need to masquerade as a rogue ninja, and she would ensure that the little brat received his due. Let me see, you have grown so much. I never imagined that the little girl from back then would blossom into such a stunning beauty. It is truly astonishing. What has led you to adopt such a guise? Thankfully, it was Ishue who found you. Had it been anyone else, I would have been unable to explain the situation to your father. The third Hokage observed closely, realizing why she appeared so familiar. It turned out she was the daughter of the fire daimyo. He felt relieved that Ishue had been gentle. Had anything happened, it would have caused a significant upheaval in the land of fire. Chiye was quite the mischievous one, indeed, for disguising herself as a rogue ninja. It seemed the daimyo would need to discipline her thoroughly. However, Ishue couldn't help but notice that Chiye had developed an impressive figure. Could it be? Is this woman truly the daughter of the daimyo? At this moment, Ishue felt an overwhelming sense of regret, almost to the point of despair. He inwardly cursed Chiye for her choice of disguise. Why must she play the role of a rogue ninja? Was he not enduring enough torment as it was? He had initially hoped for a reward, but now all he could wish for was to escape punishment. Fortunately, she was a beauty. Had she been unattractive, he might have been driven to commit a grave sin. Ah, a misunderstanding. This is merely a misunderstanding. Ishue quickly apologized to the princess. Ignorance is no fault, Chiya. He is merely adhering to protocol. Let us not make things difficult for him. And you, if you hadn't disguised yourself as a rogue ninja, who would have acted in such a manner? Seeing the awkward situation, Sanai hastily exchanged glances with Ishue. Ah, I apologize, Your Highness. It is all a misunderstanding. Allow me to assist you in restoring your arm. Ishue, with a pained expression, bowed profusely to Chiya, hurriedly helping her up and resetting her dislocated arm. This time, it was successful, but he dared not attempt it again. What a predicament this was. Little brat, now it's my turn. Just as Chiya freed her arms, she seized one of Ishue's ears with her left hand. Women are indeed creatures one should not provoke. Although Ishue was merely 8 years old, to Chiya, this imp was not to be judged by age. He was truly ruthless. How could he overlook a beauty such as herself, the most exquisite princess of the Land of Fire? And to think he would barter her charm for trinkets for a little girl, was she not alluring enough? Just a glance at Sandai's appreciative eyes confirmed it was not the case. Oh, release me. Let go, or I shall not be so gracious. Ishue thought himself most unfortunate. Was this ear still his? If she tugged any harder, it might just come off. He mused that she should not underestimate him. A mere hint of defiance could provoke retaliation. Even a clay figurine possesses a smattering of spirit, and while he was no rabbit, he too could bite if cornered. Hey, what more do you want? Today, I shall challenge you to a battle of epic proportions. Chiya felt a surge of satisfaction. This was quite the revenge. It seemed that extraordinary measures were now necessary. Ishue swiftly formed hand seals, invoking his escape technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of white smoke, he appeared behind the Hokage. While Chiya, reveling in her triumph, soon realized her quarry had vanished, igniting her fury. Enough, Chiya. Let him be. He is but a child. You must show him some leniency. Besides, you have not sustained any real injury, have you? I suggest we let it be. Ishue, you should hurry back before the sun sets. The day's end will bring trouble. Sandai intervened, urging Ishue to make his exit and evade the situation for now. Alas, to think that at my age, I must still contend with such troublesome matters daily. It is truly exhausting. Perhaps I should retire from this. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Grandpa Hokage. With a swift leap, Ishue dashed out the window in a bid to escape. Upon returning home, he tenderly touched his injured ear, cursing vehemently. That woman was ruthless. My ear is swollen. How utterly detestable. Today is certainly not my lucky day. How could I be so unfortunate? Perhaps I should seek solace from my dear Hinata to mend my wounded spirit. Ishue-kun, you're back. Dinner is ready. Please come and eat, Hinata called out. Emerging from the yard, her worry dissipated upon seeing Ishue's return. She had heard he was training outside the village and could not help but feel anxious. The wilderness was teeming with beasts, and what if he had been harmed? Hinata, I'm sorry I didn't invite you along today. I was actually worried about you. I encountered a rogue ninja outside the village, but I managed to defeat him, although there were some unforeseen complications. Are you hurt? How could there be a rogue ninja near the village? She inquired, concern etched across her face. I'm fine. With my current strength, I can handle any adversary that isn't jonin, he reassured her. Really? Are you sure? And not oppressed, scanning him for injuries. The only notable issue was the swelling of his ear. Could it be that this rogue ninja had a penchant for targeting ears? How peculiar. No wonder he was defeated. He must be rather foolish to attack such a vulnerable spot. Ishue thought. I was vanquished by you. How could you even deduce that? All is well now. I need to train again tomorrow, so let us eat and retire early. Today has been exhausting. I trained all day and then faced so many unexpected events. The following day, at the entrance of the Hyuga residence. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? May I ask who you are? Hinata inquired, gazing at the striking young woman, seemingly around 15 or 16, whom she did not recognize. Dear little sister, is Kamizuki Ishue home? Kaya Haru observed the adorable girl before her, feeling a twinge of jealousy. How unfair to be so cute. But she is still young, so I shan't hold it against her. Oh, you're looking for Ishue-kun? He just finished breakfast and is about to head out for training. May I ask what you need him for? Hinata's mind raced with questions, having never heard Ishue mention her name. Could she be a fraud? It was certainly a possibility, and she felt compelled to clarify. I was hoping to invite him to play for a while. I had such a pleasant time with him yesterday, Kayahara stammered, unsure how to proceed with the inquisitive girl who seemed to be asking too many questions. Why not just call the little rascal out? Really? But what? Hinata pressed, her curiosity piqued. Wait, you're... Ishue exclaimed as he spotted Kayahara outside. His head spun. You've come looking for me, huh? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hee, little rascal, didn't he expect this, did you? The third Hokage revealed your address to me. Let us see you escape this time. Kayahara laughed. Run, try to escape. You want to elude my grasp, haha. Is she an enemy? Ishue-kun? Though Hinata felt a twinge of fear, she nonetheless assumed a defensive stance, her adorably delicate face adorned with an air of seriousness. What? Aisu and Chiya were utterly perplexed. What was the situation? Oh dear, little darling, you seem to have misunderstood. Never mind, I have ceased to hold it against you. The purpose of my visit today is to request that you show me around Konoha, and perhaps you could bring along this charming young lady as well. Chiya was left with no choice but to voice her intentions, lest this little darling continue in her confusion. Would it be appropriate to bully a girl younger than herself? That would be rather. Oh, that is splendid. Hinata, fear not. This esteemed elder sister is someone I encountered yesterday. She is the daughter of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, named Yeshichiya. Aisu sought to alleviate Hinata's concerns. Oh, I see now. Esteemed elder sister. Please come in and take a seat. Once we are ready, let us venture out together. Hinata's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shot Aisu a playful pout. Honestly, Aisu-kun, you should have mentioned it earlier. You did this on purpose to make me look foolish. How annoying. Aisu forced a wry smile as he invited Chiya inside. Women truly are a handful. Today's outing involves shopping. Dear heavens. To think of two beauties, one tall and one petite, wandering the streets together. I hope it will be a brief affair, though I doubt it. Shopping is an innate inclination of women, and particularly for beauties, they excel in this domain. After tidying themselves, Aisu, Hinata, and Chiya set out towards the bustling main street of Konoha. They first entered a boutique specializing in women's and children's clothing. The proprietress, in her 30s, though not strikingly beautiful, wore a well-tailored kimono that accentuated her perfect figure. Ah, what a lovely young lady. Welcome to our shop. A beauty like you would look stunning in any style of clothing. Of course, exquisite garments will only enhance your allure. Allow me to inform you. We have just received 2 exquisite, form-fitting silk garments from the Land of Wind, made from soft, comfortable fabric. The proprietress chattered on, leaving Chiya momentarily speechless. Indeed, after trying on the new attire as per the proprietress's suggestions, Chiya radiated unparalleled beauty. Hinata looked on with envy and ultimately asked the proprietress to select a coat and a kimono for her as well. Unable to resist Hinata's persuasion, Aisu chose an upper garment as well, but he also sketched a design for a cloak, akin to the male mage's cloak in DNF, with a silver hue, and requested the proprietress to craft it. The proprietress praised Aisu's design. Considering the winter season, the fabric was made from animal fur, and the price was certainly not low. However, the funds were provided by Chiya, the princess, who was quite affluent. Upon exiting the clothing store, the group indulged in various snack shops. Hinata and Shikio found themselves with grease on their lips, a rare indulgence for them. One was a young lady of a prominent family, and the other, a princess of a great nation, both of whom typically upheld decorum and etiquette befitting their status. However, with no one around to observe, they allowed themselves to relax and enjoy the moment, with Shui joining in their merriment. After an entire day of frolic, Shikio, under the watchful protection of her guards, bid farewell to Shui and Hinata as she made her way back to the feudal lord's residence. Shikio had stealthily slipped out of her home, causing considerable distress to the Fire Lord, who had been increasingly anxious. Fortunately, the third Hokage had informed the Lord of Shikio's whereabouts in Konoha, prompting him to dispatch a guard squad to escort her back. Little rascal, and the adorable Hinata. It was a pleasure meeting you both. I had such a delightful time today. Do come to visit your elder sister again. I shall miss you dearly. Farewell. Sister Shikio, Hinata responded with genuine happiness. Moreover, I have told you not to call me little rascal. Shui grumbled, displeased with Shikio's moniker for him. Yet, it mattered little. He hoped for another opportunity to meet and spend Shikio's money again. There is a certain thrill in spending another's wealth. Once Shikio departed, Shui returned to the rigors of his training. To him, Shikio served as a delightful spice in the otherwise arduous routine of a ninja's life. Much like the theatrical adaptations of the original tale, the ninja's existence was not solely defined by tension and toil. Occasional reprieve from pressure was essential to prevent drowning in the despondent world of ninjas. The ninja realm is vibrant and visceral, possessing its unique allure. Mere slaughter does not define a true ninja, but rather a madman. Those infused with emotion, passion, love, and friendship are the formidable ninjas, unafraid of challenges. Naruto's every outburst in the original narrative stemmed from emotional inspiration, illustrating that traversing worlds is not merely about integrating into a system or fulfilling personal desires, but rather about experiencing a world rich in sentiment, progressing step by step. The phenomenon of crossing worlds is capricious, yet emotions endure eternally. Having reviewed the technique of climbing trees throughout the day, Shui had fully mastered it. Next on his agenda was the challenge of walking on water. With the new year approaching, Japan celebrates the new year on January 1st, with customs resembling those of China, incorporating elements from ancient Chinese traditions. The Ninja Academy had closed for vacation. During the final exams, Sui and Sasuke continued to secure the top positions, while Naruto remained at the bottom. The exam's focus was on shuriken throwing. Despite Naruto's dedication, his accuracy was less than stellar, often achieving hits by sheer luck. His ongoing training in the Ninja Academy had undoubtedly instilled in him an indomitable spirit. In contrast to climbing trees, walking on water posed a significantly greater challenge. The concepts of solid and liquid differ greatly. Trees remain stationary, whereas water is ever-changing. Should one's chakra distribution on the feet be even slightly uneven, one would plunge into the depths, akin to a stone disrupting the surface's balance. The water would yield, creating a path for descent, so down one must go. In essence, if one does not disrupt the equilibrium of the water's surface, one cannot sink. A uniform distribution of chakra creates a boundary with the water's surface, allowing the human body to float, much like a leaf delicately resting upon the surface. Though the principles may differ, the outcome remains the same. During water treading training, Ichigo brought Hinata to the training grounds, instructing her to begin by scaling a tree. To his dismay, Hinata succeeded on her first attempt. The girl's meticulous nature surpassed that of her male counterparts. Her innate control over chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Although she encountered a few mishaps initially, she quickly adapted, completing the water treading exercise with remarkable finesse. Consequently, Ichigo had no choice but to allow Hinata to continue honing her taijutsu on the sidelines. In stark contrast to Hinata's rapid progress in water treading, Ichigo's results were nothing short of disheartening. The advantages of his previous life seemed futile, as he struggled to grasp the seemingly simple task of treading water. His scientific mindset, a hallmark of a modern individual, left him bewildered by the lack of logical explanation for this endeavor. However, repeated failures ignited Ichigo's determination. He refused to believe that such a trivial matter could thwart his genius. If Hinata could master it so swiftly, why couldn't he? After all, failure is the mother of success. Hinata, observing Ichigo's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Ichigo looked adorable when he was angry. Was treading water truly so challenging? She found it rather simple. In fact, taijutsu proved far more difficult for her. Despite her diligent practice, she could only execute 16 consecutive palms of the 8 trigrams. Still lacking in proficiency, taijutsu was undeniably arduous. Unbeknownst to Hinata, Ichigo gradually entered a focused state, experiencing fleeting moments of success standing on the water's surface. This exhilaration fueled his belief that he could indeed succeed. Through repeated failures and the accumulation of experience, Ichigo's water treading practice began to flourish. On yet another clear night, Ichigo and Hinata sat in the courtyard, admiring the golden moon hanging in the dark sky, its brilliance undiminished by the night. This moon is truly a creation of the 6 paths. It's astonishing how extraordinary this world is. Ninjas are truly remarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Hinata? Ichigo inquired. Indeed. I believe you, Ichigo-kun, will also become a great ninja. I too will strive to become a useful ninja, Hinata replied softly. I wish to graduate early. Remaining at the Ninja Academy serves little purpose for my burgeoning strength. Only through real experiences can I grow more rapidly. Most importantly, I must protect everything I hold dear. In the past, I lacked the power to avert calamities, but now I am different. My strength is rising swiftly, and I am confident that in the future, I will possess the power to safeguard my comrades. Of course, Hinata, you are among those I wish to protect. I firmly believe you possess the potential to become a formidable ninja, entirely independent of my assistance. It simply awaits discovery. Huh? Graduation? I understand now. Don't worry, Ichigo-kun. I am quite capable. I want to be a burden to you. Hinata's radiant face shone with confidence. The little girl had begun to grow. No longer the timid Hinata of yore, though she still retained her endearing shyness. Of course, I have the utmost faith in you. Let us endeavor together. Advancing towards hope. Indeed. The following morning, Izui was the first to arrive at Hayashi's chamber. Uncle, I wish to graduate early. The Ninja Academy has taught me all it can. I yearn to embrace the life of a ninja. It is only through the baptism of blood that the true strength of a ninja is revealed, Izui declared to Hayashi, who was engrossed in writing. Very well, go forth. Remember, you are a member of the Hyuga clan. There is no need to conceal your prowess. Strength is a ninja's tool for self-preservation, Hayashi replied with an impassive demeanor. This child possesses the potential to become a formidable ninja. Whether the Hyuga clan can retain him remains uncertain. However, it is evident that Izui harbors genuine affection for Hinata. Thus his heart leans towards the Hyuga. Yes, uncle, I will not disappoint you. The Hyuga clan is my only family. And here are the people I wish to protect. Izui understood that Hayashi sought his affirmation. A positive response would ensure Hayashi's unwavering support. A negative one. Very well, I am pleased. Go forth. You have the backing of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Hayashi was delighted, for it was clear that this child indeed cherished Hinata. Upon exiting the Hyuga residence, Izui made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, he encountered two individuals, Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy, who appeared to have returned from a mission. Kakashi-senpai, you saved my life last time. I have yet to properly express my gratitude. May I treat you to ramen? Do you have a moment? Izui approached with enthusiasm. Well, who is this little rascal? Kakashi, could he be? Guy chuckled mischievously. No, this is Kamizuki Izui, from the Hyuga clan. You should be aware of him. Yes, I have some time. I am rather hungry as well. I shall accept your invitation, young man, Kakashi affirmed, giving Guy a knowing glance before turning back to Izui. That is splendid. I have heard much about your exploits, Kakashi-senpai, and I hold you in great admiration. Izui beamed with joy, astonished that Kakashi would accept his invitation, as he had only asked on a whim. Knock, knock, knock. Guy had already rapped on the door. Come in, came the authoritative voice of the third Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. The S-rank mission has been completed, and the client is quite satisfied. Kakashi submitted the completion report. Good. By the way, this is an A-rank assassination mission. You have time to undertake it, correct? The third Hokage handed Kakashi another task, for ninjas are indeed busy. Izui, do you have something to discuss? The third Hokage then inquired. A glimmer of interest in his eyes. Hokage-sama, I wish to graduate early. Izui proclaimed loudly. Well, I trust you have come to understand your own capabilities. The hope of Konoha rests upon you, the leaves. This afternoon, at the third training ground, I shall arrange for you to face a special jonin as your opponent. Do not worry. If you possess the requisite strength, I will permit your graduation, said the third Hokage, gently patting the head of Izui, who was entranced by his words. Yes, Grandpa Hokage, I will strive to do my best. Izui could only respond cheerfully to the third's persuasive charm. Indeed. Do your utmost, young one. The third smiled, contemplating whether to have faith in this child, for Konoha requires a fresh infusion of talent and genius. Upon exiting the Hokage office, Izui and Kakashi made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, with Guy also invited by Izui, which brought him great joy. Ah, Izui has arrived. Kakashi, Guy, you must have just completed your mission and returned to the village after 2 weeks. Come, savor the local flavor of Konoha Ramen, exclaimed Uncle Ichiraku, his face lighting up at the sight of his 3 patrons. 3 bowls of ramen, please. I want eggs in mine, and for Kakashi-sensei and Guy-sensei, 2 bowls. Izui declared. I'll have miso. Guy interjected eagerly. Whatever. Kakashi replied nonchalantly. All right, coming right up. SHBU, prepare 3 bowls of ramen, 2 with eggs, and 1 with miso. Coming right away. After finishing their ramen, Izui bid farewell to Kakashi and Guy, leaving his address before returning home to prepare for the afternoon's test, for he was to face a special jonin. Upon reaching home, Hinata had thoughtfully prepared Izui's ninja tools and equipment. She truly is a considerate person. Izui suggested that Hinata attend the test as well, to which she agreed, while Hizashi went to invite the elders of the Hyuga clan to witness Izui's graduation examination. When Izui, Hinata, and members of the Hyuga clan arrived at the third training ground, many had already gathered, including Ino, Shika, and Cho from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, who had come upon hearing the news, Kiba Inuzuka with his sister Hana and their mother Tsum, Shino Aburame with his father Shibi. The special jonins Mitarashi Anko, Marino Abiki, Ebisu, and others like Yagura, Aoi, and H-Ki, Jonin Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, also known as Iron-Blooded Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma Sarutobi among others. This assembly represented the entirety of Konoha's strength, excluding the Umbu, ninjas below the rank of special jonin who were on missions, and those who had yet to return to the village, such as Tsunade, Senju, Jiraiya, and various clan members with their own forces. Esteemed guests, the flourishing development of Konohagakure is deeply rooted in the contributions of every individual within this familial community, be they Jinin, Chunin, or Jonin. Each has exerted their utmost efforts to nurture this warm and harmonious home. The glories of the previous generation have solidified our standing within the ninja world, while the fresh blood of the next generation serves as the cornerstone of our village, embodying the future of Konohagakure. The purpose of gathering you all today is to announce that a student from our ninja academy has requested to graduate early. His name is Kamina Izui, possessing the legendary Eye of Heaven bloodline limit. He joined us 2 years ago and has since become affiliated with the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage spoke in a deep, resonant voice that commanded silence from the assembly. Go forth and display your full potential. Fear not. There is nothing to be afraid of. Simply give it your all. Hizashi, the Hyuga clan member, encouraged Izui as he approached the center of the training ground. Chingya, you shall be Izui's opponent, and remember to hold back. The third Hokage instructed Yamashiro Chingya. Understood, Lord Hokage, Chingya replied, moving quietly to the center of the arena. Unexpectedly, the Hokage had selected Chingya to compete. Hizashi remarked lightly. Though his expression betrayed a hint of concern, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Chingya's prowess is commendable. He excels in fire release and taijutsu, rendering him a formidable opponent. Dingzu commented from the sidelines. Let the match commence, Rikuju urged. Greetings, I am Kamina Izui, proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and my unique bloodline limit, dojutsu. I hope you will give your all. Please, teach me. Izui extended his right hand, forming a hand seal with his thumb, ring finger, and pinky tucked, while his index and middle fingers stood erect. Is this the sign of confrontation? The third Hokage observed with surprise. Indeed, it is merely a simple test. Following this, both Chingya and I shall remain loyal ninjas of Konohagakure, with shared aspirations to protect our home, Izui affirmed, expressing his commitment to safeguarding the village. Very well. I shall not hold back. I hope you can rise to the challenge. Otherwise, I cannot permit an unprepared ninja to enter the battlefield, Chingya responded, also forming the sign of confrontation. Now, let the test begin, Kakashi announced as the referee. In the arena, Chingya and Izui hesitated, both awaiting the other's attack. Suddenly, a leaf fell, and as it touched the ground, both combatants sprang into action, employing taijutsu. Chingya exhibited swifter speed and greater experience. As the match progressed, Izui found himself increasingly overwhelmed, ultimately resorting to the body replacement technique to evade a fierce kick from Chingya. The wooden post used for the substitution shattered under the force of Chingya's strike, a testament to its tremendous power. Water release, minor, explosive water wave. In the instant Izui executed the body replacement technique, he swiftly formed hand seals, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water that transformed the arena into a miniature pond. Oh, how remarkable! The ability to wield such formidable ninjutsu must surpass the C rank level, though it has yet to reach the B rank. The renowned master of ninjutsu, Sarutobi, discerned the subtleties of this technique at a glance. Indeed, this is a diminutive version of the explosive water wave. By regulating the chakra input, the amount of chakra diminishes, consequently reducing the volume of water expelled. It lacks the grandeur of the original work, where Kasame conjured lakes. This is also a form of water release that Isue has never showcased to others. Even during his time at the Ninja Academy, Isue identified his chakra nature as dual attributes of lightning and water. In his previous life, Isue harbored a profound curiosity for various ninjutsu techniques, compiling numerous hand sign sequences, coupled with the memories of this body, which certainly possessed a wealth of ninjutsu knowledge given that the village of heaven, no matter how small, is still a village, and as the grandson of the village chief, he undoubtedly had access to considerable ninjutsu resources. He diligently practiced techniques of both lightning and water attributes, albeit in secrecy. Only Hinata was privy to these endeavors. Water counters fire. Isue faces a considerable disadvantage, as elemental opposition significantly diminish capabilities, Kakashi mused. Ah, such a powerful little rascal. I shall unleash my full strength then, Leaf Gale. Ah. Isue admired him, acknowledging that at such a tender age, he had already mastered such impressive ninjutsu. However, I am not so easily bested. In the blink of an eye, Isue was struck, his speed far beyond that of a mere genin. Impressive. As he lay upon the water's surface, he swiftly formed several hand signs, but before he could cease his movements, he was again struck by the rapid advance of Isue, who transformed into a wooden stump. Lightning release, earth walk, rang out a clear, youthful voice as blue lightning coursed over the water's surface, emanating from Isue. Kakashi shuddered as he felt the impact of the lightning release technique. When combined with water release, its potency magnifies. Yet, Isue reacted swiftly, evading a follow-up attack by utilizing the body replacement technique to escape the strike's range. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. To neutralize the adverse conditions, Isue was compelled to evaporate the water in the vicinity. This powerful B-rank ninjutsu would suffice to vaporize the small pool of water. Eye of Heaven, Byakugan, Sealing Domain. Isue resorted to his treasured secret technique, the ocular technique of the Eye of Heaven. What is this? My ninjutsu seems ineffective. A bewildered Isue inquired of Isue, who had ceased his fiery onslaught. This is the ocular technique of my eye. Within my domain, your ninjutsu falters. If used with excessive force, it may incite a tumult within your chakra, and the more potent the ninjutsu, the more severe the resulting chaos can be. Careless use could even lead to grievous injury or death. Isue offered a friendly warning. What? The audience was astounded. The significance of this secret technique in battle was truly immense. While its effects were subtle in a confined area, a broader application could sway the outcome of the entire battlefield. Within this domain, aside from secret techniques, physical skills, and illusion arts, no other ninjutsu could be employed. However, the Byakugan granted immunity to illusions, with the exception of those conjured by the Uchiha's Meijiki Sharingan, as ordinary jinjutsu would be ineffective. 8 trigrams palm. For palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Before Chingya could react, Isue swiftly unleashed the secret technique of the High-Ga clan. Konoha Hurricane. The moment Isue revealed the 8 trigrams palm, Chingya finally reacted, executing the Konoha body technique just as he was struck. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late, and he was hit. The fallen Chingya suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. When did this happen? Isue suddenly recalled that while he was utilizing lightning release ninjutsu, Chingya had created a shadow clone at the instant he performed the body replacement technique, concealing it underground. At that time, the heavenly eye had indeed detected it, and the 8 trigrams palm had already locked onto his true self. However, as Chingya executed the Konoha Hurricane, he had employed an E-rank ninjutsu, the body substitution technique, to switch places with the shadow clone. Although there was a slight disturbance in his chakra, Chingya managed to escape. Oh no, the escaping Chingya would surely launch a counterattack. I must leave at once, Isue thought. Secret technique, stone needle. But it was too late. Chingya attacked from behind, ensnaring Isue with a rope. Isue then felt a wave of numbness coursing through his body, followed by the sudden appearance of a shuriken at his neck. Chingya had already anticipated the boundaries of Ishue's sealing domain, swiftly exiting its range with the body substitution technique and using the secret technique to paralyze Isue. I have lost. In truth, my chakra had dwindled significantly after employing 2 C-rank ninjutsu. I opened the secret domain to expedite the battle, yet, in comparison, Senior Chingya possessed a far greater reserve of chakra. I never expected to be defeated, Isue lamented. Although Ishue's chakra could recover slightly, he was still a genin, and the amount restored was insufficient to offset his expenditure. Not at all. I too sustained minor injuries from forcibly using ninjutsu. To contend with you, I resorted to a B-rank fire release in conjunction with a secret ninjutsu, which was quite taxing. I believe your strength has already surpassed that of an average CH nin. With a bit more experience, you could undoubtedly rival AJ nin. At your age, I certainly was not this formidable, Chingya replied, somewhat bashful. Thus, regarding the results of this assessment, passed. Kemono Isue is now appointed as a genin at the age of 8, graduating early. Detailed personal information will be submitted tomorrow for record keeping. The third Hokage stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. Yay! Isue exclaimed with joy, leaping into the air. The crowd erupted in applause, acknowledging Ishue's prowess. Impressive prowess. Rivaling that of Kakashi and Itachi in their prime, this level of skill has undoubtedly surpassed the realm of a mere genin. An average chunin would hardly stand a chance. With some tasks and experience accumulated, reaching the rank of jonin is but a natural progression for yet another prodigious child. Hisashi appeared exceedingly pleased, as Isue belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan and was, in a sense, his son-in-law, half a son in essence. The strength of the Hyuga clan shall significantly enhance in the future. Given Isue's remarkable growth rate and potential, ascending to the status of a Kaga-level ninja is surely within reach. To think he possesses such formidable abilities, I must strive harder and become the greatest Hokage of Konoha. Naruto gazed at the elated Isue in the arena, his desire for strength deepening within. If I become a powerful ninja, I too shall earn the recognition of so many. TCH, Sasuke observed Isue with considerable astonishment, realizing the depth of his concealment. At present, I would likely falter against him in less than 3 exchanges. How can I exact my revenge and eliminate that man? I must exert myself. Isue-kun is growing increasingly formidable. I am determined to match his pace. Hinata clenched her small fists, silently encouraging herself. Well then, the assessment has concluded splendidly. Everyone, please return to rest. Kakashi, accompany me for a moment, the third Hokage announced. Isue, momentarily setting aside his excitement, followed the Hyuga clan members as they departed. Kakashi, what is your impression of that child? The third Hokage inquired softly while standing on Hokage Rock, his gaze lost in the azure sky. A genius, indeed. From our interactions, he harbors profound affection for Konoha. However, Kakashi's words trailed off. However, what? I perceive no fervor for power in his eyes. Instead, that gaze brims with self-assurance as if affirming something. He is neither akin to Orochimaru nor to Jiraiya-sensei, and certainly not like Itachi. I find him elusive, yet I discern echoes of Minato-sensei within him, radiant and self-assured. Yet, he seems disinterested in the position of Hokage. What a deeply emotional child. If I were to describe his character, I would say he embodies the essence of both Jiraiya and Minato. Alas, when I acquiesced to Hizashi's request, it was to cultivate his affection for Konoha. It appears to have borne fruit. I understand Hizashi's temperament, which differs from that of Fugaku, thus I have confidence in him. Today, I summoned you to safeguard him for a time. I am concerned about the root. Danzo, you mean? Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. This child's potential is immense. I wish to prevent him from descending into darkness and becoming another Orochimaru. The events surrounding Orochimaru have caused me great distress. Upon returning home, Isue was preparing to train with Hinata behind the Hyuga mountain when Hizashi called out to them. Isue, Hinata, please come here, Hizashi said. Yes, uncle, father. Under Hizashi's guidance, Isue and Hinata followed him into a reception room, kneeling on either side of the tea table, with Hinata personally pouring a cup of tea for her father. Isue, you have been part of our family for 2 years now, Hizashi began. Indeed. It has been over 2 years, uncle. In this span, you have matured significantly. I plan to hold an engagement ceremony for you both once Hinata graduates from the Ninja Academy, Hizashi stated candidly. Ah, yes, but I am uncertain about Miss Hinata's feelings. Isamu replied, overwhelmed with excitement yet aware of the importance of mutual consent. He understood the adage that a forced union is rarely sweet. But he hoped Hinata would agree, considering he was, after all, an exemplary man, handsome, strong, caring, and gentle, adorned with an aura of destiny. I agree. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, taken aback that this day had finally arrived. Isamu-kun. Very well, this matter is settled. After Hinata graduates from the Ninja Academy, you shall be officially engaged. I will invite all prominent figures from Konoha, as well as your classmates. Isamu, I entrust Hinata to you. You must protect her well. Hizashi expressed joyfully. Once you board the ship of the Hyuga clan, there is no turning back. Rest assured, uncle, no, father-in-law. I will safeguard Hinata for a lifetime. I will prove my dedication. Everyone will know that I, Kamizuki Isamu, shall protect Hinata Hyuga eternally, cherishing her, caring for her, and supporting her with unwavering love, Isamu declared passionately. From this day forth, I am no longer alone. Shounen, you can rest easy in the past. I am thriving in this world. However, I must caution you. While Konoha appears united, there are always shadows lurking beneath. Our Hyuga clan is allied with the Hokage. Your talents may attract the attention of some nefarious individuals. Be wary during missions and leave at the slightest hint of danger, particularly from this man and his subordinates, Hizashi said gravely, handing Isamu a photograph. Upon examining it, Isamu recognized the figure. Shimura Danzo had set his sights on him. Do not worry, father-in-law. While I may not yet contend with elite ninjas, I can certainly evade them. Moreover, I am on the verge of unlocking the second phase of my bloodline limit, requiring only the right opportunity. Once activated, I can enhance Hinata's bloodline limit as well. Soon, during my missions, I plan to seek out secret scrolls at the ruins of the Village of Heaven. Although the village was destroyed, the true secret lies within the blood of the Heavenly Eye Inheritor. The Mist Ninja merely took some common ninjutsu scrolls, Isamu explained calmly. Is that so? Then I am relieved. Is the ability to optimize your bloodline limit infinite? Hizashi inquired. Not quite. Each individual has only one chance, and it necessitates a bond of mutual reliance. This forbidden technique can only be utilized once every 3 years, as I have learned from my bloodline limit, Isamu replied. Alas, it is a pity it cannot be used infinitely. Nevertheless, it is still remarkable to optimize one's bloodline, Hisashi mused. Well then, you both should return and rest. Tomorrow, Isamu must submit his personal information for the genin, Hisashi concluded. Indeed, father-in-law. With that, Issue and Hinata bid their farewells and stepped outside. Upon returning to their room, Hinata, shying away, tenderly removed Issue's coat, embodying the essence of a delicate woman. It is quite all right, Hinata. You need not go to such lengths. Simplicity is the essence of true love. If you wish to strike me, feel free. Your happiness is all that matters. In my view, affection is intertwined with playful banter. I am a free spirit, living life in a carefree manner, which is precisely what I desire. You are not my servant. You are my most cherished Hinata. Issue embraced Hinata as he spoke. But, how is this? Hinata's heart brimmed with curiosity, for her mother had never behaved in such a manner. She had heard that being a wife was challenging, yet according to Issue, it felt like a delightful experience. If only we could return to that time, like that morning when you sent me flying. Though it hurt, it was quite normal. Sometimes, pain can be a form of enjoyment, something others yearn for but cannot attain, Issue remarked. But, it's nothing. I have few demands. If you are unhappy, I cannot be happy. Your joy is paramount. I will support whatever you wish to do. Issue gently placed Hinata's small hand upon his chest. Issue-kun is a wonderful husband. Hinata's cheeks flushed. He was indeed a gentle soul. Perhaps their future would be bright. Let us train together. Your bagua palm requires refinement. Let us practice, Issue suggested. All right. In a shadowy basement somewhere in Konoha, Danzo spoke to the air, bring in Team 1. Yes. Team 1 reported in unison. A row of ninjas clad in black suddenly appeared before Danzo, their voices laced with reverence, as if confronting not an old man, but a ferocious beast. Await the opportune moment to retrieve the child known as Shinomi Issue. Remember, he must be alive, Danzo's voice dripped with malice. Understood. The black-clad figures vanished. Have we gathered intelligence on the village of heaven? Danzo inquired into the silence after a brief pause. No. The village of heaven has been completely obliterated by the Mist Village, and all the ninjutsu scrolls have been taken. However, from the intelligence gathered by the Mist's operatives, it appears these scrolls contain nothing of particular significance, merely commonplace techniques and typical ninjutsu information. The atmosphere resonated with a lifeless tone. The eyes of heaven. If I could obtain such eyes. Although I already possess the Sharingan, having more trump cards would surely be advantageous, Danzo mused, his gaze tranquil and unyielding. The following day, Issue savored the breakfast prepared by Hinata. The comfort of being cared for was delightful. If his friends from a past life were aware that Hinata cooked for him, they would undoubtedly be envious. Why am I so fortunate? He pondered, overwhelmed with joy. Hinata, please fetch the cloak from that day. I wish to wear it for a photograph, Issue requested. All right, I will get it, Hinata replied. Receiving the white cloak from Hinata's hands, Ichigo donned it immediately, his attire resembling that of the Hyuga clan, akin to that worn by Niji Hyuga, which he found quite fashionable. All right, all set for action. Hinata, let us embark together. From this day forth, I shall be known as the illustrious ninja of the Hidden Leaf, declared Ichigo with great enthusiasm. Very well, Hinata replied. The pair first sought out an elderly gentleman with a camera to capture a personal photograph. During the shoot, Ichigo requested Hinata to join him in the frame, proclaiming it to be a cherished memory of their childhood, a moment that would not come again. The image of them, hand in hand, radiating closeness, was immortalized on this day, November 14th, 56th year of Konoha, coinciding with the Orange Valentine's Day celebrated in Tokyo, Japan. It is said that during this vibrant season, when plants transform into hues of red and yellow, the favored pastime for many is to nestle in a cinema and watch a series of films. Moreover, a local saying suggests that the best way to spend this day is for couples to catch 2 films in succession, perhaps starting with an exhilarating action flick to relieve stress, followed by a poignant romantic drama to share tears. After the films, they would naturally need to refresh themselves, opting for a healthy glass of orange juice. However, for the young Hinata, still a mere child under 10, such notions were beyond her comprehension. She was too young to grasp these concepts, and a simple toast with orange juice would suffice for celebration. Nevertheless, Ichigo found joy in this, for it marked their first Valentine's Day, a truly sweet memory. After their photo session, Ichijui handed over his personal information to the third Hokage. Here are the details. Name: Kamino Ichijui Ninja Registration Number 012345. Date of birth 480627. 8 years old. Cancer. Height 125. 5 cm. Weight 26. 2 kilograms. Blood type B. Personality: self-aware, sensitive, sunny disposition, dislikes darkness. Favorite foods: Ichiraka ramen, egg tomatoes, Hinata s rice balls. Disliked foods: garlic, onions. Rival aspirations: the legendary 3 ninjas, all Hokage's favorite phrase. Well, no problem. Hobbies: training with Hinata, studying ninjutsu. Ninja school. Graduation age: 8 years. Chunin promotion age. Mission experience: D, C, B, A, S. Congratulations. From this day forth, you are officially a ninja, eligible to undertake D and C rank missions and earn rewards. This is your ninja headband, a symbol of your status as a ninja of Konoha, Irika said, presenting the headband to Ichijui, acknowledging his brilliance after merely 2 years of classroom learning. Indeed, Ichijui solemnly accepted the headband from Irika, declaring, "From this day forward, I am a ninja, stepping into the world of ninjas, shaping my own future." He turned to the third Hokage, inquiring, "May I accept missions now?" "Certainly," the third Hokage replied, producing a sheet of paper from a stack of documents and handing it to Ichijui. "What? Assisting Aunt Yoshino in caring for an infant? I wonder if I could perhaps be assigned a different task." Third Hokage, Ishue lamented, his expression one of despair. Tending to a baby seemed far less appealing than training. Such a tragic existence. A ninja must endure various trials through different missions, and only those with ample experience can possess formidable strength. The third Hokage replied impassively. "Very well, the ninja mission commences. Assist Aunt Yoshino with her infant." With a drooping head, Ishue exited the Hokage's office alongside Hinata. The mission began. Since Ishue was the sole recipient of the task, he insisted that Hinata return to her training while he undertook this disheartening assignment. "Hinata, you should head back. I will finish this task and return home. Focus on your training and remember to rest. It is essential," Ishue advised. "Is that all right?" "Very well. I shall return then." "You take care, Ishuken," Hinata responded, finding humor in the situation, realizing that if she couldn't care for herself, how could she tend to an infant? Knock, knock, knock. Following the address on the mission, Ishue arrived at Aunt Yoshino's doorstep. Coming, coming." Aunt Yoshino, hearing the knock, hurriedly opened the door, only to find a young child standing there. "What do you want? Are you begging for alms? I've heard many orphans have recently flooded into Konoha. I have been assigned your task. Here is the mission slip. I am the Genin Kamizuki Ishue. You may call me Ishue. I am here to care for the infant." "No problem at all. Leave it to me. I assure you, you will be satisfied," Ishue earnestly declared, handing the mission slip to Aunt Yoshino. "Genin, you must be joking. I cannot entrust my child to such a young one," Aunt Yoshino said, her forehead adorned with a series of sweat beads. "Please believe in my abilities. Although I am merely 8 years old, I am indeed a certified ninja," Ishue insisted, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Well, very well, little one. You shall look after Kojiro today. If anything goes awry, I will lodge a complaint with the third Hokage," Aunt Yoshino reluctantly conceded. Though she recognized the boy as a prodigious ninja, she questioned whether he could truly care for an infant at such a tender age. Sighing, she decided to let him try. "Indeed, trust me, it will be fine," Ishue reassured her nonchalantly. "Come, you will supervise Kojiro in my home today. Here is the bottle, the diapers, and the toys. Just ensure he is well cared for before I return in the afternoon. If you grow hungry at noon, feel free to eat the rice balls on the table. Take good care of him, young one. I must take my leave," Aunt Yoshino said, reluctantly handing Kojiro over to him. "Oh, all right. I shall remember everything. You may rest easy," Ishue replied confidently. Aunt Yoshino rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "I truly cannot rest easy. I am left with no choice." Once Aunt Yoshino departed, Ishue's calamity began. Wah, wah, wah. Little Kojiro, feeling discomfort from a wet diaper, began to wail uncontrollably. Upon arrival, Aoshue found himself in a predicament, exclaiming in frustration as he noticed yet another mishap with the little one. If not for the fact that the child was younger, Aoshue would have already expressed his annoyance through a more physical means. The trials of caring for this child seemed akin to descending into a personal inferno. The incessant need for diaper changes had become tiresome. Originally, he had intended to practice in the courtyard, but such aspirations were dashed by the chaos the child brought. Once, the infant had even managed to drench himself entirely, leaving a foul odor that made returning home for a change impossible, forcing Aoshui to endure the discomfort. The wails of the little one, Kizuna, echoed as he awoke, signaling his hunger. Aoshui, recognizing the midday hour, attempted to inquire if the child was indeed hungry. But the lack of comprehension from Kizuna frustrated him further. After a futile attempt to communicate, he offered the child his bottle, only to be met with playful bites. The child's teething proved painful, yet eventually, Kizuna was satiated and drifted off to sleep. With Kizuna finally at rest, Aoshui found a moment of reprieve beside the cradle. Having inadvertently soiled his meal with a discarded diaper, he resigned himself to hunger. Reflecting on the arduous tasks he had witnessed in the past, he longed for the comfort of home and the solace of a good night's sleep. Upon returning, he was met with the sight of Kizuna peacefully slumbering. Much to the delight of Aunt Yoshino, who praised the little one's unexpected competence, Aoshui, feeling liberated, made his way home, head bowed in weariness. "Congratulations on your ninja status, Aoshui," exclaimed Akai, who spotted him. "Embrace the journey, young one. Let us train together." Aoshui, too drained to engage, replied, "I am not suited for your path. Seek out Kakashi instead. I must return home. I am utterly exhausted." As Akai lamented the spirited youth, Aoshui dashed into his room, shedding his clothes in a hasty manner before collapsing onto his bed in slumber. Hyuga Hinata, witnessing Aoshui's unceremonious state, felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing at the sight. The boy's physique stirred her heart, compelling her to gather his discarded garments for washing and cover him with a blanket, all while silently admiring him. The next morning, Aoshui awoke to the realization that he had made a grave mistake. His habit of running in his previous life had led him to return and sleep naked. This was something he needed to amend. Had Hinata seen him? If it had been someone else, it would have been utterly embarrassing. If it were a beauty, it might have been bearable, but if it were someone like Sister Furong, that would have been a disaster. "Hinata, could you fetch me some clothes? I was utterly exhausted yesterday." "How vexing. I shall never again go to see that infant," Aoshui muttered to himself. "Here you go. I noticed you were quite tired yesterday, so I didn't call you for dinner." However, your appearance yesterday, Hinata hesitated, wanting to tell Aoshui to refrain from such shamelessness. Fortunately, her father had not seen. Otherwise, just this once. I was simply too fatigued. "Thank you, Hinata, for even covering me with a blanket. I feel truly fortunate." Aoshui appeared elated, almost on the verge of tears. In his previous life, he had never experienced such care from another. The loneliness of his past was now fulfilled. He was determined to make Hinata happy, for love is reciprocal. The possession of this precious affection warmed Aoshui's heart immensely. It's nothing. You've always been supportive of me as well, Aoshui-kun. I now feel confident in myself. Here, these are the rice balls I made for you. Please eat them. I've been saving them for you, though they may be a bit cold. I kept them in my pocket." Hinata smiled gently as she handed Aoshui several rice balls. I could never refuse. These are the warmest rice balls I've ever had. The tastiest as well." Aoshui was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he stuffed the rice ball into his mouth. The mixture of tears and rice made it somewhat salty. Yet a wave of warmth surged through his heart. Aoshui-kun, why are you crying? Please don't cry. A ninja mustn't shed tears." Hinata tenderly wiped away his tears. "No, I must cry, for I am so happy, so blissfully overwhelmed, so deeply enraptured, so devotedly in love, so fortunate," Aoshui sobbed, embracing Hinata's waist as if to pour out all his affection. Hinata initially intended to push him away, but the sincerity of Aoshui's emotions made her relax, and she found herself gently stroking his head. "All right, I'm fine. I'm just simply happy. No need to worry. Today, we must begin that same type of mission again. How tiresome. When will I ever get to undertake an escort mission?" Aoshui chuckled ruefully as he extricated himself from Hinata's embrace. How absurd it was for a man from another world to find himself comforted by a young girl. It was hardly professional. "Here are your clothes. I washed them yesterday, and they are now dry. However, there's a peculiar odor." Hinata frowned slightly. "Ah yes. That must be from the sweat I accumulated while running back yesterday. I won't let that happen again. You carry on with your tasks. I'll head out." Aoshui hurriedly dashed out of the house, sighing in relief that Hinata had not discovered the true source of the odor. Otherwise, he would have been utterly mortified. He vowed never to accept such tasks again. As I stepped outside, I unexpectedly collided with someone. Upon helping the person up, I realized it was none other than Nichi Hyuga. "I sincerely apologize. Are you injured?" I said, feeling quite embarrassed. Humph. Don't think that just because you've joined the Hyuga main family, you can act all high and mighty. You are merely an outsider. A fact that was predetermined from the very beginning. Even though you have become a ninja, you remain an outsider, and that is something that cannot be altered. Niji replied coldly. Indeed, Niji's belief in fate is as evident as ever. Well, I acknowledge that I am an outsider, but I never aspired to become a Hyuga. I am still Kamizuki. My joining the Hyuga clan is solely because of Hinata, I retorted. Say what you will, but you are still just a kid. While I have already become a genin. Despite being older than you, I must attend to my missions, so step aside. I did not harbor any animosity towards Niji. His demeanor was a product of the burdens he bore after being caged like a bird and losing his father. It was a futile struggle against fate, manifesting in his self-dialogue. Ah, Weeding, is this what being a ninja is all about? I lamented, opposing the task assigned by the third Hokage. Even the mightiest of ninjas begin their journey from such humble tasks. Your current experience does not suffice for assignments beyond your capabilities, the third said sternly, taking a drag from his cigarette. Fine, I'll carry it out. Alas, what a miserable fate, I conceded reluctantly. Ah, picking trash? Can you not assign me a more reasonable task? My brows furrowed, struggling to suppress my rising fury. Even the mightiest of ninjas begin their journey from such humble tasks. Your current experience does not suffice for assignments beyond your capabilities, the third reiterated, his expression serious. All right, this is the last concession, I sighed. Patting my head as I exited the Hokage's office, my spirits dampened by the menial task ahead. Oh, what this time? I must find a mouse that has been stealing vegetables? Please, spare me, Grandpa Third. I have already performed this lowly task 35 times. Is there not a single normal mission for me? I'm a ninja, not a mere errand boy. You are well aware of my abilities. Even if I were to encounter a jounin, I would have the means to escape frustration overwhelmed me as I lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Very well. This time I shall assign you a C-rank escort mission. Come in, Mr. Yamamoto, the third said, shaking his head in resignation, still just a child after all. Oh, is this the little brat? Hokage-sama, we are transporting a considerable amount of goods. If we encounter bandits, we are doomed. A child of this size likely cannot even fend for himself. Yamamoto, the mountain merchant, looked at the boy before him, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with despair. He had intended to request a ninja of at least chunin rank for escorting the goods, but instead, he found himself with this mere child. Was the Hokage jesting? The boy seemed barely weaned. What? I am a talented genin of Konoha. Do you doubt my abilities? Would you like me to demonstrate? My irritation flared at the burly middle-aged man's incredulous remarks. Mr. Yamashiro, please have faith in the ninjas of Konoha. Regarding the C-rank mission, the young ones can indeed fulfill it. As long as they are not facing ninjas whose strength exceeds that of a genin, they can escort you back to the land of rivers according to the mission's requirements, spoke the third Hokage with an air of undeniable authority. Well, it seems we have no choice, Okamura replied with a resigned nod, hoping that the losses this time would not be too significant. Yay, let us get going, Mr. Yamashiro. We'll gather at the village gate in the afternoon. I need to prepare my gear, said Izui cheerfully, finally receiving a normal task akin to the escort mission that Naruto and the others had undertaken in the Land of Waves. Hey, I'm off. You'd better get your things ready. We'll set out right after lunch, Izui called to Okamura as he exited the Hokage's office, hurrying home. He was uncertain how long this mission would take, so he needed to prepare adequately. Upon his return, he planned to visit the Village of Heaven, where many important items awaited him, promising a significant enhancement to his abilities. Izui-kun, a voice called out. Turning around, he discovered it was Sakura, still fretting over her broad forehead. In truth, a beauty with such a forehead could be quite charming. Ah, Sakura. Hello. I genuinely believe your broad forehead is quite lovely. Izui encouraged her. Ah, really? Are you serious? Sakura asked, her spirits lifting, as she had been troubled by her appearance. To her surprise, Izui seemed to appreciate it. However, she recalled hearing that Izui had already made a lifelong promise with Hinata, leaving her feeling conflicted. Perhaps pursuing a romance with Sasuke would be a better choice. Oh, by the way, I have a ribbon here. Allow me to give it to you as a memento. Izui remembered the remaining ribbon from the 2 he had purchased yesterday. Hinata had taken the pink one, leaving the red one in his pocket. It would be courteous to gift it to Sakura now that they had met. Ah, but this is too much. Sakura exclaimed, flustered. No boy had ever given her a gift before. Did this mean Izui had feelings for her? But how could one person harbor affection for 2? Think of it as a New Year's gift. The holiday season is approaching, and I wish you a happy new year. Although we have only been classmates for 2 years, we are companions for life. You, along with Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and all our classmates, are my comrades. We shall fight side by side for Konoha in the future. Sakura gazed at Izui with admiration, realizing he had become a fully fledged genin, having undertaken numerous ninja missions. Girls often gravitate towards heroes, and Izui had undoubtedly become a hero in Sakura's eyes. I have a mission to attend to this afternoon, so I must return home to pack. Perhaps the next time we meet will be during the new year. Izui smiled, waving goodbye to Sakura. I will also strive to become an excellent ninja, Izui-kun. Sakura silently encouraged herself as she watched the sunlight illuminate Izui's retreating figure. Izui felt that he had perhaps gone a bit overboard today. Although in the original narrative, Sakura harbored affections for Sasuke, he believed that his descent from the heavens, coupled with his equally impressive appearance and prowess, might sway Sakura's heart towards him. Having indulged in numerous tales of transmigration and harem adventures in his previous life, he understood that the dream of every man is to be embraced by multiple lovers. Yet, would a truly spirited woman share her beloved with others? The capacity of one's heart to harbor love is indeed finite. If a woman occupies your entire heart, 2 women would split it in half, while 3 would divide it into thirds. Beyond 5, your heart becomes a mere abstraction. A heart consumed by desire is a lamentable existence. Women are often enchanted by a shell devoid of genuine emotion and spirit. Even if a multitude of beauties sought his affection, it would merely be to satiate their own desires. The moment someone superior emerged, could he truly guarantee their loyalty? Isue admired beauty, yet he believed that in his lifetime, he might only experience 3 or 4 authentic loves. Genuine affection, as with Hinata, demands sincerity. Without it, reciprocity is unattainable. Love is a balance of giving and receiving. In the world of Naruto, Ishue's heart was captivated by 11 enchanting women. At the top of his list was Hinata, cherished for her adorability. Following her was Sakura, recognized for her spirited nature, ferocious towards others yet tender with her partner. Third was Mitarashi Anko, admired for her splendid physique. Fourth were Karui and Yugao, both celebrated for their sensuality. Fifth was F, a minor character whose charm could not be overlooked upon closer inspection. Sixth was Conan, sharing a name with Ishue's former girlfriend, which invoked fond memories. Seventh were Tamari and Ino, both possessing commendable figures and appearances. Eighth was Cheyenne, and ninth was Kankuro, whose lower rank was attributed to his advanced age. As for why Haku was omitted, it stemmed from the confusion surrounding their gender. Kishimoto left it ambiguous, though Haku felt more female than male. In the realm of ninjas, where the essence of reality is often obscured, truth and illusion intertwine. The remaining characters like Karen, Tenten, and others became mere afterthoughts. An abundance of beauty can be overwhelming. This ranking is merely Ishue's personal sentiment. Preferences vary from person to person. He favored girls who were cute first, followed by those with a great physique, and finally those who exuded sensuality. Naturally, beauty of the face held paramount importance, as a man's admiration often begins there, with other attributes enhancing a woman's allure. Upon returning home, Ishue discovered that Hinata was absent, leaving him to organize his belongings, ninja tools, jutsu scrolls, bandages, and clothing, a sizable collection. Recent missions had amassed him a modest fortune, granting him a semblance of financial independence. Ishue-kun, why are you home so early today? Upon returning, Hinata noticed Izui packing his belongings and surmised that he might be departing the village for a mission. She felt compelled to assist in organizing his things. Ah, Hinata, you're back from training. By the way, I've accepted a C-rank mission and will be setting off this afternoon to escort a merchant caravan to the land of rivers. It might be quite a while before I return, perhaps not until the new year. Could you prepare some rice balls for me? Once I leave, I want to be able to enjoy your cooking anymore. It's quite distressing, Izui lamented, feeling a sense of reluctance to leave. However, he acknowledged that such is the life of a ninja, frequently embarking on missions. Please take care of yourself while you're out, be cautious, and avoid injuries. If you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, it's best to retreat, even though it may be a bit embarrassing. Hinata expressed her concerns. Well, it's just a C-rank mission. The worst I might encounter is some bandits. There is nothing to fear, Izui replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was merely a minor C-rank task. Even should he face a situation similar to Naruto's mission in the Land of Waves, he felt confident in his abilities. Aside from elite ninja, he could likely evade any opponent he couldn't overcome. Let us have lunch first, Hinata suggested, feeling reassured by Izui's strength. After sharing a meal, Izui picked up his backpack and stepped outside, waving goodbye to Hinata, pondering how long it would be before they would meet again. Upon reaching the village's entrance, he spotted 2 heavily laden carts and a well-decorated passenger carriage, indicating the presence of an important figure inside. Uncle Okamura was merely standing outside. "Ah, everyone is already here. So let us depart." "Don't worry, Uncle Okamura. My strength is formidable," Izui declared, disregarding the astonished gazes of others as he jumped onto one of the cargo carts. "All right. Let us go," Okamura replied, while his drivers and guards set aside their curiosity and began their journey to the destination. The scenery along the way was delightful. With the weather bright and warm, the sun casting a pleasant glow, and small creatures playfully chasing one another in the foliage. Izui felt a sense of liberation as he left the village. However, he reminded himself that he could never betray his village, otherwise he would face uncertainties about his future. And leaving would mean that Hinata could no longer be by his side. "Uncle Okamura, may I invite that ninja inside? I am curious about what these ninjas are like." A melodious child's voice called from the passenger carriage, the gender indiscernible but likely female. "Hey, kid, our young lady is calling for you. Can you come down and join us in the carriage?" Okamura said, somewhat irked, adding, "If it weren't for her wanting to chat with you, I wouldn't bother. You look like you're off on a leisurely trip rather than escorting us." "Well, it's no trouble. The sun is setting soon." Izui conceded and swiftly moved to the passenger carriage. Everyone was taken aback, and the girl who had just poked her head out of the carriage observed the scene. "Wow, that is amazing. Little brother, how did you do that?" the girl inquired, pulling Izui inside the carriage, eager to learn more. "It is merely a matter of speed. There is no need for astonishment, for such feats are exceedingly simple. Even a novice ninja would be capable," Sui remarked, revealing a certain naivety, as she had never encountered such a thing before. "Is that so? Could you teach me? I too wish to learn, I implore you." "I shall do anything if you teach me," the girl inquired with palpable excitement. Such knowledge cannot be acquired in a mere moment, and most individuals are unable to endure the rigorous training required. Mastery is not simply a matter of desire, and such skills ought not to be imparted casually. Sui retorted with a roll of her eyes, emphasizing the necessity of some common sense. The path of a ninja is not trivial, and no self-respecting ninja would freely share their techniques. Seated in the carriage, Sui and the girl engaged in lively conversation. From their dialogue, Sui learned that the girl's name was Yamada Hikage, the daughter of a merchant from the land of rivers. The family's enterprise was modest, neither particularly large nor small. Her journey to the land of fire was to procure unique goods for trade back in her homeland. The land of rivers, having endured years of warfare, found its agricultural output lacking. Situated in a tropical rainforest region, the climate was humid with persistent rainfall, rendering certain sun-loving crops unable to thrive. In contrast, the land of fire, where Konoha is located, boasts one of the most favorable environments among the 5 great nations. The land of fire is characterized by its hilly terrain, temperate climate, and abundant sunshine. It possesses ample arable land, a thriving economy, and a large population, being centrally located on the continent. It serves as a vital hub for inter-country exchanges. Moreover, the land of fire is home to Konoha, the most powerful ninja village, thus establishing itself as the most influential nation on the continent, albeit somewhat diminished following the invasion orchestrated by Orochimaru. The land of wind is the largest in terms of territory within the world of Naruto. This nation is marked by its arid deserts and scant rainfall, where its populace resides in unique structures fashioned from sand. The land of wind is populous and maintains close relations with the land of fire. Its ninja village is Sunagakure, known for housing many formidable ninjas. The land of water is an island nation surrounded by the sea, featuring mountainous regions interspersed with scattered islets. Its landscape is adorned with numerous lakes, and the climate is cool and foggy, with snowy winters that bring frigid temperatures. Citizens inhabit the main island and its surrounding islets, living according to their distinct traditional culture. The ninja village of the land of water is Kirigakure, and it is the smallest among the 5 great nations. Perhaps due to its geographical isolation, the land of water seldom engages in conflicts among nations. Zabuza Momochi once plotted to assassinate the Mizukage, but was ultimately subdued. According to the Book of Armaments, the land of lightning is famed for its towering peaks and the thunderous roars that reverberate through the air, hence its name. The rivers in the central mountain range carve out a winding coastline at their estuaries, and the nation is replete with numerous hot spring regions. The ninja village of the land of lightning is Kumogakure. The land of Earth is predominantly characterized by desolate cliffs, with rocky formations seemingly marking its borders, thereby obstructing transportation with neighboring nations. Additionally, winds from the north sweep over the mountains, carrying small rocks to other lands, a natural phenomenon famously known as rock rain. The ninja village of the land of Earth is Iwagakure. In summary, the land of fire can be regarded as the most prosperous nation on the continent. Although the land of rivers is enveloped by vast forests, rendering it largely isolated from the outside world with few merchant caravans venturing out for supplies. Yamada Hikaru's father possesses a discerning vision. He believes that the climate of the land of rivers prevents certain crops from thriving, unlike in the land of fire, where an array of agricultural products flourishes at remarkably low prices. If these goods could be transported to the land of rivers, it would yield substantial profits. Miss, here is the roasted rabbit meat. Hey, little rascal, you have some too. I really don't understand why you're being given this roasted meat. Okamura respectfully handed the roasted meat to Yamada Hikaru. However, when it came to Izui, he did not show the same courtesy, brusquely thrusting a piece of meat into his hands. Haha, thank you. Although you seem somewhat reluctant, I know you are merely feigning your displeasure. I may not understand the reasons, but I will protect everyone in times of danger, Izui replied with a smile. Humph. Okamura huffed as he walked away in annoyance. Oh, do not worry. Uncle Okamura is just like that. He grew up alongside my father and serves as his protector. I have always considered him as my own uncle. Though his temper may be fierce, he is fundamentally a good person. Otherwise, my father would not have entrusted him with this task. I merely sneaked away from the merchant caravan, and part of the reason Uncle sought the ninja was also to protect me, Yamada Hikaru explained. Seeking to alleviate Okamura's irritation, Izui, unable to speak as he munched on the rabbit meat, merely nodded in affirmation. Once everyone finished their dinner, the samurai guards set up tents, and each retreated within to rest, for tomorrow they must continue their journey. Izui, little brother, are you not going to sleep in the tent? Yamada Hikaru inquired, glancing at Izui, who lay on a branch. Ninjas must remain vigilant at all times, particularly in the wilderness where beasts and lurking enemies may appear without warning. Though you have guards at the camp, a ninja never places his safety in the hands of others, Izui replied calmly. Throughout dinner, his eyelids had been twitching. Although he was not particularly superstitious, it instilled a sense of unease within him, as if danger loomed imminent. Very well, miss, you should rest now. Do not worry, with me here. There is nothing to fear. Let him sleep in the tree if he wishes. Ninjas are indeed a peculiar lot, Okamura urged, prompting Yamada Hikaru to enter the tent. This little rascal was excessively cautious. How could there be enemies on such a tranquil night? Not far from Izui's encampment, in a small cave, a group of mountain bandits whispered among themselves. Boss, I inquired this afternoon, and I discovered that a merchant caravan is resting at the foot of our mountain, with 2 carts of goods. This could be a big catch. An excited one-eyed man proclaimed to the apparent leader, who wielded a machete. One-eyed dragon. Do not endanger us all. What if they have a ninja protector among them? Wouldn't we all be doomed? A gaunt man with protruding teeth stepped forward, his words dripping with sarcasm, indicating a palpable tension between the two. I implore you to reconsider. Will I, the one-eyed dragon, bring harm to anyone? Reflect on how long it has been since we last encountered a plumb target. I have nearly forgotten the sensation of being with a woman. My brothers, where shall we indulge in sumptuous feasts in the company of women without funds? This afternoon, I observed closely that our adversary possesses a ninja. What? Do you wish to court death, one-eyed? Upon hearing the word ninja, the leader wielding a mountain cleaver was drenched in cold sweat, abruptly interrupting the one-eyed's discourse. Chief, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. Although the other side has a ninja guard, it is merely a child of less than 10 years. Likely an inept fool who has not mastered his skills and is now out to work. We can certainly take the risk. The one-eyed rapidly conveyed the situation. Very well. Let us take the gamble. Afterwards, we shall feast, drink, and revel with women. Gather all our brothers. We set forth to seize wealth, captives, and treasures. The leader gritted his teeth and made his decision. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Who goes there? Uncle Okamura. Rouse everyone. We have visitors. Upon hearing the indistinct sounds, Ichizui was jolted from his light slumber and called out to Okamura, who was on watch beneath the trees. Quickly, everyone awaken. Form a circle around the camp. Do not expose our backs to the enemy. As the noises grew increasingly louder, Okamura sprang to alertness, organizing the group into a disciplined defense, clearly demonstrating prior experience. At that moment, he no longer regarded Ichizui as just a child, but as a capable ninja. Haha. Surrender all your possessions and cease your resistance. I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely seek wealth and hope for some respect. Suddenly, a band of mountain bandits appeared before the camp, a burly man wielding a cleaver stepping forward from their midst. Merely a band of brigands. Do they think I'm invisible? Seriously, can I not even enjoy a peaceful slumber? Ichigo stepped forward with an audacious tone directed at the bandits before him. Haha. What can a mere child do to us? Bow 10 times and call me grandfather, and perhaps I shall spare you, little one. The bandit leader erupted into laughter at Ichigo's youthful voice. Return, little brat. This is not the time for your bravado. Okamura's expression shifted, his rugged face etched with concern. Uncle Okamura, just ensure Miss Yamada's safety. I shall handle these bandits. Ichigo turned to Okamura with a confident smile. Well, very well, but be cautious. If the situation turns dire, retreat. Okamura, observing Ichigo's earnest countenance, reluctantly consented, yet reminded him that in such circumstances, he could only focus on protecting the vital Miss Yamada. The banquet of death has commenced. Though I have never taken a life, it does not imply that I am incapable of doing so. In this realm of ninjas, the act of killing is inescapable. Are you prepared, my adversaries? Fear not, for you shall not feel pain by the time you appear before my eyes. You are already as good as dead. Thus, it begins the slaughter. With swift precision, Shui, plunged into the ranks of the bandits, shurikens in hand. The leader of the bandits, upon witnessing my rapid approach, was taken aback. The speed of this young boy was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. How could he achieve such swiftness? TCH, do you not realize that one must remain focused during combat? Well then, perish. As the bandit leader pondered this, I had already closed the distance, and in an instant, my shuriken was embedded in his neck. Why? He gasped, his face contorted in terror. Why? Because the moment you appeared, your fate was sealed. May you be reborn to better fortunes in your next life. Do not trust your eyes sometimes. It is the children who are the most fearsome. With a calm demeanor, I pushed the bandit leader to the ground, as if confronting not an enemy, but a friend. Boss. Everyone, attack. Avenge our leader. He cannot slay us all alone. If we unite, he shall falter. For wealth and beauty, charge. The one-eyed bandit, realizing the others were paralyzed by fear, attempted to rally them. Our leader must have been carelessly slain. Fear not. With his demise, I shall ascend as the new leader. Haha. Foolish bandits. If you had fled, I might have spared you. But now, you choose your own demise. You turn your back on the paths of heaven and leap into the abyss of hell. Very well, I shall eradicate you, cleansing the world of your wickedness. Water release, exploding water shockwave. In an instant, as I employed the substitution technique, I swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water from my mouth. The deluge surged into the ranks of the bandits, transforming their stronghold into a miniature lake. This time, I did not utilize the diminutive version of the exploding water shockwave from my graduation test, but the full-fledged B-rank ninjutsu. The sheer number of bandits necessitated a technique of such magnitude. Relying solely on taijutsu would have prolonged the battle unnecessarily. The relentless wave crashed for an extended duration, leaving the bandits in a state of shock, crying out for mercy. Yet, I offered them no glimmer of hope. Compassion is unwarranted towards these utterly depraved bandits. In this moment, should you spare them, in the next, they would plunder another unsuspecting group. They live in sin and shall perish in sin. Lightning release, earth walk. I showed no mercy. This time, those who survived the deluge were utterly annihilated under the might of this ninjutsu. In his hand, he wielded a shuriken, methodically delivering fatal strikes to the wounded mountain bandits, each groan resonating like a haunting echo in the stillness. Unbeknownst to him, with every bandit he dispatched, a faint surge of sanguine energy seeped into the third eye upon his forehead, though it remained closed. Agakubo observed the boy, who lethargically executed the defenseless brigands. A wave of dread washing over him. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, his grip on the katana quivering, fingers turning pale, his entire being drained of strength. To him, the boy resembled a legendary demon, mercilessly slaughtering all living beings that fell under his gaze. Once the last bandit lay lifeless and no survivors were left, a chilling smile crept upon his lips. His silver eyes, now veined with crimson, gradually shifted to Agakubo and the surrounding guards, their vitality waning. Before he collapsed onto the waterlogged ground, unconscious. Quickly, lift him and place him inside the tent. Provide him with some warm water. He needs rest. The rest of you, assist me in clearing the battlefield, Agakubo commanded, finally releasing a breath of relief. Indeed, the toll on his mind had proven too great. After all, he was but a child, perhaps experiencing the act of killing for the first time. The agony of taking a life was unbearable. As he watched beings akin to himself fall at his feet, it felt as though he had plunged into a hellish abyss of blood where violence reigned supreme, without beginning or end. That torment was almost unbearable, and his psyche frayed, yet he managed to endure. "Ah, you're awake. How splendid. I feared you would never awaken. You are remarkable for having slain so many bandits, far more formidable than Uncle Agakubo," Yamamoto Hika exclaimed, recalling the harrowing scene with trepidation. Faced with such a multitude of bandits, escape seemed impossible. She marveled at her younger brother's prowess, recognizing the might of a ninja. Aizui could only force a smile. "You still find amusement in this? Do you think killing is a trivial matter? Although I may be skilled, I have never taken a life before. In my past life, murder was a crime, yet in this existence, it seems as commonplace as eating and drinking. It appears I have fallen behind. You are quite impressive indeed. So, that was your first kill? Fear not. With experience, the next time will be different. You handled it relatively well. Some have succumbed to mental breakdowns. I recall my first kill left me nauseated for days, unable to stomach meat for 3 whole days. In times of chaos, such as these, the common folk must silently endure the ravages of war," Agakubo remarked as he entered the tent. "Yes, if I possessed the power, I would unify this world, halting the cycle of slaughter, allowing all to live in peace and prosperity," Aizui said with a serene resolve. "Alas, it is a daunting task, far too difficult. Nations are embroiled in perpetual conflict, each with distinct customs and traditions. How could a single individual sway the entire ninja realm?" Agakubo lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The boy's aspirations were noble, yet they seemed nearly unattainable. Is that so? I believe that miracles do exist in this world, and that this chaotic era shall come to an end. Trust me, dear uncle, I will show you a world that is united and at peace. This is my aspiration, my path of perseverance. I speak with conviction, having learned from a hero in our village of Konoha. I shall accomplish this grand endeavor alongside my comrades, despite the arduous journey ahead. At this moment, I finally discern my own path. Naruto, Hinata, all my companions strive for the same goal. And the war-torn world of ninjas shall ultimately be graced by gentle sunlight. Is that so? I shall bear witness. I have faith in you. Okamura found himself unwittingly inspired by this unwavering confidence. Yes, I support you as well. Yamada Hika smiled. As Izumi emerged from the depths of his mental realm, the caravan set forth once more, continuing their journey until they reached the borders of the Land of Rivers. The ninja village belonging to the Land of Rivers is the Rain Village, which also houses the Akatsuki's camp. In the original story, Naruto and his friends rescued Gaara here. The secluded nature of the Land of Rivers has allowed many secret bases to be established within its confines. Wow, we are finally nearing home. How wonderful! Yamada Hika exclaimed joyfully. I am also close to completing my mission. This is my very first C-rank task, so it holds great sentimental value. By the way, the forests surrounding the Land of Rivers are truly vast and concealed, and the environment is quite pleasant, remarked Izumi. Indeed, our Land of Rivers is enveloped by nature, which nurtures us, Yamada Hika agreed. Miss, it is nearly dark. Let us find an inn to rest for the night before continuing our journey, Okamura suggested from outside the carriage. All right, I am quite famished as well, Yamada Hika replied. After another hour of travel, the caravan entered a small town. Okamura, familiar with the area, located an inn and arranged for everyone to rest. After dining at the inn, Izumi bid goodnight to Yamada Hika and the others, as the remnants of the day's sanguinary spirit still lingered within him. In a secret base somewhere in the Land of Rivers, there was a recent shortage of subordinates. We must seek out formidable ninjas, not only those at the level of Kage, but also those with exceptional talents. The organization's growth requires fresh blood. Kakuzu, I entrust this task to you. Recruit some capable pawns. TCH, I still have to make money. I'm quite busy. Let someone else handle it. Isn't the newly joined Uchiha Itachi quite impressive? Kisame is also formidable, and the others are quite capable as well. Very well. While I'm at it, I'll find a few more. It's such a hassle. How much will this outing cost me again? Perhaps I should check the underground exchange for valuable bounties. Wow, this feels delightful. The weather today is splendid. Izumi emerged from his cocoon, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window. After finishing their meal, Izumi and his companions resumed their journey. A day later. We are finally home. How wonderful. Father, please open the door. We have returned. Yamada Hika joyfully leaped down from the carriage, knocking on the grand door before her. Here they come. Oh dear daughter, you have returned. I was so worried about you. Okamura, quickly unload the goods. I am truly grateful to you for acquiring so many items. It is splendid. I hope you encountered no dangers on the journey. A portly middle-aged man opened the door to the house, looking at Yamada Hikaru with a mix of surprise and concern, then incessantly thanking Okamura. It's nothing really, I hardly contributed. If it weren't for this talented young ninja from Konoha, we would have been raided by bandits long ago, Okamura replied, somewhat flustered, as he pulled a young boy named Izui from behind him. Yes, Izui is quite remarkable. He single-handedly dispatched a large group of bandits, Yamada Hikaru affirmed. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Your name is Izui, correct? You are the youngest ninja I have ever encountered, truly a prodigy. Come in and rest. I shall have my servants prepare a meal to express my gratitude, the astonished middle-aged man said, momentarily taken aback. That would be splendid, Izui replied. After dining at the Yamada household, at the insistence of Yamada Hikaru's father, Izui reluctantly agreed to stay another night. Early the next morning, Izui awoke, freshened up, and was soon notified by a servant that breakfast was ready. Izui, aren't you going to stay a few more days? I would love to chat with you. It's such a shame you're leaving so soon. Yamada Hikaru pouted, casting him a lingering, mournful gaze. Enough of that. He is not as leisurely as you. There are many matters to attend to. A ninja is indeed very busy, Yamada Hikaru's father advised her. Is that so? Well, you must not forget me. I will certainly visit you in Konoha in the future. Yamada Hikaru reluctantly agreed. After breakfast, Izui packed his belongings and set off. But his route did not lead towards the land of fire. Rather, he headed towards the land of water. He intended to visit the village of heaven, located at the confluence of the land of water and the land of fire, in a small valley to the west of the land of water and southeast of the land of fire. His swift journey brought him to the eastern border of the land of river by sunset. Izui paused to pull out the rice balls made by Hinata. But the blandness of just eating rice balls prompted him to catch a few wild rabbits to roast. Though lacking in seasoning, the aroma of the roasted meat was irresistible. And disregarding the heat, he tore off a piece of rabbit and began to eat, savoring its delightful fragrance. However, this also attracted an unexpected visitor. Who is there? Show yourself. Izui called out towards the rustling bushes behind him. TSK discovered. Impressive, little brat, to find me. Hey, you're a ninja from Konoha. Aren't you? Not bad at all. Mind if I have a bite? Kaku emerged from the underbrush, relishing the prospect of free food without expense. Yet, he was taken aback by the young boy's keen perception. The talents from Konoha are indeed numerous. Itachi Uchiha is one, and this little brat is quite something too. It's rather enviable how many prodigies Konoha has. You are Kaku, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Upon recognizing the visitor, a wave of panic surged through Issue. He had not anticipated the presence of Kakazu, one of the formidable Akatsuki members. How could such a powerful shadow-level ninja appear here? His fortune, indeed, was perplexing. Ah, not bad. The taste is quite acceptable. Tell me, young one, how old are you? Kakuzu, with an air of nonchalance, seated himself opposite Issue and promptly seized a roasted rabbit to indulge in. Issue felt compelled to endure the situation. He was no match for Kakuzu. Yet it appeared that the latter had no intention of attacking, as Kakuzu typically favored targets of significant value. Who is there? Show yourself. Issue called out towards the rustling bushes behind him. TSK discovered. Impressive, little one, to uncover my presence. Ah, you are a ninja from Konoha, aren't you? Quite commendable. Do you mind if I partake in some food? Kakuzu emerged from the underbrush, relishing the prospect of free sustenance. The young ninja's ability to unveil his concealment was remarkable. Indeed, Konoha boasted many prodigies. Itachi Uchiha was one, and this boy was equally admirable. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the abundance of talent in Konoha. Why you are? Kakuzu, the rogue ninja from Takigakure. Issue stammered, his heart racing at the realization of who stood before him. What a splendid name you have. Pray tell, how old are you? Kakuzu inquired, his curiosity piqued by the unusual name, Shinin. He recalled hearing it associated with the legendary descendants of the heavenly gods. Hadn't that lineage perished long ago? How curious that one would appear here, now a ninja of Konoha. Perhaps Pain intended to recruit him. After all, the genius could outweigh numerous fools. This would allow Kakuzu to focus on his profits. I am nearly 9 years old, Ishue replied nonchalantly. Why the detailed inquiry? Oh, young one. Would you be interested in joining our Akatsuki organization? Let me enlighten you. You will learn nothing substantial in your village. Our organization comprises only shadow-level ninjas who can impart advanced techniques and forbidden arts. Even the genius Itachi Uchiha is among us, and our leader possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Kakuzu asserted, hoping to entice the boy. TSK, I'm not interested. What is so special about the Rinnegan? I possess the Eye of Heaven, Ishue retorted defiantly. One Water scornfully remarked, join Akatsuki? Not a chance. None of the members of that organization meet a favorable end. After all, evil has never triumphed over good. Moreover, I have no interest in your forbidden jutsu. As for elite shinobi, I shall become one in due time. Besides, having left Konohagakure, my dear Hinata might drift away from me, and with a mere misstep, she could fall under the allure of Naruto's protagonist aura. What? You little brat? You disagree? Kakuzu fumed. I've tried to reason with you, and yet you refuse? Are you seeking death? Are you looking for a fight, old man? Then so be it. Although you are formidable, I am no pushover. One Water thought to himself, while you may be an elite shinobi, I am well aware of your information. Even if I cannot handle you, I can always flee. In a few years, you will merely be a stepping stone for me. You may have courage, boy. But today you shall meet your demise. Though I prefer to battle those of worth, I must teach you a lesson for your blatant disrespect towards your elders. Kakuzu straightened his posture, preparing for battle, his green-eyed gaze radiating a cruel light. Then I shall hold nothing back. Heavenly Eye, White, Sealing Domain. Water Release, Exploding Water Shockwave. Lightning Release, False Darkness. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Since the last encounter with the bandits, One Water's strength had surged, his chakra levels surpassed that of an average nin, enabling him to unleash numerous potent jutsu. Furthermore, his physical prowess had significantly improved, and the second stage of his Heavenly Eye was on the verge of activation. He intended to use Kakuzu as a sharpening stone, testing whether he could unlock the second stage of his Heavenly Eye, a prospect he had awaited eagerly. What is this? I cannot perform my jutsu. Damn it. Kakuzu was enraged. How does this brat possess a third eye? A bloodline limit, perhaps? Curse be my negligence. The ninjas of Konohagakure are all monstrous. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, and now this boy. None can be underestimated. I must quickly ascertain the characteristics of his bloodline limit. Without my jutsu, my hearts are of no use. This is infuriating. To think he specifically counters my abilities. Lightning Release, 4 Pillars Binding Technique. One Water did not afford Kakuzu, this perilous individual, a moment's respite. The previous 2 lightning techniques had merely incapacitated one of his jutsu hearts. His sealing domain currently extended only 15 meters from his body. If Kakuzu refrained from separating his attribute hearts, all would be well. However, once he did, One Water would find himself overwhelmed. Given Kakuzu's extensive experience as an elite shinobi, he would surely identify the technique's weaknesses and escape the domain, placing One Water at a disadvantage. After all, Kakuzu's jutsu proficiency in the original narrative was a staggering 10. With a resounding thud, Kakuzu discarded a heart that had already been shattered, yet his mind remained remarkably calm. Why had that little brat ensnared me with a ninjutsu barrier? Was he afraid I might flee? No, that couldn't be right. His abilities were insufficient to eliminate me. After gaining the upper hand, he ought to escape, yet he must realize that it would be difficult for him to do so. What could be the reason? The range of his bloodline limits restrictions could not possibly expand infinitely. Yes, precisely that. Was he concerned that I might slip beyond his domain? I see now, little brat. You are being rather clever. Your domain must be limited, right? The restrictions you placed upon me are merely a precaution against my escaping your control. You are too astute. But sometimes, those who are too clever can end up harming themselves. Were it not for the bindings you imposed, I might still be in a state of confusion. However, now, with my secret technique, Earthgrudge Fear, Kakuzu revealed the 3 hearts he had collected. One had been damaged in the recent skirmish, leaving him with a total of 4 hearts, including his own. Is that so? But how did you manage to escape from my bindings? Moreover, within this domain, you are unable to unleash your ninjutsu. Soon enough, you may very well meet your demise under my lightning release techniques. Amai spoke with an air of calm, though astonishment coursed through him. Indeed, he was worthy of his reputation as a shadow-level ninja, an ancient being who had survived encounters with Senju Hashirama. Do you recognize these treasures at my side? They are hearts I have seized from other ninja bodies. Under my secret technique, they retain the chakra attributes of their original forms. While I may be unable to use ninjutsu, I can sacrifice one heart for survival, sacrificing a pawn to save the king. Wind release, pressure damage. Kakuzu proclaimed with arrogance. A compressed, high-density tornado struck Amai's lightning release binding pillar. The nature of the wind reached its zenith, creating a swirling storm that erupted violently, devastating the surrounding land and trees. In that instant, Kakuzu and his two hearts escaped the confines of the domain. The wind-attributed heart turning to ashes in a tumultuous explosion of chakra. Amai was compelled to retreat beyond the reach of the wind release. How infuriating! I had not anticipated Kakuzu's combat experience to be so formidable, willing to sacrifice one heart to extricate himself from a precarious situation. Truly, shadow-level warriors are not to be trifled with, and now I must flee. Yet, I feel a sense of discontent. Must I retreat so soon after the battle has begun? Little brat, daydreaming in the midst of combat is ill-advised. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakuzu's voice echoed, accompanied by a fiery tsunami. The small fireball that landed before Amai instantly expanded, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Fortunately, his wind-attributed heart had already been damaged, otherwise, combined with the wind release. This fire-based technique would have been even more formidable. Amai narrowly dodged the fire release attack, yet he was still caught in the explosion's aftermath. His clothing bore several singe marks, and his face was marked by a patch of redness from debris propelled by the blast. The same technique wielded by a shadow-level ninja proved far superior to that of a ninja below their rank. Ugly, Shun Mao, Z, Hai Yu, Cho, Wu Yu Z, In Su, In Si, Cho, Wei, Si, Hai Wei, Z, Run, Shun Yu, Cho Wu, Wei, In Si, Z, Shun Mao, Hai, Shun Wei Z, Cho, Shun Yu Ren Z Hai Yu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. In a mere 10 seconds, Ishui swiftly completed all the hand seals for this B-rank water ninjutsu. Upon advancing to the rank of Chunin, Ishui experienced a significant enhancement in the speed at which his heavenly eye replenishes chakra, bolstering his confidence to continue the battle. The water on the ground, a small lake formed from Ishui's initial ninjutsu, was largely evaporated by Kakuzu's fire techniques, yet all remaining water was concentrated by Ishui's jutsu, manifesting as a colossal water dragon that spiraled toward Kakuzu's location. In, water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth domination. Possessing multiple hearts is advantageous. Kakuzu simultaneously utilized two defensive ninjutsu in conjunction with his hearts. One could assert that Ishui's assault was ultimately thwarted. However, the true strike lay concealed beneath this ninjutsu, as Ishui swiftly maneuvered behind Kakuzu and unleashed lightning release, false darkness. You were too slow, boy. Did you think I was unaware of your little tricks? Although I am perplexed as to why your chakra exceeds that of a Jinin or Chunin, your speed is lacking. Moreover, the formidable penetrating power of lightning release, false darkness does not necessitate an attack from behind. It can effortlessly breach my earth and water techniques and strike me, even if the force is not overwhelmingly potent. Young one, you possess an array of powerful ninjutsu, yet fail to employ them effectively. Do you not have anyone to guide your training? Ninjutsu exists to vanquish foes, yet you wield them haphazardly. Prepare to perish, fool. Kakuzu's foot sent Ishui flying, his words dripping with sarcasm. Seizing the advantage, Kakuzu relentlessly pummeled Ishui, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Coughing, Ishui felt like a mere jester. Having once believed he could vanquish the formidable Kakuzu, only to find himself facing death. Is this his fate? A sense of unwillingness enveloped him. He had thought that mastering the trajectory of the Naruto universe would grant him unimpeded success, with winds at his back, reign as he wished, and beautiful women falling into his embrace. Yet, every formidable figure in the Naruto realm harbored their own secrets. To believe that one could grasp the entirety of the character's essence through a mere few episodes of the anime, overpower them with sheer will, and emerge as a hero or genius was a delusion. How naive he was to think he was merely living within an animated fantasy. What a helpless gaze he bore. In truth, he could have triumphed with his extraordinary bloodline limit, yet alas. Kakuzu gazed down at the diminutive genius ninja, feeling a twinge of compassion. Must such a prodigious talent meet their end at his hands? Such is the tragedy of the ninja world. It is always the aged who mourn the youth. If only you could remain in your village and mature gradually, you might have become another formidable figure of the shadows. What a pity. Regrettably, cough. Ishui inquired hastily, as if grasping a lifeline. Yet, in his haste, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Alas, I deceived you. Alas, You fell for it. Indeed, your application of ninjutsu faltered, but that was merely in the final act of the lightning-style technique. Your prior performance was nothing short of genius, akin to the exemplary cases found in the ninja textbooks. Had I not possessed a few hearts, you might have slain me. However, due to your lack of battlefield experience, I easily shattered your psychological defenses. Otherwise, even if you could not match my strength, you could have escaped. If I am not mistaken, this must have been your first experience with killing. Your mental state has yet to stabilize. Kakuzu's voice dripped with sarcasm. You deceived me. It's not the ninjutsu I used that caused this. Shui retorted angrily. Yes, haha. Anger? A ninja must function as an emotionless tool. Yet here you are, disturbed by the fact that you have taken a few lives. How foolish. Kakuzu laughed heartily, adding, on the battlefield. Never trust a word from your enemy, it is all mere deception. No, I vehemently disagree. A ninja is not a tool. How can a soulless ninja be considered human? Shui fervently resisted Kakuzu's assertions. TCH, this is the cruel world of ninjas. You are far too naive. Let me end your life, you little fool. Ninjas exist solely as tools. Kakuzu found it incomprehensible that Shui could think otherwise. A ninja is, by nature, a tool. What need is there for emotions? Truly, how foolish. I cannot die. I have something of great importance to protect. Shui struggled, attempting to rise. Humph, merely prolonging the inevitable. Die, naive child. Kakuzu stomped Shui back to the ground and drew a shuriken, aiming for his throat. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Ishui's third eye ignited with a dark crimson flame. I cannot perish at the hands of someone like you. I must live to tell you that this world, ninjas, require emotions. Ah. Shui, fueled by an inexplicable strength, seized Kakuzu's foot and hurled him away. Cough, little brat. Where did you find such strength? Kakuzu exclaimed, flying through the air and crashing into several trees before finally halting. What kind of power is this? The strength of a tailed beast could scarcely compare. Heaven's eye flame, demon of fire descends. Shui shouted vehemently. An astonishing spectacle ensued as he became enveloped in dark red flames, transforming into a fiery demon. The chakra-formed flame armor towered 15 meters high. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that everything within half a meter of him vanished. Indeed, it disappeared, reduced to ashes in an instant by the incredibly high temperature of the flames. What in the world is this ghastly thing? Even Drowdu felt a sense of panic that paled in comparison to his confrontation with Shinja Hashirama, yet he could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. It was akin to facing a tailed beast. This was the power of his bloodline limit, indeed a formidable legacy. He could not underestimate this young adversary. It was his own loose tongue that had provoked such ire. How unfortunate. Given the current circumstances, his remaining 2 hearts were likely doomed. And perhaps even his life was at stake. Infernal Demon S. Purgatory, / Enraged, Shui clenched his right hand skyward, summoning an enormous sword forged from flames into the hands of the fiery giant. With a sweeping motion directed at Jiaodu, catastrophe ensued. Boom, boom, boom. Everything in the wake of the colossal sword was reduced to ashes, trees uprooted by the raging inferno. A massive pit, approximately 10 feet wide, 5 feet deep, and 30 feet long, emerged, revealing 2 shattered masks at its bottom, while Jiaodu had long since vanished from sight. Suddenly, the fiery giant dissipated, and Shui, at the center, appeared dazed and utterly drained, gradually collapsing as the surrounding darkness reclaimed its tranquility. Cough, 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 who would have thought that? Despite sacrificing 2 hearts, he would still sustain grievous injuries? Returning in this condition would surely invite mockery from the youngsters. Those infernal Konoha brats, all of them monsters. It made him want to curse. Just when he thought he was at death's door, he had to endure a final explosive struggle. How infuriating. He needed to return quickly. The outside world was perilous, and a mere ninja could easily end his life. Emerging from the underbrush, Jiaodu's attire was charred beyond recognition. With each cautious step, he scanned his surroundings. A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. After a relentless half-day of hurried travel, he finally verified his identity at the barrier of a base and entered. At this point, Jiaodu could no longer hold on and collapsed without dignity. Well, if it isn't Uncle Jiaodu, why do you look like a dead dog? Deidara remarked mockingly upon seeing Jiaodu on the ground. Shut your mouth. Do you seek death? Your head could fetch a handsome price. Had I not been severely wounded, I would have claimed it for myself. Jiaodu retorted furiously, vexed by the disrespectful behavior of the youngsters. Enough, Jiaodu. Wasn't he the one who instructed you to gather some subordinates? How did you end up so battered? Besides us and the 5 Kage. Who else could have inflicted such damage? Pain inquired. A heavy silence enveloped the group. To be honest, and I do not fear your ridicule. It was a child not yet 10 years old, Jiadu said, his tone laced with indignation and a hint of shame. What? Everyone, including Pain, was taken aback. Which ninja village does he hail from? Pain asked. Konoha. Damn it, Konoha has unleashed some monsters. His name is Kamizuki Eishui. Itachi. Do you know him? Jiadu directed his question at Uchiha Itachi. Having gathered some understanding, I have heard that he is a descendant of divine lineage. After the obliteration of his village, he joined the esteemed Hyuga clan of Konoha. I could hardly fathom that he would evolve to such an extent. During my time in the village, I scarcely paid him any heed. Itachi was astounded within, recalling the child's words. To comprehend true strength, one must first grasp the essence of weakness. Who would have thought he would reach such heights, not far from my own prowess? Sasuke, my brother, you must strive to grow swiftly. Well, please provide a brief overview of the situation, Pain instructed. In truth, that child was not originally so formidable. I lament my own indiscretion. Just as I was poised to end his life, I foolishly remarked, a ninja must serve as an emotionless tool. Yet you lament over the lives you've taken, causing your spirit to waver. How utterly foolish. In an unforeseen turn, that boy unleashed a tremendous force from within, manifesting his fire chakra into a colossal infernal giant, towering approximately 15 meters high, with a single strike of a sword forged from flames. I found myself in my current state. Had I not sacrificed 2 hearts, I would have been reduced to ashes. That child even dared to assert that a ninja requires emotions. I ask you, is that not sheer folly? A ninja is simply a ninja. What need is there for feelings? It is truly disheartening to have been bested by a mere boy. Could I have been mistaken? Yet, the essence of a ninja is to exist as a tool. Kakuzu lamented. All present hesitated, pondering the question, do ninjas truly require emotions? Enough with the wild speculations, Kakuzu. Please share your analysis of his abilities so that we may devise a strategy should we encounter this individual in the future, Pain interjected, interrupting everyone's contemplation. Very well. Given this young man's peculiarities, I shall convey what I have discerned. This individual possesses a bloodline limit known as the third eye, situated at the center of his forehead. 2 stages of this ability are currently known. Firstly, the initial stage bears some resemblance to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The eyeball appears white and can create a chakra-sealing domain with a radius of approximately 15 meters, centered on the user. Within this domain, regardless of a ninja's rank, they are incapable of casting ninjutsu of the 5 elemental types. Should they attempt to do so, a violent backlash of chakra will ensue within their body. The more potent the ninjutsu, the more catastrophic the backlash. This violent chakra may lead to an explosion within the body, and employing techniques of B rank or higher could result in death. However, it is worth noting that genjutsu, secret techniques, and other bloodline limits are unaffected, and leaving the domain restores normalcy. Secondly, the second stage transforms into a force beyond human comprehension. The third eye undergoes a metamorphosis, its hue shifting to a deep crimson, emanating dark red flames. This allows the user to summon a colossal fire giant enveloped in tangible red chakra, capable of unleashing a formidable technique known as the Inferno Demon Purgatory Slash. This attack is incredibly powerful and simultaneously ensnares the target in a paralysis technique, rendering them unable to evade and only able to resist. I myself fell victim to this very move. Additionally, I must emphasize that I suspect his bloodline limit may allow him to gradually replenish his chakra during combat, as he is merely a child, regardless of his genius. He cannot wield chakra recklessly. His chakra reserves are indeed comparable to that of a jonin. Kakuzu, the cunning old monster, has astutely analyzed his combat capabilities. It appears that he is a potential formidable adversary. If he matures, it could spell trouble. This bloodline limit is extraordinarily powerful. Once developed, it may rival the Rinnegan. It seems that legends are not entirely unfounded. The Eye of Heaven, this truly is a ninja with immense potential. Kakuzu, do you believe there is a possibility of recruiting him? Pain inquired. To speak candidly, this little brat is unlike any of us. I am uncertain how he became a ninja, as he seems to think that ninjas require emotions. Even if we were to recruit him, he would likely be a liability, Kakuzu replied with a resigned gesture. Very well, if you encounter him in the future, those capable should eliminate him without hesitation. However, do not be overly concerned. He is not yet a significant threat to us. Let us focus on the grand cause of developing our organization. Once we reach a certain level, we shall endeavor to seize control of the entire ninja world. Pain remarked coolly. Jiraiya, upon hearing a tremendous noise from the forest, hastened toward the battlefield. As he approached, he suddenly perceived an overwhelming sound that seemed to reach the heavens. Gazing upward, he beheld a monstrous entity, a corporeal manifestation of dark red flames, radiating such intense heat that even from 10 miles away, he could feel it. Is it the Nine Tails? No, it cannot be. The flames of the Nine Tails are steeped in malevolence, whereas this fire exudes a sense of annihilation. Who is battling to create such a cacophony? This world is teeming with powerful beings. I must observe closely and gather intelligence. By the time Jiraiya arrived at the heart of the battlefield, the conflict had already concluded. Kakuzu had long since fled, leaving only a solitary figure, Izui, lying despondently on the ground. Ah, the Leaf Village headband. This child possesses such formidable power. Indeed. That flame was conjured by him. Judging by his age, he appears to be around 8 or 9 years old. Could he be the child of Minato and Kushina, Naruto? No, that cannot be. He bears no seal of the Nine Tails. Could it be that in the years since my last visit to the Leaf, another prodigy has emerged? The Leaf Village truly is a cradle of exceptional talent. Orochimaru, Konoha's 8 colors, Golden Flash, Blood Red Pepper, White Fang, Orange Water, Green Sprout, Azure Beast, Purple Twilight, Red Sunset, Kakashi, Guy, and so forth. I have heard that the Uchiha prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, has allegedly slain his entire clan and defected. It seems to be yet another ploy by the upper echelons of Konoha. The ambitions of the Uchiha are indeed grand, though I do not know this boy. Since he is a ninja of the Leaf, I must come to his aid. He appears to have overexerted himself with forbidden techniques, and the enemy has fled. He is no ordinary child. Jiraiya scooped up Izui and swiftly proceeded onward. Ahahaha, this feels marvelous. Another round, my lovely. Jiraiya, unexpectedly, found himself at a brothel. Setting Izui aside, quenching his thirst, and indulging in the company of 2 women, reveling in the carefree atmosphere. Excuse me, who is this little child? Bringing such a small one here, do you intend for him to become a little lecher? This little rascal is rather handsome, a woman inquired in a flirtatious manner. Ah. Haha. Jiraiya could only respond with hearty laughter, continuing to flirt with the woman. This. Where is this? A water gradually awakened, roused by the commotion. Observing the scene before him, he thought, this is a brothel. What? Wasn't I in the woods? How did I end up here? Well, little brat, you're awake. Thank you for the hospitality. You all can leave now. I'm done playing. Call for food and drinks. I'm starving. Jiraiya noticed the little one had awakened and asked the 2 women beside him to leave. Goodness. The 2 women departed rather reluctantly. Awada gazed at the white-haired middle-aged man before him, adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the word oil, and 2 red lines painted beneath his eyes, which extended down to his chin. Wasn't this the notorious pervert sage, Jiraiya? How could he be here? And why did he save me? Shouldn't I be the one expressing gratitude? Ha. I rescued you from the jungle, sparing you from becoming a beast meal. Your wallet is my reward, ha. And I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, little brat. It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. What? You? Took my money. Awada could no longer contain his outrage. This scoundrel had squandered the hard-earned money he made from grueling D-rank missions. Little brat, do you seek death? I could be your grandfather, yet you dare to call yourself this lord. Did your parents not teach you to respect your elders? Jiraiya playfully smacked Awada's head. You spent my money, and you think you have a right to complain? Also, remember, I have no parents. Awada replied, covering his head and grimacing. Jiraiya fell silent. Another tragic figure akin to Orochimaru? If not guided properly, this child might become another Orochimaru. The political climate in the village is truly. Food and drink arrived, presented by a server with several platters and 2 jugs of sake. Little brat, consider this a loan from me. Eat up. I wish to have a chat with you afterward, Jiraiya said with a grin. Very well, you lecherous fellow. Awada resigned himself to eating. What choice did he have? The money had already been spent. After the meal, Jiraiya led Awada to a secluded grove. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. Ha. Behold the legendary toad sage from Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya has arrived. Wow, little brat. Isn't it impressive? Jiraiya began his unique performance, summoning the toad Gamabunta. Cut it out. I've never heard of you. Awada feigned indifference. Jiraiya was momentarily disheartened by Awada's words, collapsing onto Gamabunta, a legendary ninja capable of summoning colossal toads. Jiraiya, renowned for his mastery of fire and earth-style ninjutsu, had long been a figure of legend. Little did I expect to meet you today. How fortunate I am. A watery figure expressed his delight, exclaiming in surprise at encountering such a legendary individual, proclaiming that the journey had not been in vain. What a troublesome little imp you are. Do you know who I am? By the way, what is your name? Who are your forebears? It is possible I may know them. Jiraiya remarked as he leapt down from the shoulders of the young man. Wentai, I am not originally a resident of Konohagakure. My former village was known as Tion Village, situated at the intersection of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Unfortunately, it was annihilated by the Ghost of the Mist led by Zabuza. Ultimately, at the behest of my sole surviving relative, my grandfather, I joined the ranks of Konoha. Currently, I reside temporarily within the Hyuga clan, having entered as a son-in-law of the main family. I had set out on a mission to escort a merchant convoy from the Land of River, intending to visit the ruins of my village, but regrettably encountered an individual claiming to be from the Akatsuki organization. He introduced himself as Kakuzu, urging me to join his ranks, to which I vehemently refused. The young man recounted slowly, his eyes reflecting sorrow. Zabuza and the Mist are not finished with us, upon my arrival in this world. You took the life of my only kin, the scion of the heavens. This little imp is. Wentai exclaimed in astonishment. What is it, Wentai? Do you know something? Jiraiya retorted. There are records within my clan. This lineage has existed since the dawn of creation, long before the world was formed. I never anticipated their survival to the present day. Such a presence, once thought extinct, has resurfaced. I must return to inform the elder. By the way, little one, to what stage has your celestial eye progressed? Wentai inquired. I have reached the second stage. I was far from achieving it, but during my battle with Kakuzu yesterday, it awakened unexpectedly, the young man replied. Jiraiya, I must take my leave. This matter is of great significance. The elder miscalculated. Who would have thought that a genius would emerge from the once-doomed Tion clan? The course of the world is about to change. Wentai declared solemnly before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Kakuzu, I cannot believe you encountered him. He still lives. You are indeed fortunate, little one. How did you manage to defeat that old scoundrel? Jiraiya inquired. To be honest, Kakuzu had already bested me, and I was prepared to concede. However, he uttered a phrase that ignited my fury. During my escort of the merchant convoy, I had slain a band of mountain thieves, which stirred my inner turmoil. I was astounded by the brutality of the world of ninjas, yet I hold firm in my belief that this realm has a future. Such malevolent slaughter shall inevitably be vanquished by justice. The world of ninjas is one of flesh and blood, a realm brimming with emotions. But that scoundrel Kakuzu dared to claim that ninjas are mere tools devoid of feelings. To perish at the hands of one so devoid of conviction was intolerable. In the end, my bloodline limit evolved to a higher level, and I employed a secret technique to defeat him. However, the cost of that formidable technique exceeded my expectations, leading to my unconscious state, and thus, I encountered you, the young man recounted with unreserved candor. Your thoughts are indeed profound for a ninja. The manner of living is inconsequential, while the manner of dying holds paramount importance. Individuals such as Kakuzu represent a tragic existence, living merely as instruments throughout their lives. The world of ninjas is steeped in hatred and disdain. I firmly believe that a day will come when people will genuinely understand one another, and ninjas will emerge as vibrant, flesh and blood beings. At this juncture, Jiraiya affectionately ruffled the hair of Izui, asserting that a ninja's true prowess does not lie in the number of jutsu mastered, but in an unwavering tenacity. One must forge ahead resolutely, never betraying their vows, and maintain an indomitable will. By steadfastly upholding one's beliefs, one can become a formidable ninja, as powerful as those who have triumphed over Kakuzu. You are correct. Indeed. I envision a time when ninjas will come to understand each other. The world of ninjas, rich in humanity, will flourish increasingly. However, such monumental achievements cannot be accomplished alone. It requires the combined efforts of the third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and all others. We shall realize this ideal, undeterred by hardships, bravely advancing forward. Though countless may stand in our way, I shall forge ahead. The glorious era of ninjas will dawn in our generation. Jiraiya-sensei, you must live to witness it. Izui stood, raising his right hand in a gesture of victory, proclaiming success. Ah, indeed, I shall watch, my boy. Like Yahiko and Minato, the future belongs to the youth. It seems my concerns were unfounded. He is not akin to Orochimaru, haha. I too believe that ninjas are a group of flesh and blood individuals, not mere tools of any kind. On another note, we are out of money, Jiraiya-sensei. The sun is setting, let us rest here. Also, you should go hunting. After all, you squandered all the money on women, you lecherous sage. Izui teased. TCH. You little brat, you are far from charming. Forcing me to hunt, where is your respect for your elders? Never mind, your body is still recovering. I shall go instead. How infuriating. Jiraiya exclaimed, disregarding his dignity. As Jiraiya ventured out to hunt, Izui began to concentrate on researching his bloodline limit, realizing that evolving to the second stage seemed to enhance his ability significantly. Through the insights gleaned from the third eye, it has been revealed that the second phase of Yin possesses 3 secret techniques. Firstly, the mastery of flame, passive. No incantation required, automatically endows one with a fire attribute physique, enhancing the comprehension of flames, granting immunity to 50 of fire release damage, and reducing the chakra required for fire attribute ninjutsu by 50, while augmenting its effects by 50. Secondly, the body of flame, active, requires the casting of hand seals tiger, dragon, tiger, rat, ox, completed within 1 second, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 minute, transforms the body into one composed of flames, granting immunity to physical damage and fire release damage, as well as 20 immunity to damage from other attributes, while enhancing fire release by 100. Thirdly, the Descent of the Flame Demon, secret technique, summons a giant composed of fire. This summons is initiated through mental fortitude. The stronger the mind, the more formidable the flame giant becomes. The energy to sustain the flames is drawn from the natural world, and the summoned fire giant will convert all organic matter within a radius of half a meter into its own energy, rendering it invincible within that space. Anything that enters this vicinity will be transformed into a source of fiery energy. The flame giant possesses 3 formidable techniques. 1. The infernal cleaver of the flame demon, which conjures a massive flaming blade to strike at foes, locking onto the target, making evasion impossible. 2. The bloodthirsty kill of the flame demon, summoning a fire dragon composed of flames to assault enemies, where the blood spilled by the adversary serves as sustenance for the dragon. The more blood that flows, the stronger the dragon becomes. 3. The magma hell, which transforms the ground within a 100-meter radius into molten lava at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. The aforementioned capabilities of the second phase are significantly more powerful than those of the first phase. However, regrettably, Shui currently cannot recklessly employ the third technique, the Descent of the Flame Demon. Once unleashed, it renders him incapable of casting any ninjutsu for an entire day. And the chakra required for the 3 extraordinary techniques is immense. Although the flame giant itself does not consume chakra, these techniques do, with the first 2 requiring 2/3 of Shui's chakra. The third technique is specifically designed for expansive battlefields. It is likely that only when Shui possesses shadow-level chakra will he be able to execute it. The first 2 techniques may not be particularly remarkable, yet the third and its 3 major techniques are indeed comparable to the secret arts of the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan. Now, Shui finally feels emboldened. The second phase is already so formidable, one can only imagine the terror of the subsequent 5 phases. However, this is not the time for pride, as these abilities are merely a moderate threat in the presence of more powerful individuals. A ninja cannot rely solely on such abilities to secure victory. Ah, young one. Look what I have procured, a roe deer. Its meat is quite delectable, and I have a bit of salt on hand. What a splendid evening it is. Jiraiya has finally returned, unexpectedly bringing back a roe deer, a rare creature in the forest. In my past life, I had the pleasure of tasting roe deer meat a few times. It was indeed quite delightful. As I contemplate my forthcoming journey, I yearn to revisit the ruins of the village of heaven, to erect a gravestone for the villagers who sacrificed their lives to protect me at the hands of the hidden fog. Among them were venerable elders, robust uncles and aunts in their prime, spirited brothers and sisters, as well as little siblings even younger than I. They bore no fault, yet. As I spoke, my voice trembled and tears streamed down my cheeks. Indeed, without their sacrifices, I might not have survived. And amongst them was my sole relative in this lifetime, my grandfather. Alas, the deceased are gone, and the living must strive to endure better. It is essential to witness this place. Indeed, it is imperative to conclude the cycle of hatred that plagues the world of ninjas, Jiraiya consoled. Now, I comprehend the purpose of my arrival in this world. It must be to forge a better realm for ninjas. Everyone is laboring towards the prosperity of this world, and I too shall endeavor diligently, I declared with newfound confidence. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Quick, my boy. Here comes the exquisite grilled frog meat from the Sage of Toads. Consider it repayment for my debts. Jiraiya chuckled mischievously. What? I shall devour it all, you scoundrel sage. I joined the fray, relishing the fruits of my hard-earned labor. The night passed in silence, the wind whispering softly. Upon awakening the following day, I discovered that the lecherous sage was still fast asleep, truly a sluggard. Never mind. Continue your slumber. I must take my leave. The new year approaches. And if I delay any longer, I shall miss the festivities. Today marks the 21st of November in the 56th year of Konoha. With merely 9 days remaining until the new year. Lecherous sage, I am departing. Surely, we will meet again. Next time, do not pilfer my money. I have a girlfriend to care for, and without funds, I cannot manage, I said to the still slumbering Jiraiya, embarking on my journey. My destination, the ruins of the village of heaven. Upon my arrival at the site, I found it devoid of any life. The ground was littered with bleached bones. Garments corroded beyond recognition, rendering it impossible to discern age or gender. I was compelled to excavate a vast grave pit to inter all the remains, subsequently erecting a grand stone monument inscribed with the words, Grave of the Villagers of Heaven, erected by Kekkei Genkai. I bowed 3 times before the stone. Rest in peace. I shall carry forth the legacy of the village of heaven. May you journey well. As for you, my grandfather of this lifetime, rest assured. Though I never had the fortune to meet you, I will amplify the bloodline of heaven, revitalize the clan. And even if it means taking vengeance on that scoundrel Zabuza myself, I shall do so. Next, I must uncover the secrets of the heavenly clan. I arrived at the ancestral hall of the former heavenly clan, which had been rummaged through multiple times. Fortunately, the integrity of the ground remained intact. According to my recollection, the floor of this hall housed a summoning array. If it were to be damaged, it would become forever unusable, and all secrets would vanish into the annals of history. Shui picked up a metallic vessel and first gathered a small amount of water from a nearby stream. Then, he bit his index finger, allowing a substantial amount of blood, approximately 100 milliliters, to drip into the vessel filled with clear water. After mixing the blood and water, he splashed the concoction onto the ground of the ancestral hall. He invoked the celestial eye, white, with the arcane art of blood summoning. Gradually, a wooden chest began to materialize on the ground. Upon opening the chest, Shui discovered 3 large scrolls inscribed with the words, Secret, Beast, and Forbidden. When he unfurled the scroll of secrets, he was astonished to find powerful celestial techniques within. Along with a detailed account of the celestial eye, however, the information ceased at the 3rd stage, indicating that no one in the annals of celestial history had surpassed this level. The scroll also contained knowledge about the evolution of other bloodline limits. After a meticulous examination, Shui utilized fire release, a manifestation of his 2nd stage evolution that endowed his body with the essence of fire, and incinerated the scroll. Upon opening the scroll of beasts, Shui was further surprised to find a contract for summoning a beast, a pterosaur, a dragon with wings. Anything associated with dragons was extraordinary, thus, he decided to sign the contract. Recognizing the opportunity was too good to pass up. To his astonishment, he was the first to inscribe his name, as no other signatures adorned the scroll. The Forbidden Scroll revealed an array of forbidden techniques, some of which demanded the sacrifice of one's soul. These techniques were wielded by his master with unparalleled ferocity, encompassing concepts of time and space that were commonplace within its contents, even possessing the ability to create alternate realms, truly otherworldly. Shui committed these forbidden techniques to memory before incinerating the scroll, as such knowledge could not be left for others. Finally, only the contract scroll remained. Shui hurried to an open area, exhilarated by the prospect of summoning a beast. A pterosaur, the embodiment of power, was now within his grasp. He had initially contemplated summoning a frog, but now deemed it unnecessary. Hare, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, spirit summoning. With a resounding boom, a red dragon, over 10 meters in length, materialized. Its vast wings casting a shadow over the land, flames erupting from its mouth. Indeed, he had summoned a formidable ally. Who dare summon Laxus? Show yourself, thundered the fire dragon, its roar echoing like a tempest. It is I, the bearer of the celestial eye, Shinmu Shui, he proclaimed proudly, positioning himself before the fire dragon. You? Ha! Little boy, shall I roast you instead? You think you can summon me? What a laugh! Bring forth your master, or I shall not hold back. The dragon jested, its voice rumbling like rolling thunder. Cut the jest. Celestial Eye Flame. Shui revealed his bloodline limit. What? You've reached the 2nd stage? Impressive. But the demon lord has been dead for many years. Even if his descendants awaken their bloodline, it matters not, unless you can defeat Laxus. Only then will I consider becoming your beast, the dragon scoffed. Is that merely a small fire dragon? My second stage completely counters you. Tiger, dragon, tiger, rat, ox, body of flame. Ishui retorted. Ugly, Shun Mao. Z. Hai Yu, Cho. Wu Yu Z. In Su. In Si. Cho. Wei. Si. Hai Wei. Z. Run. Shun Yu, Cho Wu. Wei. In Si. Z. Shun Mao. Hai. Shun Wei Z. Cho. Shun Yu Ren Z Hai Yu. Water escape. The art of water dragon bullet. A single stream of water intends to teach this fire dragon a lesson. The chakra-formed water dragon coils around the fire dragon, gnawing at its body. Unfortunately, it is not a true dragon, and under the assault of the fire dragon, it dissipates into water. The fire dragon remains unscathed, its skin far too resilient. How dare you, little brat, attack Lord Laxus? I shall consume you, roars the fire dragon, unleashing flames that turn the surrounding trees to ashes. However, when the flames reach the water, there is no sound from it. Has it been reduced to ash in an instant? Certainly not. The current form of water has transformed into the body of flame, a state where the physical body is composed of fire, immune to physical damage, fire damage, and possessing a 20 immunity to other attribute damage while enhancing fire damage by 100. Thus, the fire dragon's assault proves entirely ineffectual. The power of water completely counters this fire dragon. Fortunately, it is merely a fire dragon. Had it been another type, water would have encountered significant difficulty. What is going on? Oh, I recall now. Is this not the body of flame? I'm astonished you have mastered it already. Very well. I shall concede to becoming your summoning beast. But do not grow too complacent. If the next summon is not me, you shall be in dire straits. Besides me, there are numerous attribute dragons and physical dragons. However, young one, you truly impress me, mastering the body of flame so swiftly. Our dragon clan has always resided in the depths of the abyss, never venturing to the surface. The surface environment is wondrous. Do not rush to send me back. I wish to appreciate it fully and perhaps catch some food. Laxus reluctantly agrees to become water's summoning beast. They have never been to the surface, and the allure of its wonders captivates them. It is said that the food above is delectable. The earlier encounter was merely a test of the boy's abilities. Moreover, the awakening of the heavenly eye relies entirely on the soul. The energy of this boy's soul is immense, having now entered the second stage, comparable to the former demon lord. Perhaps he may become the next demon lord. The food on the surface is incredibly fragrant. Hurry, little brat. Roast some meat for me. Look at how much I've caught. Laxus is thoroughly satisfied. The abundance of exquisite meat here feels like paradise. A stark contrast to the depths of the abyss. His dragon life has been perfect, and upon returning, his companions will surely envy him, especially that wretched brute. The black dragon. You haven't killed all the cattle nearby, have you? Water's eyes widen in astonishment as Laxus clutches 4 wild bulls, with 2 more entwined in his tail, totaling 6. And you want me to help roast them? Was my chakra cultivation merely for roasting meat? No. There are plenty of these creatures. I merely caught a few at random. I'll roast them myself, with a single burst of flame. They'll all be cooked to perfection. Laxus gathered all the bison into a heap, then unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. Before long, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. My heavens, this is quite extravagant. Who could afford such a glutton? No wonder you dwell in the depths of the abyss. If you were to emerge onto the surface, you would devour everything in sight, remarked Ishui in astonishment. Wow. Delicious. This feast is simply sumptuous. Perhaps I should linger a few more days. You are my master now. Starting today, Laxus said, patting his belly contentedly, reveling in the luxury of his current life and reluctant to return. Very well, but you can stay for only a day. Your incessant flying would surely terrify everyone. By the way, can you carry a passenger? Ishui inquired. If you could fly me back to Konoha, I wouldn't have to walk. Indeed, I can, but only you. My master, I have my dignity and will not allow anyone else to ride me. However, delectable food is always negotiable, Laxus replied shamelessly. All right then, let me guide you. Let's go, Ishui declared, leaping onto Laxus's head to direct him towards the village of Konoha. Hold on tight, master. We are about to take off, Laxus announced, soaring into the clouds with astonishing speed. Initially, Ishui nearly toppled off Laxus's head, but quickly focused his chakra in his feet to cling to Laxus's skin. Surprisingly, Laxus did not rely solely on his dragon wings for flight. Their primary purpose was balance. Laxus flew at an incredible speed, akin to a fighter jet among flying beasts. While in flight, he would roast large birds with his flames, casually indulging in them, which distracted Ishue to the point of nearly falling off. When Ishue scolded him, Laxus claimed he was merely helping Ishue hone his chakra skills. In the end, Ishue had to threaten to teleport him back before Laxus obediently focused on flying. Laxus was quite clever. He knew that once Ishue reached Konoha, he would be sent back. Thus, he often veered left and right or slowed his pace. Consuming over a ton of meat daily, truly a voracious glutton. Even with Laxus intentionally reducing his speed, they arrived near Konoha village by the third day. Laxus, you should return. There will be battles ahead, and I will summon you when needed, Ishue instructed. That sounds like the end of the world. Master, could you allow me to stay just one more day? I beg you, Laxus exclaimed, unwilling to part, having enjoyed a life akin to paradise over the past few days. The meat on the surface was far superior to the wretched insects of the abyss, with flavors that delighted his senses. No, you are far too large. You would frighten everyone. It's best you return, Ishue replied with resignation. What a predicament. If only I could master shape-shifting. It's all my fault for being so indolent. Very well, I shall return to study some arcane arts. Next time, my leader, there's no need to escort me back. I could simply shrink myself. Laxus is filled with regret. The elders of his clan have always urged him to learn some secret techniques, yet he has consistently shirked his responsibilities. He cannot even perform the simplest of transformations, aside from his innate ability to breathe fire. In truth, he is the least skilled among the young dragons. This time, he must dedicate himself to mastering these mystical arts. What? I can also shrink. Let us hasten back then. Who told me not to study diligently? Now I understand. However, next time it will depend on your luck. If another dragon is summoned, you may find yourself stranded below. A water figure scoffed. Humph, it's just me. If you had summoned another dragon, you would have been doomed long ago. I'll let you in on a secret. Among dragons of my age, I am the least capable. Were it not for my formidable breath attack, I would have been devoured by others long ago. So, you should indeed hope for my emergence. Laxus retorted before transforming into wisps of white smoke and vanishing. I wondered why it surrendered so swiftly. Turns out it's merely a glutton with a pretty exterior. However, it speaks the truth. Had it been another dragon, I would have been thoroughly defeated by now. A water figure shook his head and began walking towards Konoha. His strength is still insufficient. Although he has reached the second stage, it merely grants him an additional method. Moreover, the third secret technique of the second stage contains 3 skills that are utterly impractical in battle. Despite possessing formidable means, his chakra energy is lacking, excluding his bloodline limit. His overall strength is not much greater than that of an average nin. It's impressive, but ultimately ineffective. The only reason Isue managed to defeat the Akatsuki-level ninja Kakuzu was due to his bloodline limit. Once Isue unleashed the Inferno Demon Purgatory Slash, all his strength would dissipate. If Kakuzu were to return now, he could easily finish him off. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He was fortunate that Jiraiya had saved him. For even a stray animal could have taken his life. Russell, who goes there? Isue noticed significant movement in the nearby grass. Who would dare to ambush a ninja near Konoha? Could someone from the village wish me harm? Impressive observation, young one. If you're clever, come along with us. Our master holds you in high regard. A group of cloaked figures emerged from the underbrush, their forehead protectors concealed, mostly comprised of youth, with a man in his 20s leading them. Humph. Do you think I will simply walk away because you say so? How arrogant. Besides, this is the vicinity of Konoha. Any conflict with me could easily attract the attention of the village's ninjas, Isue replied calmly. Humph. Do you really think you can withstand until they rise? Your confidence borders on arrogance. Achieving the rank of nin and nin at such a young age is indeed impressive, but you stand alone while we are 5. Among us, there are 2 nin and 3 nin. Are you truly convinced you can slip away from our grasp? The leader of the group sneered. I cannot say for certain. We must test the waters. Heaven's Eye, White, Sealing Domain. A water user proactively initiated the battle, awakening the domain. So this is your bloodline limit? Although we have gathered some intelligence on you, I must commend you. Your bloodline limit is quite remarkable. However, we are not the worthless villagers you are accustomed to. Let us swiftly conclude this engagement. Everyone, scatter and exit his domain. Number 1. Engage in taijutsu with me. The rest, combine your ninjutsu attacks. The leader reacted with great speed. It appeared they were accustomed to such encounters. The situation was becoming precarious. Currently, summoning ninja beasts was not an option. Should an unruly one appear, it would be catastrophic. Humph. What are you pondering, Shadow Leaf Dance? Ninjutsu attack. The leader and number 1 executed the Leaf Village Taijutsu with remarkable velocity, catching the water user off guard. Siwei Shinhai Wuin. Fire release, great fireball technique. Siwei Shinhai Wuin. Fire release, great fireball technique. Siwei Shinhai Wuin. Fire release, great fireball technique. The remaining 3 unleashed a barrage of fire release attacks upon the fallen water user, causing massive destruction in the direction of the assault. Is he dead? Too fragile, I suppose. TCH, just a kid, number 1 remarked. No, look. It's a substitution technique. The leader replied. Look out. Sichin Maoin, fire release, dragon fire technique. The water user launched an attack from above, targeting the ninjas who had initiated their ninjutsu. One of the slower ninjas was scorched by the fire release and fell unconscious, but the other 2 managed to escape using substitution techniques despite the violent chakra outburst. Kid, not bad. Leaf Village Whirlwind. The leader rapidly propelled himself and his subordinate toward the water user with a taijutsu attack. This time, the water user did not evade. Being forcefully slammed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the force of the attack was overwhelming. It seemed that without employing the body of flame, he would continue to be assaulted. However, the body of flame had a 1-minute cooldown, and activating both the sealing domain and the body of flame simultaneously was a considerable drain on chakra. With one person already incapacitated for remained, what should he do? Even if he unleashed the infernal descent, he could only eliminate one foe. Regardless, there was no escape. Sweat poured down the water user's forehead, not only from the pain inflicted but also from the dire situation. He resolved to utilize the body of flame and seize the opportunity to flee. How infuriating it was that someone could command so many to besiege him. Only Danzo could be such a vile orchestrator. Heaven's Eye Flame in Chin in Z Cho, the body of flame. After invoking the body of flame, I swiftly fled towards Konoha. I had traveled approximately 50 meters when suddenly an attack materialized. In Cho Shin Mao Z Hai Yu Cho Wu Su In Si Cho Shin Mao Water Release Great Waterfall Technique Si Wei Wu Mao Water Release Water Prison Technique. Little ghost, you cannot escape. Another ninja, adorned with a dog-headed mask, emerged, revealing yet another ambush from a high-ranking shinobi. How many foes are there? Danzo, our paths shall not converge peacefully. Just wait. You had better not allow my escape, for if you do, I shall return 1,000-fold. I have no choice but to fight. Otherwise, escape is impossible. I must resort to that one technique. I hope someone from Konoha can come to my aid. It is a gamble. Victory means life. Defeat means death. Flame Demon, descend. At last, Ishue unleashed his extraordinary skill. As the colossal flame giant forcefully expanded the water prison, repelling the dog-headed masked ninja, the sky was painted crimson by the flames, and the towering flame giant, standing over 10 meters tall, was visible from a mile away in the village of Konoha. This is disastrous. The plan has failed, and we have alerted Lord Hokage. This little brat is truly formidable. Perhaps we can eliminate him with the help of my teammates. We must give it a try, otherwise. Returning to Danzo would not bode well for me, sighed the dog-headed masked ninja. What? Another monster? Last time it was the Ninetales. What creature is this now? The villagers gasped in shock upon witnessing the flame giant in the sky, evidently still haunted by the traumatic events surrounding the Ninetales. All ninjas of Chunin rank and above were mobilized, and the third Hokage swiftly arrived at the gates of Konoha. What is happening? What conclusions has the reconnaissance team drawn? Who is behind this commotion? The 3 generations solemnly inquired. In response to the esteemed 3 generations, it has been observed that this is not a mere monster, but rather a colossal flame being, materialized from fire itself. 1 mile outside the village, there exists a group of 5 unidentified ninjas engaged in combat with the same child. This fiery giant has been summoned by the child, who bears the forehead protector of our hidden leaf village. According to intelligence, it is confirmed that this child is likely Kamui, a lower-ranking ninja dispatched from the village to escort a merchant convoy from the Land of Rivers. However, among the attackers, there is a member of the Umbu. A seasoned jonin from the reconnaissance unit was drenched in beads of sweat, pondering the peculiar situation at hand. The Umbu had been mobilized, yet the Hokage remained oblivious. Danzo, your ambitions are excessively grandiose. Alas, I have been too lenient with you. How could you dispatch the Umbu to target a mere Chunin? Nevertheless, this young one seems to have exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength, possessing formidable bloodlines. The third Hokage contemplated these thoughts deeply before gesturing to Kakashi and Guy, signaling them to assess the situation. Best you step aside. Your assaults are futile against me at present. The entire Leaf Village has been alerted. Even if you were to slay me, upon your return, Danzo would opt to eliminate you to restore peace. Should you be apprehended by the approaching ninjas, there would be no retreat for you. I advise you to desist. Such futile endeavors are beneath us. We are all ninjas of the Leaf. Must we truly resort to mutual slaughter? A water figure, enveloped by a colossal flame, spoke to the 5 ninjas before him, his voice brimming with barely contained fury. Ah, so you are aware of who seeks your capture. That only strengthens our resolve to prevent your escape. Although Lord Danzo has commanded us to bring you back alive, if we lack the determination to eliminate you, we may very well meet our demise. Furthermore, your technique cannot sustain itself for long, and in your current state, utilizing an attack will deplete a significant portion of your chakra. Let me assure you, we have long since relinquished any regard for life. We exist solely as instruments to fulfill Lord Danzo's ambitions. Not even death can halt our advance. Thus, we find ourselves in a deadly wager. If you can endure until the rescuing ninjas arrive, we shall be defeated. Conversely, you will become our prey, the man with the dog mask stated coldly. They must have all been marked by Danzo's cursed seal. How infuriating. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique. You are mistaken. You possess no chance of victory. Should I annihilate you all, even if I succumb to exhaustion from overusing my chakra, I will soon be rescued by my comrades. Are you prepared to face the wrath from the abyss? Thus, let the banquet of death commence. Summon, Magma Hell. With a chilling smile, the water figure unleashed his most formidable mass slaughter technique, expending vast reserves of chakra and spirit energy, even drawing from his very life force. Roars of magma erupted from beneath the ground, and within a 100-meter radius centered on the flame giant, the earth fractured rapidly, sending the 5 assassins into a panic. In the next moment, surging magma burst forth, instantly reducing several assassins to mere blood, which evaporated into nothingness. The temperature, exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, could be felt even from afar in the Leaf Village, while the flora and fauna near the magma were reduced to charred remains. Seizing the fleeting ability to move, the water figure slowly stepped away from the magma zone, for if the flame giant were to dissipate, his fate would be sealed. Even with the passive technique of flame mastery, granting immunity to 50 of fire damage upon advancing to the second stage, survival amidst the magma was nigh impossible. For him, this was a technique that inflicted harm upon both his foes and himself. Having just emerged from the magma zone, a Shui collapsed, his spirit, physique, and chakra energy severely depleted. The forced use of the forbidden technique, Magma Hell, had completely exhausted all his energy, and he had even forcibly extracted unrefined cellular energy from his body. It was likely that a Shui would be unable to cultivate for quite some time, let alone employ ninjutsu. Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Shortly after a Shui fell unconscious, Kakashi and Guy arrived swiftly, astonished by the sight of the magma world before them. The bubbling magma continued to surge towards the heavens, showcasing its extraordinary power to the mortals below. It would likely take days for this magma to dissipate, as nature would gradually work to neutralize its temperature. Without the support of subterranean energy, it was challenging for the magma to persist for long. Kakashi, this is beyond imagination. This child is indeed a terrifying monster. If he could wield such power freely, even an army of elite shinobi would be of no use, Guy remarked in awe. This is impossible. Look at this child's vitality, it is nearly extinguished. All chakra and mental energy have been completely depleted. Without proper recuperation, he may never become a ninja again, even if he recovers. It would take at least a year and a half before he can resume a normal ninja life. Cultivation is out of the question. I wonder what kind of enemy he faced to resort to such a forbidden technique. Kakashi sighed. Could it be a rogue ninja from the village? This child must not have done anything wrong. Why would there be Umbu involved? Moreover, it seems the third Hokage is unaware of this matter. It is truly strange. Guy pondered, his mind always racing, rarely delving deeply into such matters. It might be related to the root. After all, that child Itachi was also once invited to stay with them. Kakashi said in a faint voice as he lifted a Shui in his arms. Kakashi and Guy returned to the village gate, carrying the unconscious Shui. Upon seeing a Shui, the third Hokage displayed an expression of anticipated concern. He briefly inquired about the situation from Kakashi before instructing him to take a Shui to the Konoha hospital. Subsequently, the third Hokage ordered the Umbu to seal off the entire magma area, prohibiting anyone from approaching, and summoned all high-ranking village officials to a conference room. Lord Third, I require an explanation. The medical staff has indicated that a Shui may not awaken anytime soon. This incident has incited the wrath of the Hyuga clan. We, the Hyuga, have made significant contributions to the village, yet we are subjected to such treatment. Hayashi boldly protested before everyone. Hayashi, do not be agitated. The facts have yet to be clarified, and the assailants have already been eliminated by the magma, leaving only one unconscious attacker. The interrogation department is currently verifying the situation. Mito stated in a comforting tone. Tozan, must you always stir trouble? Hayashi retorted. Tozan, regarding this matter, I am equally furious. Some individuals within the village resort to petty tactics. What is your perspective on this issue? The third Hokage inquired of the composed Danzo. I perceive that the child Shin Mishizui poses an exceedingly perilous threat. He ought to be sealed or executed outright. Unruly powers that cannot be contained must be eradicated. Tuanzo remarked with a hint of indifference. What? Everyone believed Tuanzo was exaggerating, clearly driven by a mere desire to scrutinize such a bloodline limit. And yet he defended his stance with such fallacious vigor. I can assure you that this child will not pose a danger to Konohagakure. Moreover, upon his arrival, Hayashi had already examined his memories, and he is entirely trustworthy. Besides, he is now a member of the Hyuga clan. We should refrain from casting unfounded suspicions upon others. If you were to distrust everyone, would that not necessitate the annihilation of all? Tuanzo, you have deeply disappointed me. Furthermore, dispatching a small team of Umbu to confront a mere Jinin is rather ostentatious of you. And, I must inquire, why lay an ambush outside the village as soon as he returns? You seem to disregard my authority as the third Hokage. Sarutobi's fury erupted. Now, Sarutobi, do not be overly agitated. It is detrimental to your health. Tuanzo acted in haste. Tuanzo, you should promptly apologize to the Hyuga clan leader. And let us put this matter to rest. We are all members of Konohagakure. Why engage in actions that cause pain to friends and animosity to foes? Narashikaku attempted to mediate. Tuanzo exited the conference room in silence, leaving the faces of all present grim. Tuanzo's temperament is well known, Sarutobi. Do not dwell on it too much, Shikaku consoled. The Umbu's power is no longer suitable for Tuanzo. Retract his Umbu authority and retain only the core. I have done all I can in good faith. Henceforth, the Umbu will be entirely under the Hokage's control, the third Hokage stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. Very well, let it be so. Hayashi, do not fret excessively. Sarutobi has instructed the medical team to monitor Isue's condition closely. The situation has improved. Although he remains in a coma, Monin added. Hayashi acquiesced, recognizing that this would not significantly impact Tuanzo's influence. This was merely a lesson to remind Tuanzo not to overstep. Isue had evidently survived. At worst, he would be unable to train for half a year. Gazing at the terrifying magma pit outside the village, Hayashi felt a surge of joy, marveling at Isue's newfound strength, albeit at a tremendous cost. This was indeed a deterrent, a warning from the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage was also quite satisfied, having retracted Tuanzo's Umbu authority, significantly bolstering his own faction's power. Tuanzo would be unable to orchestrate any significant upheaval henceforth. While the two advisors gradually adopted a neutral stance. Isue-kun, please awaken. Let us train in taijutsu together. Did you not promise to protect me for all eternity? Yet here you lie. If you remain in slumber, I shall harbor resentment towards you for a lifetime. Hinata gazed sorrowfully at Isue, lying on the bed. Indeed. I feel utterly powerless. Without Isue-kun's support, I am at a loss for what to do. It seems I have not changed at all. I had thought that with Isue-kun's encouragement, I could grow strong, yet I remain so fragile. Will he sleep indefinitely? What day is it now? When will he awaken? Asked Hinata, standing outside the medical room, her gaze fixed on a medical staff member. It had already been 7 days, and the child's vitality was nearly depleted. If he did not awaken today, it could. The medical personnel hesitated, clearly indicating that the situation was dire. What could it be? Hinata inquired, her brow furrowing. From our observations, since the child was brought here, we have done our utmost to restore his physical needs, and his life signs have stabilized. However, he remains unconscious. We suspect that he may have employed a particularly severe forbidden technique, one that has drained his spiritual energy. The only reason he has yet to perish is due to a potent belief sustaining him. Unfortunately, as time passes, that belief will wane. Thus, if he does not awaken by tonight, we must consider letting go, the medical staff explained. No, that cannot be. Isakuen will not remain in slumber forever. I have faith in him. Please, I implore you, save him. Hinata exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp the medical personnel's clothing in desperation. Sigh. We have exhausted all our efforts. If only Lady Steeland were here, she would surely find a solution. Alas, we do not know where she is now. The staff replied helplessly. Crying softly, Hinata returned to Ice's bedside, feeling as though she had lost her anchor, and wept upon him. Sigh. Hinata's heart ached. Unable to fathom the gravity of their predicament. It was a tragedy for such a talented youth. She had hoped to utilize his abilities to elevate the clan's legacy. Though his primary value in her heart was his power, their prolonged companionship had fostered some semblance of affection. What a pity. In the afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto also came to visit Isu. Hey, water brat, why are you still asleep? If you keep this up, don't blame me when I surpass you. You jerk. You've made everyone worry about you. Though I can't stand you, it must be said that you always act so self-assured, as if you know everything. Didn't you once say that we shared a similar fate? I survived, so don't you dare slip away. You still have your vengeance to fulfill. If you stay like this, that hope will remain unachievable, you fool, Sasuke said, his expression revealing a trace of sorrow as he gazed at the still unconscious Isu. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Did even those like them have to endure such wretched trials? Awaken soon. I wish to spar with you. Though I may not yet possess your strength, I will strive to surpass you. Do not let me down. Indeed. Despite my disdain for individuals like you and that insufferable Sasuke, you are the first to acknowledge my existence. I have already taken a step forward, and henceforth, I shall strive to gain the recognition of many. My aspiration is to become the greatest Hokage in history. I will demonstrate to you, the scoundrel, that even someone like me, Naruto Uzumaki, who has often been deemed a failure, can ascend to the role of Hokage through sheer effort. Wake up already. Do not let more people worry about you. You are fortunate to have so many who care, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, and even the third Hokage. If you remain in slumber, you will disappoint far too many. In a moment of frustration, Naruto raised his hand and slapped the water. Both Sasuke and Hinata were taken aback. Was such a crude method truly necessary? He was unconscious, and yet you struck him again. Gradually, the water began to open its eyes. It was evident that Naruto's protagonist aura had once again manifested at a crucial moment, despite the multitude calling out. It was Naruto's slap that roused him, which could only be considered miraculous. Dear friends, do not attempt to imitate this. Do not strike your unconscious friends or family, for you lack the protagonist's aura. What? This scoundrel. Sasuke retaliated with a powerful punch, chastising Naruto for his impulsiveness, yet it seemed to have had some effect. As the water indeed awakened. Water-kun, Hinata exclaimed joyfully as she threw herself onto him, her previously tear-filled eyes now sparkling with delight. Cough, cough. I heard everything you said, but regrettably, I was trapped in the spiritual realm, unable to find my way back. Thanks to Naruto's slap, I have finally seen the light and returned. Thank you, Naruto. No one but you would resort to such measures. You are truly the most unexpected ninja of Konoha. Indeed. You are a fool, scoundrel. My initial thoughts were not mistaken. The water struggled to speak, summoning all his strength as he opened his eyes. Humph, haha. I knew I was the most useful. Naruto chuckled, patting his head. Being called useful for the first time felt remarkably gratifying, despite the subsequent insults. And you, Sasuke, I must say you are not at all endearing. To dare label me as worthless, especially in front of my girlfriend. You are truly despicable. Moreover, I must add, your skills are quite lacking, although you are slightly stronger than the utterly useless Naruto. The water smiled at Sasuke. You scoundrel. I shall destroy you. Sasuke's temper flared. This worthless individual was indeed not charming at all. What? I am utterly worthless, utterly worthless, utterly worthless. Naruto was infuriated. He had just thought Sasuke was somewhat decent, only to discover his true nature now. How despicable. Girlfriend. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson. Ha, the youth indeed possesses vigor. How enviable. I knew you would awaken, my little friend. The third Hokage entered from the doorway, perhaps having been eavesdropping. Though he was aging, it was rare for him to have a hobby. Moderation should be observed, however. Ah, Grandpa Third, you have come as well. You are here to witness this fellow. Naruto greeted the third Hokage. Indeed, I am quite incensed regarding the attack you suffered upon your return to the village. I have already issued warnings to certain individuals. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to express them. Although I am now aged, I still possess some capabilities. Consider this a gesture of my apology. The third spoke in a cordial tone. Oh, it is nothing much. I understand that you are exceedingly busy each day, and occasional oversights are inevitable. Moreover, I have not incurred any significant loss. merely a slight overexertion of my spiritual energy. If I were to make a request, it would be regarding my bloodline's recent advancement, which was catalyzed by the pressure from those assailants. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to them. Such trials are seldom encountered in ordinary circumstances. Now, I trust my strength has indeed grown. Following the advancement of my bloodline, my body has acquired a fiery attribute. And thus I seek some fire-style ninjutsu scrolls from you. I just wonder. Oh, that is no issue. I shall have someone deliver them to you shortly at the Sun Foot. Upon your return, you may simply peruse them. However, remember that quantity does not equate to quality. Each ninjutsu has its unique purpose, and when utilized effectively, it can prove immensely beneficial. The third replied earnestly before exiting the room. Indeed, he has grown stronger once more. Only by battling more foes can one truly enhance their power. I am determined to do the same. I shall strive diligently, Sasuke contemplated. Thus, after a week of awakening, Izui finally emerged from the hospital, although he was still prohibited from training. According to the medical staff, he was to refrain from any physical or ninjutsu practices for 6 months. Upon his discharge, it was January 5th of the 57th year of Konoha. He had been in a coma for such an extended period that he had missed the New Year celebrations, which was quite unfortunate. However, upon his return, he and Hinata celebrated the New Year anew, marking Izui's recovery and their progression into another year of life. They were now 9 years old, with 3 years remaining until graduation with Naruto and the others. Preparations for the future and augmenting their strength against formidable adversaries were imperative. Half a year later, Izui resumed his previous routine of training and undertaking missions, gradually accumulating strength. On January 1st of the 60th year of Konoha, at the Hyuga Manor, Izui, having regained his health, embarked on rigorous training with increasing efficiency in task completion. In July of the 58th year, he was officially promoted to Chunin. And in August of the 59th year, he ascended again to Special Jonin. His name had become well known throughout the village, and he had garnered a modest reputation within the ninja world. Other prominent ninja villages had also caught wind of Konoha's emergence of yet another prodigious talent. However, Izui had refrained from undertaking more advanced ninja missions, seeking the validation of powerful ninjas. This was part of Izui's strategy to engage only in tasks of manageable difficulty, thereby concealing his innate talent and strength, and ultimately to build a foundation before astonishing everyone with his latent prowess. The true strength of Izui is known only to a few, including Hinata, Hizashi, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and Guy, who frequently interact with him. After being discharged from the hospital, Sasuke and Naruto seem to have lost their minds, exerting themselves in their training. Sasuke's abilities have surpassed those depicted in the original narrative, while Naruto, the not-so-clever fool, has only made slight improvements in taijutsu, which are barely noticeable. His proficiency in the body flicker technique remains woefully inadequate, leaving Kakashi to bear the burden of concern. During Ishui's promotion to Special Jonin, the third Hokage suggested that he join the Umbu, but Ishui firmly declined, expressing his aversion to the shadows. He despises the clandestine life, which he made abundantly clear in his profile upon becoming a genin, stating his distaste for darkness. He considers himself a being of light, finding the shadows repugnant due to the nature of his character. Now, Hinata has reached the age of 12, and Ishui has resolved to optimize her bloodline. On this day, January 1st, 60 years into the era of Konoha, he is prepared to commence. Ishui, are we ready to begin? Hizashi inquired, seated at the tea table. Yes, let all unnecessary personnel depart. Can the other 4 jonin maintain the barrier reliably, father-in-law? Ishui questioned, aware that this secret technique requires 5 jonin to sustain a stable barrier without any errors. Not a problem, they are all elders of the clan, with no outsiders present. To what extent can we optimize it, Ishui? Hizashi asked with palpable excitement. At the very least, we should eliminate the restriction on high-level ninjutsu usage, Ishui replied nonchalantly. Is that so? That would be magnificent. The only shortcoming of the Byakugan is its inability to utilize advanced jutsu. Overcoming this limitation would indeed be remarkable. Hizashi expressed his delight. Let us proceed. I will fetch Hinata. She should be ready, Ishui stated, making his way to her room. Hinata, are you prepared? It is about to begin. Do not worry. There will be no danger, unless you doubt me, Ishui called from outside her door. I am ready. How could I not be? I have complete faith in you, Ishui-kun. Let us go, Hinata exclaimed, stepping out and linking her arm with his. They arrived at a clearing where Hizashi awaited. Upon seeing Ishui and Hinata, he activated a concealed stone slab beneath his feet, revealing a secret passage. The 3 of them entered, with Hizashi closing the slab behind them. After traversing the hidden path, they reached a chamber constructed from stone, specifically built for the purpose of optimizing Hinata's bloodline, a laborious endeavor. Inside, they found 4 elderly men, all possessing the distinctive white eyes, presumably the elders of the Hyuga clan. Now, allow me to outline the matters at hand. Everyone, please listen attentively. Although I stand before my elders, I hope you will heed my guidance for Hinata's sake. Firstly, please take these 5 vials of my blood, Ishui instructed, producing 5 glass vials filled with his blood from his ninja pouch. Hizashi and the 4 unnamed elders received them in turn. Everyone, please disperse. I must prepare to set the boundary. Leave me ample space. Shinziwu Chochin Muin Sumoin, secret technique, the 5 elements rotation array. A tremendous surge of chakra energy emanated from Ishui, and 5 towering pillars of chakra materialized from the ground of the stone chamber, each representing the elemental attributes of fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. The chakra constituting these pillars had taken on a tangible form. Apart from Ishui and Hinata, everyone present displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Shortly, Hinata and I will step into the array together. I kindly request my father-in-law and the 4 elders to each take their place on one of the pillars to sustain the energy required for the chakra pillars. Everyone here is quite adept at chakra control, and it is imperative to maintain the stability of the elemental chakra pillars. Within the pillars, Hinata and I shall traverse the realm of the soul. At the moment the 5 pillars suddenly descend to the ground. You must swiftly pour the blood I have given you onto the pillars. This is of utmost importance. The instant Hinata and I successfully establish communication on the soul level, the 5 pillars will infuse my blood into Hinata's body, initiating the optimization of the bloodline. Once Ishui concluded, he and Hinata entered the array. After entering, Ishui instructed Hinata to sit facing him and to close her eyes. As they shut their eyes, Hinata and Ishui found themselves in a peculiar space, devoid of anything but darkness. Hinata, sense the legacy that flows through your bloodline, and find it within this space. That is how we will complete our task. Do not worry, time here will not be counted in reality. In other words, even if we spend a year here, nothing will change outside. However, this method of optimizing bloodlines carries a significant flaw. If we fail to locate your bloodline's legacy, we shall be trapped here indefinitely. Thus, even if we linger for 100 years or 1,000, we will never escape. Here, you and I shall confront the terrifying length of time. Yet, escaping is not impossible. However, once you step out, you will never be able to return. Ishui spoke to Hinata, who existed in a state of spiritual essence. But I can't feel anything. What should I do? I know I am weak and always retreat, yet I strive to change myself. This confidence is a gift from you. Ishui-kun. Hinata's vulnerabilities were laid bare in this space, and Ishui's earlier words only served to intensify her trepidation. No, Hinata, you're mistaken. Confidence is not bestowed by others. It is generated from within. It seems I have been so preoccupied with my training that I overlooked your true thoughts. However, I believe you possess your own confidence. Relying solely on others would render you a mere puppet, just as I was when I last fell unconscious. You must understand that even if I, Shin Waishui, were to perish, I would still watch over you, accompanying you through life. You must carry my essence with you and live on. Ishui grasped Hinata's shoulders firmly. But if someone dies, doesn't that mean everything is lost? Hinata inquired. No, my grandfather sacrificed himself to save me, and all the villagers of Tyanzakan perished for my sake. Therefore, I shall carry forth their legacy and strive to live on. The world of ninjas is one imbued with life and blood, where the loss of loved ones and comrades is a commonplace occurrence. Yet, we must embody their spirits and persist in our endeavors, for in doing so, we shall grow increasingly formidable. Ishui spoke earnestly. I believe I am beginning to understand. Trust in one's own strength, a power born from love, friendship, and familial bonds. This is the true essence of a ninja's strength. As long as we possess these, we shall be infused with vitality. I have faith in you because Hinata, you possess genuine emotions. Fear and weakness are merely constructs of our own making. Destiny is not predetermined. Those who seize opportunities can attain extraordinary power. You believe in me because I harbor genuine feelings? Indeed, Ishui's awakening from his slumber was spurred by my tears, Sasuke's curses, and Naruto's impulsiveness. We bestowed strength upon Ishui, which in turn fostered his confidence. My love for him instilled in me a sense of assurance, rather than the other way around. I have finally comprehended that it is the emotionally attuned ninja who embodies the true essence of a ninja. This is Ishui's ninjutsu, and it is also my own. I understand now. Hinata has finally realized that only those ninjas who possess emotions represent the genuine power of a ninja. Yes, the ninja world is filled with living, breathing individuals, not mere tools. Even in our moments of fear and frailty, when we embrace our emotions, we become immensely powerful. This is my ninjutsu, and I shall prove to all in the ninja world that we must live with emotion, for it is through our feelings that we obtain strength. And because of our emotions, we shall no longer cower. Shui held Hinata close, saying, Hinata, you are my wellspring of love. If you had not been by my bedside every day, I would have surely lost the courage to continue living. It is your love that has given me life. I can feel the legacy coursing through my veins. It has never been hidden, always watching over me. I have discovered the belief in my own existence. Hinata said with tears streaming down her face, I have finally changed. Kiki, let us step outside. The future will be even brighter. Together. Let us forge it with our own hands. My beloved, Shui spoke gently. In the next moment, Shui and Hinata opened their eyes within the formation. However, Riji and the others perceived it merely as a blink. Yet, the chakra attribute pillars descending upon them signaled the conclusion of the ritual. They promptly followed Ishui's instructions, pouring the blood from their respective vessels onto the pillars, which became completely enveloped in blood. As the chakra attribute pillars aligned with the ground, 5 distinct colored rings entered Hinata's vision. Hinata did not feel pain. Rather, she experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if some form of confinement within her being had been dissolved and shattered. Awater's complexion suddenly turned pale, and his body swayed precariously. Had it not been for his consistent physical training and rapid enhancement of his bodily techniques, he might have already collapsed. The soul power expended during the bloodline optimization was considerable, yet Awater also experienced significant gains, as the third stage of his bloodline limit was on the verge of awakening. Truly, the rewards were substantial. How refreshing. Oh, Awater-kun, what happened? Are you all right? Hinata inquired with concern, gazing at Awater. It's nothing serious, just a bit of exhaustion. A good night's rest will suffice. Your bloodline optimization was successful, wasn't it? Awater replied joyfully. Indeed. Hinata, how did it go? Was it successful? Hizashi, accompanied by 4 elders of the Hyuga clan, approached with excitement. It was successful. My Byakugan now has no blind spots, and I can utilize ninjutsu. The rest will require gradual development. But I am confident I can cultivate formidable Byakugan secret techniques and become a powerful ninja, Hinata proclaimed, brimming with self-assurance, not merely regarding the optimization of her bloodline limit. Hizashi observed his daughter and felt that, from this moment, she was no longer the timid and weak child he once knew. The unwavering confidence radiating from her eyes left him momentarily spellbound. Is this truly my Hinata? She has finally transformed herself. It seems the bloodline optimization was remarkably successful. Hinata might even surpass me as a ninja. Here, this is chakra paper. Test your chakra attributes. I will assist you in training your ninjutsu. Awater offered a piece of white paper to Hinata. All right. Hinata placed the chakra paper in her hand and gradually infused it with her chakra. Upon removing her hand, she discovered that the paper had become damp and had split down the middle, revealing a dual affinity for wind and water. Quite impressive indeed. Hinata possesses a dual affinity for wind and water. Truly remarkable. In Konoha, few ninjas possess such dual attributes. Moving forward, Hinata, in addition to training your physical techniques, you must also study ninjutsu. I will guide you. Although my strength is not extraordinary, I can certainly assist you in your ninjutsu training. However, keep this confidential. It is your trump card. A ninja must always have a reserve. Awater said with a smile. Understood, Hinata nodded. The group then exited the secret chamber. The underground environment was not particularly pleasant, and staying down there for too long was unwise. Hizashi and the elders appeared exceedingly pleased, for with Hinata's lineage, the Hyuga clan's bloodline would transform into something far more powerful, capable of employing ninjutsu. March, year 60 of Konoha. Hey Sasuke, you've graduated. You must grow quickly. You've fallen too far behind me. By the way, you still look rather arrogant. Naruto was right to call you smelly Sasuke, Awater remarked. Having come to attend Hinata's graduation ceremony, noticing the cold demeanor of Sasuke nearby. Truly, this fellow enjoys putting on airs. Water trash, what brings you here? Aren't you usually occupied with your missions? Or perhaps you yearn to reminisce about your school days. It has been quite some time since we last crossed paths. I hear you have been promoted to CH Nin. Let's have a match. Sasuke gazed at the boy before him, who was of the same age. and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Another prodigy, akin to his brother, the chasm between them was ever widening. Cut it out. Didn't I tell you not to call me water trash? I merely came to see Hinata. Also, your news travels slowly. I was promoted to Special Jonin last year. Though I still have a way to go before attaining full Jonin status, it is not far off. Going all out against a mere Genin would be quite embarrassing for me. However, Sasuke, you possess the potential to grow stronger. You simply lack guidance. After graduation, if you follow the Jonin captain, you must strive hard. What? Special Jonin? You must be joking. Am I truly that inadequate? Sasuke said, feeling despondent. No. Your current strength is already on par with an average Nin. You merely lack experience. Our differences are not insurmountable. Moreover, you must expedite the development of your bloodline limit. My own strength has increased significantly, partly due to my bloodline limit. The Sharingan, one of the 3 great ocular jutsu, is extraordinarily powerful. Think of your brother. His growth is inseparable from his eyes. You possess this potential too, perhaps even surpassing him. Therefore, embrace the trials of life and death to uncover your true abilities. Once you have attained considerable strength, I shall seek you out, said Izui earnestly. Is that so? I understand now. Just wait. You shan't bask in your glory for too long, Sasuke replied with determination. Indeed. The lack of combat experience and the trials of life and death had rendered his school life too tranquil. Brother, just wait. I will personally bring your downfall. Well then, farewell. I must go on a date with Hinata, Izui said, taking her delicate hand as they walked away, truly a fortunate individual. Later that evening, Izui was unexpectedly summoned by the 3rd Hokage. It turned out that Naruto had stolen a forbidden scroll from the village. It appeared that events from the original tale were unfolding once more, and that fool Naruto had been deceived by Mizuki. Grandfather Third. I believe Naruto would not act so impulsively. He must have been incited by someone. I can empathize with his desire for the village's recognition, especially as someone who has grown up without parents. Although he may not be the brightest, I am confident he will become a great ninja. No one has ever acknowledged him, yet Naruto is incredibly resilient, and I have already recognized him. I hope you will not hold this against him. Izui said to the 3rd after waiting for everyone else to depart. I understand. You should go rest for now. I too believe that Naruto would not engage in such actions, the 3rd said, taking a puff from his pipe, his tone calm and contemplative. The outcome was unmistakable. A poignant scene unfolded in the anime as Naruto dealt with that foolish Mizuki. Iruka acknowledged Naruto, who finally took a step towards his illustrious path as Hokage, becoming a Genin of Konohagakure. This narrative has been revisited countless times in my past life, each instance evoking tears of emotion. Uzumaki Naruto, indeed, is a touching ninja. Experiencing the profound emotions of ninjas within the world of Hokage is my greatest treasure. The following day, all Jonin and Special Jonin were summoned by the 3rd Hokage to select teachers for this year's graduating students from the Ninja Academy. I was, of course, present. Albeit as the youngest Jonin in Konoha, still unqualified to lead and instruct Genin, I was merely a bystander today. Is this the top graduate for this year? Kakashi remarked, glancing at the 3rd Hokage's covert apparatus. Oh, isn't that Sasuke? Both the genius and the underachiever have joined your team, Kakashi-sensei. You're in for some trouble, Iruka jested. Kakashi pondered, what a nuisance. After Hong escorted Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Shino from the class, I quietly trailed behind. Ah, Yui Kurenai, what a beauty she is, exuding sensuality. When discussing allure, she immediately comes to mind, followed closely by Mitarashi Anko. The early appearance of Kurenai garnered her more support. Her scant attire did little to conceal her charm, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, a slim waist, alluring crimson lips, and those striking red eyes, each aspect showcasing her exquisite beauty. Someone's coming, my insects informed me, Shino stated nonchalantly. Who? Show yourself, Kurenai demanded sternly. Now. No need to be overly tense, Kurenai-senpai. Is this your team of Genin for the year? I've attended the Ninja Academy with them. I just came to take a look. Don't be angry, I interjected, stepping forward. I heard that a newcomer promoted to Special Jonin at the age of 11 last year broke Kakashi Hitaki's record for the earliest promotion to Jonin in Konoha. It must be you. You were truly remarkable, promoted to Genin at 8, to Chunin at 10, and to Jonin at 11, with a task completion rate of 100. Earning praise from numerous clients. I look forward to sparring with you, Kurenai remarked, though a hint of jealousy lingered in her heart. This little brat emanated a strong killing intent, despite his best efforts to suppress it. Otherwise, Shino's insects wouldn't have sensed it. It seems Akamaru and Kiba could sense it as well. I heard he is the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, perhaps drawn to Hinata. Well, Kurenai-senpai is quite formidable. I currently have no desire to engage in combat with you. It is essential for juniors to respect their seniors, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Is that so? Then do not disturb me while I instruct my students. Kurenai firmly issued her dismissal. All right then, farewell. Hinata, keep up the diligent training. Everyone, goodbye. I promptly utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. Teacher Hong, could it be? That boy, nearly my age, is actually a jonin. This. You let out a tremendous shout after a moment of realization. Yeah, do you not remember? The one who was tied for first place with Sasuke during our first 2 years of school. We even witnessed his promotion to Chunin. Miss Hinata, you must be quite familiar with him. Shino reminded. Do not be disheartened, yeah? With diligent training, you too can become formidable ninjas. In the world of ninjas, there will always be some prodigious talents. Their rapid development comes from rigorous training and life and death battles. Among the three of you, who will persist through years of relentless training and missions? I have heard that he only sleeps 6 hours a day, dedicating the rest of his time to practice. Hinata has lived alongside him and should know him well. Teacher Hong reflected. Yes, Izui-kun is a genius, but he is also incredibly hardworking. There are times when I struggle to keep going, yet he continues with his monotonous daily training. He is the most diligent person I have ever encountered. He once said, no one is born a genius ninja. Genius is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration. While inspiration is important, without hard work and effort, success will forever elude you. Those without talent can surpass geniuses through diligence, while the unmotivated genius will become worthless, Hinata declared with confidence. Izui-kun, rest assured, I will show you my progress. Did you hear that, everyone? Let us train hard. Teacher Hong gazed at Hinata, who must surely be the strongest girl of this cohort. In May of the 60th year of Konoha, Kakashi's team accepted a C-rank mission to escort a task in the Land of Waves. Izui also took on a mission. With a target not far from the Land of Waves, his objective was Zabuza Momochi. Would the cycle of hatred come to an end? After completing his mission, Izui hastened towards the Land of Waves, eager to confront Zabuza himself. He sought vengeance for all the villagers of Amagakure, as well as for his grandfather, whom he had never met. Without them, Izui would not have survived, and for that red-haired man who protected him, everything must reach its conclusion. Following this, Izui would officially engage in the world of ninjas, battling against the malevolent forces that plagued it. Events diverged subtly from the original tale. After Kakashi broke free from the water prison, he did not defeat Zabuza, as Zabuza's current strength had reached a level akin to that of a Kage, having gained significant power from his battle in Amagakure. When Izui arrived at the battlefield, Zabuza was locked in a standoff with Kakashi. Another little brat has arrived. Is it to meet his demise? Are all the kids from Konoha fools? Zabuza chuckled upon noticing Izui's sudden appearance, mocking him as yet another child of Konoha. Kakashi-senpai, may I take him on? We share a deep-seated hatred, you know? Izui, oblivious to Zabuza's laughter, addressed Kakashi, standing on the water's surface. What are you doing, you fool? He is a formidable opponent, capable of matching Kakashi. Are you seeking death? Come back quickly. Sasuke understood that Izui harbored deep-seated animosity towards Zabuza. Yet he found himself unable to resist in Zabuza's presence. Could Izui? Do not underestimate me. My years of toil have been for this very moment. Izui's formidable killing intent surged forth, creating immense ripples upon the water's surface. What? Zabuza was astonished by this young boy. Such intense killing intent could not simply stem from taking a life. It could only arise from enduring trials between life and death. Kakashi observed Izui, realizing that his relentless training had been driven by the desire for vengeance. But could he truly overcome an elite rogue ninja like Zabuza? Such powerful killing intent, comparable to that of Kakashi-sensei, was terrifying. He had never witnessed such a demeanor before. Has something changed within you, Izui-kun? Sakura pondered as she watched Izui standing upon the water. This is our mission. Please refrain from intervening. If anything were to happen. Kakashi urged Izui, attempting to dissuade him. Kakashi-sensei, if I recall correctly, your mission was classified as a C-rank, which did not include engaging with rogue ninjas. Therefore, allow me to take action. I have come here with the conviction that I shall either perish or see him perish. Though he possesses great power, I am not without my strengths. Moreover, no matter what occurs, please do not interfere. This battle is a struggle for a ninja's honor, Izui calmly declared, his chakra coalescing into a tangible aura surrounding him. Very well, but exercise caution, Kakashi replied as he stepped away from the water's surface to join Sakura and the others. Young boy, I do not recognize you. Do we share a profound enmity? Zabuza inquired. 6 years ago, in the village of Heaven, on a fateful morning, you led an assault that resulted in the slaughter of all the villagers, including my grandfather, while I survived. Come forth, Zabuza. After 6 years of harboring hatred, living in the shadows, unable to express my true emotions, I have relentlessly strived to surpass myself, enduring trials akin to fire. Now I wield formidable strength. Though I still fall slightly short of your prowess, it is merely a matter of inches. Come, do not hold back, for if you do, you shall face the Grim Reaper. Ishui proclaimed, his voice steady as the killing intent coalesced into a tangible form, gray energy rapidly materializing. This gray energy was a manifestation of the hatred accumulated through years of battle, his own and that of his foes, all surging forth at this moment. This was an illusion technique. One misstep could lead to self-loss, wandering amidst curses both self-inflicted and directed at others, and should one be unable to endure, self-destruction would be inevitable. Among Zabuza's abilities, his proficiency in illusions was the weakest. In an instant, he found himself ensnared within his own mental landscape, witnessing the horrific scene of his childhood, where he had mercilessly slain all his classmates during the ninja graduation exam. They transformed into vengeful spirits, incessantly encircling him, ravenously gnawing at his soul, relentlessly cursing him to descend into hell. Sensei, why has Zabuza stopped moving? He bears a look of sheer terror. Naruto questioned. It is an illusion. A sophisticated one at that. I never anticipated that he would create such an advanced genjutsu. Truly, he is a genius, Kakashi remarked, gazing at the surface of the water. Genjutsu? Naruto inquired. This fool, Sakura interjected, genjutsu, as a form of mental assault, is one of the 3 essential skills for a ninja, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It disrupts the normal flow of the opponent's chakra, ensnaring them in a world of illusion to achieve a certain aim. Advanced genjutsu can even shatter a person's psyche instantaneously, plunging them into a struggle for survival. No wonder she is the girl I admire, Naruto praised. What a dolt. This is common knowledge, Sasuke retorted, exasperated with Naruto's ignorance. 5 minutes later, Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead slick with sweat, his complexion pale, and his limbs weak, undoubtedly suffering from severe mental strain. Ah. The infamous Zabuza Momochi, renowned as the demon of the hidden mist, has managed to break free from such a mental illusion. Impressive. However, the current situation is decidedly unfavorable for you. Although I yearn to eliminate you, I am no mere impulsive fool. After countless assassination missions, I have honed my intellect. Your psychological confidence must be waning now, as you ponder to what extent you have fallen. Your spirit has been grievously damaged, and your combat capability has diminished significantly. You are now calculating how long it will take to slay me and escape unscathed, aren't you? Isuzu discerned Zabuza's thoughts with uncanny accuracy. You. Zabuza's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat once more. This brat is no ordinary child. How does he know my thoughts? Ah. I see you're now contemplating. This brat is truly remarkable. How does he know my thoughts? Your world is under my control, Zabuza. Surrender. Rather than struggling in this limbo between life and death, it would be far better to embrace the end. Isuzu sneered, once Zabuza awakened from his genjutsu. He cast upon him a simpler illusion, Naraka's gaze. Zabuza, in his weakened state, failed to notice this. Distracted by Isuzu's taunts, it was a battle of the mind. How do you know my thoughts, you brat? Both Zabuza and Isuzu exclaimed in unison. No, I have escaped your illusion. You cannot possibly know what I am thinking. They echoed simultaneously. On the ground, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna were taken aback. Their words were identical, which was eerily strange. A double illusion? This child is truly a prodigy. In terms of genjutsu, he is not far behind the likes of Kurenai. Kakashi's expression shifted, acknowledging the brilliance of the strategy. Very well, child, prepare to witness my prowess, they declared in unison. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. They both formed hand seals simultaneously. In truth, Izui did not replicate Zabuza's ninjutsu. If one were to observe closely, Izui would be 0.3 seconds slower than Zabuza at that moment. The reason he could utilize the same ninjutsu lies in his profound understanding of the water-style techniques frequently employed by Zabuza. By analyzing the first and second hand seals of these techniques, he could swiftly ascertain the water-style jutsu Zabuza intended to employ, subsequently enhancing his own seal speed to match Zabuza. Coupled with Genjutsu, he effectively mirrored Zabuza's various movements and expressions, resulting in a stunning spectacle. Two identical water dragons surged from the depths and vanished in unison, leaving the onlookers in awe. "Damn it, how did you know I would use the water dragon jutsu?" they exclaimed simultaneously. "Remarkable. How did he achieve that?" Naruto inquired of Kakashi, while Sasuke also turned to Kakashi, captivated by the extraordinary combat scene. Sakura, equally excited, had anticipated that Izui would impulsively charge into battle, but was taken aback by the unfolding events. Pay close attention, everyone. You must realize the vast difference in experience between you and him, particularly you, Naruto. Your combat experience is severely lacking. You tend to act impulsively. Although you have shown some progress, it is minimal. Sasuke, among your peers, there are many who surpass you. If you wish to excel, you must exert greater effort. I am unaware of your usual training regimen, but your level is significantly inferior to Izui's. As for you, Sakura, your foundation is indeed commendable. Yet it appears your combat skills are the weakest among the group. Kakashi critiqued each of them in turn. Although he had discerned Izui's subtle movements through his Sharingan, he was still astonished by his ability to grasp his opponent's psychology, reaching an extraordinary level of combat experience and awareness. Impossible, they echoed in unison. Inu, Cho, Shin, Yu, Na, Hai, Yu, Cho, Wu, Su, Inu, Si, Cho, Shin, Yu, they chanted. Water-style great waterfall technique. They simultaneously performed the seals, causing the entire surface of the lake to surge violently, sweeping away trees from the shore. Kakashi and his team had long since retreated, as the powerful torrent raged on for an extended period before finally subsiding. Once the lake calmed, they surveyed the battlefield. Only Zabuza remained in the combat zone. Izui had seemingly vanished, likely swept away by the water. Just a kid. Zabuza began to mock Izui, but was interrupted by a noise from behind. Lightning style, Thunder Totem Battle Axe. Izui unleashed a newly created lightning ninjutsu, materializing the lightning attribute into a colossal thunder battle axe aimed at his adversary. With a resounding crash, the massive electric axe struck Zabuza, the ferocious impact causing blood to flow from his orifices as he was cleaved into the water. The axe's strike continued, electrifying the water surrounding Zabuza, creating a tempest of electric serpents that danced across the surface. After all the lightning had vanished, the unconscious Zabuza floated to the surface, having been struck by a powerful lightning attack. Just as Iswater was about to plunge his shuriken into Zabuza, two kunai suddenly appeared, piercing Zabuza's neck. As in the original narrative, Hakazu emerged beside Zabuza, arriving at an opportune moment. He's already dead. Kakashi also appeared at Zabuza's side. "Thank you for your intervention. I have long sought a definitive opportunity to eliminate Zabuza." I spoke to Iswater with a calm demeanor, as if she had just not killed a human. "You are part of the assassination unit of the Mist Village, aren't you?" Kakashi remarked. "You are quite well informed," I replied. "The assassination unit?" Naruto voiced his confusion. "You don't even know about the assassination unit?" "It was taught in school. The assassination unit specializes in killing rogue ninjas like Zabuza, who escaped the village for various reasons. They do this to prevent the village's secrets from being divulged. It's common knowledge. And you ought to study harder." Sakura clarified Naruto's bewilderment. "Indeed, my mission is to hunt down rogue ninjas. I am a member of the Mist's assassination unit," I affirmed. Judging by her height and voice, she seemed to be around Naruto's age. An assassination unit member, she is no ordinary child, Kakashi thought. "Who exactly are you? I am asking you." Naruto could no longer contain himself and yelled angrily at Bai from the lakeside. "Rest assured, Naruto, she is not our enemy," Kakashi stated. "That is not what I meant. That's Zabuza. He was killed by her. Such a formidable opponent. And he was so easily dispatched by a girl roughly my age. Does that not make us look like fools? I cannot accept this." Even Iswater exerted immense effort to render him unconscious. Naruto expressed his frustration. "I can empathize with your disbelief, but it is indeed a fact. There are children younger than you, yet more formidable than I," Kakashi remarked, glancing at Bai and Iswater, then turning to Sasuke. "Ahem." Sasuke, slightly irritated, questioned why Kakashi was looking at him, aware of his own limitations and strength. Bai hoisted Zabuza over her shoulder, preparing to depart. "Hey, that masked one. He is my trophy. Did I ever say you could take him?" Iswater glared at Bai as she was about to carry Zabuza away. Bai looked up at Iswater with the masked face, realizing that this child was exceedingly powerful, perhaps beyond her capabilities. "Listen, Iswater, Zabuza is already dead. Your vengeance has been fulfilled, so refrain from further meddling, as it may provoke discontent within the Mist Village, Kakashi said helplessly. Hehe. Is it permissible to annihilate all the villagers of my celestial village merely due to the discontent of the mist? Kakashi-sensei, I bear the hopes of everyone in my village upon my shoulders. I must slay Zabuza to honor the spirits of the fallen villagers. Must even this modest wish be extinguished by them? I believe that a ninja's survival in this world is sustained by emotions, not merely existing as tools. It is love, friendship, familial bonds, and myriad emotions that render us increasingly formidable. Asui declared loudly. Everyone gazed at Asui in astonishment. Do ninjas truly require emotions? Although I cannot grasp your feelings. I began, only to be interrupted by Asui. You cannot comprehend. Do you not possess someone significant to protect? What then is your purpose? I must safeguard my family, friends, and all the villagers of Konohagakure. The prerequisite for this is to demonstrate my capability to protect them. Thus, I must eliminate Zabuza. I wish for the departed villagers of the Celestial Village to know that I have acquired the strength to protect them. Therefore, anyone who dares to obstruct me is my adversary. For the sake of protection, I can stand against the mist. For the sake of protection, I can oppose all the ninjas of the world. I shall prove to everyone that ninjas are beings who require emotions. Am I mistaken? Asui exclaimed in anger. You are not mistaken, yet neither am I. I murmured. Aishue's words only deepened her sorrow. Saving Zabuza would effectively sever a person's hope and the expectations of the deceased villagers of the Celestial Village. Conversely, not saving him renders her own existence meaningless. She is but a tool for Zabuza, destined to sacrifice everything for him. Asui, you speak the truth, yet you must not act impulsively. The peace that Konoha has so painstakingly attained, do you wish to jeopardize it? Provoking the mist now could easily escalate into a war between nations. I must intervene. Kakashi concurred with Aishue's sentiments. Yet some matters are inherently fraught with helplessness. Kakashi-sensei, do you intend to stop me? Asui replied coolly. Flee. You young ones from the mist's pursuit. If he unleashes his fury, even I would find it challenging to contend with. Kakashi positioned himself defensively across from Asui. I sincerely apologize. I swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to escape. Kakashi-sensei, why are you at odds with Asui? Naruto inquired, struggling to comprehend the complexities. Yet he understood that Aishue's words were indeed correct. Ninjas must possess emotions to grow stronger. Fool. If Asui obstructs the mist's assassination mission, it will easily incite animosity between the two major ninja villages, inevitably leading to war. That is why Kakashi-sensei must. Sakura explained. Fervently wishing for Asui to realize his aspirations, yet questioning why the world of ninjas is plagued with such inevitability. Hope lies merely before us, Kakashi. Have you not discerned that the mist assassination squad is, in fact, a ruse? To obliterate the evidence, one need only sever Zabuza's head. Yet she opted for a more troublesome method. Moreover, I believe Zabuza is not yet deceased. Some techniques can temporarily halt a person's life. Asui lamented. What? Kakashi also began to ponder, recognizing that the young boy was indeed rather peculiar. Kakashi, I am not a fool to casually instigate conflict between villages. What can I say? Well, you are my senior, I suppose. Alas, I have missed yet another splendid opportunity. Since your target still lives, he is bound to reappear. So I shall accompany you in waiting for him. This was how Asuki expressed himself. Kakashi, feeling exasperated, was on the verge of explaining that the white figure was an imposter when Asuki abruptly interrupted him, allowing the white figure to seize the chance to escape using the body flicker technique. Kakashi could only respond with an innocent laugh. TCH, even teacher Kakashi makes mistakes. Naruto exclaimed with laughter, only to be met with a few shuriken thrown his way by Kakashi. Upon arriving at the Hazuki residence, Kakashi took Naruto and the others to train, and Asuki felt compelled to follow, for staying at home would be rather dull. Kakashi indeed instructed Naruto and the others in the art of tree climbing. Sakura demonstrated remarkable control over her chakra and accomplished the task effortlessly, while Sasuke, Naruto, and Asuki struggled to master the technique, resulting in disheartening training sessions. After approximately a week of rigorous practice, Naruto and Sasuke finally gained full control over the chakra required for climbing trees. However, Zabuza made his return, this time accompanied by several subordinates. Having summoned all of his men, Kakashi-sensei, you and your team shall handle that masked boy and the other ninjas. I shall confront Zabuza, Isuki declared to Kakashi. Very well, but exercise caution. The enemy is now aware of your capabilities. It won't be as simple as last time, Kakashi warned. Well, last time I primarily relied on Jinjutsu. I still have many tricks up my sleeve. No need to worry. You focus on your own opponent. Isuki replied nonchalantly before directly engaging Zabuza. Hey, little brat. While you've grown remarkably, this time I won't allow you to bask in triumph. During our battle, I had White observe from the sidelines. She has analyzed your abilities and strategies for me. Firstly, the fact that you can replicate my movements simultaneously stems from your use of a low-level genjutsu immediately after I emerged from your previous high-level illusion. My mental energy was severely depleted at that moment, leading to my oversight. Secondly, your ability to execute the same ninjutsu as me is due to your profound familiarity with the water release techniques. After I formed the first 2 hand seals, you promptly discerned my jutsu, accelerating your own hand seals in the subsequent sequence, thus achieving the simultaneous execution of our jutsu, aided by the effects of your jinjutsu. To be frank, little brat, you are the most formidable young individual I have encountered. Even White would find it challenging to secure victory against you. Although her bloodline limit is extraordinarily powerful, I recognized your bloodline limit strength 6 years ago, and it has likely only grown more formidable since then. Regardless of the outcome, I shall hold nothing back. Although your grandfather spared my life years ago, it does not imply that I shall do the same for you today. We are both individuals striving against fate itself. Yet, before the battle has even commenced, much has already been said. Very well, I shall begin in earnest. Eyes of Heaven, White, Sealing Domain. I, as a newly promoted Jonin, have unleashed my domain, extending my sealing range to a terrifying radius of 30 meters. This distance instills fear in all. The inability to employ ninjutsu within this expanse is a calamity for any ninja, and for Zabuza, it is even more disastrous. He is a master of silent assassination, yet to be deprived of the mist technique is akin to a natural disaster. Only then did Zabuza realize he was utterly outmatched. Meanwhile, let us observe the skirmish involving Kakashi and his comrades. Sasuke has engaged with Bai and is currently at a disadvantage, as Bai has unleashed the Mirror Ice Crystal. Kakashi finds himself entangled with 3 Chunin level and 1 ordinary Jonin level rogue ninjas, likely Zabuza's subordinates. Together, these 4 have employed the mist technique, and Kakashi will require more time to overcome them. Naruto has just arrived on the battlefield, rushing foolishly into the Mirror Ice Crystal, truly an unexpected move from him. Sakura stands guard over Tazuna, anxiously worrying about Sasuke and Naruto. The battle has escalated to a fever pitch. It seems Bai has activated that technique. Those 2 brats are your companions, are they not? They are as good as dead. Do you not feel any concern? Furthermore, once Bai frees his hands, he will join me in slaying you. As for Kakashi, my delightful subordinates have been instructed to hold him back. If things proceed this way, you may very well face total annihilation, Zabuza stated to the impassive Aoi. You underestimate Naruto and his comrades. Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja from Konoha, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Sasuke, the top of his class, hails from the illustrious Uchiha clan, and you also underestimate Kakashi. Worry more for your subordinates, Zabuza. Aoi retorted with subtle disdain. Is that so? Then let us watch and see. Zabuza's expression grew troubled. If this imp is correct, we might indeed face defeat. Sasuke has successfully activated his Sharingan, gradually keeping pace with Bai's speed, utilizing the predictive capabilities of the Sharingan to its fullest extent. Bai gazed at Sasuke, incredulous that this youth could perceive my speed. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Yet, he struck me just moments ago. If that is the case, Bai realized that the situation was turning dire. She was compelled to strategically shift her attack towards Naruto. As in the original story, Sasuke intercepted this strike meant for Naruto. Honestly, you are always such a hindrance, Sasuke remarked. You did it. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he noticed the kunai embedded in Sasuke's body. It was Sasuke who had shielded him, eliciting a surge of emotion within Naruto. What expression is that, you foolish oaf? Why do you protect me? How could I possibly know such things? Why? I ask you, why do you protect me? Who asked you to meddle? Who knows why my body acted against my will like a fool? Sasuke finally could no longer support himself and collapsed. Sasuke. Naruto hurriedly caught the fallen Sasuke. That man. I absolutely cannot die before defeating my brother, but you must not die. Sasuke lost consciousness. He is a ninja worthy of respect. This must be your first encounter with the death of a comrade, for this is the path of a ninja. Bai quietly remarked. I clearly despise you the most. Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails. No, this ominous chakra. Could it be that Naruto has released the seal? No, the seal remains intact, but the chakra is indeed seeping out. Fortunately, the seal has not completely broken. There is still time. We must act swiftly. Kakashi sensed the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails, his expression one of horror. What chakra is this? It feels very unsettling. Is it Kakashi? No, he does not possess such formidable power yet. Who could it be? Zabuza sensed the unusual chakra of the Nine Tails and exclaimed in surprise. It seems victory is within our grasp. Since Naruto has unleashed his power, it is time for me to take action as well. Izui, feeling the immense chakra of the Nine Tails, was equally astonished, never expecting it to be so powerful. The entire battlefield must have felt it. Well, it seems that Kakashi-sensei is enraged. I shall no longer remain aloof. Let us determine the victor now. Izui declared. Kid, do not be too arrogant. Although I cannot utilize ninjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu are my specialties. Do not forget, I am one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, wielding the decapitating blade. Zabuza said coolly, drawing his executioner's blade from behind. In terms of taijutsu, I have never feared the Byakugan. Izui assumed the initial stance of the gentle fist. Merely posturing, behold my blade. Zabuza charged forward with his great sword. Speaking of which, Zabuza's speed is truly astonishing. Izui found it somewhat challenging to keep up, but it was merely slightly challenging. Zabuza thought to himself that this kid's taijutsu is quite impressive. Previously, he only recognized his genjutsu and ninjutsu as strong, but he is truly a genius, excelling in taijutsu as well. However, can you keep up if I go even faster? Zabuza swiftly dodged, then hurled a kunai and shuriken, before charging in himself. Return to the heavens. One water unleashed the absolute defense of disdain, effortlessly sending all shurikens and kunai, along with the relentless attacks of Zabuza, flying into the air. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already concluded his battle without even resorting to ninjutsu. Zabuza and his subordinates were simply on a different level. With the assistance of his Sharingan, he swiftly ended the confrontation. Naruto shattered the icy mirror of Haku, and the two were engaged in conversation. Sakura and Tazuna rushed towards the place where Sasuke had fallen, and Kakashi joined them at Sasuke's side. Upon seeing Sasuke unconscious, Sakura broke down in tears, while Kakashi remained oblivious, suspecting that Haku had indeed killed Sasuke. Considering the multitude of shurikens, who could guarantee there were no fatal wounds? Haku began to recount her origins and the circumstances under which she was taken in by Zabuza, expressing her willingness to serve as Zabuza's tool. Now, having failed, she found herself without means to survive, urging Naruto to end her life swiftly and put an end to her suffering. Zabuza, having been knocked down, struggled to rise, his body bearing significant injuries. Zabuza, your subordinates have all perished, and your time is drawing near. The hatred from 6 years ago will find its resolution here today. And I shall embark on a new journey, One Water proclaimed, feeling a transcendence in his state of mind. The long-awaited revenge was at hand. The obstacles that hindered him were about to be obliterated, and the third phase of his celestial eye was now unveiled. The purification of his soul allowed the divine eye to evolve to another stage. Celebrating now is premature. Little brat Zabuza gazed in astonishment at One Water, noting the surge in his momentum and newfound strength. A terrifying youth, he surmised that the physical techniques used were likely the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. How could he possibly wield the clan's secret art? Was it that eye on his forehead? With his ninjutsu sealed, Zabuza felt his power diminish by half. At this rate, his demise was inevitable. You must realize you have reached your limit. Without your ninjutsu, you lack the strength to contend with me. Embrace death. For you are now within my Bagua domain. Gentle fist, 128 palms One Water calmly stated. In the midst of One Water's battle, his imposing aura was palpable to Kakashi and his team. Just as Naruto was about to end Haku with a shuriken, she managed to restrain him with a single hand. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I cannot die yet. Haku swiftly formed a hand seal and utilized the body flicker technique to escape. Kakashi was taken aback, questioning her intentions. Gentle fist, 128 palms 2 palms 4 palms 8 palms 16 palms 32 palms 64 palms 128 palms One Water advanced rapidly, delivering the fierce Bagua strikes onto Zabuza's body, or rather, onto Haku. How could she be here? What were Kakashi and the others doing? Cough, cough, cough. By expelled a copious amount of warm, crimson blood. Indeed, the water-style technique contained an immense reservoir of his chakra, relentlessly assaulting the 60 acupuncture points of his opponent with 2 consecutive strikes. It was likely that the vital organs within the meridians had been ravaged by the overwhelming chakra energy, and the lungs may have already ruptured. but did not possess Naruto's extraordinary constitution. After the recent fierce battle, he was now subjected to the onslaught of the 8 trigrams palm. It was very probable that, initially, Ishue believed Bai could no longer endure the strain. She would either succumb to unconsciousness or suffer a fatal organ rupture. However, to his astonishment, even as she fell into unconsciousness, Bai summoned her final reserves of strength to clutch Ishue's hand tightly to her chest. How resilient she is! Ishue could ascertain that Bai was indeed a woman, as her body bore the characteristics of femininity. Regardless of whether the original Bai was male or female in this realm, she was unequivocally a woman. Although he grasped the soft form, Ishue dared not let his mind wander, as Zabuza was poised to seize this opportune moment. Humph. You little brat, daring to suggest I accept death. You have failed again, and I have fortuitously stumbled upon a splendid opportunity at such a critical juncture. Zabuza bellowed with laughter as he beheld Bai, her head hanging low in unconsciousness. Kakashi and the others were left astounded by Bai's actions, astonished that she would protect Zabuza even in her final moments. What a good child she is. Yet, Ishue faced imminent peril. Kakashi's concern shifted to him, urging him to evade Zabuza's impending strike. Zabuza's executioner's blade swung menacingly towards Ishue, with Bai caught in the crossfire. What a ruthless individual he is. Humph. Eye of Heaven, Frost, Icebound Armor. A single water entity held Bai in its embrace, utilizing the secret techniques of the newly awakened Frost phase. Surrounding its form, a shield composed of 4 icy layers materialized, entirely thwarting Zabujan's assault. What? How is it possible for you to wield ice-style chakra and simultaneously withstand the assault of my decapitating sword? If this situation is not resolved swiftly, I shall remain unsettled. Is this lad truly a monster? Is it not only Mizuki who possesses the ability to wield ice-based ninjutsu? This cannot be forgiven. My fury has ignited. And if this continues, you truly are a heartless beast. She has sacrificed her youthful life for you. A thick layer of frost has gathered around the water, a consequence of the overwhelming release of ice chakra. Ice Shuriken. A water conjured several shuriken crafted from frost with a mere gesture, hurling them directly towards Zabuza. Humph. Mere trifles, Zabuza scoffed, effortlessly evading the ice shuriken, for such speed posed no threat to him. TSK, just take a look behind you, fool. A water reminder indicated. Zabujan glanced back, only to find that the several shurikens had unexpectedly altered their trajectory and were once again hurled towards him. This time, he could no longer withstand the assault. All the shurikens struck his arm, rendering 2 of his hands incapacitated. Having resolved to cease wasting chakra to maintain the barrier, I, despite possessing an ample supply, find such extravagance to be a disgraceful act. With a mere gesture, I unraveled my confinement. How do you throw your shuriken? I see you have not employed chakra strings to guide them. How can they possibly return? Zabuza posed his query. Humph. Behold the newfound prowess of my bloodline limit. Ice manipulation. Wherever my gaze falls, weapons forged of frost can move at my command. What? How terrifying. Zabuza, this is utterly repulsive. You dare to claim the title of a hidden Miss Ghost? How laughable. The sudden appearance of Kato struck a chord of alarm in everyone present. Kato, what brings you here with such a retinue? Zabuza inquired, turning to face him. What else? My battle plan has undergone a slight alteration, Zabuza. I intend for you to perish here. Employing legitimate ninjas is exorbitantly costly, hence I have recruited you rogue ninjas. Moreover, should you too sustain injuries, I can evade all expenses. Truly ingenious, am I not? Kato boasted with arrogance. With that, Kato approached Haku, disregarding the presence of Isue, deeming such a minor figure devoid of strength after the prolonged skirmish. Humph, yet this little wretch is quite vexing. She even managed to break my fingers. Kato seethed, delivering a harsh kick towards her. Humph, have you forgotten that I am present? To lay hands on my spoils in my presence is unforgivable. Isue seized Kato by his attire and hurled him aside. Zabuza, you are truly heartless. She is transformed in this manner. And do you feel nothing? Have you not always been together? Isue asked Zabuza, entirely dismissing Kato and his subordinates. Just as Kato exploited me, I too am merely utilizing Haku. We ninjas are but tools. What I seek is her ability, not her as a person. I harbor no attachments, Zabuza replied indifferently. Is that truly how you feel? This man appears to harbor a great fondness for you. Do you feel no regret? Do you not believe in her? For your sake, she battles relentlessly against foes, becoming as formidable as you, and even unto her dying breath, she would fight for you. Yet, you offer her no acknowledgement. In the end, She dies, leaving me, an outsider, to protect her lifeless body from indignity. Zabuza, you are indeed cruel. Isue lamented. Haku, listen closely. I know you yet live. A ninja requires emotion. Zabuza will kill that scoundrel Kato for you. In his final moments, let him protect you one last time. Well, little one, no more words. Bai is as pure as an innocent child, untouched by corruption. For my sake, she would endure pain and fight against everyone, silently bearing all the anguish within her heart. Little one, I know that today, my life is at its end. Allow me in these final moments to do something for Bai, to eliminate those who have insulted her. Zabuza's tears flowed. Indeed, a ninja must possess emotions. Very well, a ninja must be filled with feelings. Though you are my adversary, your realization of this is enough for me to grant you this. Surely, the deceased villagers of the Land of Water would be pleased to witness such a ninja world. Here, take this shuriken and fulfill your mission. A water clone joyfully handed a shuriken to Zabuza. Thank you. Zabuza accepted the shuriken with his mouth and fiercely charged towards Kato and his men. The ghost of the mist began his final slaughter. Zabuza expended his last ounce of strength to slay Kato, instilling terror in Kato's subordinates. Zabuza had become the very embodiment of a demon. What a predicament. Since we've slain our employer, we might as well loot everything of value in this town. Kato's subordinates, realizing their employer's demise, had no choice but to act. They decided to seize some valuables. At that moment, Inari burst forth with all the residents of the island. Dare to step one more foot onto this island, and we will unleash the collective strength of all the villagers to annihilate you. Such a hassle. Multiple ice clone technique. A water clone lamented, these trivial foes can be dealt with using my clones. We shall assist as well. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto exclaimed, and at that moment, Sasuke had regained consciousness from his unconscious state. There's no choice. Kakashi's version of the multiple shadow clone technique. Kakashi approached as well. Kato's subordinates fled in terror, their fear palpable. Hooray. We have won. All the island's residents erupted in joyous cheers. It seems that everything has come to an end. Zabuza said softly. As if everything had faded away, I too am nearing my demise. Indeed, once I depart, I must sincerely apologize to the villagers of the Land of Water. In my next life, I shall strive to be a ninja filled with flesh and blood, for such a path would not be so lonely. A water clone spoke as it approached Zabuza. Yes, I initially believed that ninjas were to exist solely as tools, yet unexpectedly, emotions surface in the end. I realize now that I am a fool, having never understood the purpose of my existence. It was only at the end that I comprehended that ninjas must live with emotions. Little one, could you do me a favor? I wish to see her one last time. Zabuza sorrowfully expressed. Bai, you do not hate me, do you? All right. A water clone removed the weapons embedded in Zabuza and carried him towards the place where Bai lay. As the water clone bore Zabuza toward Bai, snow began to fall from the sky. Zaibujan's gaze fixated upon the incessantly falling snowflakes. Is it you who weeps? He pondered. Such snowfall is indeed a rarity. Dasna remarked in astonishment. Kakashi and the others shared in the surprise, for it was truly unusual for such mild weather to witness snow. Though the snowflakes continued to descend, the sky unveiled a radiant sun, casting gentle rays upon the faces of all present. If only I could be with you, in the same place. Zaibujan murmured, caressing Bai's face. She had been born in a village blanketed by snow. Naruto, moved to tears, exclaimed, Big sister, your wish has finally come true. Zaibujan has acknowledged you. Indeed, a girl as pure as snow. Kakashi reflected wistfully. Cough, 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 am I dead? Bai gradually regained consciousness from her faint state. What is happening? Bai is not dead. Kakashi and the others were taken aback, their astonishment palpable at such a dramatic turn of events. Perhaps Bai merely fainted. I was uncertain earlier. Which is why I hesitated to have you strike her down with me. Consider it a salvation. If we act swiftly, her chances of survival are significant. I have learned a modicum of medical ninjutsu for emergencies during battles. However, Zaibujan, you may not survive. Your injuries are too severe, and I harbor no desire to save you. For my intent in seeking you was vengeance, Ishui remarked with a smile, scratching his head. Lord Zaibujan, what troubles you? Bai, in terror, realized that Zaibujan's breaths had become shallow, a mere flicker of life remaining. Was she to be abandoned once more? Little one, I implore you to assist me in saving Bai. I am nearing my end yet. I must express my apologies for having kept you ensnared in a cycle of painful battles, existing merely as a tool. I am a wretch. Can you ever forgive me? A gleam of joy illuminated Zaibujan's features. I had not perished after all. Such sin shall be mine alone to bear. Bai is destined for paradise. She must not descend into hell alongside me. I have never blamed you, Lord Zaibujan. Have I not always existed as your instrument? Please, allow me to accompany you, even in death. I cannot bear the thought of being abandoned again. I do not wish to. Bai wept in anguish. Am I a harbinger of misfortune, to be forsaken once more, stripped even of my right to serve as a tool? In the stillness of existence, the once indomitable Zabuza had succumbed to silence, his eyes gently closed in eternal repose. The misty specter of the ninja world had departed, leaving behind an unbearable ache in the heart of Haku. Witnessing Zabuza's lifeless gaze, she was overwhelmed by a profound sorrow. In a moment of desperation, she drew forth a kunai, intent on piercing her own heart. But before she could act, Suigetsu swiftly intervened, wresting the weapon from her grasp and delivering a resounding slap. You foolish girl. Zabuza is not dead. He has entrusted his desire for life to you. He wishes for you to witness the beauty of this world and the day when ninjas embrace their emotions. Do you not understand? You absolute fool. Could it truly be Zabuza's intent? Haku suddenly grasped a glimmer of hope, clutching Suigetsu's clothing tightly. Yes, through your eyes, he wishes to see this ninja world once more. He sacrificed himself for you. You must carry on his legacy, just as I carry the lives of my grandfather and the villagers of the hidden heaven with me. It is this strength that empowers me, Suigetsu declared with fervor. Is that so? Haku's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Let us together transform this ninja world, infusing it with emotion, where every individual is a living being. You carry Zabuza's spirit, and I carry the essence of my grandfather and all the villagers. We share a common goal. We are kindred spirits. Together, at dawn, we shall witness the advent of a new era for ninjas. Those who hold this ideal shall never be alone. You are not living in solitude. If you share my aspirations, you are my comrade. Suigetsu, I too desire companions like you to help reshape our ninja world. Suigetsu's enthusiasm was genuine, not mere indoctrination. He envisioned a path for ninjas that required the collective effort of many. It was a journey he could not undertake alone. May I join you? I wish to strive alongside you. Zabuza would also yearn to behold such a vibrant ninja realm, Haku said, extending her delicate hand towards Suigetsu, a smile gracing her features once more. Indeed, I shall work with you to transform this harsh ninja world, and Zabuza would surely find solace in that. Greetings, Kamizuki Haku. Welcome to our fellowship. Together, let us forge a new world for ninjas, Suigetsu replied, leading her toward Kakashi and the others. Realization dawned upon her. Suigetsu possessed an extraordinary talent for persuading even those on the brink of despair to embrace life anew. Yet, his aspirations were undeniably noble. Sakura, astonished, couldn't help but express her incredulity at Suigetsu's persuasive prowess. Kakashi, too, nodded in agreement, acknowledging Suigetsu's undeniable charm, though he pondered the complexities of integrating this girl into their village. Allow me to introduce, this is Naruto, the most astonishing ninja from Konoha, as you might have already perceived. And here stands Sasuke, the top newcomer from the Ninja Academy this year, though he maintains an aloof demeanor, rather conceited, I must say. This is Sakura, who may lack notable merits, yet her broad forehead possesses a certain charm. And finally, we have Kakashi-senpai, renowned as the foremost technician of Konoha. Aisu was diligently introducing all the members of Team Kakashi. Hello, everyone. I revealed a captivating smile, feeling quite at ease among them. Subsequently, Dazna expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Aisu and the group, naming the bridge in the Land of Waves the Naruto Bridge, thus concluding the saga of the Land of Waves perfectly. Ah, we have finally returned to Konoha. Come on, Bai, you must settle here, but it requires the old man's approval. Let us head to the Hokage building together. Kakashi-senpai will accompany us as well, to speak favorably on your behalf. And Naruto, if the third Hokage disapproves, you shall unleash your ultimate technique. Aisu gazed at the grand gates of Konoha, uncertain if Bai would be permitted to stay, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Very well, Kakashi remarked. Do not worry, Sister Bai. Rest assured that with me, Naruto Uzumaki, advocating for you, there will be no issues. Naruto exclaimed exuberantly. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Aisu and his companions entered the office of the third Hokage. As Kakashi presented their mission, he also conveyed Bai's situation to the third Hokage, the last scion of the Mizuno Kuni. This is quite a predicament. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Although the Mist Village no longer harbored any remnants of the Mizuno Kuni, it could easily provoke diplomatic disputes. Nonetheless, the notion of diplomacy merely serves as a guise for warfare among great nations. Following a series of devastating events that had eradicated the bloodline clans, the Mist Village's strength had significantly waned, leaving it focused solely on recovery. Should this young lady reside in the village, it would bolster its strength, and in the future, Konoha would possess the bloodline of the Mizuno Kuni. With Kakashi's recommendation, this child should face no obstacles. Grandfather Third, I would never engage in actions that would jeopardize the village. During our battle with Sasuke, despite being adversaries, she harbored no intention of killing him. She's as pure as freshly fallen snow. I stake my ninja way on this. I promised to let her witness the arrival of a truly heartfelt ninja world alongside me. Isa declared with a firm grip of his hands. Indeed, Grandfather Hokage. Sister Bai is truly a good person, and I, Naruto Uzumaki, can vouch for her. Naruto added, his excitement palpable. Yes, indeed, Lord Third, Sakura chimed in, expressing her opinion. Although she had harmed Sasuke, she spared his life, demonstrating that she bore no ill intent towards others, fighting only out of necessity against Zabuza. Oh, I am not in disagreement. However, the matter concerning Bai is known only to a select few among you. You shall take care of her, and when speaking to outsiders, you may refer to her as one of your subordinates. It is imperative that her ice attributes remain concealed in public, for revealing them may incite diplomatic disputes. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. During combat, such conditions need not be observed. With the passage of time, acceptance of her will naturally follow. Do refrain from publicizing her affiliation with Konoha, understood? The third Hokage revealed a benevolent smile. Yay, that's wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy for Bai. I knew it would work out. Rest assured, Grandpa Third, I will certainly not cause you any trouble. He flashed a victorious gesture. Humph. While she may not trouble me, you are a constant source of it. However, you must remain diligent. Refrain from undertaking any missions before this year's Chunin graduation exam. Assist in maintaining the exam. Perhaps you might even serve as a judge in the final round. This would serve as a deterrent to foreign ninjas. Showcasing the immense potential and strength of Konoha's youngest Jonin, the third Hokage remarked with narrowed eyes. The Chunin exam? Naruto questioned, puzzled. Indeed, to put it simply, it is the primary avenue for Genin to ascend to Chunin status, held biannually, and it serves as a significant occasion for observing the military capabilities of great nations. Those who succeed in the examination are formally promoted to Chunin. The process is rife with formidable opponents, as both domestic and foreign skilled Genin converge here to compete. I too ascended to Chunin through this very exam. However, in my time, not a single opponent could withstand more than 3 of my moves, which was rather dull. I wonder what caliber of competitors we shall encounter this year, Izumi explained to Naruto. Sasuke, invigorated by Izumi's words, expressed excitement. The Chunin exam. I shall surely encounter numerous adversaries. I wish to gauge my own strength. Yay, splendid. I must participate. I am determined to pass the Chunin exam and become a Chunin, Naruto exclaimed, jumping in delight. I am no longer the reckless Naruto of yore. Becoming a Chunin elevates my ambitions further, and with so many participants, passing will surely earn me widespread recognition. Humph. To qualify for the exam, one must have completed at least 8 missions as a Genin. You should focus on undertaking some tasks first. Well then, Grandpa Third, we shall take our leave. Simply summon me for the Chunin exam. Come, Bai. Let us find you a place to stay. Izumi took Bai's hand and bid farewell to the third Hokage before departing. Upon hearing Izumi's intention to secure her accommodation, Bai felt a pang of fear. Would she be alone again? Did anyone truly wish to be with her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her expression grew somber. After exiting the Hokage building, Izumi sensed something amiss with Bai. Perhaps it was the arrival of that feeling? He decided to inquire, Bai, is there something on your mind? No. I wonder if I could stay with you? Bai mustered the courage to ask. Did I not say you could stay with me? I merely pointed the way for you, and at present, I am residing at my father-in-law's home. If you wish to stay there, his consent is paramount. However, rest assured, I am confident in my ability to secure his agreement, so there is no need for concern. By the way, how old are you this year? A Shui grasped Bai's delicate hand and inquired. I am 15 years old, Bai replied, withdrawing her hand from a Shui's grasp. Honestly, why do you keep holding my hand? Ah, you are 3 years my senior. That is fortunate. Let us depart, for I have a little girlfriend at home. Please do not tease her. Her name is Hinata, and she possesses a somewhat shy demeanor. I hope you both can get along well. Shui's heart brimmed with joy. For as the saying goes, those who live near water will have the first pick of the moon. Bai seems to be our designated maid of honor. Upon arriving at the Hyuga mansion, Shui first led Bai to find Hayashi. To their surprise, Hayashi was in the training room, instructing his younger daughter, Hanabi. This little girl was indeed charming, yet she paled in comparison to Hinata's sweetness. Her face bore the same stern expression as Hayashi's. After all, she would be his sister-in-law, so it would be wise to take care of her. Let us take a break, Hanabi. Shui, you have returned. Who is this young lady? Hayashi inquired, gesturing for Shui to approach. It was evident that his son-in-law had grown remarkably strong. Yet he wondered why Shui had brought back a girl, who was evidently not a Konoha ninja. Shui, recognized for his prowess, must have seen something in her. But Hayashi could not recall having encountered her before. Shui stepped closer to Hayashi and said, "This is the last descendant of the Mizuki clan, Mizuki Bai. I encountered her during a recent mission and decided to take her under my wing. Lord Hokage is aware of this arrangement, and only Kakashi's team knows the full truth." Ah, so she is the last scion of the Mizuki clan. Let her reside here. We have plenty of guest rooms available. So accommodating one or two more is no issue. Hayashi consented to Bai's stay in the Hyuga household. His son-in-law's abilities were truly impressive, having even brought back the last of the Mizuki clan. However, he pondered whether the girl could be trusted. My esteemed father-in-law, during this time, I have developed a set of soft fist techniques known as the 24 forms of Tai Chi. This martial art relies entirely on stillness to govern movement, balancing yin and yang, and differs significantly from conventional taijutsu. While it encompasses both offense and defense, it also emphasizes health preservation. The more one practices, the greater the benefits to one's physical well-being. Shui produced a small illustrated book from his pocket and presented it to Hayashi. I practiced the 24 forms of Tai Chi in my previous life at school, and now I find it useful. In truth, Tai Chi is infinitely superior to the Hyuga's soft fist techniques. The Japanese soft fist is hardly worthy of carrying Tai Chi's shoes. Indeed, this is your creation? Such profound techniques. I shall study it meticulously. You have not shown this to anyone else, have you? It must remain confidential. This technique, even if practiced by non-Hyuga individuals, can significantly enhance their strength. In this light, the so-called hard techniques would be utterly ineffective. In the beginning, Yatsushiro received a comic book that piqued his interest. Despite his bloodline ability, the Byakugan, possessing similar functionalities. However, lacking the Hyuga lineage meant that the gentle fist techniques could not be easily innovated. Yet, upon perusing the contents of the comic, he realized it was entirely crafted for the Byakugan. The intricacies and profoundness of the techniques illustrated therein could easily enable the weak to triumph over the strong. This child was truly astonishing. Undoubtedly a prodigy of the last decade, comparable to Uchiha Itachi. Let us retire for now, Hanabi. Farewell, and remember to call me brother-in-law when we meet again. Yatsushiro and Hanabi waved as they made their way out of the training room. Wait, Yatsushiro. Regarding you and Hinata, your engagement ceremony will officially commence on June 25th. Prior to the Chunin exams, I will invite the heads of the prominent clans in Konoha, along with Lord Hokage and several jonin. This timing is perfect, as most ninjas engaged in missions will return to the village or halt their tasks for the exam, Hisashi reminded, emphasizing the importance of solidifying the engagement. Now is the time to formalize your bond. This will instill a greater sense of responsibility towards this family, making it difficult for you to stray. Really? That is splendid news. Fear not, father-in-law. I shall cherish and protect Hinata for a lifetime, never betraying her feelings, Yatsushiro exclaimed. Elated that his relationship with Hinata was now firmly established. He was soon to be a husband, a delightful prospect, though he acknowledged that they were both still quite young. And any premature developments could lead to unfortunate consequences. After escorting Shiro out of the training room, Yatsushiro brought her to the guest room to ensure she was settled comfortably. Oh, so Yatsushiro-kun is getting engaged so early. How wonderful. The Hinata you mentioned must surely be a gentle girl, Shiro remarked with envy, imagining the beauty and kindness of the one who had won Yatsushiro's affection. Is it truly possible for such a young child to fall in love? Well, it's nothing really. You too, Shiro, are a remarkably beautiful and kind girl. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to earn your affection, Yatsushiro complimented, secretly hoping he could be that fortunate one. Is that so? Perhaps no one would genuinely care for me. Shiro's gaze dimmed. contemplating whether anyone besides Zabuza truly needed her. Of course, Sister Shiro, you are a gentle soul, and I need your strength to help forge a brand new world of ninjas, a world where all ninjas are filled with emotion. Only those possessing true feelings can avoid loneliness. They are the truly powerful ninjas, Yatsushiro declared earnestly, grasping Shiro's hand. Is that so? I will assist you in realizing this vision. I too wish to witness such a world, imbued with memories of Zabuza-san. Shiro responded, her enchanting smile illuminating her face. Indeed, you are such a beautiful and gentle girl. Yatsushiro found a spacious and clean guest room, arranging blankets and pillows for Shiro. All right, Shiro, you are now a member of this family. Let us live happily here from now on. Ishue meticulously organized the pristine white room, allowing her to familiarize herself with her cozy abode. By the way, Ishue, I sense the icy essence of chakra within you. Could it be that you possess the bloodline of the Mizuki clan? Bai expressed her curiosity, convinced that the chakra was indeed of the ice attribute. How could Ishue possibly harbor ice chakra? This is the capability of my bloodline limit. As my aspirations were fulfilled, my heavenly eye evolved into the frost stage, which encompasses 3 secret techniques. Firstly, Ice Enlightenment, passive, no activation required, enables automatic acquisition of Ice attribute physique, granting immunity to 30 of water and wind-based damage, and 50 immunity to ice damage. Furthermore, the chakra consumption for utilizing Ice ninjutsu is reduced by 50, with effects enhanced by 50. This technique includes 2 secret arts. 1. Ice Armor, which conjures 4 ice shields around the body. As long as there is chakra to support it, these shields will automatically fend off attacks from all directions without requiring conscious control. 2. Ice Creation, which allows the crafting of weapons or puppets from ice chakra that can swiftly move and strike targets within the field of vision, though this technique demands considerable chakra and mental energy. Secondly, Ice Heart, passive, no activation required. Upon evolving to the frost stage, transforms the heart into an ice attribute. If subjected to immense damage, as long as ice chakra remains, the heart can revert to its original state. In essence, a heart struck in ordinary circumstances can instantly revive, rendering it an immortal heart, unless my ice chakra is depleted. Thirdly, Ice Soul Seal, active, requires activation, hand seals, allows the extraction of a soul from the body to inscribe my soul mark upon it. A soul marked in this manner will completely obey my commands, even in death. The soul remains under the control of the one who inscribed it. However, a significant drawback of this forbidden technique is that the success rate for those who do not actively accept the soul seal is merely 1 in 10, making it a matter of sheer luck. This is the reason I can wield ice attribute chakra. I hope I will keep this information confidential, as she is someone I trust deeply. Ishue shared her newly acquired bloodline abilities. Later that evening, upon returning home, Hinata was formally introduced to Bai by Ishue, who also mentioned their engagement ceremony. Observing Ishue's joyful demeanor, Hinata felt immense happiness. She was about to become Ishukuin's wife, a dream come true. Yet, who was this beautiful older sister named Bai? Was she merely a subordinate? Bai exuded an enchanting beauty and an alluring smile. Yet there was an air of intimidation about her. What should I do? You must be Hinata, the adorable little sister Ishue speaks of. No wonder he holds you in such high regard. I find myself somewhat envious, Bai remarked with a smile. This little Hinata is simply too adorable. I feel as though I am not even in the same league. How is it possible that such charming girls exist in this world? I find myself wanting to protect her. I am deeply grateful for Sister Bai's extravagant praise. It is indeed remarkable that Sister Bai has earned the recognition of Hijirikuin. She is truly a formidable ninja. Hinata smiled, reassuring herself that she is several years older than both me and Hijirikuin. Besides, Hijirikuin has a fondness for charming young ladies, which gives me a considerable advantage, doesn't he it? What am I even daydreaming about? Hijui felt his head spinning. Could you two refrain from showering each other with compliments? This is utterly bewildering. Bringing 2 beautiful women together is nothing short of a calamity. Hinata and Bai. Shall we go for a meal? Otherwise, it will soon be too late. It is already 8 o'clock in the evening. Perhaps we should have some warm water. After all this prolonged conversation must be tiring. Hijui felt compelled to interrupt their dialogue. Being a man is exhausting. Hinata felt utterly embarrassed, a deep crimson blush spreading across her cheeks. Oh, Bai felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. It had been a long time since she had engaged in conversation with anyone. Most of her time was spent in the company of that formidable man, Zabuza. leaving her little opportunity to share the musings of her heart. On June 23rd, 60th year of Konoha, while leisurely spending his day at home, Hisui was suddenly alerted by the chirping of birds in the sky. The Chunin exams were about to commence. He bid farewell to Bai and hurried towards the Hokage's office. "We have gathered everyone here not for trivial matters. By the expressions on your faces, I trust you understand it is time for that affair," the third Hokage said slowly. "It is indeed time for that affair," Kakashi concurred. "You have sent notifications to the other nations, haven't you?" "They have already arrived in the village," Asuma added. "So, when does it begin?" Kurenai inquired. "In 1 week," the third Hokage replied. "That's soon," Kakashi exclaimed. The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and declared, "I hereby announce that the Chunin selection exams will officially commence on July 1st, 7 days from now. Before we begin the exams, let us call forth the teachers responsible for guiding the genin. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, do any of your genin merit recommendation? Formally, the recommended genin must have completed at least 8 missions, though I need not mention that candidates who have completed double that number are more suitable." Kakashi began. "I earnestly recommend the members of my team, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, to participate in the Chunin selection exams. In my name, Hitaki Kakashi." Kurenai stated with seriousness, "I earnestly recommend the members of my team, Team 8, Yamanaka Ino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata, to participate in the Chunin selection exams. In my name, Yuhi Kurenai." Asuma followed suit. "I earnestly recommend the members of my team, Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Nara Choji, and Akimichi Inoichi, to participate in the Chunin selection exams. In my name, Sarutobi Asuma." Many were engaged in discussions, expressing their concerns about Kakashi's decision to allow the newcomers to participate in the Chunin selection exam, deeming it rather excessive. Irika hurriedly approached to voice his apprehensions. Yet Kakashi and his team remained resolute. Irika was well aware of Naruto and his companion's abilities. Among Konoha's renowned 12 young ninjas, 9 had made remarkable strides in their skills, no longer the naive students they once were. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Irika finally felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. "TCH, what a tedious meeting. I'd rather converse with my dear little one. She must be feeling quite lonely at this moment. Alas, I shall play the Good Samaritan once more and keep her company." On June 25th, in the year 60 of Konoha, the Hyuga mansion buzzed with an unusual liveliness, contrasting sharply with its typical serene atmosphere. Almost every esteemed ninja and clan from Konoha had gathered here, for today marked the engagement of Hyuga Hizashi's eldest daughter. In the world of ninjas, early engagements are not unheard of. However, today was particularly significant, as it involved the prestigious Hyuga clan. It was said that Hizashi's son-in-law was an exceptionally gifted individual, possessing formidable bloodline limits, having achieved the rank of Genin at 8, Chunin at 10, and Special Jonin at 11. This prodigious son-in-law was none other than Kamino Izui. Presently, he was to host the attendees alongside Hizashi at the entrance of the Hyuga mansion. While Hizashi was adept at such formalities, Izui found himself overwhelmed, having never encountered so many ninjas in one place. It seemed he would be utterly exhausted by the end of the day. What a disheartening existence. Will this ever come to an end? Is there truly a necessity to put oneself through such strain for an engagement? At last, the esteemed Hokage arrived, accompanied by his grandson Konohamaru. The Hokage bore no gifts, evidently there to indulge in the festivities. "Look at you, young man, engaged so early. You must possess quite the charm to have Hizashi agree to betroth Hinata to you. When do you plan on having children?" The third Hokage appeared rather jovial, teasing Izui in good spirits. "What are you saying, old man? I'm far too young for such thoughts. Even if I desired it, I lack the means," Izui replied, a wry smile crossing his face. "Grandfather, perhaps you should head inside. There are others waiting." "Haha, Hizashi, you must be quite eager to have married off Hinata so soon. It seems you are thoroughly pleased with your son-in-law," Akimichi Choza remarked, bringing his son Choji along to greet Hizashi. "Indeed, yet I too find your son-in-law quite commendable. Perhaps we should consider a union between our families. My daughter Ino harbors affections for Izui," he suggested, a playful glint in his eye. In the mountainous region, Namashita Hachi, accompanied by his daughter Yamashita Ino, approached Hizashi, who appeared to be in a light-hearted mood today. "Father, what are you saying?" Ino exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with shyness upon hearing her father's words. "Isue-kun is indeed a handsome young man whom I admire, yet he has become Hinata's husband. I had previously heard rumors of their extraordinary bond, but I never imagined it to be true. Hinata is surprisingly discreet, never uttering a word about it. Hizashi, are you causing trouble for Isue? Marrying a wife is akin to entering a grave, fraught with endless complications. Just look at my own situation, it's always troublesome. Narashikaku, accompanied by his son, also offered his congratulations. The duo was notorious for their myriad of troubles, yet their intellect was remarkably high, each crafting formidable battle strategies. Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, and a host of other elite ninjas had also arrived, extending their well wishes. The crowd was overwhelming. Isue's head was spinning as he nodded and smiled incessantly. Thankfully, his regular training and physical techniques had prepared him for this moment, or he would have been overwhelmed. Once everyone had gathered, Hizashi announced the commencement of the engagement ceremony. He invited Isue and his daughter Hinata to the center of the venue to express their gratitude. Thank you all for setting aside your duties to be here today. On behalf of the Hyuga clan, I extend my heartfelt appreciation for your presence. Today, my daughter Hinata Hyuga and this young man, Kamizuki Isue, are officially engaged. Isue will join our family as my son-in-law, and I hope they receive the sincere blessings of everyone present. The guests were generous with their well wishes. Words of early offspring, abundant descendants, and joyous celebrations filled the air, elevating the engagement ceremony to new heights. Hinata was on the verge of fainting from embarrassment, but Isue was there to support her, using his ice chakra to cool her down just enough for her to regain her composure. Congratulations, Hinata and Isue. May your love endure eternally. I never expected my student to get engaged before me. How behind I am. I envy you both. Isue, although our encounters have been few, I know you are a fine young man. Take good care of Hinata. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily, Kurenai remarked to the couple. They seemed perfectly matched. Isue was a talented ninja with a heritage rivaling the Byakugan, while Hinata was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Hyuga clan and arguably the strongest girl of her generation, destined to succeed Hizashi as the clan leader. They were indeed a perfect pair. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, for your blessings. I believe Isue-kun will always treat me well. Hinata shyly replied. Hinata, you must be so shy in the future. Otherwise, Isue will be at his wit's end. Why do I concern myself with your matters? Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, interjected with a chuckle. Haha, it's fine. If Hinata stops being shy, she wouldn't be the Hinata I adore. Well, it's all good. Isue waved his hand dismissively. I merely. Hinata once again lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, feeling dizzy, overwhelmed once more. The engagement ceremony with Hinata had concluded, and it was quite late by the time all the guests were sent away. Ishizu and Hinata finally felt a sense of relief, with the young lady collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep instantly. Ishizu tidied up all the gifts, then covered Hinata with a blanket before lying down himself to rest. On July 1st, 60th year of Konoha, Team 7 entered the examination venue, discovering a multitude of competitors present. Then, Do stepped forward to introduce the shinobi identification cards. There was also another individual. I wonder if you possess information about him. He is now a Jonin. After inquiring about the intel on Rock Lee and Gaara, Sasuke suddenly recalled a peer of his age who had already attained the rank of Jonin. He pondered the extent of that individual's prowess. Are you referring to Kamui Ishizu? I happen to have his information here. He participated in the Chunin selection exam in the 58th year, and none of the competitors managed to withstand even 3 moves against him. His strength is extraordinarily formidable and unfathomable. As for his details, he shares the same age as you, with mission experience comprising 80 D rank, 20 C rank, 10 B rank, and 3 A rank missions, alongside a taijutsu score of 10. Other details remain unknown. None of the participants back then could endure 3 moves against him, and it is rumored he possesses a powerful bloodline limit, boasting a 100 mission completion rate and remarkably swift execution of tasks. He can undoubtedly be considered a prodigy. Do nonchalantly recounted Ishizu's credentials, realizing this young man might surpass even himself. All the newcomers gasped in astonishment, though they seldom encountered Ishizu. The fact that he was of the same age yet wielded such immense power was utterly unimaginable. Subsequently, Naruto proclaimed his declaration, followed by an attack from the sound ninja, resulting in Do's glasses shattering from the sound waves. Silence. You rascals. I apologize for the wait. I am the instructor for the first round of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. Ibiki, accompanied by all instructors for the first round, appeared at the examination venue, pointing at the trio from the Sound Village. You lot from the Sound Village. Do not act recklessly before the exam. Do you wish to have your qualifications revoked before it even begins? My sincere apologies. It is our first time at an exam, and we may have gotten overly excited. Tosu offered an apology. Let me take this opportunity to state that no fighting or brawling is permitted without the examiner's consent. Moreover, even with permission, no actions that could potentially lead to fatal outcomes are allowed. Those who dare defy my orders will be immediately disqualified from the exam. Understood? Saka scoffed lightly, a smirk gracing his lips. This exam should not be underestimated. Now let us commence the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Submit your books here to receive your identification tags and take your seats as per the tags. Thereafter, you will be provided with the written exam papers. Naruto, however, was taken aback. Written exams were his least favored endeavor. The preliminary exam officially commenced. As a proctor for the examination, Shui sat vigilantly at both sides of the examination hall, not by the command of the Hokage, but out of his own volition. Ibiki, eager to befriend this new prodigy, allowed it. True to the original narrative, Inuzuka Kiba resorted to his small dog Akamaru to sneak a glance at others' papers. Gaara directly observed his peers' answers through a ball of sand. Yamanaka Shino utilized small insects for a similar purpose. Kankuro cleverly simulated the examiner with his puppets to copy answers during bathroom breaks. Hinata Hyuga relied on her own efforts. Temari received answers from Kankuro upon his return from the restroom. Naruto Uzumaki, on the other hand, refrained from cheating. Shikamaru Nara cleverly suggested the presence of Yamanaka Ino's spirit to assist him. Sakura Haruno worked diligently on her own. Choji Akimichi also benefited from Ino's possession. Niji Hyuga, with his Byakugan, could see through others' bodies. The sound ninjas deciphered answers by the sound of their peers' writing. Tintin ingeniously used a pen to manipulate a mirror on the ceiling to reflect others' papers. And Rock Lee relied on Tintin to keep the mirror above his head momentarily to transcribe the answers. Such a display of ingenuity was indeed remarkable. Shui successfully apprehended those blatantly cheating, relishing the experience, as he had often been the one under scrutiny during his own examinations. In the end, when Ibiki posed the 10th question, a significant number of students fled in fear. However, following Naruto's inspiring words, many regained their confidence, resulting in a total of 78 candidates advancing to the second round, forming 26 teams. The dramatic entrance of a young girl named Akamaru announced the commencement of the second preliminary round, bluntly stating her intention to have the number of participants. 13 teams were to receive the Heavenly Scroll, while the remaining 13 were allotted the Earth Scroll, with the exam taking place in the Forest of Death. Within 5 days, teams were to gather both scrolls and reach the central tower to claim victory. Once all teams had departed, Shui quietly entered the examination grounds, eager to witness the prowess of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. However, the vastness of the Forest of Death made it difficult to locate him, prompting Shui to wait for Akamaru to discover Orochimaru's infiltration, thus enabling him to follow. After a lengthy wait, Shui grew increasingly impatient as Akamaru indulged in dumplings and red bean soup, living a life that seemed far too idyllic. Meanwhile, he lamented his own hunger, having not eaten sufficiently that morning. Hinata, preparing for her examination, left him to seek food on his own, as Bai had been dispatched by Shui on a mission days earlier and had yet to return. The absence of female companionship was proving to be quite burdensome. Finally, an examiner approached Akamaru to report the discovery of 3 corpses. At last, things were set in motion. Following Akamaru to the scene, Shui was confronted by the stark, horrifying faces of the 3 fallen grass ninjas. It was evident that Orochimaru was indeed a true monster. Akamaru instructed a subordinate examiner to report to the 3rd Hokage while he pursued the matter further, with Shui trailing closely behind. When I found Orochimaru, it was already dusk. It's been a long time, Akado, Orochimaru remarked, gazing at her. Akado replied, you are now an extremely dangerous individual listed in the S-rank wanted criminals. Therefore, I must do my utmost to defeat you. It is my mission to acquire all the knowledge you possess, as I was once your subordinate, Orochimaru. The outcome was evident. Orochimaru was far beyond Akado's capabilities. She didn't even have the chance to engage him, and the notion of mutual destruction between the 2 serpents was clearly unattainable. Orochimaru's intentions were unmistakable. He sought Uchiha Sasuke, who had seemingly fallen under his cursed seal. He further threatened Akado to refrain from halting the examination, or else. After exchanging a few words, just as Orochimaru was about to depart, he suddenly sensed a hostile chakra presence. Could there be another person here? He decided to probe further. The individual's concealment skills were impressive, managing to evade his perception. Indeed, There were many talented individuals in Konoha. Oh, Akado, you are being followed, yet you remain oblivious. Konoha truly is a gathering place for geniuses. If it weren't for the murderous intent emanating from him, I wouldn't have detected his presence. Come forth, unknown. What? Someone is tracking me. Akado was taken aback. Who could it be? Could it be Kakashi? Haha, the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, truly lives up to his reputation. Being able to detect my concealment. I had intended to launch a surprise attack, but this is quite the embarrassment. Ishizu leaped out from behind a large tree. The malevolent aura of Orochimaru was overwhelming, far more substantial than his own. You are Kamizuki Ishizu. You must flee quickly. He is not someone you can contend with. You have no comprehension of his terror. Though you are a genius, your experience pales in comparison to his. Upon recognizing Ishizu, Akado was alarmed. Another arrogant genius had come to challenge Orochimaru. Was this not akin to courting death? Kamizuki Ishizu, I have recently heard your name. It is said that you are the youngest jonin in Konoha. How about joining my ranks? This decaying edifice of Konoha will stifle your talents, Orochimaru proposed. This youth was significantly stronger than Akado, comparable to Kakashi, yet still lacking in comparison to Orochimaru himself. However, he had heard rumors of Ishizu's powerful bloodline limit. How beneficial it would be to have him as a subordinate, far surpassing Sasuke in potential. If he matured for a few more years, he might very well become a ninja of a Kage level. No, Orochimaru-senpai, though I have heard of your exploits, I do not agree with your philosophy. I have always abhorred darkness, and recently, during a mission, I heard that you were defeated and forced to flee by the traitorous Uchiha Itachi. I wish to test my mettle as well. Ishizu boldly unveiled Orochimaru's deepest wound. What? The boy who annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, defeated Orochimaru? This cannot be true. It appears I must teach this young brat a lesson. One must understand the importance of respecting their elders. It seems I have been underestimated by someone as insignificant as you. I can no longer hold back. Perhaps I shall eliminate you. Orochimaru's anger finally surfaced. He had always been exceedingly confident, yet after fleeing with a wounded arm from Itachi that day, his desire to obtain a Uchiha body intensified. To his surprise, this little brat was aware of that matter. It would be wise to impart a lesson. Otherwise, he might spread tales of Orochimaru's perceived weakness. A long-buried killing intent suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Come forth, young one, let me witness the strength that emboldens you to look down upon me, Orochimaru. Now then, Mentor Akkad, please step aside. Rest assured, all will be well. I merely wish to test myself. Moreover, infiltrating the exam arena poses a serious threat to its integrity. If I do not issue a warning, then Konoha's face will be utterly tarnished before this nefarious individual. Though I lack the confidence to defeat him, should I wish to flee, none can impede my escape. A water clone emerged, leading Akkad far from the heart of the battlefield. The fierce battle was about to commence. Hidden shadow snake ants. Orochimaru launched a probing attack towards Aoi. Bang. The struck Aoi transformed into a wooden stump, a mere substitution technique. A substitution, is it? Quite a swift reaction, but where are you hiding, little one? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, knowing that he did not expect to capture Aoi with a single move. If that were the case, it would be utterly absurd for Aoi to possess the strength of a jonin. Zien Suchomauin, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Aoi reappeared behind Orochimaru, rapidly unleashing a barrage of fireballs. Oh! Orochimaru cried out in pain as he was struck. TCH, Orochimaru-senpai, cease using such distasteful substitution techniques to mock me. You're junior. Aoi recognized this as merely a technique of earth release, a clay substitute at best. He had not yet deluded himself into thinking he could eliminate Orochimaru in one blow. Indeed, the moment he was hit, Orochimaru instantly transformed into mud, while the real Orochimaru emerged from behind Aoi. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru launched his counterattack from behind Aoi. Insi, water release, water barrier technique. Aoi summoned a massive curtain of water to shield himself from Orochimaru's wind attack. Well done, young one. You managed to summon such a substantial amount of water in a dry area, comparable to the second Hokage's water release. I am truly perplexed as to how one of your tender years could achieve this. My interest in you grows ever stronger, Orochimaru mused, astonished by the prowess of this mere child barely in his teens. Spare me the flattery. The water release of the second Hokage is incomparably more formidable than my own. While I am proficient in water release, I have yet to reach his esteemed level. However, I must commend you, Orochimaru-sensei, your wind release is exceptionally powerful. A mere C-rank technique managed to neutralize my B-rank water release. One cannot help but recognize your genius in ninjutsu research. Were it not for your malevolent disposition, you might very well have ascended to the rank of Hokage. Ashi swiftly readied himself for the confrontation. If this serpent were not restrained by the Uchiha Sharingan, few would possess the capability to contend with him. Shadow of the serpent. In an instant, numerous snakes emerged, ensnaring Ashi as he stood momentarily paralyzed. How insidious of Orochimaru to employ a clone as a decoy while his true self lurked, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, much like a serpent poised to ensnare its prey. Haha, little one, your combat experience is still rather lacking. You shall not escape this time, Orochimaru declared as he stepped forth from behind Ashi. Orochimaru, you cannot slay that child. Doing so would reveal your presence. Release him. Akane interjected anxiously, recognizing the boy's youth and naivety in contrast to Orochimaru's cunning. Haha, what does genius matter? Your impulsiveness has rendered you my quarry. So, what do you say, young one? Join me, and you shall survive. Orochimaru grinned malevolently. TCH, I never anticipated your prowess, sensei. It seems I must reveal my trump card to pose a challenge to you. Ashi remarked with a faint smile, despite being bound. Eye of Heaven, Flame, Yin-Yang Tiger Rat Ox, Body of Flame. With a single hand, Ashi formed the necessary seals. Though he was unable to use both hands, he had recently learned the art of one-handed seals from Haku. And this moment was opportune for its application. What? Orochimaru gazed in astonishment as Ashi's form transformed into flames. He had never encountered a ninja capable of forming seals with a single hand. Today, he witnessed a truly exceptional talent. Akane's face mirrored his surprise. She had only heard whispers of a prodigy emerging from Konoha, yet she had not anticipated such rapid growth. To hold his ground against Orochimaru for this duration was nothing short of remarkable. Orochimaru-sensei, you take great delight in studying others' bloodlines, do you not? Behold. This is one of my bloodline abilities, akin to the Mist Village's Agezuki clan's water transformation. I am curious to see how you will counter it. Out of respect for you, I shall elucidate my bloodline's prowess. The body of flame transforms one's physical form into an embodiment of fire, granting immunity to physical and fire-related damage, and a 20 immunity to other elemental damages, with a 100 enhancement to fire techniques. What do you think? None who have faced me thus far have survived this secret technique, that you are a different matter entirely, being incredibly powerful. I hold great expectations for you. A gentle smile graced the lips of Ishue, as if they were not amidst a battle, but rather sharing fond memories with a friend. Fool. One should never divulge their own secrets to others, you silly child. Red Bean exclaimed in anger upon hearing Ishue's words. Are you not merely revealing your own weaknesses? Inviting others to dismantle your defenses? No, Red Bean, it appears you have misinterpreted my intentions. While it may seem on the surface that this little imp has unveiled their abilities, thereby instilling a sense of caution in others, a closer examination reveals that this secret technique cannot simply be countered by vigilance. Immunity to physical damage, immunity to fire damage, and a 20% immunity to other attribute damages, with a 100% enhancement to fire techniques. How extraordinary. I have never encountered such a power before. It can be said that even masters of physical combat stand no chance before him, nor can fire-wielding ninjas prevail. Other elemental techniques are also partially negated. Merely hearing of such capabilities would instill hesitation in the hearts of less resolute ninjas. This is not a disclosure of one's weaknesses, but rather an intimidation tactic against foes. What a formidable ability! It is truly terrifying. Orochimaru remarked slowly, licking his lips afterward. What? Such a power exists? With such a potent bloodline, no wonder he dares to confront Orochimaru alone, Red Bean mused, analyzing Ishue's abilities. The conclusion drawn was that they were insurmountable. Ignorance might be a blessing, but knowledge could hinder one's resolve. However, little imp, I must assert that you have underestimated me, Orochimaru. Do you think I would be intimidated? Your words of intimidation serve but to mask the greatest flaw of your technique, time. Consider this. If the duration of this technique lasts only until your chakra is depleted, you would indeed be one of the most powerful ninjas in this world. Yet, the common flaw of formidable techniques is that their duration is invariably limited, and the cooldown before reuse is quite extensive. Should your adversaries endure beyond the effectiveness of your secret technique, then your plight would be dire, Orochimaru analyzed. Haha, indeed. It is the legendary Sannin, the cold Orochimaru, renowned for swift tactical analysis. I shall refrain from further chatter. Let us commence. Beware of being injured by your junior. Ishue sneered as they launched an attack. I am immune to physical damage. What will you do when I strike you with my fiery body? Boom. Alas. Orochimaru evaded with a substitution technique, a testament to his cunning. How infuriating. I cannot land a hit on him, truly a formidable opponent. Indeed, he had concealed himself. If the roles were reversed, one could only retreat. Most of Orochimaru's favored ninjutsu pertained to serpents, and the summoned snakes only inflicted physical damage, rendering them ineffective. While other techniques might be effective, the likelihood of landing a hit and the reduction in damage posed significant challenges. In such circumstances, a failed strike would heighten the enemy's vigilance. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru descended from the heavens, unleashing a torrent of wind blades from his mouth. In a breathtaking display, he executed 3 wind-based jutsu simultaneously, truly formidable. Though the body of flame could resist a portion of attribute damage, enduring too many assaults would be sheer self-mortification, a flirtation with death. Swiftly, he evaded the onslaught of wind technique, landing safely on the ground. Earth style, Earth prison. Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed ominously. The earth surrounding him split apart rapidly, coalescing into a formidable circle of earthen walls that ensnared him within. This was a technique previously employed by Naidame, utilizing earthen walls to encapsulate an opponent, while he himself infused the walls with chakra, ensuring that any attempts to breach them would result in immediate regeneration. Most terrifying of all, those trapped within would gradually have their chakra siphoned away. A deep resentment brewed within him. How careless it was to have let his guard down. Although Orochimaru had never utilized this jutsu in the anime, one must not forget that he was a master of ninjutsu, having amassed an entire lifetime of forbidden techniques. Nearly mastering every form of ninjutsu, he could easily impart this technique to his subordinates, and assuredly, he himself was adept at it. Under his expertise, any jutsu would be exponentially more potent than in the hands of an ordinary ninja. Haha, little brat, how does it feel to be trapped? Your chakra will be gradually drained by me. How will you counter my jutsu? Orochimaru sneered from outside. Humph, Orochimaru, you are indeed careless to reveal a flaw. This earth prison must possess a weak point in its chakra. Your voice has betrayed your position. Now is my chance to escape. Lightning release, Thunder Totem Battle Axe. With a massive lightning battle axe in hand, he cleaved through the weakest part of the earthen wall, creating a substantial opening through which he swiftly emerged. Impressive. You managed to escape so quickly. Your strategic acumen in battle is commendable. I see a reflection of my younger self in you. However, our personalities do not align, making it difficult for me to strike you down. Alas, your stubbornness is your downfall. Your body of flame is nearing its limit, isn't it? You are indeed a troublesome little brat. To eliminate you, I may need to resort to some potent techniques, but if I create too much commotion, it could alert the old man, which would be quite troublesome. Orochimaru chuckled, contemplating the implications of using powerful techniques that could jeopardize his plans for Konoha and prevent him from witnessing Sasuke's potential. Humph, you may wish to reconsider. If you underestimate me as merely a child, you might find yourself injured, Orochimaru-senpai. Asui replied coolly as he stepped out of the earthen prison. This was going to be a challenging encounter. As time gradually flows by, Ishue's heart grows increasingly anxious. The duration of Yen's physical form is nearing its end, and he has yet to inflict even a scratch on Orochimaru. Indeed, compared to combat experience, Orochimaru is vastly superior. It seems that the longer this drags on, the more detrimental it is for me. Once I launch my attack, Orochimaru will seize the opportunity to exploit my weaknesses. Thus, I shall feign a flaw. With both hands forming seals, Ishue roars. Rat, horse, snake, dragon, mouse, ox, tiger, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique. For colossal stone pillars erupted around Orochimaru, ensnaring him within, while immense lightning coiled around his form, swiftly followed by a massive fireball. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by Orochimaru's agonized cries. Was it successful? Hongdo cheered from the side. These two powerful ninjutsu were sufficient to slay an opponent. However, Orochimaru is unlikely to be so easily defeated, though suffering significant injuries would be a notable achievement. Humph, little brat. Didn't your teacher tell you not to attack a prepared opponent head-on? Though I've sustained minor injuries, you are now within my range. There is no escape for you. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru emerged from the ground behind Ishue, launching a fierce assault. Bang! Shadow clone technique. It turns out this Shui was merely a shadow clone, a miscalculation on Orochimaru's part. Rat, horse, snake, dragon, mouse, ox, tiger, fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Shui leaped down from a tree behind Orochimaru, unleashing a gigantic fireball. Orochimaru now had no means of evading this ninjutsu. Finally, he had been caught. How delightful it would be to humble this arrogant fellow. Humph. Let us see if he still speaks so boldly. Ah, little brat, I will kill you. Damn it. Now, Orochimaru was genuinely injured. As the flames dissipated, a charred corpse was left behind. Yet, from his mouth slithered a new Orochimaru. How repulsive. Truly befitting a creature of his namesake. Humph, little brat, I have taken note of you. We shall meet again. At that moment, as he crawled out of his own skin, Orochimaru utilized body flicker technique to escape. Ah, Hondo suddenly groaned, clutching her abdomen. Ah, Senior Hondo, are you alright? Has the cursed seal flared up again? Shui hurried to her side, supporting her. Up close, Hondo's figure was quite voluptuous, particularly her pair of charming curves, making Shui's head spin. It was truly a pity. The little rabbits wrapped in fishnet were restless, eager to break free. Hey, do you find it appealing, little brat? Hondo, furious, glared at him. What is this situation? You're peeping in such a lewd manner before me, Hondo. Do you wish to meet your end? Yes. It's beautiful. Shui, undeterred, found it increasingly captivating, yearning to touch and feel their softness. Boom. With his last ounce of strength, Hondo knocked Shui to the ground. Shui, now on the floor, felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he be so dazed at such a critical moment? What if there were enemies around? He had never experienced this before. Was it possible that he was maturing, beginning to feel attraction towards women? The sight of a mature body stirred his darker instincts, revealing the truth that every man harbors a predatory wolf within, a wolf driven by desire. Hey, stop daydreaming and help me up. We need to report to Lord Hokage immediately. Hondo rubbed his head, pondering why he was angry with a mere adolescent. Did he even understand the gravity of the situation? Surely, it was just curiosity. Indeed, he was beginning to mature, and men were notoriously unreliable. Well, Senior Hondo, are you not angry? I promise I won't do it again next time, Shui said, sticking out his tongue as he helped Hondo to her feet. Oh, it seems we need not have come. That little brat is here too. The commotion earlier must signify a significant battle, as the air is still thick with two powerful chakra signatures. Two Umbu, donned in animal masks, appeared before Shui and Hondo. Why are you Umbu so slow to respond? Hondo inquired. Don't say that, one of the Umbu replied. Suddenly, the cursed seal on Hondo's neck began to react. Could that be Orochimaru? One Umbu asked, filled with trepidation. Yes, it was indeed him. However, I had already engaged him in battle. Had I not sensed your arrival, we would likely still be fighting. TSK, you have spoiled my interest, Shui remarked nonchalantly, as if the earlier confrontation was trivial. What? You managed to survive? Impossible, one Umbu exclaimed, astonished. TCH, are you underestimating me? That is the snake skin Orochimaru shed after I injured him. He is indeed powerful. A formidable opponent. I hope to face him again. Shui indicated the shed snake skin. One Umbu quickly approached to examine it, nodding in confirmation. Indeed. It bears his essence. We must issue a state of emergency and suspend the examination immediately. No, we will discuss the details later. First, we must go to Lord Hokage. Hondo insisted earnestly. Well, it's fine. Let us see Lord Hokage first. Orochimaru has recently shed his skin and is currently in a weakened state, so he won't act for a while, Shui said as he helped Hondo to her feet and led the way. The two Umbu followed closely behind. The group made their way to the central tower of the Forest of Death. Upon reaching the tower, Shui assisted Hondo in sitting down and poured her a cup of water. Although the situation is grave, the examination must continue, Hondo stated as soon as she sat down. What is happening? One Umbu inquired, questioning why Hondo did not wish to halt the proceedings. Excuse me? A vice examiner pushed open the door of the room. What is it? We are discussing something of great importance here, Hondo exclaimed loudly, clearly displeased by the vice examiner's interruption. I apologize, but please take a look at this. The deputy examiner produced a tape. A tape? One of the Umbu remarked. The deputy examiner activated the playback device, and as the two screens illuminated, he pointed to the top right corner, saying, Please pay attention here. The time displayed on both screens was 1637, and the three individuals shown were the Sand siblings. Ah, what is this? Redbean inquired in astonishment. This footage was captured 1 hour and 37 minutes after the exam commenced, the deputy examiner explained. Is that possible? Red Bean exclaimed, rising abruptly. It took only 97 minutes. An unprecedented occurrence. This is utterly abnormal. Their strength has evidently surpassed that of a ch-nin, shattering the current record of 4 hours. Moreover, are you suggesting that the entrance to the tower is approximately 10 kilometers away, fraught with ferocious beasts, venomous insects, and treacherous forest paths, yet they appear completely unscathed, particularly the child with the brown hair? What is the matter with that child? Did you not notice? I see, truly astonishing, one Umbu interjected. What is so peculiar about him? The deputy examiner still struggled to comprehend. Take a closer look at him, another Umbu suggested. I see now. The deputy examiner finally discerned the issue, realizing he had been rather slow. Not a hair out of place. And not a speck of dirt on him, Red Bean remarked. Even for us, no, even for any ch-nin, it is impossible to reach the central tower unscathed. The deputy examiner concluded in astonishment. It may be related to his abilities, one Umbu posited, demonstrating the analytical prowess characteristic of the Umbu. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a formidable individual, even if his gaze is rather irksome, another Umbu lamented. Konoha, July 6th. Year 60, morning. Central Tower monitoring room for the second exam. Third Hokage, Orochimaru may have set his sights on Sasuke Uchiha. But I believe that even if he harbors ulterior motives, he will refrain from acting at this moment. Always said to the third Hokage. Our Red Bean's cursed seal still pains him. How is it? Does the cursed seal still hurt? The third Hokage inquired with concern. It has improved significantly. Thanks to your help, Red Bean replied. Lord Red Bean, we have confirmed that 21 ninjas have advanced. According to the regulations of the ch-nin exams, the third exam will utilize questions that have not been used in 5 years, and the second exam has concluded. A deputy examiner reported the final results of the second exam to the monitoring device. Aoi, you will serve as the chief examiner for the third exam. The third Hokage instructed Aoi. What? Red Bean exclaimed in surprise, never expecting the third Hokage to appoint this little lecher as the examiner, clearly placing considerable trust in him. For now, let us proceed with the third exam, but remain vigilant regarding his movements, the third Hokage advised Red Bean. Understood, Red Bean nodded. When all the teams that had successfully passed the second exam, along with their leading instructors, arrived, Shui and Hondo followed the Sandaime to the venue of the third exam. Notably, in the original narrative, the Swift Wind was absent, as Shui had taken his place as examiner for the third round, leaving him to remain in the shadows. All stood in their designated positions. Sandaime was at the podium, flanked by the 7 teams' instructors Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, Maki, and the Sound Ninjas leading Jonin, who was, in truth, Orochimaru. To his left were Hondo and Shui, while to his right stood Ibiki and Irika. Once silence enveloped the crowd, Hondo spoke. Next, we shall hear from Lord Hokage regarding the details of the third exam. Everyone, please pay close attention. Lord Hokage, the floor is yours. Sandaime nodded and stepped forward, proclaiming, as we commence the third exam, I must distinctly convey an essential truth regarding its true purpose. Why have the allied nations come together for this test? It is to foster camaraderie and mutual improvement among us. I hope you do not misconstrue its genuine significance. This exam serves as a microcosm of the conflicts between allied nations. What does that mean? Tintin inquired, and the other contestants echoed her confusion. Sandaime took a puff from his pipe and continued. A glance into history reveals that these allied nations were once neighboring adversaries, perpetually at odds. To avoid unnecessary depletion of resources and the perils of mutual destruction, they established this battleground, which marks the inception of this Chunin selection process. Naruto, puzzled, asked, but isn't it meant to select Chunin through this exam? Sandaime affirmed. Indeed, this is also aimed at selecting those with Chunin-level prowess. However, it serves another purpose, to showcase the might of our ninjas, who fight with the honor of their nations at stake. In this third exam, we will invite the lords and notable figures from various countries who have commissioned us, and the leaders of the ninja villages will observe your battles. Should a stark disparity in national strength be evident, the more powerful nations will garner additional commissions, while those deemed weaker will see a decline in opportunities. This also serves as a subtle threat to neighboring countries, sending the message that our village possesses formidable strength, thereby exerting diplomatic pressure. But why must we fight to the death? Kiba countered. Sandaime replied, the strength of a nation is embodied in its ninja villages, and the strength of a village resides in its ninjas. True prowess is only forged through life and death battles. This exam is an opportunity to exhibit our ninjas' capabilities, allowing others to comprehend our might. It is precisely the life-threatening nature of this exam that imparts significance, motivating our ancestors to pursue it as a worthy aspiration. But why is there talk of friendship? Tintin pressed. As I previously mentioned, do not misconstrue its genuine meaning. The so-called friendship in the ninja world is maintained through the balance achieved by violence. A battle fought for one's dreams and the dignity of the ninja village, Sandaime stated with authority. Naruto let out a soft grunt. I understand. Gaara nonchalantly replied. It doesn't matter. Just hurry up and explain the necessity of fighting with all our might. The third Hokage acknowledged with a sound. Well then, I shall begin to elucidate the details of the third exam, but in reality, ahem. At that moment, Ishii appeared. Addressing the third Hokage, forgive my rudeness. I shall now take over the proceedings, as I have been assigned the role of the examiner. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Ishii turned to the assembled crowd, saying, Greetings, everyone. Before we commence with the third exam, there is a matter that requires your attention. Naruto protested. What? You, of all people, are the examiner? This is ridiculous. Ishii scoffed lightly and continued, Do not underestimate my abilities, haha. Before the formal examination begins, we must first conduct a preliminary round. Shikamaru, somewhat irked, remarked, We just passed the exam. Why must there be a preliminary round? Sakura inquired, Sensei. Why is there a need for a preliminary round? Why can't the remaining candidates proceed to the third exam? Ishii sighed and stated, Alas, the previous exams were far too easy, and with so many candidates remaining, we must adhere to the regulations of the Chunin selection exams to reduce the number of participants in the third round. Sakura expressed her confusion. How can this be? Ishii replied, The Hokage has mentioned that many guests will attend the third exam, so we cannot afford delays, as time is limited. Therefore, those who are unwell or wish to withdraw after hearing this announcement should report immediately, as the preliminary round will commence shortly. Kiba asked, Did you just say the exam is starting soon? Ino weakly stated, We just barely passed the last exam. How can this be? Shikamaru sighed, What a hassle. Choji exclaimed, What about food? Naruto silently encouraged himself to strive for success. Ishii then added, I almost forgot to mention, the upcoming exam will be an individual format, and participants may voluntarily withdraw by raising their hands. Orochimaru observed Sasuke with a sinister smile, clearly seeing a splendid target. The cursed seal on Sasuke's neck flared up, prompting him to clutch his throat, evidently a result of Orochimaru's influence. The third Hokage looked at Sasuke and remarked, Indeed. Ibiki asked, What should we do? Anko asserted, We must immediately halt the exam and protect him with the umbu. We must prevent him from continuing. Kakashi commented, He won't easily comply. He's a member of the Uchiha clan. Anko, frustrated, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Force him to withdraw, even if we seal his chakra. The cursed seal's power will still react, forcibly unleashing his strength. This is a forbidden technique that erodes the host. That boy enduring this is already a miracle. Under normal circumstances, he would have perished long ago, Hokage. Rest assured, Senior Hondo, should any issues arise, I shall intervene. Furthermore, I have faith that Sasuke can overcome the encroachment of the cursed seal through his own strength, said Issue calmly. Hey, you from the Sound Ninja. Do not intentionally display your murderous intent towards my examinee. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Issue fixed a sharp gaze on Orochimaru. My sincerest apologies. Witnessing my students succeed in their examinations has made me somewhat exuberant, Orochimaru responded, offering an uncharacteristic apology. Humph, little brat, do not become too complacent. I shall certainly deal with you next time, Issue replied with a sly smile. Is that so? Do remember to exercise caution, although you have made efforts to conceal it. I am exceedingly sensitive to such malevolence. Now, my examinees, if anyone wishes to withdraw, speak up immediately. Time waits for no one. Kabuto stepped forward, raising his hand. I, unfortunately, must withdraw. My body is in a state of distress from the previous battle, and I can no longer continue. Has Teehee participated in numerous examinations before? Often forfeiting midway, the third Hokage remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the records indicate he has taken part in 6 Chunin selection exams, and this marks the 7th. All ending in failure. Ah, is he the boy who survived the Kekkei Mountain battle? Hondo inquired, examining the documents in her hand. The third Hokage's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, yes, he is the enemy boy taken in by the medical ninja, Yaoshi Tenshin. How could I have forgotten? Issue addressed Kabuto. So you are the medical ninja from Konoha. You may withdraw. Naruto, perplexed by Kabuto's sudden exit, questioned, Why, Kabuto-senpai? Didn't we agree to strive together? Kabuto replied apologetically. I'm sorry, Naruto. The attack from the sound ninja has rendered one of my ears deaf, and I have sustained considerable injuries in the second exam. Thus, Ishue, incensed by Kabuto's pretense, remarked, Enough. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? Those who have exited must leave immediately, so as not to hinder the remaining contestants. After a prolonged silence, no one else chose to forfeit. So, no further withdrawals? Then let the preliminary rounds commence. I shall outline the rules. There are no rules. The match continues until one party concedes or perishes. The victor shall earn the right to advance. We have precisely 20 participants remaining, leading to 10 matches, meaning only 10 shall progress to the next examination. I must emphasize, should I deem a participant incapable of continuing, I shall intervene to prevent unnecessary casualties. Now, the fate of your endeavors lies in the hands of Senior Hondo, Ishue declared. Hondo nodded and spoke into the radio. Commence. Gradually, an electronic bulletin board emerged on the upper right section of the northern wall of the examination hall. A figure pointed at the electronic board, declaring, Behold this electronic bulletin board. Here is where each combatant shall emerge, with opponents paired at random. Now, let us unveil the participants for the first match. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akatsuki Armor. The two contenders shall remain, while the others take their places on the viewpoints to either side of the examination arena. The outcome of the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Akatsuki Armor was unequivocal. Sasuke resisted the encroachment of the curse seal, employing the Sharingan to craft Lee's taijutsu technique, the Lion's Barrage, thereby securing victory in this contest. Orochimaru, witnessing the sudden surge of power from Sasuke, felt an intensified yearning to possess him. A figure observed Orochimaru's sinister smile with disdain. Yet the next match was about to commence. The second contest featured an opponent entirely divergent from the original narrative, piquing interest. As the second match began, it was Hyuga Neji against Sak. Please, both competitors, take the stage, the figure announced, glancing at the electronic board. Ah, your hands are injured. Can you continue to fight? Neji inquired of Sak, noting that he relied on those hands for his sound-based attacks. Humph, though we have not yet clashed, I am aware of your strength. Do not underestimate me. I still have one functioning hand, and with it, I shall achieve victory, Sak replied, extending his left hand. Thus, the second match commenced, Hyuga Neji versus Sak. As the battle unfolded, Sak launched his signature sound wave attack, the Sonic Slash, from the palm of his left hand. Unfortunately, to Neji, this was inconsequential. Activating his Byakugan, he targeted the chakra points on Sak's arm, rendering one of his hands ineffective. Engaging in close combat with a Hyuga was tantamount to courting defeat. How do you fare now that all the chakra points in your arm have been struck by my chakra? Given your previous injuries, can you still fight? Examiner, please announce the result. Some destinies are inevitably predetermined, and individuals like you merely serve as stepping stones for the victors, Neji proclaimed, espousing his philosophy of fate. The figure listening found Neji's words irksome, internally scoffing. You might as well become a soothsayer. Your proclamations are mere bluster. Are you not also resisting your own destiny? Sak, recalling his childhood, felt a surge of defiance. He was determined to defeat this boastful adversary, even if it cost him dearly. Humph. It is you who is destined to lose. I still have another hand. Sometimes, what is seen is not the whole truth. This is my hidden card, behold. Sak raised his right hand and launched an attack towards Neji. Neji scoffed, evading Sak's assault, yet was still propelled backwards by the sonic reverberations. You shall soon comprehend my wrath, you destined insect. Neji retaliated, targeting Sak's vital points around his heart. With a resounding thud, Sak succumbed and collapsed. The figure approached to assess Sak's condition, noting he had fallen into unconsciousness and would not awaken soon. Reluctantly, the figure announced, in the third match, Hyuga Neji emerges victorious. Followed by Tintin versus Hyuga Hinata. Please have the two contestants come down. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be Hinata and Tintin, the disciples of Hinata and Guy, facing off. However, victory should belong to Hinata. Hinata, you must strive for glory for your husband and showcase your true abilities. Miss Hinata, I advise you to concede defeat, Neji remarked as Hinata descended. Tintin is likely the most formidable genin among the lower ranks. It would be wise for you to give up, lest you sustain injuries. Your inherent timidity renders you ill-suited for the life of a ninja. Naruto scoffed. You are utterly insufferable. Why do you always presume to determine the fates of others? Do you think you possess the authority to declare such judgments? I find you more loathsome than even that insufferable Sasuke. Neji huffed disdainfully, The tailender will forever remain the tailender. A genius is destined to be a genius. You're Naruto, correct? I hear you graduated last in your class from the Ninja Academy. Someone like you will never surpass a genius. Furious, Naruto retorted. What did you say, you scoundrel? I will defeat you. Mark my words. I will prove that even the tailender can surpass a genius through sheer effort. At this moment, Hinata interjected, Niji. Please do not speak like that. Though I do not understand your reasoning, I am no longer the timid Hinata of the past. Through diligent training, I too can become a powerful ninja. Is that so? I shall be watching. Niji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ami stepped forward, declaring, now, let the third match begin. The previous winner must vacate the area immediately to avoid disrupting the competition. Niji snorted and slowly made his way to the observation platform. Oh, Red, is that your student? She surely cannot be a match for Tenten. While Tenten may be my weakest student, she is not someone a novice can easily defeat. Red smiled, is that so? I believe Hinata is the most formidable kunoichi among the genin. I am unsure where your confidence stems from, but Hinata will undoubtedly triumph over her opponent. Kai, puzzled, turned to Kakashi. What do you think? Hey, Kakashi, my opponent, where are you? Why didn't I notice you had already left? Well, if you don't appear in the next moment, that means I've won. Yay, I've won again. I am truly remarkable. Indeed, Teacher Guy is the strongest. Truly. My idol, Lee exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Lee, you are indeed my most proud disciple, Kai wept openly. Teacher Kai. Little Lee leapt into Kai's embrace, and both sobbed heartily together. Red felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Oh dear, here we go again. All right. Shifting focus, the target, Hinata versus Tenten. Hinata activated her Byakugan and assumed the gentle fist stance, while Tenten retrieved several kunai from her ninja pouch. That stance is. Asuma murmured quietly. It must be the Hyuga's gentle fist technique. Kakashi suddenly appeared, evidently having sealed Sasuke's cursed mark. Sakura exclaimed joyfully, Kakashi-sensei, is Sasuke all right? Kakashi replied, yes, for the moment he is safe, currently under the protection of the Umbu. Tenten watched Hinata, her heart racing. Hinata's gentle fist was reminiscent of Niji's technique. Curious about her proficiency, Tenten ventured, hey, that's gentle fist, right? I wonder how it compares to Niji's. His skills are quite formidable. Go ahead and strike. Since you are familiar with this technique, I shall not hold back any longer, Hinata responded, advancing with a swift attack. Tenten, taken aback by Hinata's impressive speed and skill, realized she was at a disadvantage in close combat. Retreating, she resorted to ranged attacks, casting several shurikens. Hinata deftly dodged the incoming shurikens, but the subsequent barrage left her somewhat flustered. Indeed, her lack of combat experience was evident, compounded by the fact that her usual sparring partner, Mizuki, had always held back to protect her, which now seemed misguided. Mizuki felt a pang of regret for being so clever yet committing such an oversight. In contrast, Tenten had fought with all her might against Lee and Niji, her innate talent for weaponry rendering her a formidable ninja. Well, even though Hinata evaded skillfully, the onslaught of weapons still grazed her calf, causing Mizuki to feel a surge of sympathy. As an examiner, he couldn't alert either participant to be cautious during the skirmish. You performed admirably, only sustaining a graze from one shuriken. Among this year's female ninjas, your skills are commendable, but I am certain I will win this match. Tenten declared confidently upon witnessing Hinata's injury. Is that so? I shall not concede so easily. The one I admire is watching my fight. I cannot allow him to think less of me, Hinata stated earnestly, continuing her assault. Mizuki watched, inwardly urging, Hinata, do not attack recklessly like Naruto. While your words bring me joy, could you perhaps employ a bit of strategy? Tenten persisted with her barrage of weaponry, unleashing a greater number of shurikens and kunai this time. Suddenly, Hinata transformed into a wooden dummy, revealing she had utilized the body replacement technique. Hinata reappeared behind Tenten, launching her counterattack. Tian was suddenly struck and sent flying, yet she rose to her feet, seemingly unscathed. She unfurled a scroll and declared, it seems I cannot underestimate you. In that case, I advise you to concede swiftly. Otherwise, I possess a steadfast belief in my path of perseverance. Although I have always been timid and fearful of combat, it is only after grasping the essence of true strength that I have learned to confront challenges with courage. Despite my lingering cowardice and occasional lack of wisdom, I am aware that I am buoyed by the encouragement and support of many behind me. I have come to understand that a ninja does not engage in battle merely as a tool, but fights inspired by the love of loved ones, friends, companions, and family. I have acquired the most potent source of strength a ninja can possess, which is why I shall not yield. Victory is mine for the taking. Come on. Hinata gazed at Shui and then turned to Tian, her resolve growing ever more steadfast. That gaze, she had never seen anything like it before. How did Hinata become so self-assured? Niji mused in confusion. It resembles someone's path of perseverance. Surely she has been influenced by him, Kakashi remarked casually. To regard emotions as the greatest source of strength for a ninja's battle is vastly different from what we learn in school, yet I find it far more admirable. Asuma added. Indeed, Hinata possesses her own path of perseverance. She has always told me that a ninja must fight with emotion to attain incredible strength. No matter how formidable the opponent, one must hold steadfast until the very end. A ninja fights not solely for oneself, but for comrades, friends, family, and everyone in the village, pouring their feelings into their hands to conquer even the most powerful foes, Red said with a smile. That is why I believe Hinata is the most formidable kunoichi among the genin. Naruto, listening to his teacher's conversation, wholeheartedly agreed. Yes. Although I often find myself at the bottom of the class, I strive for their recognition. As I gain the approval of more companions, I grow ever stronger. It is their support that inspires me to become the Hokage who protects everyone. Regardless, Hinata, you must give it your all and defeat Tian to prove your beliefs and path of perseverance. Hey, while I also agree with her sentiments, Naruto, please do not let her defeat my disciple in front of me. That would be heartbreaking, Kai interjected. TCH, it's merely psychological suggestion. It holds no real weight. She may not necessarily triumph over Tian, Niji scoffed. You. Naruto glared at Niji, ready to charge at him. Kakashi, exasperated, intervened. All right, the battle has begun. Tian is about to launch her attack. Rising Dragon. Tian unleashed her signature jutsu, hurling an array of ninja tools at Hinata. The speed of the tools was astonishing, and Hinata remained unresponsive. Everyone believed this would spell disaster for her. Quick dodge. Naruto shouted, concern etched on his face. Shui also wore a worried expression. Just as the ninja tools were about to strike Hinata, she assumed the stance of the heavenly spin and exclaimed, Heavenly spin. In an instant, Hinata's body began to rotate rapidly, spinning like a top, as chakra enveloped her, forming a protective barrier that flawlessly defended her from all incoming attacks. How impressive! Naruto exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Is that the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the 8 trigrams heavenly spin? Asuma remarked, astonished. Indeed, this girl appears remarkably strong. With a bit more combat experience, she could easily surpass Sasuke, Kakashi added, equally surprised. How can she possess such immense power? Niji pondered, struggling to comprehend. Was it destined that the main branch would always outshine the branch family? She must be the daughter of Hizashi, engaged to a water user, and her abilities are commendable. Both of them could become formidable ninjas, akin to the legendary Minato and Kushina, the third Hokage stated. Ishizu gazed at Hinata in astonishment. When had she learned the 8 trigrams heavenly spin? He realized he needed to pay more attention to her development. Hinata, you've grown stronger, he remarked with a smile. Huh? What are you staring at? Hinata exclaimed after ceasing her attacks, as Tintin remained dazed by the earlier events, indeed leaving everyone in shock. Bang! Tintin had genuinely sustained serious injuries, her body's chakra points severely affected. This technique was initially meant for the finals, but it seemed she had no choice but to use it now. Tintin retrieved 2 scrolls, positioning them on either side of her. Oh! Is Tintin going to employ that technique? Her opponent must be formidable, Lee said, astonished. Yes, her opponent lacks experience. If she utilizes that technique, victory is indeed possible. Guy nodded confidently. Hinata was aware that she would soon face even fiercer attacks, but for someone who had already mastered the 8 trigrams heavenly spin, no assault would deter her. Double Rising Dragon. Tintin's graceful form soared through the air, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese dancer as attacks from all directions converged upon Hinata. Heavenly spin. Hinata was undeterred, singing, I possess the heavenly spin. I fear nothing. Once all the attacking ninja tools were repelled, Hinata's heavenly spin came to a halt. Having used it repeatedly, her chakra was nearly depleted. Tintin also descended to the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet a victorious smile graced her lips. It's not over yet. I'm certain of my victory. The scattered ninja tools were manipulated into the air by Tintin's chakra threats. It's over, it's over. I never imagined Tintin had that in reserve. Hinata is going to lose, Naruto remarked. Guy, beaming with joy, declared, see? My pupil is truly remarkable. Indeed, Teacher Guy, you are undoubtedly the most formidable instructor in Konoha, capable of nurturing such a talented student. I must strive to improve as well, Lee said, tears streaming down his face. Kai joyfully embraced Xiaoli, exclaiming, Lee. Teacher Kai. Xiaoli's tears flowed even more abundantly. Hinata, with a faint smile, gently remarked, Tian, did you not notice that you are currently within my Bagua domain? What? Everyone turned to Hinata, who assumed a Bagua stance. With a smile, she proclaimed, although my chakra is insufficient to perform the 8 trigrams 64 palms, I can still manage 32 palms. 8 trigrams 32 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata's Bagua palms swiftly struck Tian, unleashing a dazzling series of palm shadows in an instant. Poor Tian, caught off guard, was rendered unconscious before she could even deploy her ninja tools. Ishui, wearing a delighted smile, approached Tian and, seeing that she was completely out cold, raised Hinata's right hand and announced, the victor of the third match is Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, tears of joy streaming down her face, laughed, feeling that her hardships had finally borne fruit. She had succeeded and transformed her timid self. The crowd erupted into applause, a heartfelt recognition of her prowess. Hinata, you truly are remarkable. Everyone is astonished and elated by your victory. All right, go on. It's time for the next match. But Hinata, you have truly surprised me. I am proud of you, Ishui said, giving Hinata a brief embrace. Yes, I am no longer the person I used to be. I have worked hard to change. Hinata shyly made her way to the observation platform. Yay, Hinata. You are truly impressive. I am filled with excitement watching you, Naruto exclaimed as Hinata ascended. Hinata, congratulations. I too shall advance successfully, Kiba joyfully declared. Now, the next match, Inuzuka Kiba versus Uzumaki Naruto. You two, stop congratulating each other and hurry down, Ishui reminded them. Naruto and Kiba were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they were reveling in someone else's victory, and now it was their turn. TCH, Kiba is lucky to face Naruto. He has practically guaranteed to win. Why couldn't he have been me? Choji said enviously. Indeed, Shikamaru agreed wholeheartedly. Kakashi, with a slight smile, cautioned, do not underestimate Naruto. He has a knack for surprising everyone. Kurenai confidently added, really? Kiba is exceptionally strong. I believe there is still a noticeable gap in strength compared to Naruto. Let us wait and see, Kakashi concluded, no longer engaging in the debate with Kurenai. As Naruto and Kiba prepared, Ishui announced, the fourth preliminary match begins. As the battle commenced, you swiftly employed the beast mimicry technique, rendering Naruto unable to retaliate. However, Naruto's indomitable spirit proved to be quite vexing. When Akamaru entered the fray, he was swiftly vanquished by Naruto, who then transformed into Akamaru to bite Ya's hand. This took Ya by surprise, prompting him to utilize the beast mimicry technique once more. Summoning beast clones. With the aid of smoke bombs, he and Akamaru launched a joint assault on Naruto. Naruto found himself at a disadvantage until, following a combined strike from Ya and Akamaru, he too transformed into Ya. Although Ya discerned Naruto's ruse, he was ultimately knocked to the ground, allowing Naruto to assume Akamaru's form, deceiving Ya. Disbelieving his own instincts, Ya then struck down the genuine Akamaru, inadvertently unraveling his own jutsu. This cunning stratagem astonished many. Was this the same Naruto who had once been underestimated? The ensuing battle found Naruto hindered by Ya's interference, unable to execute the shadow clone technique. Yet, fortune smiled upon him when, after Ya struck him on the backside, Naruto managed to emit a potent flatulence. Ya's olfactory senses were far more acute than those of an ordinary individual, making Naruto's unexpected release a pivotal moment. This audacious act granted Naruto the precious time he needed to summon his shadow clones, mimicking Sasuke's Lion's Barrage to create the Vortex Naruto Lion's Barrage, ultimately securing his victory. Upon assessing Ya's condition, Shimizu discovered that he lacked the strength to continue fighting, and with a smile remarked, "What a surprisingly captivating match." Although no formidable jutsu was employed, this battle held great significance. The victor is Vortex Naruto. Indeed, you have emerged as Konoha's most astonishing ninja, and I believe you will evolve into a formidable shinobi, possessing an unwavering fighting spirit. With a clap, the moment heralded the commencement of Naruto's legendary journey. The most unexpected ninja from Konoha had arrived. What a shock. I can't believe Naruto won. It's truly unbelievable, exclaimed Choji. Indeed, he is no longer the bottom of the Ninja Academy. A careless moment could result in defeat at his hands. Shikamaru commented. The next preliminary match was announced. Tsubaki Mitsu versus Kanjiro. Please proceed to the arena, Shimizu declared, glancing at the electronic bulletin board. I am not like that fool Kiri, who was defeated immediately, Tsubaki said to Kanjiro. Humph, feel free to try, Kanjiro retorted, dismissing her words. At that moment, Shimizu proclaimed. Let the battle begin. This match proved to be even simpler. Although Tsubaki's soft body modifications were impressive, she mistakenly seized Kanjiro, who had transformed into a crow. Consequently, she was ensnared by the crow under Kanjiro's control and had no choice but to forfeit. The victor is Kanjiro. The next match is Tenten versus Akimichi Choji. Please step forward, Shimizu announced. What? That woman from Sunagakure? It's over, it's over. There's no way I can win against her. Should I just forfeit? Choji lamented. Choji, if you win against her, I'll treat you to barbecue. How about that? Asuma attempted to entice him. Upon hearing the tantalizing news of barbecued delicacies, Denji's eyes ignited with fervor, prompting him to descend from the observation platform. To his dismay, he discovered that his opponent was a rather rotund individual, which diminished his desire for combat. Shikamaru, surveying the ample physique of his adversary, felt a wave of disdain. This was not her preferred type. Instead, she found herself drawn to the esteemed examiner, whose formidable prowess was complemented by striking handsomeness. Denji, incensed by the implication of being called fat, retorted. What did you just call me? Repeat that. Shikamaru, undeterred, boldly declared. What? Can't you comprehend? I called you fat. Infuriated, Denji protested. I am not fat. I am merely robust. He then unleashed his ultimate technique, ninjutsu multi-expansion technique, followed by Konoha fluid technique, meat tank. This marked the invocation of a secret art passed down through the Akimichi clan. Shikamaru scoffed. I'll finish you in an instant. First star. A gust of wind redirected Denji, causing him to collide headlong into a wall. Undeterred, he rolled back towards Shikamaru. Second star. Yet another attack went amiss, leaving him to redirect his efforts once more. Third star, ninjutsu, scythe wind. This time, Denji refrained from attacking, as the fierce gusts knocked him into the wall, rendering him momentarily dazed. How dull, Shikamaru remarked with disinterest. The victor is Shikamaru of Sunagakure. The next preliminary bout features Inuzuka Kiba versus Haruno Sakura. Please make your entrance, announced Izui. The match between Sakura and Kiba was markedly less engaging than the previous encounters, devolving into a rudimentary brawl. To avoid losing to Sakura, Kiba severed his long hair, casting it to the ground, and utilized it to ensnare Sakura with his chakra, successfully executing the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, the body and mind transfer technique. However, ignited by Naruto's encouragement, Sakura's indomitable spirit surged forth, enabling her to expel Kiba from her body. Ultimately, both girls collapsed, exhausted from chakra depletion, resulting in a simultaneous failure to advance. Izui sighed as he gazed at the electronic scoreboard, continuing, next up, Yamanaka Ino versus Tosu. Please descend. This bout proved equally uninspiring, culminating in Tosu being ensnared by Shino's insects, which obstructed all sound-producing orifices. Although Shino sustained a minor injury, the Oil Woman clan's unique abilities made her a formidable opponent. The subsequent match was announced, Nara Shikamaru versus Kintsuchi. This contest unfolded with even greater simplicity. Despite Kin's bells resonating with chakra threads, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to mimic the chakra thread shadows using his clan's secret technique, shadow imitation technique, successfully ensnaring Kin. Utilizing the differing distances from the wall, after launching a ninja tool attack, both competitors evaded, resulting in Kin, closer to the wall, crashing into it and losing consciousness. Ishue stepped forward to inspect the condition of Gaara, unnoticed by all, his malevolent hands briefly caressing Gaara's chest. Though the gesture was fleeting, it was undeniably firm. What a pity that she was destined to become a vessel for Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, the impure world reincarnation. This girl possessed a certain beauty, and it is worth noting that Orochimaru's subordinates boast quite a few attractive women. One might wonder if he intends to establish a brothel to entertain Jiraiya. Such a scheme would likely only work on him. While no one else observed Ishue's subtle maneuver, Hinata, whose gaze was fixated on her beloved, witnessed the scene unfold. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Is it not possible to touch a girl's body in the privacy of one's home? Why must it occur in such a public setting? And with someone else's body at that? Hinata pondered, realizing that Ishue had never touched her in any manner beyond her small hands. Yet, she mused. Perhaps it was merely an accidental encounter with Gaara's chest. Had it happened to Sister Hanabi as well? Perhaps I ought to let him touch me next time. Though it is undeniably embarrassing. But are we not already engaged? Besides, it would be inappropriate for him to explore the confines of my home. Perhaps he could touch me elsewhere. What am I thinking? How embarrassing. I must cease these thoughts. Hong observed her disciple and wondered what could cause Hinata such shyness. Despite her newfound strength, she remained the same innocent and bashful Hinata at heart. Now, for the final match, Rock Lee versus Gaara of the Sand. Please step forward, Shui announced. Indeed, the protagonists always make their entrance last, Lee declared, his fervor igniting. Very well, gentlemen, the preliminaries commence, Shui instructed as the two took their positions. The battle between Lee and Gaara was far more exhilarating than the previous matches. Initially, Lee struggled to breach Gaara's formidable sand defenses. However, once he shed his astonishingly heavy weights, the audience was left in awe. His speed, already impressive before, became blindingly fast after the weights were removed, leaving Gaara in a state of complete defensiveness. Lee's velocity caught Gaara off guard. Yet he only managed to shatter Gaara's sand armor without inflicting any real damage. Gaara, undeterred, reformed his sand armor, becoming increasingly exhilarated and bloodthirsty. Gaara inquired coolly, "Is that all you have?" Lee, observing the undamaged Gaara, felt a twinge of surprise. He realized that only a more aggressive assault could compromise Gaara's sand armor. Next, Lee unleashed the Leaf Village's ultimate taijutsu technique, the primary lotus. However, as he executed a series of upward kicks, a momentary pang of pain caused him to falter. In that brief interlude, Gaara utilized a sand clone to replace himself. Thus, while Lee's technique had some success, it ultimately fell short. After employing the primary lotus, Lee's body was burdened by the strain of using a forbidden technique, leaving him in excruciating pain, unable to defend against Gaara's sand attacks. What fate awaited him next? However, Lee's pride forbade him from conceding defeat, thus he resolved to transcend his limits and unlock the 8 gates. Ultimately, he activated the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth gates, unleashing a torrent of chakra that shattered the stones around him, causing his skin to turn crimson. The overwhelming chakra energy dazzled the onlookers, and the speed at which Lee moved surpassed the limitations of the human body, rendering him nearly invisible. Iai Luo found it impossible to evade Lee's onslaught. Even the sand shield could not keep pace with his velocity. The essence of Konoha's taijutsu, the lotus, blossomed once more, showcasing Lee's unparalleled genius in martial arts. Regrettably, as Iai Luo was struck to the ground, his gourd transformed into sand, shielding him from further harm. At that moment, Amazuki attempted to intervene. Yet Lee remained undeterred. In the end, Lee's left hand and foot were incapacitated by Iai Luo's sand. And just then, Guy appeared before Lee, shielding him from Iai Luo's attack and voluntarily conceding defeat. Once Iai Luo ceased his assault, although Lee's will waned, his ninja spirit compelled him to rise again, moving Mizuki deeply, who marveled at the resilience of such a child. Mizuki then stepped forward to declare, "The victor is Iai Luo." After a thorough examination by the medical staff, it was determined that Lee could no longer continue as a ninja, suffering from multiple fractures and muscle tears, with the most severe injuries being his left hand and foot, rendered useless by Iai Luo's sand. It seemed he would require a prosthetic hand for recovery. Finally, it was over. Mizuki approached and announced, "The third preliminary round of the Chunin selection exam is officially concluded. Congratulations to the 9 candidates who advanced to the next round. Although one has yet to arrive." The third Hokage surveyed the successful ninjas, noting 6 from Konoha: Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Narashikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, alongside 3 from Sunagakure. It appeared the next generation of elite ninjas from Konoha was quite promising. He then proceeded to announce the contents of the third round of exams. The formal competition would showcase each participant's combat prowess to the audience, and he hoped they would represent their respective nations with pride. Thus, the official matches were scheduled to take place 1 month hence. Naruto inquired, perplexed, "Aren't we holding it now?" The third Hokage replied, "This month serves as preparation time." "What does that mean?" Kankuro asked. "It means this time is designated for notifying the feudal lords and the heads of ninja clans that the selection process has concluded and the formal competition is imminent. This allows the feudal lords and clan leaders adequate time to prepare. Additionally, this month provides you all the opportunity to learn about your opponent's characteristics and enhance your abilities, ensuring that during the formal competition, you can fully exhibit your prowess. Unlike the selection matches, where you may be unfamiliar with your adversaries, both sides in the formal competition will possess knowledge of each other, enabling a true display of strength to the audience." Mizuki interjected. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, precisely. Though I long to declare a dismissal now, there remains one essential activity to undertake before the formal competition. At this moment, Naruto was growing impatient and exclaimed, "What else is there? I'm eager to train." The third Hokage disregarded Naruto's outburst and replied, "Do not rush. Each of you will draw a card from the box of red beans." Red Bean stepped forward and stated, "I will approach you in order to draw it." Each person may only select one card. Once everyone had drawn, Ibiki said, "Now, please announce the numbers on the cards in order. Gaara, 3. Shikamaru, 9. Temari, 8. Neji, 2. Naruto, 1. Hinata, 7. Kankuro, 5. Shino, 6. Ibiki remarked, "Well then, that leaves him with the number 4. The third Hokage nodded. "I will now announce the matchups for your official competition." A collective gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd, realizing that the drawing was for this purpose. The third Hokage continued, "Now, Ibiki, reveal the pairings to them." Ultimately, the conclusion drawn was quite similar to the original narrative. The first 3 matchups remained unchanged: Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara, Kankuro versus Aburame Shino. Though the last match saw a shift, it would be Hyuga Hinata versus Temari versus Nara Shikamaru. Only one participant could emerge victorious, meaning only one would ascend to the rank of CH Nin. Shikamaru expressed his concern, but is it not so? The third Hokage clarified, "No, that is not the case. Lord Kazekage, the daimyo of the various nations, and the heads of the ninja villages will serve as judges observing your matches. As long as your abilities are acknowledged by us, even if you are eliminated in the first round, you may still be selected as a CH Nin." This meant that everyone had the potential to become a CH Nin, as Temari noted. The third Hokage nodded. "Indeed, however, it is also possible that no one may achieve the rank of CH Nin. Winning your matches increases your chances of promotion." "All right, that will be all for now. Everyone, return and rest. Train diligently for the upcoming official matches." Dismissed. After the examination concluded, Aoi returned home alongside Hinata, while Haku had just returned from a mission. This evening, the Moonlight Gale would meet his demise at the borders of Konoha in Kekkei City. Should one extend a hand to this unfortunate child, who was doomed from the start? Having been knocked out by Maki, he likely had not yet savored much of the sweetness of companionship with his girlfriend. The lineage of Moonlight Gale was indeed illustrious. The sword technique known as the 3-day moon dance was created by the second Hokage. According to reliable sources, he had already mastered this technique by the age of 23. Some records even suggested that his father was a renowned figure, often compared to the Night Dancer, possessing swordsmanship skills on par with White Fang. It is likely that Gale met his end in a state of profound frustration. Forget it. It's best not to dwell on it. If I had ventured to Kekkei City, I would have undoubtedly rescued Ship, and since Maki lacked the strength to oppose me. Upon realizing that the plan had been foiled, they would not pursue any scheme to bring Konoha to ruin. Consequently, they would have devised a new strategy, thus altering the course of history I had traversed. I had aspired to establish my name through the conflict surrounding the destruction of Konoha. Missing this opportunity would mean such chances would be rare in the future. So, Ship, I wish you a swift demise. The following morning, on July 7th, 60 years into the era of Konoha, the Umbu team led by Yuzuki Yugao discovered the lifeless body of Tsukiakari Ship at the borders of Kekkei City. They promptly submitted a report of his demise to the Hokage. All Jonin-level ninjas were summoned by the third Hokage, including Mito Gaiden and the advisors, T. Kaharuno, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Once all the Jonin had gathered, the third Hokage spoke. "The body of Tsukiakari Ship has been found near Kekkei City." Asuma exclaimed in surprise, "Ship?" While red-faced with shock, Kurenai murmured, "How could this happen?" IBI believed firmly in Ship's prowess, yet could not fathom the possibility. "This is inconceivable." Anko speculated, "Could this be the work of Orochimaru?" Kakashi interjected, "No, we cannot jump to conclusions without evidence. Ship was tracking the Sound Ninja, but Orochimaru is undoubtedly involved in this matter." In agreement, the others voiced, "In that case, we should suspend the CH Nin exams and capture Orochimaru." However, Owazumi countered, "No, that course of action is premature. Many matters remain unresolved. Kekkei City's location is near the Wind Country's border, and I have been observing a particularly enigmatic individual. After the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, I took it upon myself to discreetly follow the Sand Village's Jonin leader, Maki, and uncovered something astonishing." The third Hokage inquired immediately, "What did you discover?" Iwazumi paused for a moment before revealing, "I have great confidence in my stealth abilities." After the preliminaries concluded, I did not return home right away. Instead, I utilized a secret technique to create an ice clone to track Maki. During the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee, Maki's expressions were ever-shifting, raising my suspicions regarding his intentions. Shortly after leaving the village, I witnessed him in conversation with a sound ninja Nin. Although I could not catch most of their dialogue, one phrase was unmistakable. Asuma pressed urgently, "What was that phrase?" "Konoha, destruction, plan," Iwazumi replied, his expression grave. "What? Are you certain?" Mito Gaiden asked hastily. Ishui cast a glance at Mito Minin and then spoke with unwavering certainty. "I have conducted an investigation into the individual known as Do. Do you recall the two masked Konoha shinobi who teamed up with him during the second exam? All three of them are spies planted in Konoha by Orochimaru. One of them, a shinobi named Ching, has likely mastered the soft body transformation techniques that Orochimaru excels in. Considering my earlier remarks in the demise of Elder Moonlight Ship, I deduced that this might be part of a collapse scheme orchestrated by Orochimaru in collaboration with the Sand Village." The third Hokage sighed deeply. "Even so, we must not act rashly. Orochimaru possesses the power to annihilate a small ninja village, which could attract the attention of other allied nations towards the Nin selection exam. The so-called alliance treaty is inconsequential in the face of self-interest. It is evident that the Sand Village of the Wind Country holds the greatest motive." Tsunade, too, interjected. "We have dispatched Umbu operatives to gather intelligence from various nations. We cannot afford to act impulsively. This could very well be the enemy's design." The third Hokage, filled with conviction, replied, "Moreover, I have immense faith in each of you. If it becomes absolutely necessary, we shall mobilize all of Konoha's forces for a decisive battle." Subsequently, he outlined the contingency plans for potential assaults on the village. Upon exiting the Hokage Tower, Ishui made his way directly to the Hyuga clan's rear mountain. Eager to mentor Hinata in her training, he realized he had neglected her recently and was astonished by her rapid progress. It was crucial for him to engage with her more, lest he diminish his standing as her boyfriend, unaware of her capabilities. Part of the reason for this was attributed to Hanabi, who was blossoming like a flower, while Hinata still resembled a budding bloom. "Alas, my dear Hinata, I was mistaken. I must show you more concern," he mused. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Ishui observed Hinata and Hanabi engaged in a sparring session. Their combat was visually captivating, with each showcasing their remarkable bloodline limits. Perhaps a rivalry was brewing between them for the title of principal wife. Technically, Hinata was Ishui's official spouse, yet Hanabi, being older and more developed, might seize the day. Ishui refrained from interrupting their practice, choosing instead to watch patiently. After a considerable duration, Hinata eventually succumbed to Hanabi, her lack of experience evident. Seeing Ishui, Hinata joyfully approached, exclaiming, "Ishukan, you're here. How did you find my performance just now?" Ishui smiled and replied, "You did splendidly. However, your combat experience needs enhancement. That is why I am here to guide you today. Look, I have prepared some tools, 2 wooden dummies on which I have meticulously marked all 361 chakra points of the human body. Today's training will focus on controlling chakra and understanding the body's chakra points. The goal is to achieve pinpoint accuracy, minimizing chakra expenditure while effectively targeting the opponent's vital points. Though you have already demonstrated proficiency with the 8 trigrams heavenly palms and the 8 trigrams 64 palms, you have wasted considerable chakra in battle. Now, we shall hone your skills in precise chakra control." Hinata exclaimed joyfully, "That is truly wonderful. It feels as though we have returned to the days of training together with Ichigo. Rest assured, I shall put forth my utmost effort." Thus, one was eager to teach while the other was willing to learn, and both immersed themselves in their training. Some intimate touches were inevitable, causing Hinata to blush frequently. However, her enthusiasm remained undiminished. Clearly, she did not harbor any aversion towards Ichigo's closeness, and instead felt a hint of joy. This was indeed a significant progression. Watching the two, who were growing increasingly intimate, I felt a tinge of bitterness arise within him. Recently, he had spent much time with Ichigo, whose confident, sunny disposition and all-encompassing wisdom had stirred feelings within Bai, a girl on the verge of blossoming. Unlike the cold indifference of Zabuza, Ichigo was a boy who understood the emotions of those around him. Though he lacked a sense of romance, he could envelop one in a warm and comforting state, akin to a sweet candy that allowed the girls around him to savor his unique essence. Over time, one would find it difficult to part from his side. Bai believed in Ichigo's strength. In her eyes, he possessed immense potential. She felt that he could undoubtedly alter the landscape of the ninja world. For this reason, Bai was willing to become Ichigo's sword, cutting through all obstacles. Yet, She hoped for a modicum of affection from him as well, for she wished to embrace her femininity. To be cherished by someone, to nurture a few children together, and to lead a blissful life. When they reached old age, she envisioned them frolicking in the snow in their yard. During their training, Ichigo discovered that Hinata was remarkably intelligent. The once timid girl, despite her cleverness, had lacked the courage to hone her abilities. However, he now recognized that she possessed the potential to become a formidable ninja. While she still had a penchant for shyness, one could not deny that her bashfulness rendered her irresistibly charming, inciting an instinctive desire to love, protect, and cherish her. By noon, Bai had gone to prepare lunch, returning shortly to share a meal amidst the delightful outdoors. Hinata and Ichigo paused their training to seek refuge in a shaded area for rest. Ichigo-kun, may I pose a question? Hinata inquired suddenly. Ichigo, somewhat puzzled, replied, what is it? At that moment, Hinata became anxious, fidgeting with her hands and breathing heavily. Finally, her expression steadied, and she whispered, during the preliminary rounds, You, touch that girl named Jishu. As she spoke, embarrassment overwhelmed her, rendering her unable to continue. What? Ichigo's face flushed. He thought to himself, how could Hinata have noticed such a discreet action? This is disastrous. There's no way to clear my name now. It was merely a fleeting touch, and yet my Hinata has discovered it. I can only conclude that I, Ichigo, have fallen victim to misfortune, or perhaps Hinata possesses an innate talent for detecting wrongdoing. Regardless of the reason, this time, Ichigo has indeed suffered a setback. Lady Hinata's anti-corruption efforts have proven exceedingly effective. The law is rigorous, yet elusive. Ichigo, it is time for you to confess. In truth, Ichigo-kun, you. Hinata softly murmured once more. At that moment, Ishiwei's expression was resolute. As if he had made a significant decision, he declared decisively, Hinata, I was wrong. My curiosity merely compelled me to wonder why her bosom possessed such remarkable elasticity. I only wished to conduct an experiment. Shameful, utterly disgraceful. How had I not noticed your lewdness before? Ichigo, I must have misjudged you. Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling a breathtaking sunset, as she extended a delicate hand to grasp one of Ishiwei's and placed it upon her chest, saying, in truth, if Ichigo-kun enjoys touching, then you may touch mine, for I detest the thought of you touching other girls. It feels quite unpleasant. In truth, I truly like it when you engage in affectionate acts with me. Hinata stammered, flustered and breathless, as if she might faint at any moment. Her eyes grew dreamy, and her breathing became shallow, suggesting she was on the verge of losing consciousness. At that moment, when Ichigo and Hinata were expressing their romantic sentiments, the unexpected arrival of Bai disrupted the scene. Upon hearing footsteps, both individuals wore expressions of dismay. How could she interrupt their tender exchange, especially at such an intimate juncture? Did she not realize they were yet to reach fruition? Ah, it is Sister Bai, Hinata exclaimed, startled, immediately standing and waving her hands as if to disperse an unwelcome presence. Bai's cheeks flushed as well. She had not anticipated that their secret rendezvous would escalate in such a brief absence. Clearly, their conversation had approached a more intimate level, and her arrival forced them to halt their profound exploration of love. Ichigo, sensing the need to mediate, took the food from Bai's hands and said, very well. It is time to eat. Bai, you have worked hard. Come, Hinata, help me spread the tablecloth. Let us dine. After a morning of rigorous training, you must replenish your energy, lest you tire yourself. Hinata reluctantly set aside her earlier embarrassment and joined Ichigo in arranging the meal, with Bai participating as if the prior scene had never transpired. During the meal, Ichigo served some dishes to Hinata, causing her to feel a little bashful with another beauty present. Ichigo could not overlook Bai, so he served her as well. Both Bai and Hinata were delighted by Ichigo's attentiveness and reciprocated by offering him some dishes in return. Ichigo, realizing he must serve them both, continued the cycle of generosity. In the end, each bowl was brimming with food, overflowing to the point of precariousness. It is truly a situation that elicits both laughter and tears. Ichigo extended his hand to halt Bai and Hinata, saying, enough, if we continue to serve more, we shall not finish. The food in our bowls is already ample. Everyone must finish what is in their own bowl. This meal is prepared with love, and it cannot go uneaten. Come, let us enjoy it together. Upon seeing the towering mound of food in their bowls, Bai and Hinata exchanged shy smiles, ceasing their competitive serving and transitioning into a united front to consume the meal. Unlike Ichigo's ravenous and indiscriminate eating style, Hinata and Bai's manner of dining resembled a graceful performance of art. Ichigo, however, was unable to restrain his appetite. With two skilled cooks in their midst, his craving intensified. Savoring a meal crafted by women he admired was a rarity, as during their usual missions, he hardly had the opportunity to dine with them. The sheer delight of such a moment felt almost surreal, imagining a lifetime spent in blissful pastoral tranquility with beloved companions. Raising children together and living joyously as a family was a dream he cherished. After lunch, Shui resumed assisting Hinata in her training, while Bai, equally enthusiastic, engaged in her own practice nearby, occasionally seeking clarification on simple matters. Shui suspected Bai was intentionally initiating conversation, for she had learned much foundational knowledge and training techniques from Zabuza, and with her innate talent, she likely required little guidance. Even without the presence of the Mizuno Kuni clan, Bai had effectively mastered and developed her bloodline abilities. In the afternoon, Shui began to perceive the endearing nature of Hinata, who frequently exhibited charming gestures such as pouting, waving, and stomping her feet, which thrilled him. It seemed that the closer she was to those she cherished, the more she revealed her authentic self. At times, when Ishue's remarks bordered on excessive, Hinata would playfully step on his foot, not out of foolishness, but rather her natural innocence, often lost in thought and oblivious to her surroundings. Yet, her penchant for striking alluring poses was undeniably distracting for Shui, complicating his efforts to assist her training. Ultimately, he found himself utterly captivated by his little girlfriend, who, shedding her timid demeanor, exhibited a remarkable charm. As night fell, after dinner, Shui, Hinata, and Bai each retired to rest. Yet, as Shui lay awake, he found himself preoccupied with Hinata's delightful expressions. In the stillness of the night, he was suddenly roused by gentle knocks at his door. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to discover Hinata standing outside, clutching a blanket, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue from the night air, akin to tempting red apples. I want to sleep with you. I can't fall asleep, Hinata mustered the courage to say. Shui was taken aback with joy. Quickly taking the blanket from her and inviting her into his humble abode, Hinata placed her blanket beside him, and, donning her adorable bunny pajamas, nestled in beside him. Once Shui nestled into his quilt, lamenting that he could not share the warmth with Hinata. Nevertheless, the evening was delightful as he inhaled the enchanting fragrance of youth emanating from her. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, he suddenly heard Hinata's soft voice. "Shui-kun, do you find yourself yearning for a girl's body?" Hinata's delicate voice floated through the air. Shui felt utterly embarrassed. To deny it would be insincere. Yet to admit it would suggest an audacity that could lead to dire consequences. After all, acknowledging such desires before Hinata would imply a confirmation of his previous misdeeds. "Really, Hinata? How can you be so spirited? Please, just go to sleep and spare me further torment. I am aware of my faults, can't you see? I truly admire your keen observation skills. I never realized you possessed such an exceptional talent. To notice even the most discreet of movements, I find myself at a loss. It seems that maintaining discretion in my affairs will be a formidable challenge henceforth. In truth, Shui-kun, if you wish to speak your mind, I am open to granting you that privilege. However, you mustn't linger too long, for my mother has advised that a girl should not be touched excessively, lest she fails to grow." Hinata whispered softly by Shui's ear. "What is this? You are aware of such matters? Surely, you must have consulted my mother. I am doomed. She must think me depraved and perverse. My happiness seems to be on the brink of collapse," Shui lamented, nearly brought to tears. "Actually, I did not disclose our conversation to my mother. I merely inquired about general knowledge regarding girls." "You need not worry," Shui-kun, Hinata reassured him. "Please do not misunderstand my intentions. I am not the sort to report on you. I have great trust in you, Shui-kun." "Oh, how wonderful. I am relieved, Hinata. You are truly my dearest confidant, my angel, my goddess. For the sake of our shared happiness, please safeguard the secret of my indiscretion from prying eyes. I have only just realized how delightful you truly are. Not only are you kind to me, but you also assist in concealing my misstep. You are, without question, the most extraordinary and magnificent wife in history. Your brilliance illuminates the world. Your grace renders the universe humble, and your charm leaves all other women in disarray. Ah, how perfect you are, my beloved Hinata. However, I did confide in Sister Bai. She remarked, I cannot quite comprehend. Perhaps Shui-kun simply has a fondness for girls' chests. Hence, I felt compelled to come here. If Shui-kun desires, I shall permit you to touch mine. Otherwise, I would be quite displeased if you were to seek others." Hinata finally concluded. "What? I was already aware." Sobbing softly, my lustful nature was not something she should have discovered. Initially, I intended to make my move. But now it appears I must postpone my plans once again. Another fantasy has crumbled. Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way, Hinata? I misjudged you. It seems there exists a little demon within your innocent heart. I am caught in a whirlwind of ecstasy and despair. I merely brushed against your chest. Did not provoke the flowers or the grass, and in that moment, with no one paying attention and Gaara already unconscious, I took a momentous step in history. Is this an easy path for me? As a great traveler, I have no harem, I am no stallion, I am not an old man. Nor do I resemble a young boy. I merely aspire to be a loving person. Yet, why must it be that a single lapse leads to your discovery? It seems you are destined to be my nemesis, my goddess. Hinata gazed at my ever-changing visage and smiled, saying, Kazuki-kun, you amuse me with your transformations. You are truly wonderful. Although your changing face is rather unattractive, I find it delightful. I was utterly speechless. I did not appreciate it at all. Hinata, though you are a charming little angel, please do not constantly morph into an evil little demon. My tender heart has endured too much strain. Allow me to adjust gradually. While my heart is resilient, it is not impervious. It too has moments of fragility. Whom have I wronged? Kazuki-kun, you may touch me, if you wish. I wouldn't mind. Hinata offered. Really? But, upon hearing I could touch Hinata's bosom, my heart surged with excitement. All previous hesitations were forgotten. As long as I could caress Hinata's little white rabbit, I would endure anything. Hinata, you are truly too good to me. I adore you. You are so utterly adorable. But only for a moment, or else it won't grow, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed. That is fine. I intend to follow through. I reached out with my mischievous hand. As my hand ventured into Hinata's covers, the moment of contact was imminent. Oh, I just had some water. And I need to relieve myself. I'm so sorry. Please wait until I return. Hinata suddenly felt an urgent need, and the timing was indeed unfortunate. Kazuki-kun, you won't be angry, will you? At this point, I was utterly bereft of tears. After a night of torment, just when victory was within grasp, the adversary vanished. My passion had cooled significantly, wasted in vain. Watching Hinata's retreating figure, I thought to myself that it would be fine to wait a little longer. After all, I was determined to touch that chest. Hinata, you cannot escape me now. However, gradually, I felt myself growing sleepier, fatigue creeping into my mind. It was already midnight, and I began to drift into slumber. When Hinata returned, she found me fast asleep and had no choice but to snuggle into the covers herself and succumb to sleep. In the stillness of the night, Shui lamented the lack of progress regarding the incident from the previous evening, feeling despondent. The next morning, he awoke to find Hinata peacefully slumbering beside him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It seemed that he had not taken advantage of her the night before, which brought him a sense of relief. Her willingness to share a bed with him signified a deep trust, a bond that had blossomed to the point of open dialogue, which was precisely what he yearned for. If Hinata were merely a puppet, compliant to his whims, although it might provide physical pleasure, it would leave a void in his soul. This was the life he desired. Unlike the chaotic entanglements depicted in lurid novels, true love was something profoundly different. Hinata stirred at the sound beside her, rubbing her eyes with her delicate hands and murmuring, I slept so well. It's truly delightful to sleep next to Shui-kun. Shui, captivated by her adorable, sleepy demeanor, playfully pinched her nose and affectionately remarked, Little lazy pig, it's time to get up. I has probably been awake for ages. We need to eat and prepare for training, you silly girl. Hinata blushed, lifting her chin defiantly as she retorted, Humph, you're one to talk about sleeping in. I'm not a silly girl, I'm quite capable. She raised her small hand in a show of protest, expressing her displeasure. Shui felt a surge of tenderness for her. She truly was like a child who had yet to grow up. He mused that once matured, her charm would undoubtedly captivate many. Eventually, they both lazily got out of bed. Upon rising, Hinata realized she had worn her pajamas to Shui's, while her formal attire remained in her own room. Shui, noticing her embarrassment, promptly retrieved her clothes, catching sight of some personal items in the process, which elicited a chuckle. This act of kindness felt rewarding. After breakfast, Shui had other matters to attend to, while Hinata resumed her training, with by now serving as her instructor. This change caused her some discontent, though it was merely a fleeting annoyance. She understood the necessity of her practice. Shui departed the village, making his way to a secluded forest, far from the hustle of Konoha, ensuring that even should a disturbance arise, he would have ample time to address it. What was Shui's purpose? He aimed to summon his powerful summoned beast, the dragon. This formidable creature possessed immense strength and a notoriously arrogant disposition, making it a challenge to tame. Thus, a fierce battle was necessary to prove his capabilities and earn the dragoness allegiance as a summon. Previously, Ishui had refrained from practicing this technique due to insufficient strength and experience, as well as a lack of chakra, which had prevented him from summoning anything beyond a modest dragon. His first attempt, which called forth Laxus, a fire dragon, had been commendable yet far from exceptional. Its length merely a few dozen meters, which paled in comparison to the legendary Ninetales. With preparations complete, Ishui commenced his training in the summoning technique. In the realm of mystical arts, a colossal white dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, emerged, casting a shadow that enveloped the heavens and the earth. With a mere flick of its tail, a shockwave surged forth, while its massive wings, when unfurled, uprooted and sent sprawling great trees into the air. Who dares to summon the illustrious Christina? The resounding voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. To one's astonishment, it was a female dragon, a being whose grandeur dwarfed even that of Laxus, as if he had summoned forth his ancestors. "Hey, Christina, I am the one who has called you forth," Ishui declared, standing upon a branch of a great tree before the majestic dragon. You are of the lineage of the demon lord," Christina exclaimed, sensing the pulsating power of his bloodline. Yet the ancient pact has nearly lost its binding force. With the demise of the demon lord, the constraints of such a covenant have faded. You must now demonstrate your prowess, young one. Christina regarded Ishui with a mix of surprise and intrigue. The boy's bloodline powers had awakened significantly, yet the path to full awakening was fraught with challenges. Given his talent, reaching the final stage should not be insurmountable. From what she gathered from Laxus, the boy had already awakened to the stage of flame, and now perhaps he had progressed to the frost stage. A truly gifted descendant indeed. Ishui, gazing intently at the female dragon, resolved to engage her in battle. Although he was aware that victories might be scarce, he felt compelled to demonstrate his capabilities. Your primary attribute must be water. Thus, I shall wield fire. Eye of heaven, flame, body of flame. With that, Ishui unleashed his prized secret technique. As Christina beheld Ishui, now enveloped in flames, her heart raced with astonishment. Indeed, he had awakened the second secret technique of the flame stage, a considerable feat, however. She felt it necessary to impart a lesson on the formidable power of the dragon lineage. Not everyone could command such strength. If she did not teach him a lesson, he would likely remain undeterred. Lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique. Fire release, basic incineration technique. Ishui executed a combined ninjutsu, reminiscent of the original work where the Dark Division summoned beasts to confront pain. He did not harbor the illusion that he could easily defeat Christina. Rather, he sought to test the waters. How dare you? You have provoked the great Christina. Initially, I intended only to teach you a lesson, but now, this lowly existence shall be put to death. Christina had anticipated that this boy would not unleash any formidable ninjutsu, perhaps believing that even her exquisitely smooth skin would remain unscathed. To her dismay, a section of her pristine scales was scorched black, severely tarnishing her beautiful draconic form, an unforgivable affront. A single drop of disdain, how trivial. This minor injury is hardly a threat to you. As for your skin, those dragon scales adorning your body will withstand my flames without issue, merely darkening slightly. By the way, this female dragon possesses quite the temper. Regardless, no matter how exquisite her skin may be, she remains a beast, incomparable to the delicate beauty of a human. The essence of water, the world of water. Christina unleashed her prized ninjutsu, capable of transforming a 5-mile radius into a realm solely composed of water chakra. Within this domain, the power of water release is magnified tenfold, rendering your meager fire release akin to courting death. What? My fire release is utterly ineffective. No, it's not that I cannot use it. Rather, it is immediately neutralized. In such a vast environment saturated with water chakra, any attempt at fire release would be swiftly countered. How infuriating. This female dragon truly possesses remarkable abilities. No wonder she speaks of the essence of water. If this technique is not a profound secret, then what constitutes one? Though I too have an affinity for water. In this aqueous realm, Christina the water dragon thrives. The abundance of water only serves to augment her power. After all, she dwells within it. Utilizing water release merely enhances her prowess. However, perhaps lightning release could prove advantageous, as it does not conflict with water, and water is an insulator. In this scenario, lightning release may indeed gain a significant boost. Let us give it a try. What is wrong, little bug? Grant me a modicum of pleasure, for you seem utterly useless. Your worth diminishes by the second. What a farce, the eye of heaven. Here, you are no more than an insect. Seeing Ishui dazed, Christina assumed he was rendered speechless by fear, How pitiable. Lightning release, gathering thunderclouds. A Shui invoked this self-created lightning ninjutsu, typically possessing a mere C-rank potency. However, with the aid of water release, its strength skyrockets, reaching S-rank within this water-laden world. A vast expanse of dark, roiling thunderclouds converged above Christina. Every water ion in the air seemingly infused with electrical properties. Boom, boom. The concentrated energy within the thunderclouds erupted violently, saturating the water world with a blue-black hue, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. It is astounding that a modest C-rank technique could elevate to such formidable heights in this water-rich environment. Surely, this represents the essence of lightning release. Christina's anguished roar echoed, filled with agony and an overwhelming killing intent, signaling her complete descent into fury. What fate awaits the unfortunate Shui? We shall witness the unfolding of this dramatic encounter. The entire world of lightning surged for nearly 5 minutes. After this duration, sporadic flashes still danced about, but they paled in comparison to the earlier tumult of electric fury. At last, Christina's figure was revealed. The once resplendent white dragon had transformed into a charred beast, her scales shattered and consumed, exposing tender flesh beneath. Remarkably, the scorched areas of her body were slowly regenerating under the flow of water, likely due to some healing technique. Despite her current feeble appearance, to underestimate her would be a grave error. A Shui, feeling a twinge of trepidation, cautiously inquired, "Are you all right? Did you not wish to test my strength? Moreover, I merely employed a modest C-rank ninjutsu. I did not anticipate such a calamity. Perhaps I should take my leave and spare you the trouble of summoning a beast." "Haha, you scoundrel. I shall obliterate you, reducing you to dust to quench my wrath," roared the great dragoness Christina, her fury igniting as she took to the skies. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared next to a Shui, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth with unparalleled might, sending a Shui hurtling away. The force of the deluge left a Shui utterly defenseless, propelling him through the air, crashing him into colossal trees, toppling dozens before he finally came to rest against a massive boulder. A Shui felt as though this body no longer belonged to him. Every bone threatened to shatter. Had it not been for his rigorous training in physical arts, he might have found himself utterly incapacitated. Now, all he desired was to lie motionless upon the stone, not out of desire, but rather from the utter exhaustion that rendered him incapable of movement. As he lay there, blood gushed from his mouth, a testament to the severity of his injuries, perhaps the gravest he had ever endured since arriving in the world of shinobi. "Forgive me, Hinata and Xiaobai, farewell. I am truly a wretched soul. Why did I provoke this colossal dragoness? How infuriating it is to be undone by my own summoned beast. I must be the most pitiable ninja to perish in this realm. I can only imagine the absurdity of my demise, choking on food, scalding from water, exhausting myself in bed, drowning in the bath, or being struck while walking. All these bizarre fates would pale in comparison to my own, a self-inflicted demise of epic proportions." Christina, hovering beside a Shui, gazed upon his pitiful state of half-life. Half-death, a torment worse than either. A sense of satisfaction washed over her as she grasped this diminutive creature with a claw and, in one swift motion, consumed him whole. The taste of human flesh was far more delectable than that of the abyssal creatures she was accustomed to. Having finally ascended to the surface, she relished this fleeting moment before she would have to return to the depths, eager to savor every last morsel. Gradually, the protagonist awoke from a deep slumber, the pain from the wounds still gnawing at him. Had I perished? What a pitiable character I am. Having barely transitioned into the world of Naruto after being struck by a vehicle, only to face the specter of death once more without experiencing a modicum of joy. The sole memory I cherish is having shared a bed with Hinata, yet nothing transpired, merely a fleeting touch upon the bosom of a girl still in her youth. How tragically poignant my existence has become. Perhaps this is my fate, as Niji once stated, for some lives are predestined. No, it cannot be so. I yearn to share tender moments with little Hinata, to raise children together and support each other into old age. And there is also Kurenai. I cannot simply succumb to death, for they await my return. Yet, can I truly fulfill such aspirations? Perhaps surrendering is the wisest course. Being a man is exhausting. Perhaps death would bring a sense of relief from the constant scheming against others and oneself, the relentless pursuit of improvement, only to meet the inevitable end. Yet, this is not the truth. Without the storms, how can we appreciate the rainbows? Is there not a song titled "The Sun Always Shines After the Rain"? It is through trials and tribulations that one discovers the beauty of life. A life devoid of struggle is incomplete, a mere shadow of existence. No, I was mistaken. There is humor in a life filled with adversity. In this new world, One should revel in the company of enchanting women, savor the joys of abundance. Wielding power as if conjuring clouds and rain at will, with beauty as a personal possession and strength in my allies, while my foes remain weak. But that is not my longing. I merely wish to live contentedly, rising with the sun and resting at dusk alongside a few beloved women. Surrounded by joyous progeny and an abundance of provisions, I aspire to wield my strength to traverse the world, unifying the realm of shinobi, reshaping it into one brimming with emotion. In such a future, I would frolic in the fields with my wives, witness sunrises atop mountains, and bask in the sunsets by the sea. Ah, what a dull fantasy! Is this the extent of my aspirations? Perhaps I envision a life with youthful maidens in one arm and devoted wives in the other, surrounded by enchanting maidens, indulging in daily merriment, and courting numerous women. Yet, I refuse to be a mere stud. Such thoughts, though once entertained, cannot be my daily reality, lest even the mightiest of deities face exhaustion. Upon reflection, this is the essence of a life lived in another realm. What folly my previous thoughts were. With a determined slap to his own face, the protagonist chastised himself for indulging in such fantasies. How could he still harbor such notions? It dawned upon him that perhaps he, too, desired to be a figure of indulgence. Nevertheless, he resolved to live earnestly, dismissing the notion of being a mere stud. Life is already gratifying with little Hinata and Kurenai by his side. That is more than enough. Adding more might ignite global conflict, and such a life is best avoided. As I ponder my current predicament, I recall that I was last devoured by that formidable dragoness. Surely, I cannot be trapped within her belly. Is there any means of escape? Perhaps I could employ Naruto's shadow clone technique to overwhelm her. However, that notion is utterly impractical. For this dragoness is far too robust, not a mere novice like Orochimaru summoning snakes. It would be futile to waste my energy on such an endeavor. Ah! How could I almost forget a potent and peculiar bloodline technique, the Ice-Soul imprint, which boasts a mere 10% success rate. Now, within the confines of this dragoness's belly, I can utilize it freely until I succeed. I do hope fortune favors me this time. The so-called soul imprint technique is a secret art I comprehended upon awakening to the third stage of my abilities. It involves extracting one's soul from the body and marking it with my own soul's insignia. The imprinted soul will obey my every command, and even upon death, the soul remains under the control of the imprinter. However, this forbidden technique bears a significant flaw. The success rate for those who do not willingly accept the imprint is only 1 in 10, making it a gamble reliant on luck. While it is said to target humans, it is not limited to them. Any being possessing a soul may fall victim. In fact, beasts tend to have a higher success rate, as they lack the complex thoughts that plague humanity. Heavenly Eye, Frost, Chunin Sisu, Secret Technique, Ice Soul Imprint. Upon completing the final seal, a silver shadow dragon materialized before me, and flurries of snowflakes erupted from my being, swirling around the white dragon. Alas, the snowflakes dissipated entirely, signaling my failure in this endeavor. Roar. What is this, abomination? Outside, Christina was relishing her meal when suddenly she sensed her soul being drawn away momentarily. A terrifying entity nearly imprinted itself upon her essence. It was utterly horrifying. Could it be? Bah. Once more. Chunin Sisu, Secret Technique, Ice Soul Imprint. I lamented, resigning myself to attempt the technique again, unsure how many more times my battered body could manage it. The injuries I bore were numerous, but I must try. If I succeed in the imprint, I would find happiness, and the white dragon could tend to my wounds, providing me with an additional free ally. Little did Christina know, her calculations would once again lead her astray. As the final seal formed, the shadowy white dragon reappeared, its visage etched with dread. Snowflakes surged from my being once more, cascading towards the dragon, yet failure struck again, leaving the shadowy dragon relieved. Ah, please, do not continue the imprinting. It is all my fault. I beg you. Christina cannot endure this any longer. As her soul returned to her body, Christina's expression reflected profound terror, as though she had encountered a calamity of immense proportions. She had never anticipated that I could comprehend the forbidden Ice Soul Imprint technique. Granting me complete control over the existence of her soul, I could dictate her life or death, and even in death, her essence would remain tethered to my command, never to be reborn. In truth, the Eye of Heaven can only randomly acquire a single secret technique upon each ascension. However, due to the formidable nature of Ishue's soul, with each progression, he masters all the secret arts and forbidden techniques of that particular stage. In the Frost stage, The likelihood of randomly obtaining the imprint of the Ice Soul is merely 1 in 10,000. Yet, due to the peculiarity of Ishue's soul, he comprehended them all. Indeed, if the Eye of Heaven possessed a soul as powerful as Ishue's, the Village of Heaven would likely rival the 5 great nations, if not surpass them. Alas, the Eye of Heaven can only grasp one secret technique at each stage, falling far short in comparison to Ishue. Now that you realize your error, this cannot stand. I shall imprint you, he declared, Chunin Sisu, secret technique, Ice Soul imprint. Ishue disregarded Christina's pleas and persisted in his endeavor. Regrettably, he failed once more. Again, Chunin Sisu, secret technique, Ice Soul imprint. Ishue formed the seal again, yet encountered failure yet again. Keep boasting. I almost forgot. The success rate of this technique is but 1 in 10. It seems your luck is truly abysmal. I doubt your body can endure many more attempts. Your chances of success are minuscule, let alone that of summoning a mighty dragon like my powerful soul. Christina emerged from her fear. Realizing the dismal odds of imprinting the soul, it seemed virtually impossible. I refused to believe it. This time, I shall focus. Once more, Chunin Sisu, secret technique, Ice Soul imprint. Ishue gritted his teeth and attempted again. This time, a subtle change occurred. The snowflakes emanating from Ishue's body cascaded onto the shadow of the white dragon, and remarkably, they did not dissipate. The snowflakes, resting upon the shadow of the white dragon, suddenly radiated a silvery brilliance. Success. Ishue felt the presence of a white dragon etched upon his soul. It was none other than Christina, trembling as she lay prostrate at his feet. I have succeeded. Little Nana, quickly, release your master and tend to my wounds. Ishue exclaimed with glee from within the body of the white dragon. The white dragon quivered, shedding tears, and reluctantly complied with Ishue's command. Released into the fresh air, Ishue felt a surge of joy. The spirit summoning had been flawless. In the future, through the soul imprint, he could accurately summon Christina. Life was truly splendid. However, as Christina healed Ishue's wounds, she felt the tragic weight of her fate and began to weep again. Suddenly, her form shrank, and she lay at Ishue's feet. Hey, why are you crying? I have no intention of killing you. Besides, as long as you obey my commands, I shall treat you well, Ishue said, stroking Christina's dragon head. My soul is now under your control. What good are your words, you scoundrel? Christina lamented, her sobs growing more intense. A stream of water flowed, and upon witnessing the scene, one mused to oneself, well, if I were to endure such a predicament, I would surely weep. The imprint of the ice spirit soul is, indeed, rather extreme, though the chances of success may be slim, the possibility still exists. Hey, we agreed that if you allow me to assist you in battle, you must refrain from engaging in any peculiar antics, Christina implored. With a puzzled expression, one inquired. Peculiar antics? For instance, transforming into a human form for your amusement, Christina replied, her dragon body twisting in a shy manner. You can transform into a human? One exclaimed with delight. Christina, wearing an expression of confirmed understanding, responded, of course. Any adult dragon can assume a human form for a period each day. Since I have only recently come of age, I am certainly capable. Recently come of age? How old are you? One asked. I am merely 100 years old. Dragons possess a remarkably long lifespan. From 1 to 20 years, they are considered juvenile, and from 20 to 80, they are adolescent. The spirit you summoned, Laxus, is an adolescent dragon, albeit a novice despite being over 50 years old. However, my lineage boasts the finest talent among water dragons, even surpassing some older water dragons. Interestingly, Laxus would refer to me as Ant. Yet, we water dragons and fire dragons are natural enemies, often clashing upon meeting, Christina elaborated. Is that so? How many types of dragons do you possess? One continued to inquire. There are numerous varieties, but I shall only mention the pure bloods, excluding hybrids, the holy light dragon, adept in healing and formidable in combat, the dark magic dragon, skilled in bestowing chaotic states upon others, the water white dragon, proficient in water-based ninjutsu, the wind blue dragon, specializing in wind-based ninjutsu, the flame fire dragon, excelling in fire-based ninjutsu, the thunder purple dragon, adept in lightning-based ninjutsu, the earth yellow dragon, skilled in earth-based ninjutsu, the wood green dragon, proficient in life-based ninjutsu, the steel black dragon, a physical combat expert without ninjutsu abilities, yet possessing skin that is immune to half of all elemental damage, the shadow ghost dragon, a loathsome creature targeting souls, though it seems on the verge of extinction. constantly scorned by all other dragons. The most extraordinary are the Crystal Dragon and the Diamond Dragon. The former can naturally transform into a human form and excels in all elemental ninjutsu, while the latter is immune to half of physical damage and half of magical damage. Yet their total number does not exceed 10. The rest are wingless, Christina recounted slowly. Thus, your dragon clan is indeed a vast lineage, one remarked in astonishment. Christina replied proudly, indeed, it is. Then why do you not come to the surface? One questioned. Of course, we wish to, however. The depths of the abyss are fraught with many demonic beings. Without the dragon clan, the surface would face total annihilation, Christina stated matter-of-factly. One pondered in confusion. Could there be other entities in the world of Hokage? The abyssal creatures are remnants of a bygone era, as are the dragons. This world has undergone numerous transformations. First, the age of the ancient deities, followed by the era of the nature-worshipping immortals and demons, then the time of the Onmyoji, succeeded by the warriors, and ultimately culminating in the age of the ninjas. Christina remarked, both dragons and abyssal beings are entities from the ancient times. What? This diverges entirely from the original narrative. In the original tale, there were neither dragons nor abyssal creatures. More absurdly, there was no mention of deities or immortals, setting aside their existence. Where exactly have I traversed to? Although the circumstances mirror that of the Naruto era, does this history truly exist in the Naruto universe? Never mind. I shall refrain from contemplating these troublesome matters and simply enjoy my life as a ninja. Hey, Nana, how about you help me catch another dragon? It feels rather unsatisfactory to have only you as my enforcer. The more, the merrier. Shui directed towards Christina. What? You want me to be a traitor? Absolutely not. Christina shook her head vehemently. Why not? Don't you wish for the other dragons to experience this delightful sensation? You could pretend to capture me and then offer me to your companions. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you to serve solely as my subordinate? If we bring in a few more dragons, you would become their leader, considering you were my first subordinate. What do you think? Shui had completely transformed into a little imp, tempting Christina. Well, all right, but not too many. If there are too many, I might end up being devoured when I return. Christina ultimately succumbed to the temptation. Having a few other dragons as her subordinates would undoubtedly be a pleasurable experience. Moreover, being the only dragon marked by a soul imprint felt somewhat isolating. Having a few more dragons would alleviate that sensation. The essence of a dragon is not to fear misfortune, but rather to dread solitude. Splendid. I shall commence. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a figure emerged, not just any figure, but a beautiful maiden. No way. When did the summoning technique enable the conjuration of a beautiful maiden? Is she a magical girl? Ah. Is that you, Sister Christina? What brings you to seek Feeney? Feeney is currently asleep. Huh? Where is this place? It is so breathtakingly beautiful. I have never encountered such a lovely locale. Could there be hidden realms in the underworld of which I am unaware? Also, this little brother, are you a crystal dragon? I don't believe I have seen you before. Feeney gazed at the vibrant world around her, delighted by the fresh environment. Could it be that this little brother has feelings for me, creating such a splendid world as a romantic gesture? What a marvelous love story. However, I am acquainted with all the crystal dragons, yet this little brother is a stranger to me. Christina exclaimed in astonishment. Feeney, how is it you? Oh no, oh no. Master, you have summoned a crystal dragon from the dragon clan. Feeney is the princess among all dragons. We are doomed. We must return her immediately, otherwise I shall face the wrath of all dragons upon my return. What extraordinary fortune. A crystal dragon indeed. This time, let us attempt the secret technique, Ice Soul Imprint, using the combination of Chin, In, Si, and Su. Without regard for Christina's astonishment upon hearing crystal dragon, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he focused intently to execute the Ice Soul Imprint. Suddenly, a shimmering dragon-shaped shadow emerged from Feeney's head, while a flurry of snowflakes enveloped Ishue, adhering directly to the dragon's silhouette. Remarkably, it succeeded at once. What sheer luck! Upon regaining consciousness, Feeney discovered that her soul bore another's mark, and the young boy before her seemed to transform into her closest companion, leaving her utterly astonished. Could this be the power of love? Was this little brother destined to be her dragonborn soulmate? What a delightful love story. The prince crafted a beautiful world for his princess, transcending time and space to summon her to his side. Their love captivated Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who commanded her faithful servant, Eros, known as Cupid in Roman lore, to engrave the prince's soul mark upon the princess. Henceforth, Their souls would be inseparable, destined to be together for eternity, leading to a blissful life for both the princess and the prince. Christina observed the entranced Fanny and smacked her forehead, realizing that this dreamy little princess was once again lost in her grand fantasies. Oh, what a sinner I am. I can only imagine the scolding I'll receive from so many dragons upon my return. Although many male dragons follow me, Fanny is adored by all, young and old. Regardless of gender, her loyal followers comprise the entire dragon court. Even the ghost dragons are quite fond of her. This is disastrous. Hey, are you Fanny? I am Shinyu Ishue. Nice to meet you, ah. Ishue gazed at the beautiful girl before him, who appeared to be in ecstasy, and felt an unsettling sensation creeping into his heart. Had he truly left a soul imprint on her, and she was pleased? Ah, Prince, hello. I am Fanny. But you may call me Feifei. I like you so much. Though you are still young, the power of love is boundless. Rest assured, Fanny will be a devoted wife and will help you bear many adorable dragon offspring, she exclaimed joyfully, embracing Ishue. What is going on here, Christina? Goodness. I must not be communicating with a dragon with a few screws loose. Though she is quite beautiful, Ishue sought Christina's assistance. Christina rolled her eyes at him and replied helplessly, Fanny is a bit scatterbrained, but when it comes to battle, she is exceedingly formidable. I am no match for her. What are you saying, Your Highness? Aren't you a crystal dragon as well? Don't you like Fanny? Fanny tilted her head adorably. I can assure you, I am human, not a crystal dragon, and you are my spiritual beast. Ishue had no choice but to reveal the truth. After listening, Fanny stubbornly declared, I don't care. You are my prince, and I wish to be with you forever, even to bear dragon offspring. What? Christina and Ishue were taken aback. Are you out of your mind? A flying dragon cannot have human children. Christina grasped Fanny's arm and said, Fanny, we are merely his spirit beasts. Furthermore, he is not a flying dragon, but a human from the surface world. We have been summoned here. This is the realm of humans, not the underworld. What he just cast upon you is the soul mark of ice, and he is a descendant of the celestial clan. The clan's secret texts contain information about the celestial clan, which you have also read, haven't you? The soul mark of ice. The celestial clan, Fanny cradled her small head in contemplation. Yes, she recalled it vividly. It was identical to what was documented in the clan's secret texts. Could it be that this young boy just placed a soul mark on me? However, this world is far more beautiful than the underworld, resembling something from myth. The soul mark and the mark of Cupid are not dissimilar. This young boy is indeed my prince. Could it be that Sister Christina also harbors feelings for the prince? Wishing for me to retreat? No, that is impossible. Fanny cannot relinquish her prince. Observing Fanny's contemplative expression, Christina said reassuringly, Do you understand now? It is impossible for you and him. Fanny, with an air of understanding, proudly declared, Humph. Sister Christina wishes to steal my prince. That is not going to happen. The prince belongs solely to me, a dragon. I care not for the complexities of the celestial clan, humans, or the chaos of soul marks. They only confuse me. Regardless, the prince is a gift from Cupid to me. From this moment on, I shall not return to the underworld. I wish to live in this beautiful world above with my prince. This is the blissful realm he has created for me. Humph. Indeed, Fanny is the smartest. Though the prince is certainly wiser, everything belongs to him. What? Christina and Ishue were left speechless. You must be utterly delusional. Still lost in the fairy tale of princes and princesses. You are living in a fantastical world like a magical crystal dragon. Christina said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Hey, master, it's up to you now. I am at my wit's end. I must return. Call for me if you need to fight. And Fanny, I can no longer manage you. You must find your own way. Ishue could only nod in resignation as Christina vanished in a wisp of smoke. Ishue scrutinized Fanny closely. Wow, isn't that the magical Mira Jane from Fairy Tale? With her silver hair, blue eyes, and devilish figure. Especially those two little, no, rather large, white bunnies that always seem to bounce. What on earth? How did Mira Jane end up in the world of Naruto? This is utterly bewildering, yet so delightful. Fanny gazed at her prince with a blissful expression. Instantly convinced that her instincts were correct, this was indeed her prince, otherwise he would not exude such happiness. Surely, he must have been captivated by the beautiful and gentle Princess Fanny, though, in truth, any normal man could easily be enchanted by her. Hey, aren't you going back? Spirit beasts cannot stay by their master's side indefinitely. Although I wish to, you must report back regarding your whereabouts, Ishue remarked, gazing at Myra's sweet smile, or rather, at Fanny. What? Prince, you cannot abandon me. Don't you like Fanny? No way. I refuse to go back. I want to stay with you. As long as my energy is not depleted, I will not return. Moreover, to maintain a sufficient chakra energy, I can refine chakra at any time. After all, you cannot shake me off. We still need to have dragon babies, Finey declared, clinging to one of Ishue's arms. What? Have dragon babies? Are you feverish? Even if I had that capability, whether you can conceive is still uncertain. Besides, I do not possess that ability at the moment, perhaps in a couple of years. Yet, your magnanimity is truly admirable. I appreciate it. Your form rivals that of Venus from Milo, with a half-spherical, teardrop shape. Approximately 5 centimeters tall and nearly perpendicular to the chest wall, giving an impression of a D cup. I suppose you are still developing. Once fully matured, you could reach an E cup level. F cups are merely deceptive. E is the devil's level, while F is something to kick around. Thus, Ishue meandered homeward with Finey. Realizing he had been out for about 2 days, the sun shone brightly, and he imagined he had spent a night in Christina's embrace, relieved that he hadn't been digested. As they walked, Ishue sensed something amiss, but he decided to address it later, feeling an inexplicable unease. Finey trailed behind, captivated by the beautiful scenery. This enchanting world was indeed a fitting realm for a prince and princess, in stark contrast to the dark, lava-filled underworld, teeming with monstrous creatures. The prince was truly benevolent to rescue her from that dismal existence. She was determined to bear him a brood of dragon offspring. The duo, or rather, one person and one dragon, arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, where they were intercepted by Ziddy and another guard. Ishue, you have brought back another lovely girl. Recently, we have tightened the scrutiny on those entering the village. This girl needs to be registered before she can enter, Kamizuki Izanami stated, stopping Ishue. This child has a penchant for bringing beautiful girls into the village. The last one was a girl named Bai, wasn't he it? Ishue suddenly comprehended the source of his earlier discomfort. How would he explain Finey's presence to Hinata? Would she think him unfaithful? First, he needed to resolve the immediate issue. He pointed at Finey and said, "She is my spirit beast. There is no need for concern." Finey, could you transform back into your dragon form? Finey, puzzled, asked here. Won't there be any issues? Ishue spread his hands reassuringly. No problem. Just try to keep it small. Don't make it too large. I know that your dragon form tends to be quite imposing. Finey nodded. All right, no problem. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth, revealing a shimmering silver crystal dragon that obstructed the entrance of Konoha, capturing the attention of all passing ninjas and villagers. Look, a monster, remarked one villager. Pfft. What monster? It's a dragon-shaped summoning beast. Haven't you noticed the forehead protector inscribed with the character for dragon around its neck? Retorted a passing Ch-Nin. GZ looked at the dragon before him, sensing the powerful chakra emanating from it. Indeed, it was a summoning beast. But how could it transform into a human form without revealing any flaws? Was it an advanced transformation technique? Isu, recognizing the confusion in Zeit and Izumi's expressions, spoke up. Fini, transform into your human form. Izumi and Zeit and this is my summoning beast, the crystal dragon. It has both human and dragon forms. If there are no objections, I shall return home now. Shingetsu Izumi was taken aback. Ah, Isu, your summoning beast is truly formidable. Very well, you may go. How enviable it is to possess such a powerful dragon-shaped summoning beast. Isu nodded and departed with Fini. Have you heard? That dragon is a summoning beast of a distinguished individual, exclaimed a villager once Isu and Fini had left. Indeed, I've seen that esteemed individual. I hear he is the youngest J-Nin in the village. I know. They say he became a J-Nin at the age of 11. I also heard that he recently got engaged to the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Is that so? It seems the Hyuga clan is keen on recruiting him. That individual is truly exceptional, to garner such interest from the Hyuga. By the way, when that esteemed individual was still a genin, he helped me pull weeds. At that time, I thought he was just an inexperienced kid, but I was surprised to find he was faster than I at pulling weeds. Really? You are quite fortunate. Upon returning home, Isu discovered Hinata and Shiro had already arrived and were enjoying a meal. Indeed, it was time for lunch. Isa fetched 2 sets of chopsticks from the kitchen, mindful of Fini's presence. It would be inconsiderate to eat alone while she watched. Hinata gazed at Fini, sensing a formidable presence from her. Honestly, Isa-kun was only gone for 2 days, and now he brings back a stunning older sister. Is my figure not enough? It's true. I can hardly compare with this older sister. Her figure is so much more impressive. Shiro frowned, feeling overshadowed by the girl before her, who excelled in both figure and appearance. Her only distinguishing feature was her gentle femininity. How could she compete with that? as Aisu ate. He sensed the tension thickening the atmosphere around them. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he turned to Hinata and said, No. This is my summoning beast, the crystal dragon Fini from the dragon clan. Hinata cast a reproachful glance at Aisu. If you're going to weave a tale, at least make it credible. She looks just like a person. Is there truly a human among summoning beasts? Shiro silently agreed with Hinata's accusing gaze, as if to say, You're lying. Aisu, feeling somewhat speechless, turned to Fini, who was busy eating. Stop eating and quickly transform into your dragon form, so that Hinata and Shiro can see. Fini was savoring a delightful meal when she was abruptly interrupted by a sudden transformation. She thought to herself, even if you are a prince, you should allow your princess to eat. How vexing. Nevertheless, conceding to the prince's request, she decided to change her form. With a thunderous roar, a colossal silver dragon filled the courtyard of the Hinata mansion, prompting Fini to emit a soft growl of discontent. What? Is this the seemingly harmless girl from earlier? Hinata and Shiro gazed in astonishment at the dragon before them. In an instant, Fini reverted to her human form and continued to eat with her hands. I waiter, with a hint of exasperation, explained, dragons can transform into human forms, including Fini. However, she prefers to stay by my side instead of returning home. Just observe how she eats. It is quite different from how humans do. She doesn't even use chopsticks, opting instead to grab her food with her hands. Hinata and Shiro watched as Fini stuffed food into her mouth with her hands, shaking their heads in disbelief. Should they regard her as a person or a beast? A beast behaving like Fini was hardly distinguishable from a human. They had never heard of a beast that could transform into a human. Such a phenomenon was indeed rare. A waiter glanced at the quickly vanishing meal and urged, Hurry and eat. Look how Fini is nearly finished. She doesn't feel full and can keep eating as long as there is food. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. Reluctantly, Hinata and Shiro picked up their bowls and joined in the meal, reasoning that it was illogical to let a beast eat while they abstained. Was it truly impossible to regard her as anything other than a beast? Iwater had a knack for bringing odd companions along. Observing the food being devoured by everyone, Fini gathered all the remaining dishes into her embrace, hoarding them for herself. Iwater playfully tapped her on the head and admonished, You cannot monopolize the food. This is not your underground realm, but the human world above. If you misbehave, I shall send you back. Upon hearing this, Fini reluctantly pushed the food she clutched towards the others, her lips pouting slightly in dissatisfaction. Hinata and Shiro, realizing that Fini had never interacted with humans before, understood her struggle with the concept of sharing. During lunch, Iwater, along with Hinata and the others, ventured to the back mountain, claiming he would teach Hinata some special techniques. Initially disinterested, Fini felt compelled to follow upon learning that Iwater would be there. After all, a princess should not stray far from her prince. What Iwater imparted to Hinata was none other than the esteemed 24 forms of Tai Chi, a modified version crafted by him. When an adversary enters the realm of Tai Chi's Bagua, all their attack speeds are diminished. While the speed of the 24 forms appears extraordinarily swift and unpredictable to the attacker. In truth, the original speed of the Tai Chi 24 forms is not particularly fast. It is the effect of being within the Bagua domain that neutralizes the enemy's strikes, reduces their attack speed, enhances one's own offensive capabilities, and accelerates the attack speed of the practitioner. In the eyes of Issue, Tai Chi resembles the grains of sand in a desert. It grows stronger when confronted with the weak, and even more formidable when faced with the strong. Furthermore, it possesses the unique characteristic of returning the opponent's techniques against them. This is not merely a secret art of the Murong family from Gusu. The Murong family's technique of returning the opponent's moves is, in fact, akin to the cloud hands within Tai Chi. However, cloud hands are merely an introductory form. Thus, the profoundness of Tai Chi is undeniable. It is the progenitor of soft martial arts, while those so-called gentle arts merely serve to pay homage to Tai Chi. Hinata's understanding of Tai Chi was remarkably swift, leaving Issue astounded. Her inherently defensive disposition, rather than an aggressive one, made Tai Chi seem tailor-made for her. Moreover, under Issue's guidance, Hinata practiced the 24 forms of Tai Chi and astonishingly manifested her chakra. For instance, when executing the dividing the wild horse's main technique, she conjured 2 ethereal white horses composed of chakra that charged forward with impressive force, leaving onlookers in awe, as these chakra-formed steeds were imbued with a sense of spirit. Subsequently, to test Hinata's offensive capabilities, Issue instructed Bai to engage in combat with her. He addressed both Bai and Hinata, saying, You two should unleash your most intense attacks against one another. Fear not. I will intervene should any danger arise. Bai and Hinata nodded in agreement. And the duel commenced. Hinata initiated the soft fist opening stance and declared, Sister Bai, I have never triumphed over you in our previous sparring sessions. But this time will be different. I now bear the love bestowed upon me by a noble figure, and under his gaze, I cannot afford to fail. I wish to prove that I can also be his ally, rather than merely a bystander. I have grown significantly stronger. And Ishue's tailored 24 forms of Tai Chi have equipped me well. If I do not strive earnestly, I shall lose respect for myself. So, Sister Bai, unleash your true strength without holding back. I am no longer the Hinata who perpetually hides behind Ishue. Bai smiled and replied, Hinata, you are the most diligent girl I have ever known. Your daily progress has not gone unnoticed. While Ishue was unaware, you have consistently chosen me as your training partner. Now, you possess formidable strength, and I am certain Ishue is delighted. Come, this time I shall not hold back. Allow me to witness the transformed Hinata. With that, Bai swiftly closed the distance for close combat, a reckless endeavor against Hinata. Once out of Hinata's attack range, Bai immediately launched several ice-based shurikens, which hurtled toward all of Hinata's positions. This time, Hinata refrained from utilizing any ninjutsu or secret techniques. She simply activated her Byakugan. Her body deftly evaded the incoming shurikens, demonstrating her enhanced proficiency with the Byakugan. She discerned the trajectories of all the shurikens, responding swiftly to evade each one, rendering Bai's assault futile. As Hinata showcased her remarkable strength, upon witnessing Hinata evade his attack, Bai, astonished, remarked, Hinata, weren't you previously relying on the substitution technique or relocating to dodge my strikes? How have you become so formidable now? My attacks seem utterly ineffective against you. I had intended to disrupt your concentration with a flurry of assaults. But it appears I must devise a different strategy. Hinata, brimming with confidence, replied, It's because the person I cherish most is watching me. I refuse to be the Hinata who merely evades. Moreover, the Byakugan is exceptionally powerful. You just haven't realized it yet. Bai nodded. Acknowledging that Hinata's reflexes had indeed caught up with his attacks, she had grown. However, he was not one to be easily defeated. Water style, water body technique. In an instant, Bai vanished and reappeared behind Hinata, striking towards her back. Yet, Hinata's face bore no hint of panic. Swiftly, the chakra points on her back released a surge of chakra energy, forming a protective shield, 8 trigrams. Revolving heaven. With a resounding clash, the attack struck Bai, who instantly transformed into a puddle of water, indeed, a water clone. When Eddie switched from the main body to the clone, the real Bai must be seeking an opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Secret technique, water style, 1000 killing water surge. Bai swiftly appeared before Hinata. The water droplets from the shattered water clone danced around Hinata as they scattered, and at the moment the revolving heaven ceased, all the droplets crystallized into ice Senbon, hurtling toward Hinata. This was problematic. Hinata was currently in the phase of utilizing revolving heaven, unable to keep up with the subsequent force. Dodging this assault would be quite challenging. Water style, water substitution technique. Just as the attack seemed imminent, Hinata's body transformed into a stream of water, evading the enemy's strike. Hinata had actually mastered the water substitution technique. Impressive. When had she acquired such skills? It was evident that this young lady had become formidable, earning Bai's admiration. Ice-style secret technique, mirror ice crystal. After Hinata dodged the attack, Bai immediately unleashed his secret technique, enveloping Hinata within it. This was troublesome. A faint expression of bitterness appeared on Hinata's face, indicating she had likely suffered greatly under this technique in the past. Bai's Senbon attacks intensified and grew more powerful under the secret technique. Although Hinata's Byakugan allowed her to perceive the Senbon assault from all directions, her body's reaction time was gradually lagging, and her stamina was severely depleted. Bai unleashed another barrage of Senbon. This time, instead of evading with her body, Hinata utilized 8 trigrams. Revolving heaven. All the attacks were deflected. Even the edges of revolving heaven nearly grazed the ice-formed mirrors. Nevertheless, a portion of the mirrors developed cracks. Had it not been for Bai's timely chakra replenishment, they would have surely shattered. Tai Chi secret technique. White crane spreads its wings. Hinata invoked the Tai Chi 20 forms she had recently mastered. A magnificent crane composed of chakra spread its wings, enveloping Hinata's form. Bai's heart raced in alarm. The chakra had materialized into a tangible form. Testing the waters, Bai unleashed another wave of Senbon attacks. The eyes of all were wide open as Bai's 1000 needles were unexpectedly repelled entirely by the white crane. Caught off guard, Bai was struck several times by her own attack before swiftly retreating into the magic mirror, invoking the terrifying Tai Chi secret technique. At that moment, the white crane appeared only slightly dimmed, suggesting it could endure several more assaults. From the current situation, it was evident that Hinata, having employed the white crane's wing technique, had shifted from passive defense to active opportunistic offense. Bai's thousand needles, once unleashed, were effortlessly blocked by the white crane, only to rebound back, rendering by her own adversary. A few more exchanges like this would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon her, while Hinata could exploit her Byakugan to seize opportunities to counterattack Bai. The tide of battle had completely reversed. In Bai's heart, a flicker of jealousy toward Hinata began to stir. Not only did Sui treat Hinata with greater affection, but he had also crafted such formidable techniques for her. Hinata was diligently honing her skills, yet when Bai reflected on herself, she realized she had made no progress whatsoever. It seemed that in Aishui's eyes, Hinata held more significance than she did. After all, Hinata was Aishui's officially recognized wife. While Bai merely occupied the role of a helper or tool, she yearned to earn Aishui's love, even if just a fraction, a mere sliver would suffice. She was not greedy. Observing the unfolding situation, Sui recognized that Hinata had secured victory. It was merely a matter of time. He spoke up. All right, Bai and Hinata. You may cease. This round goes to Hinata. Upon hearing Aishui's words, both Bai and Hinata halted their combat, the confrontation coming to an end. Hinata, filled with joy, embraced Sui and exclaimed, I finally won. I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Thank you, Aishui-kun. I am so happy. Truly, you are the best husband. Her confession left Sui blushing, taken aback by her sudden boldness. Was a blissful life about to dawn upon them? Meanwhile, Bai stood aside, her expression forlorn as she bowed her head, her delicate features marred by sorrow, aware of her own excitement that had led her to speak such embarrassing words. Hinata buried her face in Aishui's embrace, too shy to reveal her countenance. Sui, with keen perception, noticed Bai's expression and understood her jealousy toward Hinata. He smiled gently and addressed her. Bai, do you feel discontented with your loss? It is not as you think. Since you have been by my side, I have considered you one of my own and vowed to protect you for life. Your strength is indeed formidable, however. You have overlooked Hinata's advantage in close combat due to her Byakugan. If you were to attack from a distance, it would be quite challenging for Hinata to deal with you. Moreover, Hinata's bloodline has been optimized by me, enhancing her capabilities. But do remember, my ability to optimize bloodlines can only be used once every 3 years, and I intend to reserve it for you next time. If you believe I have erred in any way, please share your thoughts. You are among the closest individuals to me in this world. And if you cannot trust my words, it would deeply sadden me. Hinata turned her head towards Bai and said, I sincerely apologize, Bai's sister, for not noticing you. My Byakugan has been enhanced by Izui-kun, making it significantly more formidable than the average one. However, you are quite impressive yourself. After much effort, I have only just managed to defeat you once, and with the aid of the Tai Chi secret techniques. In truth, you are far more powerful than I am. Moreover, didn't Izui-kun mention that the next opportunity for bloodline enhancement is reserved especially for you? True strength lies in the path of the ninja that Izui-kun and we embrace. Everything else merely serves as support. As long as we steadfastly uphold our beliefs and channel the power of our emotions in battle, we can become extraordinarily formidable. The power of emotion, indeed, under Izui-kun's love, I have blossomed into my most powerful self. Battles among ninjas are often ruthless and cold, yet when genuine feelings are involved, we can surpass our usual capabilities. It appears I have failed to fully comprehend Izui-kun's love and have not entirely surrendered my heart to him. Thus I cannot draw the strength of love from our bond. It seems my affection is insufficient, Izui-kun. I pondered silently. Izui looked at Hinata, nodding in approval as he said, Hinata's words ring true. The true strength does not stem from the Tai Chi techniques I imparted to her, but from the emotions I have entrusted to her. Hinata interprets my feelings for her through her own power, proving that her affection mirrors mine. Ninjas operate within a shadowy world, yet when they fight imbued with emotion, they embody the true essence of a ninja's strength. This power is immensely potent, capable of overcoming any adversary. Anyone who possesses such steadfast belief can be deemed a powerful ninja. Hinata responded with a thoughtful, in truth, we have always possessed this strength, we simply failed to recognize it. Izui-kun is the one who discovered it. Indeed, my beliefs align with the path of the ninja, just as Izui-kun's do. I lifted her head and smiled gently. I think I understand now. To express another's love, one must possess a love that corresponds to it. Emotions are reciprocal, Without mutual investment, there can be no fruitful outcome. I have long blamed others, yet the fault lies with me. Izui nodded and then shook his head. You have never been in the wrong, Bai. Rather, you have taken a misguided path on this journey of the ninja, lacking a guiding presence. This path cannot be traversed alone. It requires the collective effort of all of us. Both Hinata and I are your guides, just as you are ours. Together, we must hold hands and walk this road, despite the many challenges that lie ahead. As long as we are filled with love for ourselves and for others, we will possess the strength to complete this journey. Hinata gazed at Izui with admiration, exclaiming, Wow, Izui-kun, your explanation is simply perfect. I am so moved. It is indeed as you say. I will always support you. Bai placed her hand over her heart, striving to sense the essence of Izui's love. Awada gazed at the splendid scene before him, realizing that his understanding was indeed correct. The path of a ninja is just as such. Finny observed the electric sparks dancing in the eyes of Awada, Hinata, and Bai, feeling a profound discomfort within her heart. Where was she in this tableau? It was utterly vexing. They could not usurp Finny's prince. Hey, prince, isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we return for dinner and rest? Finny's question severed the high-voltage connection among the trio, shattering the beautiful moment. Indeed, dragons cannot comprehend human emotions. Awada had been prepared to share a passionate kiss with Hinata, but alas, that was now thwarted. Oh, Finny, I loathe you. Despite your enchanting beauty resembling that of the demon Mirage, I smiled and suggested, let us return. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast today, and Hinata may assist. As for Finny, you may simply await your meal with Awada-kun. Thus, Bai and Hinata formed a united front, ready to engage in a fierce battle against Finny, who found herself isolated. Finny, unfazed, declared with pride, of course, a princess and her prince need only await their meal. You may go about your cooking. Awada felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead, while Hinata and Bai were left utterly speechless. In their first confrontation, Finny emerged victorious. The second round had yet to commence, yet the tensions escalated, with exchanges becoming increasingly thrilling. After dinner, as Awada prepared to retire for the night, an enormous predicament presented itself. Finny was assigned to a guest room. Just as he settled onto his bed, a knock echoed from the door. Who could be so spirited at such an hour? Reluctantly, Awada opened the door to find Hinata, clutching a blanket. Oh, this little lady had taken the initiative. How delightful. Come in quickly, Hinata. It's cold outside. You mustn't catch a chill. He ushered her inside, then peeked out to assess the situation. No one was in sight. Mission accomplished. Awada swiftly locked the door and climbed into bed, where Hinata had already snuggled beneath her own covers, having brought her blanket along. He hesitantly suggested, Hinata, how about we share a blanket? It would be warmer. Nights tend to be quite chilly. Hinata, blushing, replied, All right, but you mustn't move around carelessly. Any movement requires my consent, or I shall ignore you henceforth. Awada, elated, responded, Certainly, Lady Hinata, I shall obey. Rest assured, I maintain impeccable decorum. Devoid of any impure intentions impossible. Victory seemed within reach, the fruits of success tantalizingly close. Oh, what bliss. Suddenly, an untimely noise jolted them from their intimate reverie. Hinata fainted, and Awada was nearly paralyzed with fright. Who could be so inconsiderate as to disrupt the tender exchange between these young lovers? Such intrusions could be deadly. Finny, unable to sleep that night, followed her instincts to find a room belonging to Isui. However, the door was locked from the inside, and despite her attempts, she could not open it. In a fit of frustration, she resorted to brute force, pushing the door down with a gentle nudge that, surprisingly, sent it crashing. How flimsy it was. Oh dear, is such strength even human? Upon seeing Finny, Isui's heart, which had been racing in fear, finally steadied. He nudged the unconscious Hinata and said, It's nothing to worry about. It's just that little rascal Finny, slowly awakening from her stupor. Hinata noticed the chaos caused by Finny and shot Isui an exasperated glance. Look at the mess you've made. Why on earth would you bring a dragon home? You nearly scared me to death. Finny, upon realizing that Hinata was with Isui, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy and exclaimed loudly, Prince, how could you betray me? If you must indulge in infidelity, at least include me. What? Betray you? Isui was taken aback. Hinata is my wife. Why would I betray her for you? Hinata was equally baffled. Could it be that humans and beasts could engage in such affairs? Surely, this dragon must be delusional. Although she was Isui's companion, it did not grant her the liberty to pursue a romance with him. Ignoring the protests from Isui and Hinata, Finny took her place beside Isui. while Hinata sat on his other side. This was intolerable for Hinata. Sitting up, she addressed Fini. Hey, Fini. Don't you realize that humans and ninja beasts cannot intermingle like this? Ishue has already been gracious enough to let you stay in the human realm. Don't overreach. Besides, Ishue and I are engaged, which makes our companionship perfectly natural. We are not engaging in any betrayal. You must understand this. Ishue nodded in agreement, sensing Hinata's rising ire. Although Fini bore a striking resemblance to Mirage, he felt powerless in the face of the situation. Observing the clear animosity between the two, Fini began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. Is this how it is, Prince? Are you truly going to abandon your princess? I am just as heartbroken. Seeing Fini in tears, Ishue felt a pang of panic. She possessed beauty, strength, and allure. Abandoning her for a mere human would be a cruel decision. Despite her occasional navet, he could not bear to be so heartless, especially since she dreamed of having dragon offspring with him. While there may be no precedents for such unions, tales of humans and beastly beauties cohabiting were not entirely unheard of. How could he conclude that a union between a human and a dragon was impossible? Hinata, witnessing Fini's heartbreak, felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Fini was not accustomed to human ways of thinking. It was clear that Ishue had deceived her into following him. Otherwise, how could such a powerful being so willingly abandon her own kind? Calm down, Fini. It's my fault. But I am human, and you are a dragon. Though your future appears promising, it remains uncertain. We are not of the same kind. Ishue sighed, lifting Fini in a comforting embrace. I don't care. How can you know without trying? In adventure stories, princes and princesses face many trials. I refuse to believe it. I am determined to have dragon offspring with you. Fini declared stubbornly. Dragon offspring. Hinata's face instantly flushed crimson as she gently touched Fini's forehead, finding no fever. Perhaps the child was indulging in fanciful imaginings. Isue shook her head in resignation, deciding to let it be, and instead went to repair the door of the room. Otherwise, everyone would think a disaster had befallen them by morning. Hinata addressed Fini, saying, All right, since you wish to sleep here, you may do so. However, starting tomorrow, I shall impart some basic human knowledge to you. I am at my wit's end. The second round of the battle between the little women concluded with Fini being knocked out, granting Hinata yet another victory. The following day, Isue awoke with dark circles around her eyes, having barely slept through the night. She had hoped for a pleasant evening with Hinata, but Fini's sudden incursion had disrupted that. While the two girls had finally drifted off to sleep, Isue had spent the night repairing the door, lamenting the unfortunate state of her life and wondering when it would come to an end. Hinata, noticing Isue's weariness, suggested, Isu-kun, why not sleep a little longer? I will call you when it's time to eat. Isue glanced at Hinata with delight. She truly understood her, a sweet little heart indeed. Upon hearing that Isue intended to continue sleeping, Fini cheerfully declared, if the prince is to sleep, then the princess must remain in slumber as well. Isue, feeling dizzy at this, thought it best not to sleep after all. Was Fini truly an incarnation of the mischievous Mira from another realm? Life became increasingly amusing. As Isue's group welcomed the whimsical Fini, each day brought forth a plethora of peculiar incidents, such as the prince goes to the restroom, the princess must accompany him, or even after understanding the differences between humans and ninja beasts, Fini still wishes to bear dragon offspring with the prince, a test from the god of love. And Fini loves to sleep. Nothing can hinder her. In essence, the crystalline dragon Fini brought an abundance of laughter and absurdity to Isue and the others. As days passed, today marked the commencement of the official selection exams, August 6th of the 60th year of Konoha. On July 31st, Isue had visited Naruto and Lee at the ninja hospital, thwarting Gaara's assassination attempt on Lee, earning gratitude from Guy. Early this morning, after breakfast, Isue took Hinata to the examination venue, while Haku and Fini took their seats as spectators. The Hokage, Kazekage, various feudal lords, village leaders, and a throng of onlookers had all gathered, creating a cacophony of voices and an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Only the Chunin selection exams could draw such a multitude together. The 12-year-old Isue, serving as a judge, became a focal point. Having previously astonished everyone with his prowess during his own Chunin exams, he had defeated opponents in mere 3 rounds, leaving a lasting impression on renowned figures and the audience alike. Who would have thought that the once little brat would now stand as a jonin and a judge for the Chunin selection exams? This signified Isue's status as one of Konoha's most prodigious talents, and it was evident that the next generation's strength would herald yet another golden era for Konoha. Except for Sasuke's absence, Naruto was ultimately driven in by the herd of cattle, while the other contestants had already arrived. The third Hokage graciously greeted all the spectators and then officially declared the commencement of the Chunin selection exam. Aizawa addressed all the participants, stating, "No one should speak. I will first outline the rules of the competition. Once the battle begins, it will continue until one side is either deceased or concedes. During the match, any combat-related tools may be utilized, such as ninja tools, summon beasts, or explosive tags. Once I ascertain that the outcome is evident, I will intervene to halt the battle and prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action. If you understand, please nod." All participants nodded like diligent students. Aizawa, satisfied, then announced, "Very well, for the first match, Hinata Neji and Uzumaki Naruto will remain. The others may proceed to the waiting area." Impatiently, Naruto exclaimed, "Hurry up, let us get started." Aizawa nodded and proclaimed, "Then let the first round begin." The battle between Naruto and Neji was remarkably thrilling. Initially, Naruto engaged Neji in close combat, but consistently missed his strikes, leading Neji to exploit his openings with precise chakra points. Forced to evade, Naruto then distributed his chakra evenly into 5 parts, employing the shadow clone technique. However, all of Naruto's attacks were effortlessly countered by Neji. Neji further expounded on his doctrine of destiny, mocking Naruto's aspirations of becoming Hokage, asserting that such a role was reserved for those destined from birth, while Naruto was doomed to remain a perpetual underdog. According to Neji, everyone's fate was sealed the moment they entered this world. Disregarding Neji's fatalistic rhetoric, Naruto summoned even more shadow clones to launch simultaneous assaults, leaving one clone to feign inactivity, misleading Neji into believing it was Naruto's true self. Neji, indeed, fell for the ruse, allowing Naruto to strike from behind. However, Neji was not so easily defeated. He employed the Hyuga clan's secret technique, the absolute defense, 8 trigrams revolving heaven, thwarting Naruto's attack once more. Yet, Naruto persisted, continuing his onslaught with shadow clones, only to be repelled by Neji's counter. Growing increasingly exasperated by Naruto's relentless tenacity, Neji unleashed another secret technique of the Byakugan, the 8 trigrams 64 palms, sealing off 60 of Naruto's chakra points, rendering him incapable of utilizing chakra. Indeed, Neji was a prodigy in mastering the Byakugan, having independently comprehended the 8 trigrams revolving heaven and the 8 trigrams 64 palms without any guidance. Observing Naruto's predicament, Neji resumed his discourse on the inevitability of fate, urging Naruto to abandon his futile resistance. However, Naruto would not concede. He interrupted Neji's monologue, asserting his disbelief in such nonsensical notions of destiny and challenging Neji on his unwavering conviction. Neji removed his forehead protector, revealing the enmity between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Naruto recognized that Neji's insistence on predestined fate stemmed from his own desire to rebel against his predetermined path. Determined, Naruto resolved to demonstrate through his strength that fate could indeed be altered. Ultimately, Naruto awakened the chakra of the 9 tails within him, capturing the attention of all present. The spectators were further captivated as Naruto utilized the chakra of the 9 tails in conjunction with Neji's heavenly spin. However, both combatants were sent sprawling, each landing in a small pit. Employing his cleverness once more, Naruto instructed his shadow clone to remain in the pit while he burrowed downward, devising a strategy for a surprise attack on Neji. As Neji emerged from his pit, he struggled to his feet and approached Naruto's shadow clone, continuing to espouse his fatalistic beliefs, unwavering in his resolve. Ultimately, Naruto erupted from the ground beneath Neji's feet, delivering a powerful punch that brought Neji down. Securing victory in this match, he proclaimed to Neji that destiny could indeed be altered, asserting that no one is inherently fated to be Hokage or to languish at the bottom. Even a genius who does not strive may be overcome. Neji believed he had fallen before Naruto's signature shadow clone technique, yet Naruto revealed that this was, in fact, his least proficient skill. Aisu, standing nearby, joyfully announced, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." Overcome with joy, Naruto leaped exuberantly, responding loudly to the congratulations of the spectators, who were increasingly recognizing him. Aisu knelt beside Neji and remarked, "Even a bird-caged can, with enough cleverness, peck its way to freedom." Naruto's success was not predetermined. It is the result of his diligent efforts. He has lived alone since childhood, striving for the recognition of others. One should not dwell on unrealistic notions of fate. Destiny is forged through one's own endeavors. as long as one is willing to work hard. Naruto emerged as an unexpected dark horse, demonstrating to all that in life, nothing is truly impossible. Following the conclusion of the match between Naruto and Neji, the second bout pitted Gaara against Sasuke Uchiha. However, Sasuke failed to appear. Soon after, a voice echoed near Isu, indicating that the Hokage had requested a postponement of Sasuke's match, allowing the next contest to commence. Isu nodded and addressed the eager crowd, stating, "As Sasuke Uchiha is yet to arrive, we have decided to postpone this match and proceed with the next one. May the participants of the third match, Temari and Shikamaru Nara, please enter the arena." The audience buzzed with discontent, as many had come specifically to see Sasuke, and his absence left them dissatisfied. Some even speculated that Sasuke was attempting to evade the match, and various whispers filled the air. Kanjiro, in an attempt to strategize, raised his hand and declared, I forfeit." "What? A forfeit?" The audience's anger surged, questioning Kanjiro's resolve as a ninja, with Sasuke's tardiness already frustrating the crowd. Kanjiro's announcement only intensified their dissatisfaction with the Chunin selection exam. Isu, left with no choice, lamented, "Kanjiro has forfeited. Shino Aburame wins by default. May the next participants, Temari and Shikamaru Nara, please step forward." This time, Temari did not disappoint. She gracefully descended with her fan in hand. Shikamaru, burdened by his own troubles, found himself unceremoniously kicked down by Naruto, leaving the audience indifferent to Shikamaru's lack of ambition, which prompted a cascade of debris directed at his location. Unfazed by Shikamaru's apparent disinterest in combat, Temari launched a direct attack. Shikamaru had no choice but to evade her strikes and conceal himself, retaliating with his shadow imitation technique. Temari had meticulously studied her combat strategies, aware that the reach of Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique could not exceed the area of the shadow itself. She calculated the maximum distance attainable by the shadow. However, as time elapsed, the area of the shadow under the sun expanded. Shikamaru began to contemplate how to outmaneuver Temari's strategy. Ignoring Shikamaru's musings, Temari recognized that prolonging the battle would disadvantage her, prompting her to initiate an assault with her wind release, dust storm technique. Shikamaru skillfully dodged her wind-based attack and, utilizing the cover of a tree, fashioned his clothing into a makeshift parachute to elevate it into the sky, thereby augmenting both the area of the shadow and its reach. Once the parachute was complete, Shikamaru launched his next offensive, employing the shadow imitation technique to lure Temari toward a specific spot, one of the holes dug by Naruto. Temari, initially unconcerned, soon realized the extent of Shikamaru's shadow's reach. However, upon noticing the parachute soaring above, she understood that the shadow's area had significantly increased, complicating her evasion of Shikamaru's attacks. Gradually, she found herself cornered near Naruto's excavation site. When Shikamaru's assault ceased, Temari began to devise her own strategy, deciding to create a shadow clone while she herself would maneuver around to strike Shikamaru. Unfortunately, just as she prepared to manifest a clone, she was ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, which he had cleverly employed using the shadows from the hole Naruto had dug. With his plan successfully executed, Shikamaru opted to forfeit, citing insufficient chakra. Despite possessing numerous strategies, this troubled individual, averse to complications, decisively withdrew. Aizawa, declaring the winner, proclaimed Temari victorious. Following this, the focus shifted to Sasuke's match, necessitating a prompt progression. Thus, the anticipation for Sasuke's arrival ensued. As the third Hokage observed Sasuke's delay, he prepared to announce Sasuke's forfeit and proceed to the next match. However, Gaara, in fact, Orochimaru had requested a 10-minute wait, and so they complied. Eventually, Kakashi and Sasuke arrived just in time. Kakashi, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "Oh, we haven't arrived late, have we? The match isn't over, I hope?" Aizawa chuckled in response, "Not at all. Although you arrived at the very last moment, you are nonetheless considered timely. The match continues, true to your style, Kakashi-sensei." And thus, the second battle commenced, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. At this moment, Gaara appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Upon exiting the lounge, he effortlessly eliminated two grass-hidden ninjas, startling Naruto and Shikamaru, who were stationed on the staircase. The imminent clash between Gaara and Sasuke Uchiha was about to commence. As the two, brimming with excitement, prepared, a voice rang out. The match begins. Sasuke, having significantly enhanced his abilities through Kakashi's training, adeptly emulated Lee's fighting style using his Sharingan. By channeling lightning chakra to invigorate his physical cells, he matched Lee's remarkable speed. Gaara's sand shield struggled to keep pace with Sasuke's velocity, leaving him unable to retaliate effectively. In desperation, Gaara resorted to his absolute defense, encasing himself entirely in sand, while simultaneously forming the sand eye to observe the external situation. Sasuke's subsequent assaults proved futile against Gaara's impenetrable barrier, only to be repelled by the sand itself. Realizing victory was elusive, Sasuke commenced preparations for his ultimate technique. He unwrapped the bandages from his left hand, concentrating lightning chakra for a transformation. In an instant, the lightning chakra manifested physically in his grasp, resembling a cacophony of 1,000 chirping birds. Chidori, the sole original jutsu of Konoha's technician, Kakashi. With the aid of his Sharingan, Sasuke charged directly at Gaara, effortlessly breaching his absolute defense and inflicting a wound upon Gaara's shoulder. Infuriated by the injury, Gaara's rage intensified. Sasuke, in fear, struggled to withdraw his hand, inadvertently drawing out a claw from Shikaku, only for it to retreat again. What manner of creature was this? At that moment, Kabuto cast an illusion, Nirvana technique. The collapse of Konoha's plan officially commenced. The Kazekage, under Orochimaru's manipulation, launched an unexpected assault on the third Hokage, who was caught off guard and fell against the wall. Orochimaru seized the third, ascending to the rooftop of the observation tower. Two teams of Umbu emerged at the observation post of the Hokage and Kazekage, while one team descended to secure the feudal lords of various nations, leaving the other to protect the Hokage. Several sound ninjas emerged from the smoke, attacking the first Umbu team, but failing and being felled in the process. However, from the defeated sound ninjas' attire surged the formidable quartet of the Sound Four, Kidomaru, Jirobo, Tayuya, and Sakan, who united to cast the Four Purple Flames formation, trapping the third and Orochimaru within, allowing their battle to unfold unimpeded by outside interference. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Konoha, three colossal serpents summoned by the Sand Ninjas emerged, overwhelming ordinary ninjas and triggering the battle alarm. In the center of the arena, Maki, alongside Temari and Kankuro, approached Gaara, who was gradually losing consciousness due to his injuries. Maki urgently implored Temari and Kankuro, "Hurry, take Gaara away from here. I will hold them off." With a smile, Aoi stepped forward. "So, you are the esteemed Maki of the Sand. Do you truly believe you can act freely beneath my gaze? Escaping will not be so simple. Let us wager your life as a shinobi." A formidable aura of murderous intent radiated from Issue, causing the leaves around him to swirl chaotically. A grayish stream of energy gradually enveloped him. Maki shouted, "Run. This person is beyond what you can handle. I have no chance of defeating him." Handball and Kanjuro exchanged troubled glances, nodding in agreement before swiftly escorting Gaara away. Sasuke gazed at the surging aura of Issue, inwardly astonished. The sheer intensity of his malice disrupted the flow of chakra within Sasuke's body. And this was without Issue directing his attention towards him. Remarkable. He mused that he wouldn't even last a single move against this man. However, what exactly was transpiring? The exam had descended into chaos. Moments ago, there had been an illusion, and now there were loud explosions and tremors. Moreover, how had the Hokage been taken hostage by the Wind Shadow? What was happening? Was it war? Issue turned his back to Sasuke and declared, "The exam has concluded. Konoha is now facing a joint assault from Tsunagakure and Otogakure. You must fight for your village and pursue Gaara to thwart their plans. I suggest you gather some comrades. But if you choose not to, I won't force you. Depart swiftly. I intend to eliminate this Tsunagakure ninja. I wouldn't want you to be caught in the crossfire." Sasuke scoffed, replying, "What nonsense. I can handle this alone. But you're not dead yet, are you, you fool?" With that, he hastily departed. Genjutsu, Death Goddess Meeting Technique. Issue unleashed this advanced illusion, manipulating the chakra of his enemies through his murderous intent. Maki, possessing considerable experience, quickly recognized that he had fallen into a world rife with slaughter upon realizing he was ensnared in an illusion. Maki witnessed visions of his childhood and the relentless killings he committed after becoming a ninja. Ultimately, he found himself in a blood-red chamber. The moment he entered, all exits were sealed. Suddenly, numerous specters materialized before him, each recounting how they had met their demise at his hands. Terror gradually consumed Maki, until yet another specter appeared, none other than the Leaf's Janine, Moonlight Gale, whom he had slain. As the phantoms recounted Maki's transgressions, they lunged at him, clawing and tearing at his flesh. Pain surged through him as chunks of his own body were ripped away. This agony felt all too real. Yet he wrestled with the notion of its authenticity. No, this isn't real. It's an illusion. Release, damn it. How do I escape? Maki felt his body growing lighter as pieces of him were consumed by the malevolent spirits. In desperation, he considered ending his own life to evade this torment. No, that is wrong. I've fallen prey to that little demon's illusion, such a terrifying child, wielding a sophisticated genjutsu. How do I break free? Yes. I must concentrate my spirit and chakra. I cannot remain here. I am Maki, a Jainin of Sunagakure. Ultimately, Maki emerged from that mental realm, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, having depleted a significant amount of stamina and chakra. In his current state, even a mere genin could easily overpower him. Unexpectedly. You have taken so long to emerge. I had thought you to be quite formidable. Humph. I shall swiftly vanquish you. The sequence of the zodiac: tiger, dog, rat, rabbit. Tiger, fire release, phoenix fire technique. As Izui emerged from the illusionary realm, he unleashed a fiery assault upon Maki, who was utterly unprepared. The flames consumed him, leaving his body charred and rendering him unconscious upon the ground. Izui shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a grand battle. Perhaps he should check on Kakashi's situation. Surely, Kakashi had dispatched Naruto and the others to pursue Sasuke by now. Upon reaching the observation platform, he found Kakashi and Guy engaged in fierce combat, while Hinata, Niji, and a few other girls were also battling their adversaries. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you are rather slow. That Suna Jonin, Maki, has already been dealt with by me. You must be Kabuto, yes? How about we have a little competition? Izui swiftly maneuvered behind Kabuto, brandishing a shuriken aimed at his neck. What? Kakashi exclaimed, gazing at the charred figure on the battlefield with astonishment. So soon? This boy's strength has evidently increased significantly. I wonder just how powerful he has become. Kabuto, feeling a surge of trepidation, quickly evaded Izui's grasp. Though he had never directly fought the boy, he understood that Izui was even more formidable than Kakashi, having bested Orochimaru himself. Humph, this is rather dull. You all continue your battle. I shall head to the village entrance and deal with those enormous snakes summoned by Orochimaru. Hinata, Niji, assist Kakashi-sensei in resolving this skirmish swiftly, Izui declared, deciding that it was best not to eliminate Kabuto just yet, as it would diminish the excitement. Arriving at the village entrance, Izui surveyed the colossal serpents with a dismissive expression. Humph, merely oversized creatures. He then invoked boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat, summoning technique. With a thunderous roar, Christina made her grand entrance, a magnificent white dragon stretching over 100 meters, capturing the attention of all. Izui stood proudly atop Christina's head, amplifying his voice with a sound-enhancing technique. To all leaf ninjas at the village entrance, I am Jonin Kamui Izui. I shall take charge of these colossal serpents. You must swiftly identify and eliminate the enemy. Do not concern yourselves with these beasts. What? All battling ninjas momentarily halted, astonished at the sight of the enormous dragon, Izui's summoned beast, an utterly surreal spectacle. The morale of the leaf ninjas surged. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, observing Izui atop the dragon, felt a surge of animosity towards him. Addressing the third Hokage, he remarked, Ah, Leaf Village possesses such power. You have concealed it well. A dragon-shaped summoning beast. This is a first for me. Should that boy ever betray the leaf, it would spell doom for you. I have heard that Danzo once attempted to assassinate him. How can you be certain he harbors no resentment? Are you not afraid, Sensei Sarutobi? The third Hokage observed the scene with trepidation, listening to Orochimaru's words. A sense of fear gripped him. If Hazuki were to betray them, he might become another Orochimaru. No, that child would not do such a thing. Indeed. His heart brimmed with emotion and light, and he would never take that path. The third spoke with conviction. You are mistaken, Orochimaru. Not everyone is as dark as you. That child carries the legacy of Minato and Jiraiya. He yearns for the light and values emotions. He will not betray us. I believe in him. Orochimaru snorted dismissively and resumed his battle with the third. Christina gazed at the war-torn Konoha and remarked, Really? Your village is rather unimpressive, having been reduced to such devastation. Hazuki, lacking the time to engage in explanations, urged, Let us eliminate these wretched snakes swiftly. We have a mission to complete. Christina nodded and instantly flew before the three colossal serpents. With a single bite, she consumed one serpent's head, then with her claws, she crushed the remaining two heads in a fierce display of power. Such a rapid conclusion was truly remarkable. Now, you may fight as you wish. Do not harm any ninjas wearing headbands like mine, and spare the civilians. As for the rest, deal with them as you see fit. I shall join the fray. Hozuki instructed Christina before leaping from her head. Understood. Go on. How troublesome, Christina replied with a nod. With a roar, Hozuki unleashed his secret technique. Eye of Heaven, Flame, Infernal Demon descends. In an instant, he transformed into a towering flame giant, exceeding 30 meters in height. He advanced toward the battleground where the Hokage and Orochimaru clashed, effortlessly dispatching any foes that crossed his path. The Konoha ninjas beheld the fiery titan with elation, for Hozuki had become a beacon of hope for many. Conversely, the sound and sand ninjas found their morale plummeting. In their eyes, Hozuki now resembled the tailed beasts. The scales of victory began to tilt rapidly in favor of Konoha. The infernal giant, like a deity of fire, patrolled the streets of Konoha, reducing any incoming attacks to mere ashes before they could reach him. This formidable flame giant drew its strength solely from Hozuki's spirit, consuming everything within a half-meter radius as sustenance for its fiery energy. Numerous stubborn sound and sand ninjas attempted various strategies to vanquish the flame giant, but all met with failure. Their tools disintegrated before they could even approach the giant, and explosive tags proved futile. The more they detonated, the more invigorated the giant became. Although water techniques caused some nuisance, Hozuki was not one to idly await defeat. He swiftly commanded the flame giant to retaliate, incinerating enemies before their ninjutsu seals were even complete. Upon realizing the formidable power of the flame giant, both the sound and sand shinobi had no choice but to retreat to a safe distance. However, the ninjas of Konoha were not idle. They awaited the opportunity to vanquish their foes. Apart from the examination area, all enemies were on the verge of annihilation with the assistance of the flame giant. Of course, Christina, the mother dragon, was not lacking in her contributions, though it seemed she had perhaps gone a bit overboard. The water techniques had turned the village pathways into veritable puddles, yet this proved advantageous as several burning structures were extinguished by the water. Gradually, the flame giant approached the vicinity of the examination site, advancing directly to the building where Orochimaru and the third Hokage engaged in battle. Orochimaru, it appears your plans are on the brink of collapse. How naive of you. Konoha is incredibly powerful. If your lackluster scheme leads to its destruction, it would cease to be one of the 5 great shinobi villages, declared the flame giant, taking form as a manifestation of the water. At this moment, the first and second Hokage, summoned by Orochimaru, were already embroiled in combat with the third, seemingly arriving just in time. Orochimaru regarded the flame giant with a sinister gaze, responding, "Is that so?" Yet Konoha has not emerged unscathed. From this point forward, its strength will significantly wane. Oh, if I could eliminate this old man, the third Hokage, it would be perfect. Wouldn't he that fulfill your desire? As the village's greatest asset, becoming Hokage should be a trivial matter for you. Perhaps you might even owe me your gratitude. With a dismissive scoff, the flame giant replied, "My aspirations do not include becoming Hokage. I have no interest in the burdens of daily responsibilities. I would prefer to be a task-oriented ninja, exploring the world and perhaps encountering a few beautiful maidens. The outside world is truly captivating, and I have no desire to be a decrepit figure confined to an office. I am still young, after all. Engaging in delightful conversations with lovely women is far more appealing. Jiraiya-senpai is my role model." At this moment, the third Hokage, filled with a sense of reassurance, remarked, "See? I knew I was not mistaken about him. Orochimaru, he is not of your ilk. Perhaps he will become the next Jiraiya, and Konoha harbors immense potential. Increasingly talented children will emerge from here. Even in my demise, I am untroubled, for I can entrust everything to them. You who dwell in shadows will never comprehend this." The flame giant nodded, stating, "Grandpa Third, this 4 purple flames formation holds no sway over me. I shall enter to assist you, and I am eager to engage in battle with the past Hokages." With that, the flame giant swiftly dispelled its form and leaped onto the rooftop where the third Hokage and Orochimaru were clashing. Atop the building, a group of Umbu turned to the flame giant, admonishing, "Listen, kid, do not act impulsively. This battle is beyond your involvement. While your strength is considerable, those within are historical figures of great renown, not foes you can contend with. Although I genuinely wish for you to aid the third Hokage, unnecessary sacrifices must be avoided. We must preserve Konoha's combat prowess." A water spirit spoke. "Although your reasoning is sound, I must insist that you refrain from calling me a little ghost. Moreover, within resides the leader of our Hidden Leaf Village. I cannot stand by as a lone, white-haired elder in battle. Had it not been for the rescue of the Hidden Leaf Village, I might have perished long ago at the hands of the Mist Village." The third Hokage embodies the same compassion as my late grandfather, who sacrificed himself for my sake. Therefore, I am unwilling to lose another loved one. Even if it costs me my life, a ninja devoid of emotions is akin to a beast. For the sake of all my family, friends, and beloved, I shall transform their feelings for me, as well as my sentiments for them, into my greatest strength. This is my ninja way, and for it, I am prepared to give everything. I shall not falter, for the strength of the entire Hidden Leaf Village supports me. At that moment, sunlight beamed down upon the water spirit's face, illuminating a radiant smile filled with the power of love, a love that enveloped all the ninjas and villagers of this village, instilling in them his unwavering faith and boundless strength. The third Hokage wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "Do you see, Orochimaru? This is a village brimming with miracles. Each individual here becomes a wellspring of our collective strength in battle. No matter how malevolent the forces arrayed against us, they cannot be vanquished. This sentiment is the backbone of all the ninjas in the village, enabling everyone to face our foes with smiles and composure." Orochimaru, however, paid no heed to the third Hokage's heartfelt speech. Instead, he urged the first and second Hokages to accelerate their assault. Heaven's Eye, Flame, Tiger, Dragon, Tiger, Rat, Ox, Body of Flame. The water spirit's form gradually transformed into one composed of flames, as he advanced toward the four purple flames formation set by the Sound Ninja Quartet. The flames were as inconsequential to him as air. What? How impressive! One Umbu member gasped in astonishment. It's reminiscent of the bloodline of the Mist Village's Kirigakure's Ghost Lantern clan, albeit presumably more formidable. He can traverse the grand formation of flames. I've reviewed his dossier. This is the secret technique of his Heaven's Eye bloodline. Incredibly powerful, though the specifics remain largely unknown. As the water spirit entered the four purple flames formation, Orochimaru commanded the first and second Hokages to momentarily cease their assault. The battlefield had shifted. Orochimaru and the first and second Hokages faced off against the third Hokage and the water spirit. Grandfather third Hokage, I believe I am currently in an invincible state. My fiery form grants me immunity to physical damage and fire techniques, with a 20 immunity to other attribute damage and a 100 enhancement to fire techniques. Thus, my only real threat is the second Hokage, who excels in water techniques. As for the first Hokage, I shall handle him. I possess a secret technique specifically designed to target souls, capable of sealing the first Hokage's spirit. I have 5 minutes of invincibility, so I entrust the second Hokage and Orochimaru to you. The water spirit articulated his current battle strategy. The third Hokage expressed his surprise, sealing souls? Very well, you shall seal the first Hokage, and I will take care of the second. What? Sealing souls? Orochimaru was taken aback, pondering the origins of the peculiar techniques employed by this young individual. The bloodline of the Eye of Heaven was indeed enigmatic. The members of the Umbu also showed signs of alarm. They had never encountered a forbidden technique that could seal the soul. They were familiar only with the impure world reincarnation, which merely manipulated souls, but a complete sealing of the soul was unimaginable. Was it truly feasible to contend with the Grim Reaper for a soul? Orochimaru dismissed the claims of this boy, suspecting a ruse intended to facilitate a deeper scheme. TCH, you're too naive, kid. I won't fall for your tricks. Let the first Hokage keep an eye on you. In 5 minutes, we shall see what you are capable of. The second and I will eliminate this old man first, and then we will deal with you. Izumi faced off against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama charged forward, launching a physical assault, but his efforts were utterly futile. Instead, Izumi detonated an explosive tag, shattering Hashirama's leg, coinciding perfectly with the moment Izumi invoked the Ice Soul Seal. The Eye of Heaven, Frost, the sequence, Chun, In, Si, Su, Ice Soul Seal. Izumi swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Suddenly, Hashirama's soul was extracted from his corporeal form, and a flurry of snowflakes enveloped Izumi, cascading down upon Hashirama. However, they merely passed through his soul, revealing a disheartening truth. Failure. The luck was insufficient. Only the caster and the target could perceive the soul. To the onlookers, Izumi appeared merely to be performing seals amidst a storm of snowflakes. Orochimaru observed the snowflakes generated by Izumi's hand seals, yet they bore no tangible effect. Hashirama's body continued its restoration, and he laughed mockingly. TCH, kid, are you performing acrobatics? Where is your soul seal? Is it not manifesting? Have you perhaps miscalculated your seals? Such a weak technique can't possibly be serious. Are you jesting? Haha. The Umbu were equally perplexed. What on earth was happening? Was this boy merely playing? If so, why engage with the first Hokage? Yet, no significant event transpired, leaving them bewildered. The attempt to conjure a blizzard had failed, resulting only in a flurry of snowflakes. What nonsense was this? Hashirama, now composed, refrained from a direct assault. Instead, he deployed the wood-release secret art, Birth of the Trees. A surge of life chakra emanated from Hashirama, transforming into a fountain of vitality. Enormous trees erupted from the ground, encasing Izumi completely. However, this technique proved ineffective against Izumi. The trees, while formidable, were merely physical attacks devoid of elemental properties, allowing Izumi to pass through and confront Hashirama directly. In the blink of an eye, Izumi executed the fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Having mastered this fire technique, he formed the in-hand seal with ease. A dragon composed of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Hashirama, who was struck forcefully, charred, and sent sprawling to the ground, yet still in the process of recovery. Seizing the moment, Izumi once again formed the seals, Chun, In, Si, Su, Ice Soul Seal. Once more, Hashirama's soul surged forth from his body. The first Hokage, in a state of spiritual essence, should possess his own consciousness. Presently, you have been summoned by the defector Orochimaru through the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, with the second Hokage also present. Our village's leader, the third Hokage, is now frail and aged, making victory exceedingly difficult. I am about to perform a family heirloom sealing technique on you, albeit with a dismal success rate of merely 10%. However, should the subject mentally consent to my sealing, the success rate would reach 100%. Facing you has proven to be incredibly challenging, and my stamina is waning. I implore your cooperation, otherwise, the third Hokage may face demise, and the Hidden Leaf Village will suffer grave repercussions. Suddenly, inspiration struck Ishui, who spoke softly and swiftly to the spirit of the first Hokage. Flurries of snowflakes emanated from Ishui, cascading onto the first Hokage, yet no effect ensued, as they passed through his essence. As the first Hokage rapidly returned to his body, he remarked, "My apologies, I failed to respond in time, young one. Do exert yourself once more. Success is likely next time." What? Ishui was on the verge of exasperation, feeling as if he might vomit blood. My fiery form's effective duration is about to expire, and you merely failed to comprehend. Truly, you are remarkable. Once revived. The first Hokage stood tall, having discerned the unique properties of Ishui's fiery body. He swiftly formed hand seals, water style, water gun. Chakra of water rapidly coalesced at the tips of his fingers, shooting forth like a bullet toward Ishui. This is troublesome. The first Hokage is no ordinary adversary. Wood release is ineffective, and the water release is employed instead. Water overcomes fire. Ishui had underestimated the first Hokage, who was not limited to merely wood release. Wood release is a synthesis of water and earth release, indicating that the first Hokage could still utilize both. Ishui had failed to recognize this. Tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake, water style, water barrier. Ishui could only adopt a defensive stance. Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, dog, tiger, snake, ox, monkey, rabbit, water style, great waterfall technique, earth style, earth flow river. The first Hokage, as expected, unleashed two ninjutsu in quick succession, perfectly merging them to demonstrate formidable strength. His strategy was to delay Ishui, for the trees formed by wood release are physical attacks. Although they incorporate the powers of water and earth release, they lack pure elemental properties. Hence, only pure elemental attacks, water, earth, wind, and lightning, would affect Ishui's fiery form. Oh. Indeed, Ishui could not withstand the first Hokage's assault, being overwhelmed by the combined forces of water and earth release. His fiery body suffered damage and dimmed. Swiftly, Ishui utilized the body replacement technique to evade the first Hokage's onslaught. Water style, hard vortex water blade. The first Hokage resumed his assault with water release. Damn it. If this continues, I will meet my end. I must not allow myself to be injured. There is no time left to utilize the soul sealing technique. Do not underestimate me. The sequence of characters, Wu, Mu, Si, Chen, Zi, Cho, In, unfolds a profound technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, and lightning release, cloud of accumulated thunder technique. With both hands, I form seals simultaneously, unleashing two ninjutsu at once. First, the fire release vaporizes the water on the ground in great quantities. while the lightning release technique gathers an increasing number of water ions from the air, resulting in an ominous gathering of dark thunderclouds above the four purple flames formation, where electric serpents dance amidst the chaos. The third Hokage and Orochimaru are captivated by this formidable combination of ninjutsu attacks, both swiftly evading to withstand the impending lightning release assault. A thunderous roar echoes as the bolts descend, most targeting the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, while the remainder scatter chaotically in other directions. Both Orochimaru and the third Hokage narrowly escape the brunt of the lightning release attack. However, Hashirama is not as fortunate, as he is struck by the lightning, leaving him charred and severely injured. Seizing the opportunity, I concentrate and form seals with both hands. Chin, In, Si. Su, Spirit Seal of Ice. The spirit of the first Hokage materializes once more, a smile gracing his face. Impressive, young one. Your coordination with ninjutsu is commendable. Your combat awareness is remarkable for someone of your tender age, perhaps only in your teens. You must not be from Konoha, as I do not recall such a lineage in the village. Yet, your affection for this village suggests you belong here, and I hope you continue to protect it. I apologize for the trouble, young one. It seems you have sustained some injuries. I respond with a sigh. I'm fine. My fiery form has been harmed. But it is merely a matter of mental strain and a slight expenditure of chakra. A flurry of snowflakes emanates from my being, cascading onto the spirit of the first Hokage. This time, the snowflakes successfully adhere to Shinja Hashirama's spirit, and the spirit seal is successfully inscribed. Upon the successful sealing of the first Hokage's spirit, it merges into my own. As long as I have inscribed this spirit, even in death, it remains under my control. The first Hokage does not return to the afterlife, but instead exists within my spiritual domain, bound as my subordinate. After inscribing the spirit of Shinja Hashirama, I gain a formidable ally. Henceforth, I possess the spirit of the first Hokage by my side. No matter how powerful you may be in this world, I now wield the spirit of the first Hokage, simplifying my endeavors. The first Hokage can no longer be summoned through the reanimation technique. My spirit seal of ice serves as its nemesis. For everyone you summon, I will inscribe another, until they all become my subordinates. This secret technique is rather shameless, but I find it delightful. With the first Hokage's spirit diminished, the vessel for his reanimation emerges, none other than Saku, a lower-ranked ninja from the Sound Village. Orochimaru has indeed toyed with the lives and souls of his own village's ninjas. At this moment, my fiery form reveals itself. What in the world is this? How could I have been unaware of such a forbidden technique that can extract a soul from the body of the impure reincarnation? This is infuriating. I can distinctly sense the presence of the first Hokage. What method did you employ, you wretch? Orochimaru gazed upon the ash that revealed the corpse of Sak, astonished. How could it be that he managed to liberate Hashirama's soul from within? What kind of forbidden jutsu does this boy possess? The third Hokage looked at Sak's lifeless body, his face etched with sorrow and indignation, exclaiming, Orochimaru, you vile creature, to toy with the lives of your subordinates. You are truly a cold-blooded beast. Ishui, grinning triumphantly, replied, Orochimaru-sensei, allow me to share a truth with you. Every jutsu has its counter. Your impure reincarnation, while formidable in pulling souls from the depths of the netherworld, has unfortunately encountered its nemesis, the ice soul engraving. This is the first time I have unveiled this secret technique in public. It is also the manifestation of my bloodline limit. The current scenario stands at 2 versus 2, and the tides of battle are beginning to turn in our favor. Orochimaru glared at Ishui with a seething hatred. Throughout his life, he had rarely faced defeat, yet he found himself bested by 2 mere youths, one being Itachi Uchiha, whose genjutsu he could not counter, and the other, the boy before him, Kinyu Ishui, whose proud forbidden technique had been countered. How infuriating! Have these younglings become increasingly formidable? They all possess powerful bloodline limits. If only I had a bloodline limit of my own. Uchiha Sasuke, I must possess your power. Grandfather Third, since this Orochimaru is your disciple, I shall refrain from intervening. It is for you to confront him. As for me, I will continue to seal away the soul of the second Hokage. With both the first and second Hokages no longer in play, you should be able to engage Orochimaru in a decisive battle, Ishui declared to the third Hokage. Indeed. Exercise caution. You have already sustained considerable injuries from the previous skirmish, and summoning that fiery giant must have drained your chakra significantly. Leave that traitor, Orochimaru, to me. I shall rectify my past mistakes, the third Hokage acknowledged with a nod. Orochimaru mused to himself. True, that boy requires a lengthy sealing process, and once engaged in battle, he will have no time to perform the soul sealing. The aging third Hokage poses no threat. His frail condition makes him no match for me. Once I eliminate that old man, I shall deal with the boy, even if the destruction of Konoha does not succeed this time. I have already sown the seeds of hatred in Sasuke's heart. The next step is to await his response, and then I shall possess the Uchiha bloodline. I will undoubtedly become the most powerful ninja and invincible. The battle reignites. The battlefield now set for Kinyu Ishui versus Tobirama Senju, and Orochimaru versus Hiruzen Sarutobi. With the first phase of the Heavenly Eyes chakra restoration, the chakra energy that had dissipated within Ishui's body gradually returned. However, his physical and mental stamina remained beyond recovery. In contrast, the reanimated second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, possessed a unique resilience. As long as Orochimaru was present, he could endure indefinitely, healing from injuries while continuing to etch his soul. Heavenly Eye Frost, creation of ice, Ice Bear. Ishui summoned his bloodline limit to conjure a towering ice bear over 3 meters tall. The ice bear immediately launched an assault on the second Hokage. It is noteworthy that this ice bear was sentient. Wherever Ishui's gaze fell, destruction would ensue. The second Hokage would not allow the ice bear to attack unimpeded, swiftly forming hand seals. See? Wei, Wu, In, Wei, Wu, In, water release, water prison technique. The ice bear found itself entirely ensnared within the second's water prison, unable to escape regardless of its struggles. Ugly Shin, In, Z, Hi, Yu, Ugly, Wu, Yu, Z, In, Su, In, Si, Ugly, Wei, Si, Hi, Wei, Z, Rin, Shin, Yu, Chin, Yu, Ugly, Wu, Wei, In, Si, Z, Shin, In, Hi, Chin, Wei, Z, Ugly, Shin, Yu, Rin, Z, Hi, Yu. Water release, water dragon bullet. A torrent of water surged forth behind Ishui, hurtling towards him. When did this happen? The one who executed the water prison technique was merely a clone, while the real body suddenly appeared behind me to launch an attack. How infuriating. I failed to notice. He must have created a water clone while casting the water prison, concealing his true self and then striking. Ice armor. Creation of ice, giant python. Ishui quickly erected a defensive technique of his bloodline to shield against the water-based attack, summoning a massive python to assault Senju Tobirama's true form. Water release, a hard vortex water blade. The second Hokage conjured a swirling vortex of water, transforming it into a water spear before launching it forcefully. Upon contact with the ice python, the spear morphed into a colossal water tornado, obliterating the ice creature in a spectacular display of power, showcasing the second's mastery of water techniques, rivaling even that of the first Hokage. Heavenly Eye, White, Curse Domain. To thwart the second's continued water assault, Ishui resorted to this insidious technique to seal the enemy's ninjutsu. Indeed, the moment the second began to form seals, his body erupted in a violent explosion as he had intended to unleash a potent water attack against Ishui. However, with the activation of the Cursed Domain, not only was his ninjutsu thwarted, but the chakra within him surged chaotically, injuring him in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Ishui quickly formed seals. Chun, In, Si, Su, Ice Spirit Soul, Etching. The second Hokage's soul was extracted, floating before Ishui. Greetings, esteemed second Hokage. I am now in the process of sealing your soul, thus rendering Orochimaru, the treasonous ninja from Konoha, incapable of utilizing the reanimation jutsu. Previously, I have already sealed the soul of the first Hokage, and I hope you will cooperate. For the probability of success of this forbidden technique is exceedingly low unless the target willingly consents. I must seal you, so that I can join forces with the third Hokage, for he is currently unable to contend against Orochimaru, who wields the reanimation technique against you. Do you comprehend? Only if I successfully seal you can we avert catastrophe. Otherwise, the situation may escalate. Indeed, should the second Hokage resist, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Given enough time, it is entirely plausible that the second Hokage could eliminate me. The love that past Hokages have held for the village suggests they would willingly allow their souls to be sealed by others. Flurries of snowflakes erupted from my form, cascading down upon the soul of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, the snowflakes failed to imprint, resulting in a failed sealing attempt. The second Hokage's soul expressed its regret. I apologize, I was caught off guard. When the snowflakes approached, I felt a bit uncomfortable, and thus resisted slightly. Let us try again. I have witnessed your battle with Tobirama, and your strength is commendable. Do endeavor to stop me once more, but try not to perish." With that, the soul of the second Hokage retreated into his body, which was gradually restoring itself. I, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Both you and the first Hokage are quite similar. If this continues, I may find myself at death's door. Battling you two is incredibly taxing. I hope you refrain from unleashing any formidable techniques. Jinjutsu, darkness technique. Konoha-style crescent moon dance." The second Hokage unleashed an A-rank ninjutsu and a secret body technique in rapid succession. I soon found myself enveloped in darkness, unable to perceive anything within the void. Almost immediately, I felt a tremendous force shatter my heart. As I sensed my soul beginning to detach from my body, I pondered, is this how it ends? Indeed, the legendary Hokages are not easily vanquished. I had underestimated their prowess. Had I not sealed the first Hokage's soul, he would have undoubtedly dealt my demise. The second Hokage had made this truth plain. While he is undeniably powerful, he still falls short of the first and second Hokage's might. Their reputations are not mere embellishments. Such strength is well-deserved. Gradually, the darkness receded, and both Orochimaru and the third Hokage became aware of the unfolding situation. My chest had contorted under the immense force, indicating that my heart had indeed shattered. I was dead. Kinyu Ishui was no more. The second Hokage stood before my lifeless form, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. He wished to weep, yet tears eluded him. His will had been subjugated by Orochimaru. He, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha, had always been a guardian of his successors. Today, he had, with his own hands, extinguished the life of an elite from his generation. He was merely a teenager, yet he departed from this world without ever experiencing its myriad wonders. Orochimaru gazed down at the still body of Ishui, lying motionless on the ground, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, ha ha. This little brat has finally met his end. Second Hokage, you are truly remarkable. I was utterly powerless against this child, and yet you dispatched him with such ease. Sarutobi-sensei, take a look. This is the outcome of your efforts to save him. Ha ha. Weren't you supposed to inherit the will of the previous Hokage and safeguard the next generation? It seems your aspirations have crumbled. What of genius? In the end, even talent must succumb to my hand. How absurd it is. This is the fate of the Hokages of Konohagakure. Tears streamed down the third Hokage's face as he lamented, Orochimaru, you fiend who mocks the souls of the deceased. I never imagined it would be I, the elder, who would lay to rest the younger. Ishui likely never wished to survive. He fought for my sake. For the sake of our village. Yet I was powerless to aid him. This child inherited the will of fire, battling until his very last breath, sacrificing his life in the process. I shall avenge this child and eliminate you, you scoundrel. Outside the Umbu, hearing the anguished cries of the third Hokage from within the barrier, sensed that something grave had transpired. Peering through the gaps in the trees, one Umbu exclaimed, "What has happened to that boy's chest?" "Oh, the second Hokage stands beside him. Could it be?" A sharp-eyed Umbu noticed Ishui's lifeless form, his chest caved in. But, perhaps he has already departed from this world. After all, he faced the second Hokage, who had just expended a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and chakra sealing the first Hokage. Continuing to battle the second Hokage could have left him utterly drained. This boy fought with every ounce of his being. How infuriating it is. A mere child, battling for his life, while we adults merely stand by, helplessly watching him perish. Although the 25th tenet taught in the Ninja Academy states that a ninja must never reveal emotions, prioritizing the mission above all else, I find myself yearning to weep. This child, he is a hero in my heart. One Umbu wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face beneath his mask. At that moment, with Ishui's temporary demise, Christina and Fini, the two flying dragons, dissipated into white smoke. What is happening? My heart aches as if pierced by a knife. It feels as though I have lost something of great importance. And Fini, where is she? Wasn't she Izui-kun's summoning beast? She hasn't exhausted her chakra. What could be the matter? Sister Shiro, please tell me. Reassure me that Izui-kun is unharmed. Hinata's heart raced, feeling as if all strength had drained from her body. Desperately clutching the hem of Shiro's skirt. My heart feels so cold. What could be the reason? A powerful figure, one water, should be unfazed by such matters. I also covered her mouth and began to weep. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously. Suddenly, enormous raindrops began to fall. As if a torrential downpour had arrived without warning. Everyone sensed the sorrow within the rain. Was the sky weeping? Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, revealing just what a fool I have been. It seems to convey how foolish I truly am. I wish for it to pass and allow me to weep in vain. Wishing for all this to be distant, letting me cry in solitude once more. The only girl I cared about has departed, seeking a brand new beginning. But little does she know that when she left that day, she took my heart along with her. Rain, please tell me now. Does it not seem fair for her to steal my heart away when she remains indifferent? I cannot love another when my heart resides far away. The only girl I care about has gone, in pursuit of a fresh start. Yet, she is unaware that on that fateful day, she took my heart with her. Rain, won't you convey to her the depth of my love? Please ask the sun to ignite the flame of affection within her heart, and let the rain nourish her soul, allowing the love we once knew to blossom anew. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, the gentle patter whispering truths about my folly. It seems to lament my foolishness. I yearn for it to cease, allowing me to weep in despair, and to embrace solitude once more. Oh, listen to the falling rain pitter-patter. The melody in the rain, weeping for sorrow, drenches the hearts of all. We grieve, we weep, unable to quell our indignation. As a beloved figure fades from our lives, Hinata cries out in heart-wrenching sorrow. This is the most sorrowful day she has ever known. She never realized that the heart could ache so profoundly. Why? Why does it feel as though I have lost the most precious thing in my life? Perhaps all that remains is to weep, to mourn. She clutches her clothing tightly. This is the anguish of longing, the soft murmur of love. Why does my heart feel as though it is fracturing? Why do I sense my soul drifting away? Ah, this must be love. Kai gazes silently towards the direction of the four flames, pondering, Kakashi, what could be occurring up there? It feels as if someone is about to depart from our midst. This heavy rain is rather peculiar. Kakashi observes the situation with Hinata and senses that perhaps it pertains to that little spirit named Izui. Who has? The third Hokage, resolute, prepares to perform a jutsu. Snake, boar, horse, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse, snake. Sealing technique. Corpse demon seal. Cough, cough, cough. Third. Grandfather, no please. I am not yet dead. Izui struggles to rise from the ground. It turns out that upon entering the third stage of the Eye of Heaven, Izui automatically acquired a new ability, the Heart of Ice. Upon evolving to the Frost stage, the heart transforms into an ice attribute. When the heart sustains a significant blow, as long as it possesses ice chakra, it can restore itself, which means that typically, if struck, the heart can resurrect in an instant, truly an immortal heart, unless Izui's ice chakra is depleted. However, the restoration of the heart requires time. Due to continuous battles, Izui's mental energy has been severely drained, prolonging the repair process. Yet, the heart gradually begins to mend itself. Had Izui consciously worked to restore his heart of ice, it would likely heal swiftly. Nevertheless, the sensation of imminent death has left him bewildered, causing him to forget his immortal heart's capability. It seems that frequent battles have taken a toll, exhausting his spirit. Dragon, tiger, snake, dog, ice soul imprint. Once the water came to life, it directly utilized the soul engraving technique on the astonished second Hokage. Although the third Hokage employed the Reaper Death Seal, the water had no intention of sealing the second soul. It was only just that the soul remained in its possession. The second Hokage's spirit floated out of his body. Apologies for nearly causing your demise, young one. This time, I shall not resist your sealing. I presume you lack the strength to continue fighting. The second spirit expressed with a sense of regret. Not at all. Without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? A fledgling must aspire to soar into the skies. While dangers may abound above, it shall grow stronger, with wings ever wider, soaring to great heights. The water replied bashfully, stroking its own head. A flurry of snowflakes erupted from the water, cascading down upon the second spirit, each flake adhering to it, marking a successful endeavor. The second soul was drawn from his reanimated body and entered the water's soul realm. Naturally, the second spirit also noticed the first Hokage residing within this ethereal domain. The first Hokage chuckled wryly. It seems you have also become a soul servant to him, Tobirama. Although this young one aims to assist Sarutobi, he harbors his own ambitions as well. Thus, we are destined to become his subordinates for eternity. Who would have thought he is a descendant of the ancient divine lineage? And that the last of the celestial clan still exists? The second Hokage, astonished, responded, "No need for concern, Hashirama. This young one possesses a profound affection for Konoha. Just moments ago, I nearly struck him down, which illustrates his willingness to fight for Sarutobi and for the village, even with a resolve to face death. I recognize this young one. He wields a just and radiant power. If we, the old guard, are to serve him, then so be it." Now that we have entered his spiritual realm, can you not discern his intentions? His soul reveals a desire to transform the ninja world, to unify it, and to create a realm rich in emotion and vitality. What a grand and magnificent ideal. Yet, our vision has been confined to a single village. Failing to consider the transformation of the entire ninja world, we have fallen behind. The first Hokage nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young one's aspirations astonish me. Let us assist him in realizing this vision. I have faith in him. In the realm of reality, due to the disappearance of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju's soul, the body reanimated by the second's technique began to wither, revealing a summoning tool, specifically, one of Orochimaru's subordinates, the one named Kintsuchi, who had once been touched by the water. Ah, the prime of youth, how cruelly it has slipped away, lamented the water. Orochimaru, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You have returned to life, young one. Do you possess immortality?" "No, that cannot be. Your heart was indeed struck and shattered. How is this possible?" With great difficulty, a Shui rose to his feet and declared, I initially believed I was dead, which terrified me to no end. However, my bloodline ability miraculously brought me back to life. As for the manner of my revival, that remains a secret of mine. Such extraordinary power cannot be entirely divulged to the enemy. Otherwise, you would possess the means to unravel it. A ninja must never reveal their weaknesses to foes, for that would be foolish. Ah, life is truly refreshing. It is wonderful to be alive. Yet, Sandame, I am utterly exhausted and fear I can no longer assist you. Sandame smiled. Ha ha, I told you. How could this little rascal possibly die? You will live even longer than I. Do not worry. I shall take care of the rest. I will personally seal that traitor Orochimaru. Orochimaru summoned his Kusanagi sword, while Sandame called forth the Monkey King, Enma. The two engaged in a fierce battle of physical prowess. Ultimately, Sandame seized the opportunity to capture Orochimaru, employing the Shiki F gene technique. However, just as the Shinigami was about to extract Orochimaru's soul, the latter cunningly summoned his Kusanagi sword and struck Sandame. Enma was caught off guard, merely gripping the Kusanagi in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. Orochimaru resisted fiercely, persistently summoning the Kusanagi. Despite Sandame's frail, aging body, he struggled to extract Orochimaru's entire soul from within. As Sandame's strength waned, Orochimaru's soul began to retract slightly into his body. Just when Orochimaru believed Sandame had exhausted his ability to seal him, an unexpected surge of power coursed through Sandame, pulling Orochimaru's soul out a fraction more. Orochimaru, gripped by fear, exclaimed, "Old man, release me. Where is this power coming from?" Sandame, with a steely resolve, retorted, Orochimaru, you underestimate the strength of this village. Though I initially wished to avoid this, the thought of a Shuei's desperate fight compels me to give my all to seal you. This shall be my final contribution to this village, for I am its Hokage. All the villagers are my family, and I believe the will of fire will endure. My strength derives from every member of the village. I love this village and all its people. Since I can no longer seal your entire soul, I shall seal your most prized possession, your hands. Without them, you will be unable to wield jutsu. Sandame gradually drew Orochimaru's hands out, and the Shinigami's blade severed them, sealing them within Sandame's own body. Orochimaru felt a searing pain akin to burns in his hands and howled at Sandame. Old man, give my hands back. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, closed his eyes. Orochimaru, my foolish disciple. Orochimaru continued to shout in desperation, yet the third had already passed away. Thus, the illustrious legacy of Konoha's third Hokage came to an end. I, as a time traveler, believed I would remain unaffected by the sorrow of his demise. However, upon witnessing the frail body lying on the ground, my heart was pierced by an unseen force. Had this venerable elder, who had once embraced me, assigned me tasks, and observed my growth, truly departed from this world? I longed to weep, yet the tears would not flow. This, I realized, was the sorrow left behind by the loss of a loved one. The old man had sacrificed his life for the village he cherished deeply. Grandfather third. I finally succumbed to disbelief and wept openly, allowing my grief to surge forth. The fiery blood within my frozen heart stirred. I was not a cold-hearted individual, but rather one filled with profound emotions. Outside, the Umbu heard the anguished cries resonating from within the four purple flames formation, and a wave of panic swept through each of their hearts. What is happening? Wasn't that little brat resurrected? I just witnessed him awaken and seal the second Hokage. Why is he now crying? What has transpired? Exclaimed one Umbu in agitation. Look, the statue of the third Hokage at Hokage Rock has cracked. Another Umbu pointed towards the village's Hokage rock in disbelief. It could be that esteemed individual, one Umbu replied hastily, desperately suppressing their emotions. Nearby, Zuwa and you observed Orochimaru's dire state and anxiously urged, Lord Orochimaru. Realizing the situation had reached a critical juncture, Orochimaru addressed the Sound Four. Do not concern yourselves with the barrier, swiftly take me away. The battle plan has concluded. The Sound Four nodded in agreement, understood. Subsequently, the four purple flames formation dissipated, and the Sound Four lifted Orochimaru, preparing for their escape. The Umbu hastily pursued, only to be ensnared by a web spat from Kadamaru's mouth. Ultimately, Orochimaru and his subordinates managed to flee. At this moment, thanks to the earlier efforts of Ishii and the subsequent cleanup by Konoha's elite shinobi, including the involvement of Jiraiya, all enemies had been eradicated from the outskirts of Konoha. Jiraiya remarked in confusion, what is going on? Why are there so few enemies? Most were eliminated by fire release attacks. Who could be so formidable? The third? Impossible. He should be engaged in battle with Orochimaru. I do not recall any such individual in the village. Suddenly, a Nin interjected excitedly, Lord Jiraiya. You must be referring to that esteemed individual. Perhaps you have not heard of him. His name is Kamizuki Ishii, a prodigious ninja who became a Nin at the tender age of 11, unprecedented in our village's history. To us lower-ranked shinobi, he is a hero. You have yet to witness his incredible prowess. It is akin to that of a deity. He first summoned a colossal flying dragon, obliterating several massive serpents, and then transformed into a towering 30-meter-high flame giant. Truly remarkable. Ha. With the assistance of that esteemed individual, the invaders fell like mere chickens, easily vanquished. It was truly exhilarating. Ha. Indeed, that individual is akin to a hero. It is an honor for us to fight alongside such a figure. Yes, I heard that this esteemed person defeated the leading jonin of Sunagakure in an instant before joining the battle. I followed that individual from the examination site. Is that so? You are indeed fortunate to accompany such a person to the battlefield. I wish I had that blessing. Speaking of which, just as I was on the verge of being killed by a Sunagakure shinobi, that esteemed individual suddenly appeared and dispatched my assailant. He is truly my savior. Is that so? You are indeed lucky that he rescued you. However, you must diligently train. We cannot allow that esteemed individual to look down upon us. All the Genin and Chunin gathered together to discuss the matter, each shedding the sorrow of battle. The arrival of this individual significantly reduced the losses among the lower-ranked shinobi of Konohagakure. Jiraiya suddenly recalled the young boy he had encountered years ago. It was surprising how formidable he had become, a genius akin to the fourth Hokage. Ibiki appeared quite pleased. That young lad has exceeded everyone's expectations. The losses among the lower-ranked shinobi of Konohagakure are nearly negligible. As long as the third Hokage remains unharmed, the collapse plans of Sunagakure and Otogakure will prove utterly ineffective. I have heard that the young lad, after clearing the battlefield, went to assist the third Hokage. I wonder how that situation is progressing. Jiraiya glanced towards the center of the examination site, where the third Hokage was battling Orochimaru. It seems the fight has concluded. I wonder what the outcome is. Ibiki followed Jiraiya's gaze and cheerfully remarked, the battle is over. The third Hokage must have emerged victorious, for he is the strongest of the 5 great nations Kage. It must be so. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. That seems unlikely. The old man's body is not what it once was. I fear that even if he survives, he will be gravely injured. Let us go take a look. Meanwhile, Hinata and Haku, upon seeing the dispersal of the Yondame's barrier, hurriedly made their way to the top floor, eager to learn about the young lad's condition. Seeing the situation turn dire, Kabuto recognized that there was no longer a need to continue fighting against both Kakashi and Gai, especially as Orochimaru had also retreated. Kakashi and Gai, upon noticing Kabuto's escape, followed Hinata and the others to the top floor where the third Hokage was battling Orochimaru. Upon reaching the top floor, they found the young lad lying on the ground, weeping, while the third Hokage lay quietly, his expression remarkably serene in death. Several Umbus squatted beside the third Hokage's body, bowing their heads in mourning. Hinata and Haku, upon seeing that the young lad was still alive, joyfully ran to his side, expressing their concerns. Tears of joy streamed down Hinata's face as she hugged the young lad tightly, exclaiming, "You silly, you made me so worried, truly." Haku stood nearby, quietly smiling. As soon as Bingzu Leidong regained consciousness, he rushed to the top floor, where he found Ishue lying on the ground, alive, and Sandai peacefully resting beside him. His heart surged with fury, It was undoubtedly this little brat who had led Sandai into such a dire struggle. He seized Ishue by his collar and yanked him upright, delivering a fierce blow to his face. Ishue, having just emerged from battle, could hardly withstand the wrathful punch of Bingzu Leitong. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing Ishue's silent demeanor, Bingzu Leitong's rage intensified. It must be you, this arrogant little brat, who has dragged Lord Hokage down. Sandai must have perished due to Orochimaru's schemes in his attempt to save you. It's all your fault. I shall end your life. Ishue made no attempt to resist. Not out of refusal, but because he was utterly drained of strength, and the loss of Sandai weighed heavily on his heart. Bingzu Leitong, with a look of vindication, declared, "You admit it, don't you? Now you shall pay with your life." A shuriken materialized in his hand, poised to pierce Ishue's heart. "Don't." Hinata cried out in sorrow. With impeccable timing, Kakashi appeared, halting Bingzu Leitong's assault. Kai spoke in somber tones. "Kakashi, could it be that this little brat truly caused Sandai's demise? Otherwise, let us not jump to conclusions so hastily. This child is a hero of the village. And the truth may be quite different." Jiraiya also made his entrance. "Humph, you strike without understanding the situation. This is hardly the conduct of a qualified ninja. Do you not realize that this child single-handedly sealed away the reanimated first and second Hokages summoned by Orochimaru using forbidden techniques? He nearly succumbed to the second, yet miraculously revived and sealed him. His actions instill pride in me. He is a true ninja. Sandai's death resulted from his exhaustion in battle, but he managed to severely injure Orochimaru, forcing him to flee. He saved this village," an Umbu member stated grimly. "What? This child sealed away the reincarnated first and second Hokages? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Who, apart from the legendary Sannin and past Hokages, possesses such power? Surviving after sealing two formidable figures is nothing short of miraculous. What more could we expect from him? Moreover, this child has saved the lives of countless lower and mid-ranking ninjas on the front line. 1/3 of the enemy casualties were at his hands. He should be celebrated as the village's hero, not condemned. At merely 12 years old, he has exerted himself for this village. While we adults have no right to place the blame for Sandai's death solely upon him, if there is blame to be assigned, it lies with us," Ibiki asserted. Furthermore, the captain of Sunagekyo's assault team, Maki, has already been knocked unconscious by him, providing us with a significant bargaining chip for negotiations with Sunagekyo, Kakashi added. With a tone of sincere regret, Ishue gently placed something down and said, "I apologize. Are you all right?" "It is entirely my fault." Ishue shook his head and replied, "It is nothing. Witnessing the passing of my great-grandfather has left me profoundly saddened. My strength remains insufficient. Your punch, however, has somehow alleviated my pain." Jiraiya interjected, "Stop lingering here uselessly. We must hasten to restore the battlefield. Konoha has suffered considerable losses, and we have no time for sorrow." On the morning of August 7th, 60 years after the founding of Konoha, following the failure of the schemes orchestrated by Sunagekyo and Otogekyo, the village hidden in the sand voluntarily surrendered to Konoha and requested the return of their jonin, Maki. Ishue attended this pivotal meeting. The representatives from Sunagekyo included Chiyo and several high-ranking officials. Konoha was represented by the two primary advisors, Mito Kato Hamura and Yuditane Koru, along with Kamizuki Ishue, Kakashi, and others. Chiyo spoke with an apologetic tone, "I am deeply sorry. We, too, have been deceived by Orochimaru, and we sincerely regret the devastation inflicted by Sunagekyo upon Konoha. We formally surrender." Mito Kato Hamura responded coolly, "Sunagekyo has betrayed the alliance and inflicted grievous harm upon Konoha. Is a mere apology sufficient? Please demonstrate some sincerity in your surrender." A high-ranking official from Sunagekyo scoffed, "Ha! Your village's third Hokage perished in this conflict, and your strongest forces have vanished. Konoha's situation is not much better than ours. To demand reparations is sheer folly. Hand over Jonin Maki, and let it be known that Sunagekyo will cease its aggression towards Konoha." Ishue smirked and remarked, "Your information is dreadfully outdated. Orochimaru disguised himself as the fourth Kazekage, and as for your Kazekage, I have learned from Orochimaru that he was slain on his way to Konoha by Orochimaru and his subordinates. His corpse is likely long decomposed. Furthermore, Konoha still possesses formidable strength. The legendary Jiraiya is currently within our village. Should Sunagekyo insist on war, I shall initiate an invasion strategy tonight. I advise you to temper your provocations." "What? The fourth Kazekage is dead?" All present were taken aback. The two advisors from Konoha exchanged glances. Their confidence in the negotiations significantly bolstered, realizing they could now demand some form of reparations. Chiyo inquired of Ishui, "Are you certain?" Ishui nodded. "I assume you were searching for your village's leader. You likely have little hope for the fourth Kazekage's survival, especially given that he faces the legendary Orochimaru, whose single strength could annihilate a small ninja village. Though your Kazekage is powerful, he would still fall under Orochimaru's ambush." After this negotiation, if you meticulously search the route taken by your Kazekage to Konoha, you might find him, but you will incur some losses. Otherwise, his body shall belong to Konoha. I shall dispatch the Umbu at any moment to retrieve the fourth's remains. A furious sand-hidden elder exclaimed, "You insolent brat, do not push your luck too far. The land of sand will not capitulate." A water-clad figure laughed heartily, responding, "Is that so? By all means, give it a try. You must have gathered a fair understanding of my capabilities through the sand ninjas who invaded Konoha. Should you refuse to surrender, from this day forth, you shall confront the wrath of a formidable ninja. While my power may not be overwhelming, when I unleash my secret techniques, I shall remain unharmed. As long as my spirit endures, that martial art will not dissipate. How long do you believe you can withstand this, esteemed elders of the sand?" Chiyo interjected, commanding the sand elder to cease his tirade. "You are the so-called heroic youth referred to as the Star of Hope by the Konoha ninjas, are you not? The potential of Konoha far surpasses that of the sand. We, the sand, concede to surrender and are willing to compensate for a portion of Konoha's war losses. But do not impose excessive demands. Your own circumstances are not ideal. Do not overstep the boundaries of the land of wind and the sand village. Otherwise, we too will have no choice but to fight. What we seek now is an environment conducive to recuperation and safe development for both our nations." Mizutachi nodded in agreement. Indeed, both the land of wind and the land of fire have suffered considerable impacts from this war and require a relatively peaceful period. Therefore, the conditions that the sand can offer are. Chiyo nodded, acknowledging, "It seems that Konoha's advisors possess a better sense of reason than you impulsive youngsters. The sand is prepared to compensate for war losses with 100 million ryo, hoping to extend a modicum of assistance to Konoha. Additionally, we request the return of the elite Jonin, Maki." Upon hearing this, Mizutachi slammed the table and declared, "Absolutely not. The war reparations shall amount to 3 billion ryo, and the sand ninjas must allocate half of their annual mission quota to Konoha." Chiyo, undeterred, struck the table in rebuttal, "No way. Children should not consume excessive amounts without purpose. At most, the war reparations can be 120 million ryo, and the mission quota is off the table. You cannot expect this elderly woman to beg for alms." Mizutachi banged the table again. "At my age, I am in my prime and require adequate nourishment. To deprive me would be to subject a minor to maltreatment. The war reparations must be at least 2,500 million ryo, with 1/3 of the mission quota allocated to Konoha. I have already made considerable concessions, for I hold great respect for the elderly, dear grandmother." Chiyo, fuming with indignation, struck the table once more. "No. Such terms would condemn children of your age to starvation, and newborns would wail in hunger because their mothers are underfed. The entire sand populace would loathe you for this. The maximum war reparations shall be 150 million ryo, and not a single mission can be assigned to you. Have you come to drain my lifeblood? Have some pity on this aging woman nearing her end." The water surface remained expressionless as he continued to bang the table. "Ninjas must learn to endure pain. You may hate me. The more you despise me, the better. However, I still possess a semblance of conscience. This is my final concession, at least 23 billion ryo in war reparations. And a quarter of the task burden must be shouldered by Konoha. It cannot be any less. If it is, I will have to face the wrath of all those villagers in Konoha who have lost their loved ones. My conscience will be troubled. And you cannot allow me to lose sleep over this. Otherwise, should you perish, I would curse you." Chiyo remarked, "What a troublesome brat." She slammed the table once more. "No, young man, do you not possess a shred of compassion? For your reparations, the parents of all Sunagakure would have to heartlessly sell their own children, and many villagers will gradually starve to death. Be a benevolent ninja this once. At most, 2 billion ryo, but the tasks are impossible." Observing the tumultuous exchange between Chiyo and the water, Mito Minyin and Tsurugi Kohara smiled. "This child is the hope of Konoha, another hero rising to protect the village. The will of fire has been passed down by Sarutobi, and like the fourth Hokage of Ur, this bright and talented individual represents the next generation of Konoha. A pillar anew. Sarutobi, can you see? This child has inherited your legacy, and the flames of Konoha will continue to burn brightly. Kakashi gazed at the spittle-flying youth. Is this truly a 12-year-old child? He is as cunning as a little fox. If it were me, I doubt I could be as shameless. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are diligently training to enhance their abilities, while this boy, of the same age, is already sitting at the negotiation table contending with the higher-ups of Sunagakure. What a formidable child. If he were a ninja from another village, I would surely strive to eliminate him. Thankfully, he belongs to Konoha. However, this boy's strength is not inferior to mine. In the end, Konoha's compensation left both advisors exceedingly satisfied. As for the specific details of the reparations, no outsiders were privy to that information, only that Sunagakure paid an exorbitant price for it. Maki was also escorted back to his village by the Sunagakure people, who conveniently retrieved the corpse of the fourth Kazekage. In the afternoon, the two advisors gathered all the village's elite shinobi, assigning them their respective tasks to swiftly restore order to Konoha and oversee the repair of damaged buildings and homes. The burial of the third Hokage's remains was scheduled for the following morning. In this plan to dismantle Konoha, the water garnered immense popularity. All the ninjas and villagers became acquainted with his deeds, which spread widely, with children idolizing him and striving to emulate him. That afternoon, the water also participated in the repairs of the villagers' homes, aiding them in restoration and organizing ninjas to utilize their jutsu for the collection of essential building materials. The figures of the Konoha 12 were certainly among them, each contributing their share to the village. The will of fire inspired everyone to labor for their shared home, Konoha. The following day arrived. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, casting a somber shadow over the land. A cool breeze swept through, yet it failed to bring forth a refreshing sensation. The mood mirrored the overcast sky as the village of Konoha fell into a profound silence, mourning the departure of an elder who would never return. Hinata, let us bid farewell to Grandpa Third, said a voice. He shall not be alone, for the entire village is here to see him off. Ishui rose from his bed, donning a black attire, as today marked the solemn occasion of the third Hokage's final interment. Yes, I am ready as well. Let us proceed, Hinata replied, taking Ishui's hand as they stepped outside, where they found Niji waiting quietly. The three of them walked together. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, they discovered a multitude had already gathered, each person bearing a heavy heart. Once everyone had assembled, Mitarashi Anko solemnly announced, "We are here to conduct a funeral, mourning the loss of our beloved third Hokage and the brave souls who perished in this battle." One by one, individuals approached to lay a small white flower, a token of remembrance, upon the third's resting place, as raindrops began to fall from the sky. "Is it raining?" Kurenai observed. "Is the heavens weeping too?" Asuma lamented. Konohamaru quietly wept, wiping away his tears. "Grandpa." Ishui turned to him, encouragingly saying, "Let your sorrow flow freely. In this moment, forget the ninja code. For we are a community imbued with emotion. It is our feelings that render us strong. Yet, after we have cried, we must strive to train ourselves to carry on the third's legacy and become worthy guardians of this village." Konohamaru nodded and began to cry out loud. Standing beside Hinata, Ishui looked skyward and declared, "Grandpa Third has not truly departed. He lives on in the hearts of every villager. He is the hero of this village. And those of us who inherit his legacy must strive to endure, growing ever stronger, until we become the next heroes. One day, Konoha will usher in an era filled with hope, where laughter replaces sorrow, and each person welcomes a new dawn. Such an era demands the relentless pursuit of each of us. Those who have passed shall live as heroes in our hearts, while we, the living, carry forth their ideals to the next generation." Irika smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, the third Hokage has not died. He lives on within us. As his successors, we must work diligently to realize his dreams." Naruto, with a smile, added, "I think I am beginning to understand." The funeral of the third Hokage had only just concluded when two oddly dressed figures appeared at the outskirts of Konoha, dressed in black cloaks adorned with several red clouds. They wore brown hats attached with wind chimes and sported rings marked with codes. Their fingers and toes were painted with a dark purple nail polish, and one bore a scratch on his forehead protector. One was slightly shorter and thinner, while the other was tall and gaunt. The forehead protector of the slender man bore the symbol of Konoha, while the taller man's protector displayed the emblem of the hidden mist village. Though spared from annihilation, it has nonetheless suffered severe damage. I never imagined that this once prosperous village would be reduced to such a state. It is truly pitiable, remarked Uchiha Itachi. That doesn't sound like you. Do you not feel any lingering affection for your homeland? Teased Kisame Hashigaki. No, not in the slightest, Itachi replied coolly. The two men continued their silent advance into Konoha, using genjutsu to bewilder the vigilant guards they encountered along the way. Before long, they had entered the village itself. This is rather peculiar, Itachi. This hardly resembles a village nearly destroyed by war. The faces of the villagers seem filled with hope. Is this truly how a village should appear after suffering an attack? It feels abnormal, Kisame observed in a hushed tone. Isn't the fear that Orochimaru instilled in this village sufficient? Itachi replied, clearly aware of the village's unusual atmosphere. Let us find a place to eat something, Itachi suggested Kisame. How about that dango shop up ahead? Itachi proposed. Thus, the two made their way to the dango shop and ordered a few items, enjoying a simple meal. At that moment, the shop was bustling with patrons, and the conversations of the villagers caught the attention of Itachi and Kisame. Have you heard? The third Hokage has been laid to rest, one villager said gravely, clearly mourning the death of the third. Do not be sad, my friend. Despite this loss, our village has gained a new prodigious ninja, hailed as the star of hope for our village, another villager comforted. Oh, you must be referring to that talented ninja. I was fortunate enough to witness his power that day. He transformed into a colossal flame giant over 30 meters tall, and all his foes were effortlessly defeated. Chimed in another villager. Is that so? You weren't frightened, were you? How could I be? Although I was pursued by a ninja from the sand. That esteemed ninja saved me. Truly, I was lucky, he replied. Well, you might not be aware of the full extent of the news. There is a nin from Konoha living next to my house who witnessed the battle between that esteemed ninja and the leader of the Sand's elite shinobi. In just one exchange, he used fire jutsu to incapacitate the opponent, another villager added. That's nothing. There are even more remarkable feats. I've only heard whispers. But do you know of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, who defected from Konoha? Of course, he is the primary figure behind this recent attack, isn't? What of it? It is said that the nefarious Orochimaru has summoned the deceased first and second Hokages using forbidden techniques. Can you guess what happened next? Well, I'm not entirely sure. But I've heard that this formidable individual managed to seal the resurrected first and second Hokages. Impressive, isn't it? This indicates just how extraordinary this individual truly is. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to become the next Hokage. Is that really possible? It seems unlikely, considering that this person is merely 12 years old and still not of age. While I, too, hope for this individual to ascend to the role of Hokage. Entrusting such a significant position to a mere child is something the adults would never entertain, although perhaps they could be the Hokage of the next generation. It seems that Konoha has produced yet another remarkable genius at the age of 12, the same age as your brother, Itachi. Perhaps they are related. As you both share the same bloodline, remarked Kisame with a sinister grin. No, it cannot be my foolish brother. Surviving a battle against the resurrected first and second Hokages is beyond his capabilities. It must be someone else. Konoha truly is a place brimming with talent. I wonder if I know this prodigious youth. It reminds me of my own past, Itachi said with a hint of detachment. Oh, this is quite intriguing. You seem unaware. How curious. Someone approaches, Itachi cautioned. Kakashi observed the oddly dressed Itachi and Kisame leaning against the dango shop, scrutinizing these two suspicious figures. One of whom was the infamous rogue Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi, what brings you here? Asuma and Kurenai, engrossed in their romantic discussion, noticed Kakashi standing at the dango shop's entrance and greeted him amiably. Oh, Kurenai and Asuma, I'm just waiting for Sasuke. You two seem to be getting along quite well, Kakashi teased, glancing momentarily into the dango shop. It's nothing. We're just helping Kurenai buy some dango. Asuma replied, blushing. He too noticed the two enigmatic figures inside the shop who vanished in an instant, quite impressive. What could they be doing in Konoha? Asuma and Kurenai then decided to follow the two. Who are you, and what brings you to Konoha at this hour? I want to let you leave without an explanation. Asuma stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. TCH, underestimating us, Itachi. It seems the villagers do not welcome you. You have been ostracized, Kisame remarked with a sinister chuckle. So they do not even recognize me? One ought to greet acquaintances when they meet. Itachi gradually revealed his true appearance. You are Itachi, the murderer of your own clan. What are you doing back here? What nefarious schemes do you harbor? You shall not succeed, Kurenai exclaimed in astonishment. Do not underestimate him. He became the head of the Umbu at the tender age of 13, Asuma replied, his voice tense. You seem to have quite the reputation, Itachi, Kisame noted. I am aware of your identity. You are Kisame Hashigaki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. After your failed assassination of the daimyo of the Land of Water, you betrayed your country and disrupted its order, thus being listed as a dangerous individual on the S-rank wanted list, Hong remarked, observing Kisame. You seem to know quite a bit, Kisame replied with a sinister smile. Since you are here, I shall ensure that you do not leave, Asuma declared confidently. Hong was the first to launch an attack against Itachi, ensnaring him within her illusionary realm, where he found himself bound to a tree, immobile. Hong then appeared above him. This shall be your end, she proclaimed, thrusting a shuriken toward his neck. Is that all? Itachi retorted nonchalantly. In the next instant, Hong became the one ensnared, as Itachi countered with an attack against her. However, being a master of Genjutsu, Hong was not so easily vanquished. In the blink of an eye, she evaded Itachi's strike and emerged from the illusionary world. Impressive, Hong, Itachi remarked coolly. Meanwhile, the battle between Kisame and Asuma raged fiercely. The moment Kisame brandished his weapon, the Samahata, he inflicted a grievous wound on Asuma's arm. The sheer strength of Kisame astonished Asuma. A single hand wielding the blade overpowered Asuma's full might exerted with both hands. Yet, Asuma was far from conceding defeat. His weapon, the Hien, imbued with wind nature, slashed across Kisame's face during one of his attacks. Ah, not bad. In that case, water release, water dragon jutsu. Kisame unleashed a torrent of water. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Kakashi appeared just in time to replicate Kisame's jutsu. Two water dragons surged from the riverbank where they clashed, ultimately colliding with each other. Remarkable, you employed the mist water release. How curious that your eyes resemble Itachi's, Kisame observed, addressing the sudden arrival of the famed copy ninja. You are Kakashi Itaki, are you not? What brings you here, Kakashi? Hong inquired, standing upon the water's surface. I felt uneasy allowing just the two of you to handle this. After escorting Sasuke away, I hurried over. Itachi, I shall be your opponent. Hong, you both should withdraw. He is not someone you can confront, Kakashi instructed. Kisame, refrain from engaging as well. Your actions may attract the attention of other ninja, which would complicate matters. Especially since we have a specific objective, Itachi warned. Is it Sasuke? Kakashi asked. No, it is someone else, a legacy left by the fourth Hokage, Itachi replied. His tone indifferent. What? I see now, you are. Akatsuki, aren't you? Kakashi suddenly recalled the words Jiraiya had once shared with him. Orochimaru had previously joined this organization, which consisted of 9 individuals, all classified as S-rank fugitives by various ninja villages. They were engaged in espionage, assassination, and intelligence gathering, and now they had brazenly revealed themselves. Their objectives seemed to revolve around Naruto, or more precisely, the Nine Tails. What could be their intention? Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with realization. Since you are aware, you cannot escape, Itachi declared. Although you possess the Sharingan and employ it with great proficiency, your body does not belong to the Uchiha clan. And utilizing the Sharingan must weigh heavily upon you. Itachi activated his Sharingan. Kakashi, startled, urgently instructed, Sakura, Asuma, quickly close your eyes. Only I, with eyes akin to his, can confront him. You may open your eyes when I permit it. Itachi replied nonchalantly, indeed, only those with the same eyes can counter the illusions of the Sharingan. But that applies only to ordinary genjutsu. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the Manjiki Sharingan, the supreme illusion of the hypnotic eye Tsukuyami. Consequently, Kakashi succumbed to Itachi's genjutsu, enduring excruciating torment for a full 72 hours. Upon emerging, it seemed as if no time had elapsed in the external world. How are you? Kakashi? Still unable to open your eyes? Sakura inquired. What transpired? Kakashi asked. You collapsed right after you spoke. What happened, Kakashi? Asuma said. Indeed. So within that realm 3 days felt like a mere instant in reality, Kakashi mused. Ah, to be ensnared by that technique, and yet remain mentally intact. This is the first time I've witnessed such resilience, Kisame remarked, astonished. I never anticipated Kakashi could endure it. He is truly remarkable. Still unable to open your eyes, Kakashi? What happened? Are you all right? Sakura expressed her concern. Kisame, unperturbed by their predicament, aimed to eliminate them, believing that knowledge of the Akatsuki's existence warranted their demise. He swung his sword, Samahata, towards Kakashi, who lay on the water's surface. Hey, leave Hurricane. Guy timely intervened, delivering a kick that sent Kisame reeling. Kisame, taken aback, thought, I didn't notice him at all, and yet he managed to kick me away. This individual is formidable. I yearn to defeat him. Guy lifted Kakashi from the water and handed him to Sakura. Sakura, you and Asuma must take Kakashi to the Konoha hospital. I will handle this. But Kakashi warned us not to look into his eyes, Sakura reminded. Then we must fight without gazing into his eyes. For Kakashi's sake. I have devised a technique that allows me to battle while focusing solely on his feet. Time is of the essence. Let me briefly explain. As long as we avoid looking into his eyes, we won't fall victim to his Genjutsu, Guy stated. Kisame abruptly interrupted, questioning, Who are you? Guy, now intrigued, replied, I am Might Guy, known in Konoha as the Blue Beast. What do you think? Kai finished speaking, revealing his gleaming teeth. Kisame mocked, What a beast. I see you as a rare creature instead. I shall reduce you to mere fragments. My shadowy operatives will arrive shortly, so do not think of escaping. Kai assumed a battle stance. At that moment, Itachi interjected, Kisame, let us depart. Your combat commotion will attract a crowd, and our objective is not to engage in battle, but to pursue our true target. Ah, you think you can come and go as you please? That simply will not do. I must entertain you properly, otherwise, outsiders may believe that Konoha is inhospitable. Suddenly, Isue appeared behind Itachi. A shuriken poised to strike at his neck. With a splash, Itachi transformed into a puddle. It was merely a water clone. What remarkable speed in forming seals. How exhilarating. This opponent is quite impressive, he mused. Itachi reappeared beside Kisame and addressed Isue. Who are you? Your presence almost eluded my senses. You are indeed formidable. I presume you are the so-called hope of Konoha. Kisame narrowed his eyes, sensing the challenge. This young one was no ordinary foe. He had not perceived his approach. And he had never heard of such a talent emerging from Konoha. Upon witnessing Isue's arrival, Kai exclaimed with excitement, Ah, you have found yourselves in a predicament. Do not be misled by this youth's tender age. In a direct confrontation, Kakashi and I might struggle against him. He has battled the reanimated first and second Hokage and sealed them, truly a genius ninja, the hope of Konoha. Youth is indeed exhilarating. It seems I must strive even harder. Asuma and Kurenai shared in the delight, for if Isue were involved, subduing the two adversaries would be a manageable endeavor. What? Kisame gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. He understood from legends how formidable the first and second Hokage were. The notion that this young prodigy could contend with them and ultimately seal them was astonishing. He was undoubtedly a powerful ninja. You do not recognize me? That is implausible. A few years ago, I forced your organization's treasurer to flee in disgrace. Though he possessed 5 hearts, I believe he was left with but 1. Had I not exhausted my energy at that time, he might have met his end. I recall being around 8 years old. That old man even invited me to join your organization. How laughable. There are no remarkable figures here. Isue remarked with a tilt of his head. What? You were the one who nearly defeated Kakuzu? This cannot be true. Are you jesting? At 8 years old, I could not have been that formidable. Ridiculous. Kisame exclaimed in astonishment. It appears Konoha boasts a wealth of talent. However, do not speak so boastfully. Itachi declared, extending a hand. Clutching several kunai, Isue swiftly evaded, and as he once again touched the surface of the water, a column of water formed into sharp teeth, surging toward him. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi truly lives up to his reputation. His speed in hand seals is so astonishingly swift that even I struggle to perceive it. Currently, the fastest hand seal execution merely reaches 5 seals per second, while Itachi manages 6, potentially even more. What a formidable adversary he is. The Waterfong bullet attack from my clone quickly dissipated into a pool of water, merging seamlessly into the flow, an impressive water clone indeed. At that moment, I appeared behind Itachi, swiftly thrusting a shuriken towards the back of his neck. However, with a sharp sound, Itachi transformed into a puddle of water as well, revealing he too had deployed a water clone. Such a rapid hand seal speed. Have you replicated my ninjutsu? How astonishing. I exclaimed in surprise. The Tomo in Itachi's Sharingan spun incessantly, and in an instant, he materialized behind me. I hastily thrust the shuriken backward, only to find that the Itachi I had attacked had transformed into a multitude of crows, indicating that I had fallen prey to his genjutsu. Let me gauge your capabilities and see if you possess true strength. Seeing you reminds me of my past self, tirelessly battling for Konoha, a truly nostalgic experience, Itachi remarked calmly. What a powerful genjutsu. It required no alteration of the environment yet still managed to ensnare me. Perhaps I had been trapped in his illusion the moment I first attacked. With that thought, I closed my silver eyes and opened a third eye, release. Just as I dispelled the illusion, I found myself kicked away by Itachi. However, His strength was not overwhelming. He is primarily a ninja of finesse, not one overly focused on sheer power. Ah, you've emerged from the world of Jinjutsu. Remarkable. Your third eye is quite peculiar. I see it? Itachi commented. Truly, you are the former captain of the Uchiha Itachi, with keen observational skills. Indeed. I can tell you that my third eye is less of an eye and more of a bloodline limit known as the Eye of Heaven. Its essence is not that of a conventional eye. Which means from this moment forth, your Jinjutsu shall have no effect on me, although I have closed my eyes. This third eye possesses observational abilities that are even more exceptional. This marks my first battle without utilizing my eyes. Your strength is commendable for having compelled me to close my eyes voluntarily. I must admit, I was unaware of when I fell into your Jinjutsu. I replied quietly. Itachi displayed no surprise, responding mildly, Is that so? Then it becomes troublesome. If Jinjutsu no longer affects you, my strength is effectively halved. Let us change our venue. The disturbances here are rather excessive. I believe you would prefer not to attract unwanted attention. Follow me. I began to walk towards the outskirts of the village. What's the plan? Should we follow? Perhaps we should refrain. That kid seems rather difficult to handle. Let us instead pursue our mission objectives directly, Kisame suggested. Hurry up. If we do not proceed, he will undoubtedly catch up with us. It would be quite troublesome if we do not incapacitate this little brat. I never anticipated that Konoha possessed such formidable combat strength. He must be among the pinnacle of Konoha's current power. Itachi remarked as he followed suit. Kisame soon trailed behind. What should we do? Is it wise to let that child venture alone? Hong expressed her concerns. Kai confidently shook his head. Do not worry. We must place our trust in him. Besides, the Umbu can mobilize at any moment in the vicinity of Konoha. Asuma nodded in agreement. Indeed. His strength likely surpasses that of many of us. He is quite an impressive little fellow. We should hasten to get Kakashi to the hospital. Hong nodded in response. Aisu led the two of them directly to a valley, a considerable distance from Konoha, where they could engage in a fierce battle. Hey, little brat, you've run quite far. If we were to kill you, no one would know. Aren't you afraid? I admit your strength is on par with ours, but under these circumstances, it seems unfavorable for you. It's 2 against 1, Kisame boasted. Is that so? Haji Yushinwei, summoning technique. Aisu bit his finger and smeared it across his palm, summoning a spirit beast. To their astonishment, out emerged a woman, which left Kisame and Itachi utterly taken aback. They had never witnessed a human being summoned as a spirit beast. Moreover, it was not a forbidden technique. Itachi's keen eyes discerned that it was a summoning technique. Evident from the hand seals. Ah, Prince, you are so naughty. I thought you had perished, scaring me half to death. However, my soul contract remains, indicating you are alive. The environment underground is vastly different from that on the surface. Life here is much better, Fanny exclaimed, immediately wrapping her arms around Aisu's arm affectionately. Prince, what are you up to? Kisame said, bemused. Are you trying to summon a woman here for some secret rendezvous? Itachi, however, viewed the situation differently. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Her chakra energy is extraordinarily potent. Kisame's tail began to twist in agitation. What? You're saying this woman's chakra quality rivals that of the Three Tails? Aisu, smiling, declared, now it's fair, a 2 against 2. Fanny, you handle that dead fish face ugly one. I shall contend with this red-eyed individual. If I win, there will be a reward, a truly romantic one. Upon hearing Aisu's mention of a romantic reward, Fanny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, how delightful. Romance, romance. Kisame, infuriated, retorted, what? You dare call me dead fish face and ugly? How dare you? Do you not know that while one can be killed, one must never endure humiliation? Come forth, ugly one. I shall transform you into a true dead fish. Fanny proudly proclaimed, puffing out her chest at Kisame. It is truly exhilarating. Although you are a woman, I shall not hold back. I will demonstrate that being unattractive does not equate to a lack of formidable strength. The furious Kisame unsheathed his samahata. The two circled around Itachi and Aisu. Engaging in combat, Aisu addressed Itachi, now we can fight with all our might. When I first arrived in Konoha, you had not yet defected. Back then, you were celebrated as a prodigious ninja, graduating at the top of your class from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7, awakening your Sharingan at 8, advancing to CH Nin at 10, joining the Umbu at 11, and becoming the captain of the Umbu by 13. Truly, an astonishing genius. In my pursuit of your and Kakashi-senpai's footsteps, I opened the first stage of my bloodline eye at 6, graduated from the Ninja Academy, and became a Genin at 8, achieved the rank of Jonin at 10, and became a special jonin at 11. They say that geniuses recognize one another. I have long desired to measure my skills against yours, Itachi. Is that so? You are quite impressive yourself. Do you truly wish to engage in battle? I would rather avoid fighting you, Itachi sighed. Indeed, but I still wish to test my mettle. After all, did you not say something similar to Sasuke? Aisu replied nonchalantly. Oh, it seems there is no other choice. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi initiated his assault. Water style, water wall technique. Aisu countered fiercely. The fireball clashed with the water wall, resulting in a mutual cancellation, both techniques dissipating into nothingness. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Itachi unleashed another fiery attack. Water style, water flow technique. Aisu was compelled to defend against Itachi's onslaught once more. From this exchange, it is evident that although Aisu appeared unscathed by Itachi's ninjutsu, and Itachi's attacks yielded no effect, one must note that it was always Itachi who initiated the assault. Both possess keen insight into each other's hand seals and techniques. However, Itachi held two advantages. He executed his seals more swiftly than Aisu and deftly manipulated the course of battle. Aisu found himself relegated to a defensive stance against Itachi's attacks. And as the duration of the encounter extended, Aisu's composure began to waver, providing Itachi the opportunity to strike decisively. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Water style, water surface slash. In this round, both unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. However, Aisu's water technique approached Itachi from behind, while Aisu, confronted by Itachi's fire technique, transformed into a burning wooden stump, employing a substitution to evade the flames. He then emerged behind Itachi, launching a water attack. Yet, Itachi was not so easily caught off guard. His body fragmented into several wooden stumps, revealing that he too had utilized a substitution technique. Quite impressive. You discerned the situation I orchestrated, dismantled it, and countered promptly. I must concede, your combat experience is commendable, but merely commendable, Itachi remarked. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itachi gradually emerged from the shadow of a tree behind him. Suddenly, he was struck by a fire release attack and transformed into a wooden log. However, this was no ordinary log, for it was adorned with numerous explosive tags. The ensuing explosion propelled Itachi away. This Itachi was but a shadow clone. The battlefield was devoid of the two figures, as if they had coordinated their disappearance. In this captivating combat, neither combatant resorted to formidable ninjutsu, instead relying on a series of basic techniques, including the substitution technique, shadow clone technique, explosive tags, and C-rank fire and water techniques. Perhaps, had this been a conflict between ordinary ninjas, it would have concluded swiftly. Yet, for two individuals, each possessing formidable bloodline limits, this was merely the overture to a grander performance. The true battle was just commencing. Standing behind a tree, Aisue employed his third eye to survey Itachi's position in a 360-degree arc, discerning two Itachis, one of which he was certain was the real one, while the other was a clone. Heaven's Eye, Frost, creation of ice, ice serpent. Aisue conjured a small serpent of ice, propelling it swiftly towards one of the Uchiha Itachis, while he remained stationary, observing with his Byakugan. As the ice serpent drew near, it unleashed an icy shuriken upon detecting that Itachi was within its attack range. However, this was merely a shadow clone, and Aisue refrained from acting hastily, directing the ice serpent towards the other Itachi's position instead. It was prudent not to reveal his true location too easily. Yet another clone was revealed, and Aisue realized with dismay that his position had been discerned. Without being grounded, he had to contend with fire release, great flame flower technique. Itachi materialized above Aisue, launching 3 meteoric fireballs from his mouth, a visually stunning display, yet imbued with a perilous aura. When had he conjured another shadow clone and leaped into the air to unleash a fire release attack? Should Aisue be struck by this assault? It would likely lead to his demise or grievous injury. Tiger, dragon, tiger, rat, ox, Heaven's Eye, flame, body of fire. With no other recourse, Aisue activated his flame body secret technique, realizing he could not evade the incoming fire release. Itachi's tactical acumen and combat significance vastly surpassed Aisue's. The meteoric fireballs crashed heavily into the ground, causing considerable upheaval and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Standing amidst the chaos, Itachi remarked, "Come forth. Although you were indeed struck by my fire release and did not evade, it's unlikely you could be injured so swiftly. If that were the case, you would not be a genius ninja capable of surviving under the first and second Hokage." Isue emerged from the raging flames, exclaiming, "Ha! How exhilarating! Itachi, you are indeed powerful and quite ruthless. Do you wish to dispatch me so swiftly? However, you are right. It would be quite laughable for me to perish so easily." The crimson Sharingan of Itachi narrowed. "Ah, a body of flames. Is this your bloodline limit? How astonishing indeed. I've heard that the Mizukage clan possesses a similar water embodiment. It seems that my fire techniques will be ineffective against you. Only physical attacks, water techniques, and the ocular jutsu of the Sharingan remain at my disposal." Isui shook his head. "No, you are mistaken. My fiery form is immune to physical attacks. What will you do now?" Itachi, taken aback, responded, "Completely immune to physical harm?" Isui nodded. "Indeed, not even a hint of damage. This poses quite a dilemma. My remaining illusions will be futile against you, as your eyes are closed, merely utilizing the bloodline limit to perceive the world, which is even more effective than sight itself. Thus, only water techniques and the ocular jutsu of the Sharingan remain," Itachi remarked nonchalantly, as if these options held no significance for him. "I have heard that the Uchiha clan possesses a higher echelon of eye, the Manjiki Sharingan. Historical records indicate that only Uchiha Madara and his brother, Uchiha Izuna, awaken this power. I can only surmise that the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, your eyes have ascended to such heights. I eagerly anticipate witnessing this. Furthermore, the conditions for employing the Jinjutsu Tsume against Kakashi necessitate the Manjiki Sharingan, do they not?" Isui said with a smile. "Oh, is that so? You are quite knowledgeable. And even more so than the average Uchiha, who remain oblivious to such details. It appears your study of Uchiha history is quite profound. Allow me to demonstrate then." Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu. Itachi unleashed this highest level of fire technique, harboring disbelief that Isui's fiery form could withstand Amaterasu, the flames of the sun, the most potent incarnation of fire. Consuming all without exception, black flames enveloped Isui's fiery body, yet the outcome Itachi anticipated did not transpire. Instead, the black flames fused seamlessly with Isui's fiery form. "Ah, how delightful. A bit more, truly delectable," Isui mused. His thoughts were not misguided. The black flames of Amaterasu bore no effect on his fiery embodiment and instead nourished it. Gradually, his fiery form neutralized the black flames, with some even being absorbed into Isui's Eye of Heaven. In the second phase of the flame stage, a peculiar transformation occurred. Isui's originally red fiery body morphed into one of black flames. This did not imply that all of Isui's fire techniques would henceforth manifest as black flames. Rather, this black fire demanded a greater reserve of chakra. It did not mean Isui could wield Amaterasu at will, which would indeed be monstrous. He had not anticipated such an advantageous turn of events from a single confrontation with Itachi. In dread, Itachi exclaimed, "What is happening? You are siphoning my Amaterasu flames. This cannot be true. Amaterasu is the pinnacle of fire. No flame surpasses it, and it incinerates everything in its path. Logically, your fiery form should have been consumed. What is going on?" Isui chuckled and remarked, "I cannot say for certain. I merely speculate. The secret technique of my fiery form is known as the body of flame, not merely the body of fire. This indicates that my fiery essence is composed of a superior heat, one that far surpasses ordinary flames. Additionally, its unique characteristic is immunity to the fire release technique. Although your formidable black flames, Amaterasu, are indeed powerful, they remain within the realm of fire release. What transpires when two such potent flames collide? They will inevitably consume one another. However, remember that my fiery form is designated as flame for a reason. The additional character signifies an extraordinary power. If it cannot withstand your fire release Amaterasu, then my bloodline technique would be rendered futile. Now I finally comprehend why it boasts a 100 immunity to fire release and why it is referred to as the body of flame. It is because it devours all flames. Your exalted flames of Amaterasu have significantly enhanced my abilities." Itachi struggled to maintain his composure. His Amaterasu technique had never faltered before. Today, the flames that incinerate all were unexpectedly consumed, a phenomenon he had never encountered. Nor was there any record in his family's secret history of flames capable of countering Amaterasu. A single water, with a smile, addressed Itachi, saying, "Honestly, I must express my gratitude for your gift. Henceforth, I can utilize this black flame, Amaterasu, at will. The only requirements are to activate the second stage of the Heavenly Eye and expend more chakra than usual for fire techniques. You are entirely at my mercy. The Heavenly Eye triumphs over the Sharingan in this inaugural contest. What? Use Amaterasu freely? That's impossible." Employing the Meijiki Sharingan to unleash Amaterasu would inevitably impair my vision. Does that not pose any issues for you? Itachi questioned, a furrow forming on his brow. A single water seemed to perceive Itachi's doubts and continued, you are pondering why. Despite the harm that your use of Amaterasu inflicts upon your body, I can wield it without any repercussions. Itachi frowned and replied, indeed. I find such reasoning hard to believe. Powerful techniques often come with various constraints, and their usage invariably results in personal detriment. A single water nodded in agreement. Your assertion is indeed accurate, yet you have overlooked a critical point. What point? Could you elucidate? Itachi inquired. With a hum of acknowledgement, a single water expounded. This point pertains to the very essence of bloodline limits. From the perspective of your Sharingan, it is a pair of eyes capable of perceiving the world yet cursed. The crux lies in that curse, if one were to lift it. Employing any technique would not impact the eyes in the slightest, merely depleting a bit of chakra and mental energy. Thus, your Meijiki Sharingan must possess a higher echelon, which I shall refer to as the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Itachi's heart raced with surprise, realizing that a single water had deduced, or perhaps even known of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan's existence. So that is how it is, he thought, observing Itachi's dawning comprehension. A single water continued, now, let us examine my heavenly eye. From the ancient text of my clan, I have learned that even the initial stage of the heavenly eye encompasses both defensive and offensive secret techniques, embodying a synthesis of attack and defense. The heavenly eye itself is not exceedingly formidable. Each stage awakens either an offensive or defensive secret technique for the members of the heavenly clan. However, I am a prodigy in the cultivation of the heavenly eye. With each advancement, I awaken all secret techniques of that stage. What was once a flaw is rendered ineffective in my hands, rendering me a versatile entity of both offense and defense. It is said that the final stage of the heavenly eye grants the possessor eternal existence. Yet, throughout history, no member of the heavenly clan has attained this realm, not even our progenitor, the fallen celestial. But enough of my discourse. Do you understand? Uchiha Itachi, a genius in the art of the Sharingan, faced off against Kamui Mizukami, a prodigy of the heavenly eye, pondering who truly exemplified genius. After a prolonged battle with a single water, he finally discerned the formidable nature of his opponent. Is the Eye of Heaven truly a counter to the Sharingan? No. There exists no overwhelmingly invincible bloodline. It is the wielder of the bloodline that delineates strength from weakness. Even the mightiest of bloodlines harbors its vulnerabilities, while even the feeblest possesses its advantages. Alas, it seems I have underestimated his bloodline. However, this aberrant technique must also bear its flaws. Indeed, it is time. Only time can constrain its capabilities. The paramount drawback of such a formidable technique is its temporal limitation. Shui gazed at Uchiha Itachi, who was gradually regaining his composure. It was truly astonishing that he could remain calm and contemplate the shortcomings of such a troublesome secret art. Such a ninja is the most formidable. He exhibits a lucid mind at all times and in all places. Truly, he epitomizes the pinnacle of wisdom among ninjas. Wisdom represents the extent of a ninja's knowledge and the elevation of their intellect. Having engaged in double espionage since the tender age of 11, he has developed a worldview, philosophy of life, and value system far deeper than the ordinary. His awareness of life surpasses that of the common man. And throughout these years of a harsh life as a rogue ninja, he has continually elevated his combat intelligence. Indeed, he is a fearsome opponent and a formidable presence. Itachi's eyes gleamed with a hint of light. Your secret technique's time is nearly up. Isn't it? Indeed, he had discerned it. And upon being intimidated by his own words, I found myself immediately alert. Itachi is truly a genius. At merely 17 years of age, I have accumulated over 30 years of experience across 2 lives. Coupled with knowledge from both worlds, I possess this level of power primarily due to my aberrant bloodline. In reality, Itachi is far more powerful than I. He is a true prodigy. With a sudden clap, Ishui's body gradually reverted to its corporeal form, indicating that the time for utilizing the body of flame had come to an end, with a cooldown period of 1 minute. Itachi, with an expression of evident understanding, remarked, "My suspicions were not unfounded. Your technique indeed has a time limit. How will you proceed to fight next?" Ishui replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then now, allow me to demonstrate this secret technique. Eye of Heaven, White, Domain of Sealing." The domain of sealing? The flow of chakra within my body has been restricted. I recall hearing about this ability from Kaku. It appears to have grown stronger, even limiting the use of the 3-body technique. It seems evasion is no longer an option. I must rely on my true self to attack. But what is the extent of this domain? Ishui, perceiving Itachi's inquiry, stated. You ponder the range of this technique, do you not? Allow me to enlighten you. Its effective range is a circular area with a radius of 30 meters. Centered on myself. Understand? Even if you are aware of it, it is of no consequence. Should you launch a ninjutsu attack from beyond 30 meters, even if you were to strike me, it would bear no effect. Moreover, this 30-meter distance significantly extends your reaction time. And you must remain vigilant not to stray into my domain. Conversely, I harbor no such concerns. However, you may utilize secret techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu. You are a ninja who relies on cunning. Your taijutsu is not formidable. Genjutsu is ineffective against me, and only your secret techniques, namely your ocular techniques, can prove efficacious. Itachi nodded, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, ordinary ninjas would genuinely fear such techniques that restrict chakra, effectively creating a realm of their own with established rules. I face no limitations. Yet others are rendered incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, devoid of physical prowess, and for those not possessing bloodline limits. Encountering me is akin to a futile struggle, enduring injury, yet being ensnared in illusions that bear no effect on me. Such constraints are indeed severe. Without further ado, let the battle commence, for time wasted equates to chakra squandered. Fire release, Fire Dragon Fireball. A water user launched an assault directly at Itachi. A colossal fireball surged towards him, prompting Itachi to roll away hastily, narrowly evading the attack. However, his black cloak adorned with crimson clouds was singed with several holes, and his face bore traces of dirt. His body scorched by the flames, rendering him quite disheveled. With an impassive expression, Itachi rose and remarked, "Your secret technique expends considerable chakra, doesn't it? That is a flaw, compelling you to rush into an attack. It appears that if you wish to witness my formidable techniques today, there is no escape for you. Allow me to unveil the flawless divine power of the Manjiki Sharingan, which I have comprehended after awakening the secret and potent ocular jutsu, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, representing the spiritual realm and darkness, as well as the material realm and light. Behold, Susanoo." Itachi was enveloped by a colossal skeletal figure, gradually revealing its towering framework. The immense presence proclaimed him as the invincible god of war, wielding a shield in his left hand and a massive sword in his right, radiating an aura of sheer dominance. The water user chuckled, "I shall join as well. Let us see who reigns supreme. I have heaven, inferno, demon of flames descend." A gigantic fiery figure began to coalesce around him, gradually taking shape until it manifested as a towering flame deity, standing over 30 meters tall. Within a half-meter radius of this infernal giant, everything was reduced to ashes, the ground charred to a glossy black, with occasional fissures of lava erupting. As though a demon had graced the earth, the flames raging fiercely. Intrigued, Itachi observed the fiery giant, recognizing it as a fated confrontation. The last encounter saw my Amaterasu succumb. What fate awaits this time? Visually, Itachi's skeletal warrior appeared significantly smaller than the flame deity. After all, the towering inferno reached over 30 meters, a height not easily attained. In comparison, Itachi's Susanoo resembled a mere child beside the fiery giant. Yet, the three sacred treasures of Susanoo were not to be underestimated. Though not physical artifacts, they were undeniably formidable. The water user was not idle, advancing directly towards Itachi, leaving destruction in the wake of the flame deity. Infernal Purgatory Slash. The water user grasped the air, summoning a massive flaming blade into the hands of the fiery giant, launching a fierce strike towards Itachi's skeletal warrior. The gust of wind generated by the descending strike whipped around Itachi, uprooting small trees in its path. The expression on Itachi's face changed in shock as he raised his left hand, shielding his form with a colossal shield. The moment the flame blade made contact with the shield, it was repelled, only to swiftly descend again and be deflected once more, continuing its relentless assault. Itachi's Yata Mirror. An intangible divine shield, could reflect any attack, possessing the ability to alter its properties based on the nature of the incoming offense, rendering the assault ineffective. When employed in conjunction with the Tenchigen, it enabled Itachi to attain an almost invincible state of offense and defense. However, a dilemma arose. If the force of the attack exceeded the shield's limits, could it still continue to defend? The flame blade, aimed at striking the opponent, locked onto its target the moment it was unleashed, making it unavoidable. This critical point indicated that Itachi could not evade the onslaught and could only defend himself. Unless the power of the flame blade dissipated, it would persist unabated, continuing its assault until its energy was entirely exhausted. Itachi's physical condition had deteriorated significantly. and the after effects of utilizing Susanoo began to manifest. Blood began to trickle down from his eyes, a consequence of repeatedly employing the three great ocular techniques of the Meijiki Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo, throughout the day. His body was gradually failing him, and his vision was becoming increasingly blurred, a curse of the non-eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The only remedy for this affliction lay in obtaining the eyes of a blood relative, as no other solutions had been reported. It seems your eyes can no longer sustain you in battle. Nevertheless, despite your affiliation with Akatsuki, I recognize that you have not lost your soul. I also understand that Danzo played a role in your defection, and I have a personal vendetta against him. He nearly caused my demise. Thus, we share a bond of mutual suffering. Even if we reach a stalemate this time, I assure you, next time I shall not hold back. Sasuke seeks to personally eliminate you. He and I share a friendship, and the task of your demise shall rest upon him. Furthermore, should you engage me in combat at the risk of diminishing your Sharingan's vision, I find myself unable to defeat you, not at this moment, at least. The previous exchanges have already drained my chakra. Ishui released the secret technique summoning the flame demon and addressed Itachi. Itachi, in turn, concealed his eyes and dispelled Susanoo. In this encounter, despite employing three powerful ocular techniques, he had failed to subdue his opponent, an unprecedented occurrence. Although he could potentially injure or kill Ishui with a concerted effort, he could not disregard the possibility of hidden countermeasures. His life could not be forfeited here. He still wished to witness Sasuke's growth. The summoned spirit I called forth is no ordinary creature. I hope your companion does not suffer severe injury. Additionally, Naruto is under Jiraiya's protection, given your current weakened state. Capturing him from Jiraiya would be a formidable challenge. That lecherous sage is not to be underestimated. Thus, I shall say no more. You must decide your course of action. Do not harm a single blade of grass in Konoha, or I shall not spare you, Ishui stated calmly. Itachi, perplexed, inquired, you choose not to kill us? Remember, we are members of Akatsuki, all of us classified as S-rank rogue ninjas with bounties on our heads. One Shui, with an air of impatience, remarked, I understand. But to conquer you, I must possess an unwavering resolve, for only with such determination can I hope to defeat you. However, I am not one to engage in endeavors devoid of certainty. At present, I find myself unable to contend with you, but the future remains uncertain. Your battle experience far surpasses mine. Now, you should take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Itachi nodded and proceeded towards Kisame. The clash between Kisame and Phineas was a spectacle of fervor. Though Kisame bore the brunt of the damage, his body marred with bruises. In stark contrast, Phineas reveled in the thrill of combat, clearly unsatisfied. This was hardly surprising, as Phineas was adept in various chakra attributes, and being a formidable beast of ninja. Her chakra was inexhaustible. Furthermore, as a dragon beast, her innate strength was that of a natural force of violence. Kisame found himself not merely battling a person but rather a fierce dragoness. Enough, Phineas, cease your torment of the young one. It has not been easy for him to grow up, albeit he is somewhat unseemly. Let him live, at most. You may leave him in a state where even his mother would not recognize him, one Shui admonished Phineas, who continued to engage in battle with Kisame. The battleground bore witness to devastation. It resembled a calamity, littered with craters and scorched remnants of trees, alongside the remains of fish, if, indeed, there were any fish to be found. In summary, it was a scene of utter chaos and violence. Kisame, we must depart swiftly. I require rest as my eyes are strained. If we linger, the elite of Konoha's Umbu may arrive, and our escape will be thwarted, Itachi said, shielding his eyes. Kisame readily nodded, eager to evade further confrontation with this ferocious woman. The initial onslaught had been marked by meteor-like strikes and seismic upheaval. Was such power truly human? Her stamina was remarkable, and the force of her strikes threatened to shatter his bones. He had never encountered a woman with such ferocity. Supporting one another, Kisame and Itachi awkwardly turned to leave, both psychologically burdened by their encounter. Prince, why did you let them escape? If they linger a moment longer, they are doomed. Phineas questioned. One Shui replied with resignation, that slender one wields formidable artifacts. I can barely hold my ground against him. Should he unleash his full strength, I would be gravely injured. Now let us depart. As one Shui passed the site of his battle with Itachi, he noticed a pool of blood staining the ground. His expression brightened, and he swiftly produced a blank scroll, inscribing characters upon it with haste. At the center of the scroll lay a circular area, and with hands forming seals, he invoked secret technique, bloodline creation technique. From the scroll, a hand emerged, collecting Itachi's blood from the earth. One Shui then carefully stored the scroll away. The reason he collected Itachi's blood was to create bodies for his two subordinates. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, by perfectly blending the blood of the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Senju clan. This amalgamation could produce blood that rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths ultimately. He intended to use the technique of flesh activation to stimulate the decomposition and regeneration of this blood, thereby crafting two faceless puppets. Following this, he would infuse the souls of the two Hokages using the secret arts of the Heavenly Clan, effectively granting him two formidable allies. The Scroll of Aoisuewa was also a secret technique of the Heavenly Clan, capable of harmonizing the collected blood into a more advanced form. Next, he needed to gather the blood of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Aoi had devised an excellent plan, as Jiraiya and Naruto were on their way to seek Tsunade. During the Battle of the Three Sannin, the blood of Tsunade, Senju, and Naruto Uzumaki would inevitably be shed. When Naruto was wounded by Kabuto, blood flowed onto the ground. And Tsunade was similarly injured by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, ensuring that blood would fall to the earth. Thus, Aoi's quest for perfect blood collection would be successful. Aoi had also contemplated using the original cells of the first and second Hokages. However, although the cells from the corpses had been cultivated, they had likely lost their vitality over the years. It was far more advantageous to create new blood, thus incorporating the bloodlines of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans, which could yield unexpected results. Moreover, this approach would keep all ambitious individuals in the dark, allowing him to amass wealth discreetly and later spring a grand surprise on everyone. With the souls of the first and second Hokages in hand, he would not fear even the combined might of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. With this exuberant spirit, Aoi returned to Konoha, only to be halted by an Umbu who informed him that two advisors wished to speak with him. Aoi instructed Fanny to head to the Hyuga clan while he followed the Umbu to the Hokage building. Upon arrival, Mito Minion inquired about the encounter with the fleeing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, eager to know the outcome. As he entered, Aoi was immediately asked about the Akatsuki duo. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have severely injured them and driven them away. Itachi Uchiha is indeed a formidable opponent. It is impossible to capture him without a life-or-death resolve. His eyes have evolved to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, and he has developed several powerful ocular techniques. Kakashi fell victim to one of his abilities. I have compiled a report detailing his capabilities and the necessary precautions. You may review it." With that, Aoi produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to Mito Minin. This was not a hastily written report, but one he had prepared long ago, containing valuable information on the three primary techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Susanoo. Mito Minin opened the scroll, scrutinized its contents, and nodded solemnly, acknowledging, "Indeed, they are exceedingly troublesome adversaries. The threat they pose transcends that of ordinary jutsu. It is commendable that you managed to injure him. But do you know their purpose for coming to Konoha?" One water remarked, "They are members of an organization known as the Akatsuki, which comprises 9 individuals, all of whom are listed on the S-rank wanted list as rogue ninjas. Orochimaru had once been a part of this organization, and I have previously encountered a rogue ninja named Kakuzu from their ranks. It seems that Itachi's purpose in visiting Konoha is related to the 9 tails sealed within Naruto. Jiraiya should have investigated this matter as well." Mito Minion responded gravely, "Indeed, Naruto has accompanied Jiraiya to seek Tsunade. With Jiraiya present, there should be no cause for concern. We have summoned you today to assign you an S-rank mission. Initially, we planned to abandon this task, but since it comes as a plea for assistance from the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, we deemed it necessary to send you, the most formidable shinobi in our village, to foster goodwill with them. Kakashi is currently gravely injured, leaving this responsibility solely to you. By successfully completing this mission, we will not only establish Konoha's enduring strength in the realm of diplomacy, but also cultivate a certain camaraderie with the Hidden Mist." One Water's expression shifted, and he sighed. "Alas, dear advisor, you are well aware that my village was ordered to annihilate the Hidden Mist by their Mizukage. Merely refraining from confrontation upon our meeting would be a considerable achievement. Furthermore, there are few among the Nin who possess comparable strength." Tika Haru interjected. "This task is no trivial matter. Its inherent dangers necessitate your involvement. Additionally, the village has reached a consensus for you to take charge of the Umbu." One Water was taken aback, waving his hand. "No, I shall not assume command of the Umbu. That environment is not suited to me. Living behind a mask day in and day out does not align with my aspirations. As for the task involving the hidden mist, I will accept it. But should the Mizukage show me disrespect, she will certainly come to know my capabilities. Mido Minion nodded. If you choose not to take on the Umbu, that is acceptable. But you must undertake this mission. Moreover, do not allow relations with the hidden mist to deteriorate. Otherwise, upon your return, you shall take command of the Umbu. One Water, with a forlorn expression, nodded. It appears you have already devised a strategy. Very well, I shall avoid causing trouble. However, have you confirmed the identity of the fifth Hokage? Will it be Jiraiya? Tika Haru responded helplessly. Jiraiya is unwilling to take on the role. He has gone to seek Tsunade. One Water nodded. If it is she, then both her strength and reputation are most fitting. As for Jiraiya's disposition, Mido Minion agreed. Indeed, once Tsunade returns, it is imperative that you actively support her endeavors. With your backing, her transition into the role will be considerably smoother. In this recent conflict, you have made significant contributions to the village, safeguarding the most fundamental ranks of our shinobi. With diligent management, Konoha's strength will undoubtedly be restored to its former glory. One Water replied, Very well, please provide me with the mission details. I shall depart immediately. I have left my summoning beast at the Hyuga household. Should any insurmountable issues arise, she will handle them directly. I shall inform her, as her strength is comparable to that of the enormous dragon I summoned last time, which both KZ Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumi have witnessed. Mido Minion nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was at this moment that many unforeseen events could transpire. With both Jiraiya and Izui absent, the situation could become precarious should a formidable enemy choose to invade. However, if Izui's ninja beast were present, it would significantly bolster the village's combat capabilities. Upon returning home, Isue enlisted the assistance of Hinata and Shiro to help him gather his belongings, as he had 3 pressing matters to attend to. First, he needed to complete his mission in the Land of Water. Next, he was to collect the blood of Tsunade and Naruto. Finally, he aimed to recreate the bodies of the first and second Hokage and infuse them with their respective souls. Upon hearing Isue's intention to depart, Finey expressed her desire to accompany him, but Isue coldly declined. Wary of the potential complications that might arise from bringing along such a burden, by the time everything was organized, night had nearly fallen. However, Isue chose not to spend another night at home. Instead, he set off directly for the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. After a week of travel, he arrived at the Hidden Mist Village on August 15th, 60 years after the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. In comparison to the Hidden Leaf, the Hidden Mist was considerably smaller, and its inhabitants did not enjoy the same level of prosperity. Years of internal conflict had severely weakened the village, and a series of policies enacted by the Fourth Mizukage, under the control of Madara, reignited the chaos of civil war. The prominent bloodline clans Mizumizuki, Takedorai, and Hozuki were subsequently eradicated. Ultimately, Terumi Mei ousted the Fourth Mizukage and instituted a series of reforms. Under her leadership, the Hidden Mist gradually regained vitality, though its national strength remained significantly inferior to that of other nations. As the nation with the least land among the 5 great nations, surrounded by sea on all sides, the long-standing isolationist policies of the Fourth Mizukage had hindered communication with the outside world. Upon Mei's ascension to the position of Fifth Mizukage, these treaties were abolished. However, to this day, the Hidden Mist has only established limited contact with the outside world, maintaining an ongoing effort to develop. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Hidden Mist Village, Isue was intercepted by several nin. He had no choice but to articulate his purpose and present the mission scroll to the Hidden Mist Ninja, requesting it be relayed to the Mizukage. The nin nodded and dispatched one of their own to deliver the message, while the others remained vigilant, closely monitoring Isue to prevent any untoward actions. Before long, a group of masked ninjas approached Isue, the lead ninja scoffing. What a joke. The strongest ninja village sends a mere child? I suppose Konoha has run out of competent shinobi to undertake an S-rank mission. You'd best turn back, little one. Isue, intrigued, replied. Are you underestimating me? Or perhaps you wish to provoke conflict with Konoha? One of the masked ninjas retorted mockingly. Little brat, cease your grandstanding. You do well to vanish quickly, or we might not be so courteous. Don't cry when we're done with you. Are you suggesting that I should demonstrate my prowess to meet your expectations? Isue asked, crossing his arms. One might interpret it that way. The Hidden Mist is no orphanage where any child can complete an S-rank mission, only for the village to suffer the consequences. Konoha shows no sincerity Another member of the group added. Very well. Let us see how you fare against this. Genjutsu, Death Goddess Encounter. Isue smiled as he unleashed his signature illusion technique. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Isue. As a grayish mist enveloped all the mist shinobi. Ah, a demon. Except for the leading Umbu, the eyes of the remaining mist shinobi bulged, turning pale. Their faces tinged with a shade of ashen blue, mouths agape, and a scream that was less a shout and more a wail of horror. As if they had witnessed the most dreadful spectacle imaginable, one that could only be met with cries that transcended their overwhelming fear. In a blood-red world, these ninjas beheld the phantoms of those they had slain, transformed into malevolent spirits that savagely tore at their flesh, revealing fragments of white bones. Before their own skeletal remains were affixed to a dilapidated altar where a demon wielded a massive hammer, shattering their bones piece by piece. You, hasten to dispel this illusion. You are provoking us. The leader of the Umbu, clutching his head, revealed a profound terror. Though he had escaped that bloody realm, his psyche bore the scars of immense trauma, not to mention the other mist shinobi still ensnared in their stupor. Isue smirked. Is this not the outcome you desired? In the land of fire, no one dares speak to me thus. Your audacity is commendable. Even the two esteemed advisors of Konoha would treat me with courtesy. You are woefully lacking in manners. Is this the hospitality of the mist? And to the hidden ninja with Byakugan, he added, you may as well emerge. I assure you, I will not be polite. As the future husband of the Hyuga clan's head, I possess the power to reclaim your Byakugan at any moment. Ching stepped out from the shadows and remarked, indeed, the legendary demon god of Konoha lives up to his reputation. At such a young age, you have achieved remarkable prowess. Please, dispel the illusion. Although we have erred, prolonging this will only lead to the mental collapse of these shinobi, which would be most unfortunate. Isue fixed his gaze on Ching. Demon god. I was unaware I bore such a title. Ching, feigning surprise, replied, Ah, this is a rumor that has circulated from Sunagakure, stating that you can transform into a colossal flame-wielding deity, unbeatable in battle. Furthermore, you are also known as the Star of Hope in Konoha. Isue nodded, lifting the illusion. And all the mist shinobi gasped for fresh air, their disheveled appearances betraying their status as ninjas. Ching expressed gratitude. Thank you immensely. Please do not waste your energy on these lower-tier shinobi. The Mizukage awaits your presence. Allow me to escort you. Very well, lead the way, Isue replied. Ching guided Isue through the many structures of the Mist Village, arriving at a building reminiscent of the Hokage's office. Upon entering the Mizukage chamber, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating and alluring. Upon closer inspection, the enchanting figure before him was mesmerizing. Her sensuous lips seemed capable of melting hearts. Her wine-red hair cascading down to her waist, and her voluptuous form swayed enticingly, adorned in a blue dress that accentuated her bewitching allure. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with a captivating sensuality, rendering her a truly fiery enchantress. Terumi May gazed with keen interest at the handsome young man before her. Despite his diminutive stature, he harbored an astonishing strength that made her question whether she could subdue him. The talents of Konoha never ceased to amaze. Ao approached Terumi May. Bowing respectfully as he spoke, Lady Mizukage, we have successfully brought the elite jonin, Kamizuki Izumo, from Konoha. With a smile, Terumi May replied, Ah, young gentleman, you must be the reinforcements dispatched from Konoha. I have heard much about your exploits. Tell me, would you be interested in serving in the Land of Water? My terms are rather generous. Izumo, devoid of any deference towards a Kage, retorted with disdain, we have our grievances. So please promptly inform me of the mission's objectives and details. Once completed, I intend to return to my village. Also, do you truly believe that the Hidden Mist is superior to Konoha? I have no interest in becoming the minister of the Umbu of Konoha, let alone your Hidden Mist. Do you truly wish to step down and allow me to take your position? The youth, filled with indignation, proclaimed, Mind your words, young man. Do not be overly arrogant, for I shall not be merciful. Zhao Meiming smiled and waved her hand, saying, No worries, Ching. Please refrain from interrupting. You claim that I harbor animosity towards you, handsome. But that assertion seems rather misplaced. I have never encountered you before. How could I possibly have any enmity towards you? With every word meticulously articulated, I recounted. 6 years ago, the Mist-Hidden Village annihilated a small hamlet known as the Village of Heaven, and I was the sole survivor of that village. Subsequently, I joined Konoha and became a ninja of the Leaf Village. Have you truly forgotten this? Although I have ceased the act of slaughtering, it does not signify the absence of animosity I harbor towards the Mist Village. Terumi May furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, Qing, have I ever issued such an order? Qing pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, do you recall 6 years ago when an elder from the Hidden Mist proposed enhancing the village's prestige? That elder suggested annihilating the small ninja village known as the Village of Heaven. Not only would we acquire some of their secret techniques, but it would also bolster our reputation. At that time, you nodded in agreement and subsequently dispatched Zabuza from the Umbu. That is how it transpired. Kahaku May blushed and replied, is that so? At that moment, I merely felt drowsy and nodded, having not heard a word the old man uttered. Humph, it is merely the law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong. While your slumber may be inconsequential to you, it has resulted in the demise of all the villagers of our celestial village. One water and one listening were enraged. Do you think the lives of the hundreds in our village are as trivial as mere vegetables? You nod off while dozing. And you truly have some nerve. I too have been dreaming of sharing your bed. Will you allow it? Apologies, said the beautiful Mayeen, with a hint of regret in her voice. I genuinely did not anticipate that this would evoke such tragic memories for you. I am truly sorry. Following this mission, I shall provide you with an explanation and deliver the head of that elder to you. It is unacceptable that he issued orders directly to the Dark Division without my command. It appears my authority is still lacking. Qing, what are your thoughts? Qing's single eye gleamed with intensity as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that elder has consistently expressed dissatisfaction with your rule. They should be taught a profound lesson. The matter at hand is of no concern to me. It is an internal affair of your Mist Village. However, the one who ultimately suffers is I. Even if you were to slay that elder, it would change nothing. My grandfather and all the villagers cannot be resurrected. How infuriating. I am indifferent to these matters. Seeking vengeance is not so simple. Nevertheless, as an exemplary ninja of the leaf, I comprehend the fundamental tenets of our craft. Now, may I request that Lord Mizukage elucidate the specifics of the mission? The mission scroll dispatched to the leaf merely indicated the extermination of a beast. Yet it failed to specify the nature of this creature, remarked Chizui with a hint of curiosity. You are familiar with the legendary Night Stalker of the 100 Transformations, are you not? Terumi May inquired with a playful smile. Indeed, I am aware, but how does it pertain to this situation? Ichizui retorted. Of course. This beast has been prowling through a forest in the land of water. It emerges at night to hunt, and any human it lays eyes upon is inevitably devoured alive. Initially, we presumed it to be an ordinary wild animal and dispatched a team of genin. However, a few days later, we received reports of their complete annihilation. Subsequently, we sent 1 jonin and 3 chunin, but the outcome was the same. Eventually, a small squad of Umbu was mobilized, yet they too met with a grim fate, leading the daimyo of the Land of Water to express considerable displeasure. Thus, I assigned Ao to lead the mission, however. Terumi May hesitated, her words trailing off. The result was that apart from myself, all others perished. Yet, I managed to gather intelligence on the creature. It is the fabled wind fox, also known as the wind spirit beast, similar to a marten, its hue a striking blue. It is impervious to flames and blades. Striking it feels akin to striking a mere sack. Even attempts to slay it prove futile, for as soon as it is harmed, it revives with the wind. According to ancient lore, the only method to vanquish it is to block its nostrils with sweet flag. Yet this has yielded no success, added Ao.